Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 251, Anticipation and Adaptation. October 31, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Fleur Delacour made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in her uniform for what was probably the 30th time, much to the amusement of her friend, Aurélie Dumont. She glared at one of her few friends, who snickered in response, before huffing and taking out a book from her bag. It wasn't her fault that she was nervous. Her father had more or less told her to get as close as she could to Harry Potter, and the boy was coming to her school anytime soon. To be perfectly honest, Fleur was looking forward to speaking with him again. There weren't a lot of people who could keep up with her when it came to Enchanting, and even fewer who could handle actually talking with her without turning into stuttering messes. The sad thing was that it wasn't even because of her allure. She could understand if their behavior was some kind of magical effect, but her bracelet counteracted her allure. She had tested it extensively and that was the undeniable result. The sad truth was that most boys just became either flustered or completely overconfident in front of a girl that they found very attractive, and Fleur's natural beauty put her leagues above any other girl. The young boy's suggestion during the World Cup did help her. She realized that a couple of her classmates were analyzing the runic scheme to find a way to counter it, in an effort to embarrass her during the tournament, but just transfiguring a very thin layer of steel to go over the bracelet solved this problem, much to their disappointment. She had thought that he was just a smart boy, whose brilliance was exaggerated. It wasn't really an uncommon thing. Every country promoted its youth as the next incarnation of Merlin until they inevitably disappeared from the spotlight when they didn't meet up with the expectations. Aurélie's brother, David Dumont, was France's current golden boy. He was often used as a comparison by their professors during their classes and is currently a rising star in the research and development department in the French Ministry of Magic. Aurélie had quite the inferiority complex because of her brother's success and worked herself to the bone hoping to surpass him, only to always fail. It wasn't that she was a bad witch, she was actually the best student in her year in potions and transfiguration, but she never explored the topics she was the best at, trying to become a better copy of her brother. However, Harry did meet up with them. At least, he looked like he did from the brief conversation she had with the boy. It was odd. Fleur felt like she was talking to one of her professors, not some boy 3 years her junior. It made her intrigued, to say the least. Her father's insistence on getting closer to the boy was just icing on the cake. She was looking forward to seeing Harry again, but that excitement was mixed with the anxiousness of failing her father's request. Her thoughts were interrupted by Aurélie hitting her shoulder. "Hey, stop daydreaming about your mysterious crush already." The Vila spluttered in indignation. "I do not have a crush on Harry. I've barely spoken to him for more than a few minutes and made a fool of myself while doing so. But you've also talked about him more than any other boy you've ever met aside from your ass of a father." Fleur glared at her friend even further, making her raise her hands in defeat. "Fine, I won't talk about the love of your life or whatever. What are you reading, by the way?" The Vila suppressed her urge to throttle her friend. "It's called the Tragic History of the Triwizard Tournament. It's written by a brother of the headmistress who was killed during the tournament back in 1792. It's a pretty grim book, but it's one of the few actual complete books on the subject." Her friend groaned in consternation. "Why don't you secretly read romance novels like the rest of us?" Fleur blushed and looked away. "Well, it gives me a good idea of what to expect in the European tournament, since it's based on this one. If there's something I've known while listening to my father's boring meetings, it's that most politicians don't have an original bone in their bodies. So, the tournament is bound to resemble this one, if a little less bloody to keep up with the times." "All right, I'm interested. What did you learn?" "Well, the trials of the old Triwizard Tournament in general authorized frontal assaults against magical creatures. However, except on occasions when the tournament was held at Demstrang, the champions were rarely demanded to attack straight on a cockatrice or another dangerous XXXXX class beast. 9 times out of 10, the goal is to recover a clue for the next trial, not killing a magical creature that seasoned aurors would have a lot of trouble dealing with. The British once tried to force the champions to capture a cockatrice and got a lot of spectators killed. It's why the whole thing got cancelled in the first place. They definitely won't ask us to do something like this." Aurélie looked paler as Fleur's story progressed. In the end, she stuttered, "So, we won't have to fight dragons or something?" Fleur chortled, "Of course not. They're not stupid. Personally, I think the best way to go about it is to look for any documentation or filed paperwork involving the import of dangerous creatures. We'll be able to be prepared then." "Wait, you're signing up for this task? I thought you were just going to do it in the dueling tournament, or at least wait until we're sure that the ICW isn't going to get the participants killed." Fleur grimaced. "Papa told me that it wouldn't be that dangerous and strongly suggested that I sign up. I have it on good authority that Madame Maxime is going to select the delegation depending on our own initiative. Meaning that signing up for the first task would give you a better chance of being chosen for the tournament delegation, even if we don't get selected to complete the task. And how is the selection done? The Vila was thankful that her friends did not force the issue about her father forcing her to sign up for the task. She had been leery of doing so, especially without doing some proper research. However, her father was adamant with his decision. She took that to be a good thing, all things considered. For all his ruthlessness, Sebastian Delacour still loved her and would not risk her life for some tournament. He must have known for sure the first task was when he asked her and dubbed the risk to be minimal. It was comforting in a weird way. Her father had essentially given her the opportunity to be part of the Beauxbatons delegation with the possibility of participating in a task with very low risk, assuming he really did not want her dead or crippled, and would allow her to be free of any obligation for the rest of the tournament, as she would focus on making connections and learning magic from foreign schools. Fleur decided to respond to her friend's query, "I don't know. I think it's up to every school to decide. At least they haven't used that loathsome goblet of fire. Who in their right mind would bind themselves magically for just a school tournament?" She never heard Aurélie's response as the school started to shake slightly. Since Fleur was sitting near the windows, she noticed the lake outside the school rumble slightly. Seconds later, out in the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool appeared, as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor. In the midst of the whirlpool's turmoil, a long, dark pole started to rise slowly. Emerging from the whirlpool's center, a giant ship appeared, its outline highlighted by the moonlight. It looked almost like a ghost ship, with a skeletal structure that hinted at it being brought back from the sea's depths. The dim lights from its portholes flickered like eerie eyes in the night. As the ship fully emerged with a loud splash, it steadied itself on the choppy water and began moving toward the shore. A small platform appeared, providing a way for people to get off the ship and onto land. So, that was the Demstrang infamous ship. She had read about it in one of the school's history books. It was an underwater means of transformation that was used by ancient Vikings to attack unsuspecting ships. It was later captured by a wizard who liked it and kept it to himself for years. A descendant of this wizard, Nerida Volchanova, would go on to create the Demstrang Institute and donate the vessel to the school. Fleur did not have the time to admire the ship as she was blinded by a giant flash of light. A giant bolt of lightning had come out of nowhere, both blinding and deafening them. By the time they adjusted themselves, a small group of wizards wearing traditional white togas walked towards the platform. That must be the Olympus Academy delegation. Of course, their entrances were followed by the earth shaking. Out of nowhere, a formation of spectral horses, conjured from the pages of Italy's legendary cavalry units, appeared with the students wearing centurion armor. So, that had to be the Accademia Arcana Italia students. A whirlwind followed soon after, and left behind a nice group of students that Fleur recognized to be in Spanish traditional outfits. The Colegio de la Luz Occulta, or the College of the Hidden Light, was a rather new school compared to the likes of Beauxbatons, Hogwarts and Demstrang, but it had a solid reputation when it came to the competency of its graduates. Suddenly a giant rainbow appeared out of the sky and allowed a metallic chariot to make its way down. A play on the Bifrost. This must be the Nebelheim Academy delegation. It was a new school that was created less than a century ago in Germany before but grew very quickly after the Great War. It used to just teach the Muggle-borns in the area, which weren't accepted by Demstrang and was treated as nothing more than a joke. Unfortunately, after the Great War, Durmstrang's reputation as the school Grindelwald was enrolled in, even if he was expelled, was in tatters, and Nebelheim became a true rival for the older school, which spiraled into an almost infamous rivalry. Every single entrance was a show of power and magical knowledge. There was a reason why the schools decided on Samhain being the day they would arrive. They wanted to use the energy to power enchantments that they wouldn't have been able to use normally. It made the arrivals just that more dramatic. So far, only the Hogwarts delegation remained, and Fleur wondered what they would come up with. Her inquiry was quickly answered by a giant roar, as a metallic dragon flew through into the air and landed with a giant thud. The dragon, a colossal beast forged from shimmering, dark metal, its scales glinting under the sunlight, exhaled plumes of smoke from its nostrils as it settled before the awestruck delegation. Fleur didn't blame them, she was gaping as well. Transfiguration of this level, coupled with the expansion and animation charms, were almost unheard of. With a grace that belied its massive form, the dragon lowered its head, opening its maw wide to reveal a glowing interior, as if its belly were a forge alight with magical flames. From this fiery gateway, the Hogwarts students began to emerge, one by one, stepping out onto the dragon's outstretched tongue as if it were the drawbridge of a castle. Their robes, untouched by the heat, billowed around them, casting dancing shadows on the ground. 7 schools, and 7 tasks. A very powerful combination, and Fleur could not help but marvel at the scale of the tournament, and what its inevitable consequences were going to be. She had a feeling that Europe would not be the same afterwards. Chapter 252, Unforeseen Challenges. October 31, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. The ride in the Hogwarts Express turned dragon was a lot more comfortable than Harry would have expected considering that they were riding inside a metallic dragon. The professors had truly outdone themselves with their entrance, and he couldn't help but imagine the looks on everyone's faces as they arrived in Beauxbatons. Truly, the entire transformation was amazing, and he could see both McGonagall and Flitwick's work in making this masterpiece. That's not to mention how efficient it was, storing as much magic as it could, using jewel craft to store any remnant magic to be used later. McGonagall really had thought of everything. In a way, she had to. In the Triwizard Tournament, school entrances were often displays of power and intimidation. Hogwarts' new headmistress did not have Albus Dumbledore's reputation. To be fair, no one really did, and she wanted to show the world that she was more than capable of succeeding the men. As for the flight itself, it was surprisingly normal, which oddly enough, was sort of weird. The stabilization charms made it feel like they were riding a normal train, while he was sure that they were flying at supersonic speeds at the very least. And of course, the passengers left much to be desired. There were 5 of Harry's yearmates in the delegation, and he was on good terms with only half. Unfortunately, Susan and Daphne kept glaring at each other, Neville kept glaring at Harry, and Hermione just ignored everyone. Yeah, it was definitely an awkward ride. Harry wasn't sure where he stood in regard to Neville and Hermione. The former Longbottom obviously did not forgive Harry gaslighting him, and the last Potter could accept that. Sure, it was short-sighted to hate someone of Harry's magical capabilities, but no one ever accused Neville Longbottom of thinking into the future. The truth of the matter was that he had more than repaid Neville back for any harm he had caused. He had killed more of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Neville's prophesized enemy, than any other person. He had also likely saved his life, maybe even his soul, when he realized how the Horcrux was affecting him and told his grandmother the truth. And if it wasn't like Harry had any other options after the chamber. Dumbledore wasn't going to allow rumors of basilisks to spread around, and lying was the best way Harry could both protect himself and even protect Neville. His grandmother must have noticed this, considering that the woman did not try to retaliate in any way. She would have done so discreetly, since bringing things to the Wizengamot would have forced Harry to reveal Neville's disownment as a Longbottom, which would destroy the boy's reputation further. That's not even mentioning the fact that Harry knew what was in Neville's scar, which would easily result in countless attempts on the boy's life to prevent Voldemort from rising once more. Harry wouldn't do it, of course. He didn't have it in him to kill a boy for no reason, but the fact remained that the option was still there. As for Hermione, she remained just as silent and as cold as ever. Ever since her return, she had done nothing but hang out with Neville and spend some time in the library. She was different, mechanic for the lack of a better word, and most of all, bored out of her mind according to his arcane hearing. Harry didn't know why she and Neville even volunteered to join the delegation. Well, Neville, he could understand wanting to prove himself since he lost the Longbottom name, but Hermione joining him wasn't something he had foreseen. Was she assigned by the Unspeakables to protect Neville? For all the trouble the boy kept finding, he was still the subject of a prophecy, and fate was a very powerful weapon. Or it could be just Hermione supporting her friend. Maybe Hermione had other plans of her own. He didn't know. It didn't truly matter anyway. Choosing not to think about it, Harry palmed his hand and opened a chocolate frog. The animated construct leapt out of the packaging, only to be frozen in the air. It looked like a slowing charm of some sort, but it wasn't something that simple. The slowing charm was just a way to suck out momentum from movement, making it slow down, but what Harry was using wasn't something so standard. It was a spell he had been fine-tuning for months, to make an object experience time differently. If he cancelled the spell, the frog would continue normally as if nothing happened. The system was closed, but only the passage of time was affected. It was the extent of what he could do with time manipulation alone. The Gardens of Avalon had given him a lot of information about the concept of time, but Harry had spent years in his prison integrating it into his portal spell, nothing more. This was a completely uncharted territory in magic. He couldn't find anything about genuine time manipulation. Even then, from what he understood regarding the concept, traveling back in time was impossible. You could affect the flow of time, try to retrieve information from the past, maybe even stretch and constrict it, but creating a portal to the past or the future was impossible. Well, technically, you could stretch time to make it so 1,000 years passed in just a second, there wouldn't be an actual gap in the fabric of time. All in all, the entire concept was very complex, and Harry barely understood the high-level theory, let alone how to craft spells using those concepts. The time-slowing spell already took a lot of time to use, and even then, he was making improvements every day. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a small cough. He turned and saw a woman with an obscured face looking at him. Interesting spell. Harry simply shrugged, found it in my family crest. Not really that useful compared to a slowing charm, but interesting nonetheless. He gave the woman a once-over. What's an unspeakable doing here anyway? Harry tried to use his arcane hearing to analyze the woman and almost flinched when he did. It was complete chaos. It was hard to put it into words, but it was like someone was playing 100 completely different songs at once, songs which changed every couple of seconds. Was that some kind of protection spell against magic analyzing tools? Still, there was some kind of sense of amusement in it, somehow, and the woman responded, "Well, Britain has one of the rarest collections of magical crests in the world. Sure, there are a few in Italy and Greece, but in terms of pure numbers, Britain has the most of them. I'm here to make sure that you ducklings don't get yourselves killed or kidnapped by anyone in the duration of the tournament." Harry nodded to himself. She was essentially a bodyguard, to prevent Britain's assets from being taken from the country. The woman then continued, "And who knows, if you brats impress me, I might teach you a thing or two." The last Potter heard a shift in Hermione's song for a brief second. It was pure panic and anxiousness. Whoever this was had made even Hermione uncomfortable. He was bored. He could shoulder the chaos a bit and slowly dismantle the protections on the woman's magical sensing and see her true nature. Before he could do so, he felt the metallic dragon land with a thud. They had arrived in Beauxbatons. He decided to investigate the unspeakable further, prioritizing taking a closer look at the French institution, and he couldn't help but be impressed by what he saw. As he stepped out of the carriage with the rest of the delegation, the moonlight bathed the school in a luminescent silver, casting long, dramatic shadows across the manicured lawns and highlighting the intricate detailing of rococo reliefs that adorned the facades. The large, ornate windows of the main building twinkled with the warm, golden light of chandeliers, suggesting a bustling life within its storied walls. Sculpted fountains, their waters shimmering under the night sky, added a melodious backdrop to the scene with their gentle splashing. Above, the towers of Beauxbatons reached towards the heavens, their peaks almost touching the stars. He looked around and saw other groups of students staring at their method of transportation. McGonagall had certainly achieved her goal of making a statement with their entrance. He noticed the Demstrang delegation near their enchanted ship. Then there was a group wearing togas, so they were probably the Olympus delegation. The Greek school was one of the most exclusive schools in Europe. They did not take in any applications from foreign countries and their tuition fees were rumored to be extremely high. Most people either went to other smaller academies in Greece or just to another school in Europe altogether. However, their graduates tended to be very skilled and excelled in elemental magics. Of course, there were also the Romans. They were wearing centurion armor and looked more like soldiers than students. It seemed like Blaze's description was very accurate. There was the Spanish delegation, which Harry was actually excited to meet. There were rumors that their school held some very old Aztec spells and a grand repository of magics practiced in South America. He noticed the students from a rather new school called Nebelheim that he hadn't really interested in. It wasn't that he looked down the schools, it was just that Harry liked deciphering old magics, and the sad truth was that Nebelheim did not have any. However, from their imitation of the Bifrost, there was more to the school than he expected. They followed McGonagall, wearing their normal Hogwarts uniforms, only without their houses being displayed. After all, they did not represent their houses but their entire school. When they entered the Beauxbatons hall, he was immediately struck by the splendor that enveloped the space. The hall was vast, with ceilings so high they seemed to vanish into the shadows above. Elegant chandeliers, each a masterwork of crystal and silver, hung from the ceiling, casting a cascade of twinkling lights that danced across the walls. The walls themselves were adorned with azure blue silk tapestries, embroidered with silver threads that depicted scenes of magical heritage and the historic triumphs of Beauxbatons. Long, polished dining tables of dark oak stretched across the length of the hall, reflecting the soft glow of candlelight from the taper candles set in ornate silver holders. Each table was set with fine porcelain and gleaming cutlery, with the symbol of their schools glowing above them. Harry felt someone's gaze on his back and smiled as he noticed Fleur looking at him. The Vila smiled back, looking somewhat uncertain. He was soon distracted by Daphne hissing at him to look forward. He grumbled, sat at the Hogwarts table, and watched as the other delegation did the same. An old man near the staff table stood up, walked towards a podium, and spoke up with a heavy French accent, "Good afternoon. My name is Pierre Bonnecord, and I am a delegate of the ICW. I wish to formally announce the beginning of the European School Tournament." Applause and cheers followed his announcement, and the men raised a hand, quieting them. "You will probably see me around during this tournament, not just here in Beauxbatons. My responsibility here is to make sure that everything goes smoothly and that no one will be injured, competitor or spectator. The ICW has put in place a large number of security measures, and hopefully, there will be no injuries. Of course, that said, there will always be a certain degree of risk to the competitors. This means that I must implore you to think very carefully before signing up for any task." The entire hall stood silent at the man's ominous warning before he nodded to himself and continued, "With that out of the way, I believe it's time for us to talk about the specifics of the tournament. As you probably know, there will be 7 different tasks, each one taking place in a different school. Madame Maxime, who has graciously invited us into this prestigious institution, will announce the first task after I am done with my announcements, so I will leave the details to her. Each task can have one or multiple champions, and the winner of each task will receive a very special prize which will be revealed with the tasks are announced. You will be scored with a score out of 10 from each of our expert judges, culminating in a score out of 50. Now, to introduce our judges, which will remain until the end of the tournament. As our judges, we have Rudolf Spielmann from Germany, Elena Vasilev from Russia, Lars Eriksson from Sweden, Katarina Barros from Portugal, and finally, Albus Dumbledore from Britain. Well, fuck. Chapter 253, Shining Bright. October 31, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. The tournament hadn't even begun, and Neville felt like he was an imposter trying to infiltrate an event that he hadn't any right being invited to. This wasn't because his grandmother had insisted on giving him new robes which were identical copies of the ones his father wore at his age. It wasn't because of the gold and silver, the statues, and the paintings all around Beauxbatons that dwarfed any luxury he had ever seen before in his life. No, he had looked upon the other delegations and found nothing but confidence as the ICW representative made his speech about the tournament. Sure, Neville had grown considerably during the previous summer and the girl on his left played a large role in that. Hermione coming back was the kick in the backside he needed to jump out of his depression and start working again on building a suitable future for himself. After all, he had lost the Longbottom name. The moment the rest of the wizarding world realized this, he would become barely better than the average Muggle-born in their eyes, barely better than Hermione. The Muggle-born taught him that there was something freeing in the lack of expectations. He would not have to join the Wisengamot and become a political figure. He was free, in a way, to choose his own path. Oh, he was still the boy who lived, and that came with more than enough danger from Voldemort and his followers. And normally, that would have been enough in Britain. But here, in France, he was utterly ignored. He hadn't realized just how local the war with Voldemort truly was. No one cared about him outside of Britain. Would anyone even cringe at Voldemort's name, or even recognize it in this place? The nice thing was that while people did not care about his status as the boy who lived, they also did not care about his mistakes in any way. For the first time in his life, Neville was just a face amongst the crowds, and it was amazing. That alone had made the trip worth it. Of course, all things came to an end, and Neville's brief moment of comfort and relaxation ended when the ICW representative announced Albus Dumbledore as one of the tournament's judges. He couldn't help but ask, how the fuck did he pull that off? Hermione elbowed him in the gut, making him realize that he had spoken out loud. When he had turned to complain, Neville froze when he saw the faintly scared look on her face. There wasn't much that really scared her anymore. For all the similarities, Hermione came back different from the Department of Mysteries. Oh, it was still her. There were habits that were hard to fake, but she felt more mature, for the lack of a better word. She gave him advice that he would have expected from an adult, and she was less emotional. She tried to fake it to hide her changes, and for a while, it did work, but Neville did notice the differences. He never commented on them. Whatever happened in the diary was something that Hermione obviously didn't want to talk about, and he wasn't going to risk upsetting his only friend. Just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared, and the Muggle-born answered, he was never declared to be a criminal and Britain never called for his arrest. They never would without him being defeated and chained. The truth of the matter is that Dumbledore hasn't been defeated in any form of magical combat since his victory over Grindelwald, and the Ministry was never going to risk going to war against someone of this power, especially considering the damage he could make. Yes, shouldn't the ICW not let him near other schools? Considering the crap he pulled in Hogwarts. Hermione simply shrugged. Power has its perks. Dumbledore's presence alone is enough to give a certain form of power to the countries he supports. It's why no one tried to antagonize Britain for decades, and why the ICW is pouncing on us the moment they could, since we can't hide behind Dumbledore anymore. Crimes or not, any country would love nothing more than to have him there, and this is a discreet show of power. He'll probably be getting letters from the progressive families in the Wisengamot, begging him to return as quickly as he could. The sad thing was that Neville could see it. Members of the Wisengamot tended to spook rather quickly, and the ICW was doing a good job at spreading its influence all over the Ministry. Already, his grandmother had complained many times about the way the ICW was affecting the Ministry, and he would bet she wasn't the only one dissatisfied with the situation. It was always the case whenever the ICW spread its influence. As much as the institution liked to say that it was international in nature, its influence was greater in Europe and the regions close to it. It held very little influence on the American continent, which was mostly under Macusa's control in everything but name. It was even worse in Eastern Asia, where they didn't even have any ambassadors. They were already lucky that India had joined the ICW officially after the Great War. Hermione continued, Dumbledore resurfacing in another country to pressure Britain was the most likely scenario, but I never expected the ICW to accept him as a judge to this tournament, especially considering his track record last year. I think he probably asked for this position specifically for some plan of his and they just didn't refuse. The fact that he was never formally considered to be a criminal definitely helped them speed things up, not that it was ever going to happen. Now that he thought about it, the Ministry calling for Dumbledore's arrest would be like the Ministry calling Voldemort a criminal. There was very little they could do against someone of his caliber, and it would obviously not have any result but cause unnecessary trouble. That honestly made Neville wonder what the hell was the Ministry's plan during the war with Voldemort. Were they hoping Dumbledore would just arrest him for them or something? That said, would the Wisengamot truly try to invite the former headmaster back and give him power, just to avoid the ICW's influence? There were already grumblings about how much was changing. There had even been a bill about the ICW supervising the Department of Mysteries, which was insane. Thankfully, it didn't come to pass, but still, the fact that it even made its way to being voted was ludicrous. However, whatever Neville was going to say disappeared as the Beauxbatons headmistress, a woman almost as tall as Hagrid, stood up, dwarfing everyone else in the high table. She spoke in some very accented English, but Neville could still follow what she was saying. Welcome to Beauxbatons. My name is Olympe Maxime, and I am the headmistress of this prestigious institution. I am very proud to host the first task of the European School Tournament, which will hopefully become a tradition in the future. I wish you would all have a great time, whether or not you will become champions or not. The assets in Beauxbatons are open to everyone here, including our entire library, which I heavily suggest that you visit to make the most of your time here. The crowd applauded and she continued, the first task will take place on the 7th of November, and its details will be unknown to you until that very day. Each school will have a team of 5 champions competing with nothing more than their wands and inspected tournament clothes. It will be up to each school to choose its champions in any manner they wish. This will be the only task in the tournament that the competitors will not know what it will be without competing. Neville couldn't help but be wary of the prospect of signing up for something without knowing what it was. Sure, sometimes he was reckless, like going to fight a basilisk as a second year or trying to fight a man possessed by his parents' murderer during his first year in Hogwarts, but he wasn't stupid or insane. From the way the woman made it sound, the first task could be a Quidditch match, or slaying a dragon. Neville certainly preferred the former to the latter. Anyway, he was probably not going to sign up for the first task, as regretful as it may be. The reason he had even wanted to compete in the tournament was the number of opportunities he could have if he did so. Without the Longbottom name guaranteeing his future, he needed every opportunity he could get to make a genuine name for himself, outside of being the boy who lived. The tournament gave him that. It gave him choices, something that he sorely needed. It was also why he was glad that Hermione had come with him. It was nice to know that someone cared enough to move all around Europe for a year just so that he would be able to make a name for himself. She definitely didn't need to, she probably had a job lined up as an unspeakable after her graduation, considering how much time she spent there, and he couldn't help but be grateful for her help. It wasn't just that. Hermione had helped him grow magically as well. Ever since his family crest was removed, he had stagnated magically. The lack of his enhanced learning speed made him feel like he wasn't making any progress in his magical studies. He was wrong. Sure, he wasn't learning spells in minutes, but he was a lot better than the average person. Hermione had made him realize this when she taught him the Vanishing Charm, a 5th-year spell, in less than half an hour. His grandmother had been overjoyed by this discovery and got a former Auror to teach him how to fight properly. It was very hard, but it was very rewarding. It was this improvement that got him to gain the confidence to sign up for the delegation. He only hoped that it wasn't misplaced and that he wouldn't embarrass himself on an international scale. His train of thought was broken by the headmistress of Beauxbatons continuing her speech. The representative of each delegation will have 3 days to submit the names of its competitors. I assure you that the dangers of these tasks are minimal and have been inspected by many ICW representatives and approved, so do not be afraid to compete. That said, here in Beauxbatons, we like to reward bravery, and competing in such a task is, in fact, very brave. This is why we have decided to add an additional prize for the final winner of the task. This will be an individual prize, meaning that only one person will win it. Everyone perked up as the woman waved her wand, and a golden dome appeared from thin air and floated down to the podium. With another flick of her wand, the dome disappeared, leaving a normal leather-bound book. The woman turned towards Dumbledore with a subtle smug look on her face. As I said, the prize for the winner of the first task, the diary of Nicholas Flamel, found in a secret room where his body was found alongside his wife. The contents of the diary remain mysterious as it is enchanted, but even then, its historical value is considerable, to say the least. And now, let the tournament officially begin. May the odds be in your favor. Harry and the unspeakable woman turned from Dumbledore's fact towards the diary in question as if they had rehearsed. For the first time, Harry had a hungry look on his face. Neville didn't blame him, practically everyone shared the same look. Nicholas Flamel was legendary. The number of competitors definitely rose significantly with this announcement, and from the satisfied look on the headmistress' face, she knew that she had won this round. However, Neville failed to notice the pale expression on Dumbledore's face as the diary visibly disappeared with the giant witch's last declaration. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Game Theory. November 1, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. It has been almost a day since they came to France, and Harry could only say that things certainly worked differently in Beauxbatons. It was hard to describe. To be perfectly honest, Harry had stopped really paying attention in class except for potions, herbology, and transfiguration. He has already self-studied most of the arithmancy and runes curriculum. Charms tended to be very repetitive, no matter just how much Flitwick made things interesting. It wasn't really the half-goblin's fault. Harry just got charms, and his arcane hearing made it child's play to replicate any charm he could detect. History of magic was just boring with Bin's teaching. Astronomy just wasn't that interesting, even if it was pretty useful for certain potions and rituals. It was all a bunch of symbolism that Harry memorized before the exams. Defense against the dark arts was a wild card, depending on the teacher, but even then, Harry had self-studied most of the curriculum. And divination had lost its appeal when he discovered that there was nothing to really help him control his visions. He found it easier to just self-study the content since his class was just moving too slowly for his liking. Surprisingly, herbology was actually pretty interesting. The sheer diversity of magical plants really amazed Harry. He wasn't the best in class, which always made things interesting, but the art of crossbreeding species of plants to create new ones was something that they were just beginning to explore this year. Transfiguration was somewhat mundane, but Harry couldn't really get into advanced subjects without a competent teacher. It was all fine and good when he taught himself conjuration, but he couldn't risk trying out human transfiguration or even becoming an animagus without supervised help. Well, he could have, but there would always be risk involved. He still had no idea how the hell the Marauders became animagi without anyone noticing. To say it was risky would be an understatement. Messing with the human body with magic could easily kill anyone. Biology was very finicky and any kid trying out how to become an animal could easily overlook something when turning back, which could end up killing them. It didn't help that the animagus transformation was a permanent form of transfiguration, one of the rare ones, not classified as alchemy. While the transformation itself did need magic, it didn't need it to maintain the animal form, meaning that it was very possible to stay in an animagus form permanently, even at the risk of the form altering their personalities. Potions were just as dangerous. While Harry did grasp the lessons quickly and was more than able to modify potions, he just didn't have enough raw ingredients to experiment with his modification. He didn't bother just buying them since doing so periodically would have had him flagged in the DMLE for the chance of illegally selling potions, which would start an investigation, giving anyone who disliked Harry an opportunity to make life difficult for him. Anyway, Slughorn did make things more interesting. While Snape hovered over them scolding them immediately for making mistakes and vanishing potions, the old man was far more forgiving. He let everyone experience their own mistakes and quickly handled potions that would have gone out of control. It was probably the better method of teaching, but it was the more dangerous one. Back to the subject at hand, Beauxbatons was just different. Their library was slightly disappointing, and entirely in French. Thankfully, Harry could read French fluidly even if some magical terms required him to research what they were. He made a reminder to himself to learn a translation spell for the official language of every institution they would go to for the tournament. It wouldn't do for him not to take advantage of the school's library. The content didn't really make up for it. It wasn't as big as Hogwarts and didn't have a research section. It was just academic texts, even if they were more in-depth and more organized than in Hogwarts. Still, the alchemy section was pretty well made, and Harry resolved himself to focus on the field during his time in France. He would probably copy a fair few before leaving. The core classes themselves were relatively similar, if a little less detailed in Transfiguration. However, their charms curriculum was far more extensive. They did not have defense against the dark arts, just combat magic class. A few changes were in the sheer number of specializations and electives that just showed how much Dumbledore slowly affected the sheer variety of Hogwarts education. There was dueling, music, ancient studies, art, divination, curse-breaking, elemental studies, an introduction to healing, an introduction to alchemy, an introduction to enchanting, and many more. Arithmancy was even a core class, which had to be taken from their second year to their fourth. It was funny, really, while Hogwarts professors were obviously better and more experienced than Beauxbatons, people were most likely to have gotten a better education in France. Harry had signed up for a few of them, just out of curiosity, but he was looking forward to experiencing those classes. However, for all of the advantages of being in Beauxbatons, there was still this giant dark mark, like a cloud hovering over Harry, making him feel nervous. Albus Dumbledore was there. To be perfectly honest, he hadn't expected to see the men for a while. His appearance had come out of nowhere, and Harry really despised unplanned surprises. The fact that he was also there as a judge meant that he would follow the delegations around for the duration of the tournament. He didn't know what to expect from the men. He had initially gone after Harry as a way to further control the prophecy between Neville and Voldemort, to act like as a backup if things don't go the way he wanted to. This transitioned later into active sabotage when he saw how talented Harry was. And after Harry kept embarrassing the men, he actively tried to get rid of him. And now the same man was back, just months afterwards. It was like all that Harry suffered was for nothing. They were seeking the same prize, which was held on a podium in Beauxbaton's equivalent of the Great Hall. Harry couldn't help himself. It was the middle of the night. The moon hung high, a mere sliver in the sky, casting a silvery glow that filtered through the tall windows of the Beauxbaton's Great Hall. Harry stepped softly across the cool marble floor, his footsteps muffled by the opulent, sapphire-blue rugs that lined the path to the dais where his prize awaited. Harry paused, his breath visible in the air as he neared Nicholas Flamel's diary. He had come to see if it was the genuine article or just something that Madame Maxime used to generate interest regarding her task. The book looked like a mundane notebook, even if the leather on it looked aged. Harry needed to know if the journal was a genuine article before committing himself to participate in the tournament. Doing so, he spread his senses. Harry wasn't normally surprised when it came to magic. Sometimes, he saw something that made him raise an eyebrow, but living in Hogwarts had desensitized him to most forms of magic. However, he was blown away by what he detected with his arcane hearing. It was like discovering an entirely new form of magic, one that he had never truly imagined before. He thought that he understood even the basics of alchemy, but that had just blown everything out of the water. He didn't have anything to really compare it to, but there was a myriad of protection charms that he had never even heard of before, as well as some kind of ownership pact. It was somewhat simple in its usage. In the absence of its owner, the book would decide its new owner if they won it in a competition that surpassed its own magic in terms of power. After that, it could be used as any normally owned artifact. The magic was beautiful and efficient. Yes, this was definitely the genuine article. It would be worth him entering the first task. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. I had my doubts as well, but this is Nicholas' journal. I never thought I'd ever see it again. Harry turned, his face blank. Albus Dumbledore. Harry Potter. The younger wizard's gaze did not leave his former headmaster. I have to know why you did not retrieve it yet. Why would I? Dumbledore replied, it would be against the spirit of the tournament. Harry grinned, you can't use it, can you? Even after all this time, Flamel got one over you. He's still the master and you remain the apprentice. It was, in its own twisted way, an amazing way to get back at Dumbledore. Flamel gave his student proof that there were things that he could not simply overpower. Harry did notice that even a ley line worth of magic would not make a dent in the diary. It was specifically designed to reroute magic and even use it to strengthen its own protection. The immortal alchemist had perished at the hands of Dumbledore, but it seemed like he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. The former headmaster's face looked tense for a fraction of a second, perhaps. If there is something that I know for sure, it would be that there is always something to learn when it comes to magic. I look forward to studying the tome and unearth its secrets. There is nothing more satisfying than learning more forms of magic. Harry smirked, but you'll need access to it first. Perhaps more than a few people would offer it to me as the man's last apprentice. I believe that any student would be more than willing to part from the book for a small fortune. After all, they would not know enough to benefit from the knowledge inside the journal properly. And what would happen if someone unwilling to sell you the tome were to win? The headmaster did not answer his question. Good luck, Harry Potter. Before he could leave, Harry couldn't help but ask one final question. I have to ask, but why are you here? You could have been anywhere in the world. Any country would have loved to host you, aside from Britain. So, why move around Europe as the judge of a school tournament, no matter how prestigious it was? The older wizard smirked, his eyes filled with smugness that Harry instinctively disliked. Perhaps, it was simply the whims of fate. Have a good night, Harry Potter, and good luck. The former headmaster turned and walked out of the hall, leaving Harry on his own, staring at the leather-bound journal. He felt like he lost the little battle of words with Dumbledore. The man was oddly careful compared to how he used to be. It made sense, in a way, he didn't have an entire faction of a country supporting his every move. For all his unconcerned nature, a large part of Dumbledore's network had vanished after the events of the previous year. But why did the men go into so much trouble to join the tournament? Did Grindelwald have anything to do with it? Perhaps Flamel could have known anything about it. He channeled some magic into the ring and thought of Nicholas Flamel. Oddly enough, he felt rebuffed, as if someone was actively blocking him. Had the alchemist somehow managed to stop people from interrogating his echo in ambient magic somehow? More questions and not enough answers. How frustrating. At least he knew that the diary was probably the genuine thing and would be worth taking the risk that was the first task. Harry came back to the Hogwarts Express-turned-dragon, wearing his invisibility cloak. No one had noticed his absence. It was already late, and he needed to sleep. He had a meeting with the unspeakable woman that came with them. The woman was already acting weird ever since he spoke to her, and she had taken a lot of interest in Daphne, something that he found disturbing. Chapter 255, Bloody Emerald. November 1, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Daphne hadn't been in France for 2 days and she already wanted to go back home. It felt slightly like a waste of time, especially considering just how much she had to work with to keep helping her sister's condition. There were better uses of her time. Honestly, she would have been perfectly happy with her and Harry remaining in Hogwarts and learning magic together. But her father wanted her to make connections to grow his business, or more accurately, he wanted to come during the tournament and make connections with the pretense of coming to visit his daughter. A part of her couldn't help but resent being forced into something that she couldn't control. Well, it wasn't all bad. The myriads of different cultures were nice, and the classes looked surprisingly interesting. She never realized just how much Albus Dumbledore trimmed down the classes during his time as Hogwarts headmaster. Daphne was looking forward to her beginner healing classes, even if it would probably be a refresher of what she had taught herself using the books in Hogwarts. Even in France, any form of advanced healing was mostly locked by the guild, and she wouldn't be able to join before graduating from Hogwarts. Still, things would have been a lot better if the damn French Vila stopped staring at Harry for no reason. The Vila, whose name was Fleur Delacour, obviously knew Harry from someplace. Daphne couldn't help but feel a knot form in her stomach at the thought of Harry not telling her about Delacour. It would have been better if he had told her. She wouldn't have been feeling as hesitant as she currently was. The blonde shook her head, choosing not to focus on those thoughts. She had nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Instead, she decided to read a book she found in the Beauxbatons library. Bloodlines and Enchantments was a fascinating read on blood magic, even if it was very vague. She had found the book completely by chance when she muttered Harry's book lookup spell with the keyword blood magic. It was surprising that she had even found a book on the subject that didn't just say that it was a banned practice. It wasn't really all that useful, it wasn't a spell book, nor did it have any instructions on any magics. It was simply a recollection of known active forms of blood magic when the book was written. The book was filled with enchantments that anchor certain artifacts to a bloodline. There was an example in the infamous Leviathan, rumored to be the sword held by Surtur himself, one of the strongest magical weapons ever devised, and last seen when the last Branson used it to defend against some Dark Lord before the Statute of Secrecy was put in place. The book also described the role of blood magic in creating formidable barriers and protections around ancient castles, some of which still stood impervious to modern magical attacks. It mentioned the Gudraar lineage, renowned for their blood-sealed gates that no enemy could pass unless by blood or invitation. Each chapter laid out historical accounts filled with mystery and whispered secrets of long-lost magic that could bind a spell so deeply within a family that it echoed down the generations. Her fascination grew with each legend and anecdote, sketching a vivid picture of a mystical and dangerous aspect of magic that was seldom spoken of openly, yet undeniably powerful and awe-inspiring. She was so lost in her book that she didn't notice the unspeakable woman sneak up on her. "You won't find what you're looking for in a book like this." Daphne tilted her head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Your sister, I mean. You won't find anything that could cure her here." The blonde stiffened at the woman's knowledge. The fact that the woman tended to oddly hover around her and Harry hadn't gone unnoticed. It might be because Harry's family crest was just bullshit, but no one should know anything about it. It made her nervous to see the woman display so much attention towards them. It was like they were constantly under surveillance. Honestly, Daphne didn't know enough to really trust the Department of Mysteries in any meaningful way. She didn't even understand why people did trust the place. Barely anyone knew what happened down there, only that every once in a while, a few unspeakables helped the ministry martially or by sharing certain useful spells. Daphne immediately went on the offensive. "I don't know what you're talking about." The woman snickered and it made the blonde want to punch her. "Come on. The green grass curse is a bit of an open secret, especially to us unspeakables. Did you know your father actually went to the department, asking for help? They couldn't do anything, really. No one really wanted to specialize in blood magic, unwilling to risk their careers if a squeamish person in power found that out." He looked so dejected when Croaker refused him. It was probably his last shot at saving her. She couldn't help but be surprised at the fact her father actually went to the unspeakables with a Astorius condition, that he had set aside his pride and family secrets to saving his youngest daughter. No wonder he gave up on her after this. He had literally gone to one of the sketchiest groups and researchers in the country, asking for help and came back empty-handed. However, there was something that Daphne noticed. "You spoke of the other unspeakables like you aren't one of them." "Oh, let's just say I was indisposed at the time, which was unfortunate for your sister." "Why is that?" Daphne asked, trying in vain to hide the hopeful tint in her voice. "Well, I am one of the few remaining experts in blood magic, at least in this continent." Well, that was it. A true chance at healing her sister was in front of her. Then why was there this voice in her head telling her that it was all too good to be true? She shook her head. This was the first lead. Before she could say anything, the older woman stated mercilessly, "However, I cannot heal your sister." Daphne froze at that. Then why bring it up? "Because, my dear, while I cannot save her, you can." The blonde stiffened once more. "What are you talking about?" The unspeakable shook her head. "How disappointing. You really have no idea what you're doing, are you? Tell me, what do you know about blood magic?" "It's a type of magic that uses blood as anchors or mediums to spells," Daphne recited from the book she was just reading. The older woman snorted. "That's funny. Every single thing you just said is wrong. People like to think that adding a bit of blood in a spell makes it blood magic. The truth of the matter is that all those so-called blood wards and blood anchors to bind artifacts don't even need a drop of blood. Most of them rely on recognizing family crests to work. Do you have any idea just how idiotic it would be for someone to ward a family home using blood? A descendant after a few generations would have as much of a blood connection as far relative. Magical bloodlines are transferred using family crests, not actual blood. The entire book that you've been reading was written by someone who knew as little about blood magic as you. Daphne couldn't help but be surprised at that. It made an odd sort of sense. She was probably related to most of the old magical families in Britain. She probably had as much blood from the descendants as the actual scions of the families, but she could not just waltz into their family homes. The wards would still stop her. She had never really thought about it. And now that she did, she couldn't help but rethink most of her plans. So, what is it then? What is blood magic? Well, blood magic is built on the concept of magical pacts. You probably have heard of blood oaths, but it's deeper than that. Making a magical promise is a meaningful event. It's like creating order out of chaos, but the laws of entropy mean that magic wants to go back to being as chaotic as possible. After the promise is fulfilled, the order dispels for lack of a better description, letting everything fall back to chaos. However, if the promise is not fulfilled, then the order will move the world to make it so, punishing those who are not fulfilling their end, hoping for a resolution. The blonde remembered Harry tricking Pettigrew to serve her and her family. She had no idea why the rat Animagus was so desperate as to use a blood oath, but considering the description, Pettigrew was the one beholden completely to the pact and would be the only one to suffer its consequences. So far, Daphne has asked the men to serve as a spy to her father's competitors, but it was mostly because she had no idea what to do with the men. Still, she was very curious about what would happen to Pettigrew should he break the oath. What if it's impossible to fulfill? Daphne couldn't see the woman's face, but she could feel that it was grinning maliciously, then either it was an impossible promise to begin with and would not have said it. However, if the promise is not fulfilled, a singularity is formed, a giant release of energy signifying whatever hold of order you had would come back lashing at you. If it was a small pact, the consequences might be survivable. However, if it was something powerful, a promise that was made by someone powerful, then the consequences could be catastrophic. So, that's it, then. One of our ancestors made a promise that they couldn't fulfill. Of course not, dear. I told you the basis of the magic, not how it actually worked. Blood magic, in its essence, is manipulating the system to use the energy releases or force things to happen. It is often used in conjunction with alchemy since the synergy between the two fields is very potent. The idea is instead of using a spell in the traditional sense, to create a pact. Blood is often used since it is filled with a person's life force, which is energy that could easily be used to create a false pact and force the world to right itself to fulfill the pact. It's dangerous since there is the very likely possibility that the world finds you wanting, and you suffer the backlash. But in the cast of your family curse, someone in the past has cursed your family to do something, and the world itself thinks that draining her life force as repayment would somehow make the system more stable. The subject is far more complex than that, and I never really examined your sister to know for sure. Daphne tilted her head. Then why did you say that I could help her, then? Because blood calls for blood. Your actions as a greengrass have more effects magically on the system than I ever could. Didn't you find it odd that the bracelet you gave her worked so well, even if, to be perfectly honest, an actual healer might have tried the same thing and failed? They're not incompetent. At least, not completely so. Then teach me. Daphne felt like she was making a deal with the devil, but even then, she didn't care. She would do anything to save her sister. Harry arrived at the Hogwarts Express turned dragon, having worn his invisibility cloak. He was tired, his conversation with Dumbledore had tired him more than he thought, and he wanted nothing more than to go to bed. However, he heard the end of a conversation between the unspeakable woman and Daphne, regarding blood magic of all things. Daphne was rushing into things by asking for lessons from a virtual stranger, but she did tend to be slightly blind whenever her sister was involved. He waited for the conversation to finish and would ask Daphne more about it later. However, he froze when he heard the unspeakable speak up. Now, Mr. Potter, why don't you show yourself? Harry couldn't help but be surprised to be detected while under the cloak. It hid him from even protection enchantments or wards. No detection charms should have found him. Seeing no point in hiding, he stopped the cloak from making him invisible. The woman whistled, a very impressive piece of magic. However, Harry wasn't having it. He decided to be as direct as possible. Who are you? Chapter 256, Mother and Son. November 1, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Seeing no point in hiding, he stopped the cloak from making him invisible. The woman whistled, a very impressive piece of magic. However, Harry wasn't having it. He decided to be as direct as possible. Who are you? The woman paused, frozen for a fraction of a second, and then continued, "Now, that's not a very interesting question, especially considering how much we, unspeakables, take out secret identities seriously." Secret identities? Were they in some kind of comic or something? At least, the way she said it was a clue. It was an expression often found in Muggle fiction stories. Most unspeakables either don't care about being known or were part of some kind of covert task force in the Department of Mysteries. Considering how protecting the Hogwarts delegation didn't require any secrecy, the woman hid her face voluntarily. He tilted his head. "I don't believe that. I think it's a very important question. After all, I would like to know who is going to teach a very dangerous and risky form of magic to my friend." "Just a friend? How curious. I would have thought you would have been a couple considering how close the two of you are." "Again, you're evading the question." The redhead snorted. "You're not one to leave anything be, are you? Considering what I know of you, you would have been more curious about my magic than my identity." Harry would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested in the woman's blood magic. However, he had learned a very long time ago that if things looked like they were too good to be true, then they probably were. No one just offered to teach a very dangerous, illegal, not to mention very rare field of magic, for no reason. Not even the kindest mage in the world would do this. Magic was an intimate thing and lost knowledge was something wars would be fought over. Blood magic was something that hadn't been seen publicly for centuries at the very least. Its value was immeasurable. No one would just teach it on a whim, and that meant that there was something else behind the scenes, and Harry had a feeling that Daphne was going to pay a heavy price for it. However, he didn't want to seem too confrontational. "Perhaps I'm just doubting your capabilities and competence. Knowing who you are would make you liable in case you mess up, meaning that you would have to do your best." The woman sounded insulted. "Do you seriously doubt my skills?" "That's exactly the point," Harry argued. "I don't know you. You don't have any reputable skills, and you're proclaiming to know a field of magic that is lost to time and everything but name. The best mage isn't the one the general public knows about. It's the ones that are hidden, that are just a face in the crowds but are exceptional in everything else. It's what the Department of Mysteries was created for, a place to use your magic freely, and research whatever you want, without being hounded by anyone. You would have been an ideal recruit, I'll admit that, but you're too well known, too public for that to be an option anymore." Harry suppressed the urge to snort. "Do you seriously expect me to believe that any department would last more than a few months if people experimented with magic however they wanted? No, the unspeakables follow rules just like everyone else, like every single employee in the world. Look at you. You're acting like a politician and not answering any of my questions. That's not something a researcher would do, but a bureaucrat on the other hand." That seemed to anger her. "You want me to prove how competent I am? All right then. What do you think about the fact that I created a small spell that would show me oxygen and carbon dioxide levels in any room? I didn't overpower your invisibility cloak, I just used another way to detect living beings that would work on every living being." Harry noted her knowledge of the cloak. It would be concerning if the Department of Mysteries knew about the fact that he had one of the Deathly Hallows. He'd need to talk to Arcturus about that. Still, the way that she used her detection spell wasn't something that Harry expected. He never expected mages to analyze chemicals of all people for a detection charm. It was honestly very surprising, to say the least, and something that pushed the fact that the woman was involved in the Muggle world in some way, probably even a Muggle-born witch. It was an ingenious method that Harry berated himself for not coming up with. However, for all her impressive knowledge, the last Potter wasn't going to let her off easily. "Sure, that means that you know how to craft spells, and are probably very good at charms, but what does that have to do with blood magic? Blood magic is not something that could be used on a whim." Then we appear to be at an impasse. "Until you prove your actual intentions, I'll ask Daphne not to take any lessons from you. Who are you to dictate her actions?" Harry simply snorted. "I'm her friend and I'm not dictating anything. I'll just give her a piece of advice which I hope she will follow. Even at the cost of her sister." "Yes." Harry simply replied, trying to sound confident with his answer. Daphne was a reasonable person, and she would see the dangers after looking at the situation from the outside. At least he hoped she would. "The fact that you're refusing to show your face and actually care about having her as a disciple means that you're planning something to do with her and don't want it to be traced back to you. Doesn't sound like a trustworthy person, does it?" The unspeakable stiffened before chuckling. It wasn't a happy sound, more like a mixture of bitterness and regret. Her song, even hidden by chaos, mirrored her emotion. "Who would have thought that you of all people? I should be proud. I really should. If only it wasn't so inconvenient." Harry gave her a confused look, which was immediately rebuffed as he felt a sharp intrusion try to enter his mind. To be perfectly fair, while Harry had been practicing his occlumency every morning for years, he had very rarely experienced a mental attack. But even with the meager experience he had in mental combat, he had never experienced anything like it. It was hard to describe the feeling, like a small needle trying to pry into his mind and disconnect the webs between his memories. He lashed back out of instincts more than anything, destroying the needle. However, he did not have any time to analyze the situation further. He felt his movement being constrained and noticed that the unspeakable was holding her bleeding hand over some kind of ritual. In a fraction of a second, Harry used his arcane hearing to get a general idea of what was happening and used a pulse of magic with a frequency that would destabilize the magic. Harry followed with a telekinetic spell, now that he could move. Unfortunately, the woman was able to counter the spell, landing just a couple of years away on her feet. Both of them finally took out their wands, and two blasts of magic met each other in the middle, turning the fight into a battle of wills and magic. He expected to win immediately. It was a tactic that Harry had devised against older opponents. Due to his condition in the Garden of Avalon, Harry's magic channels were far vaster than they should have been possible. A battle of wills, where raw power is useful, will often be seen as a foolish move by anyone under the age of 17, and Harry planned on using that to surprise his opponents. However, the two beams of magic kept going, almost evenly matched. To say he was surprised would be an understatement, something that was also mirrored by what little he could sense from the unspeakable. The woman was the first to act after the stalemate, conjuring hundreds of flower petals that Harry could tell were charmed to be deceptively sharp. He countered with a variation of the Ice Age spell that would halt physical movement and followed up by conjuring and banishing small shards of ice. The woman created some kind of shield that turned them into dust. Harry traced a fire rune in the air and conjured a gust of wind, creating a horizontal fire tornado against his opponent. He further warped space in front of it to get his opponent to underestimate its speed and mistime her response. Harry thought that it had worked for a fraction of a second. She seemed to have been taken off guard and was swallowed up by the fire, but then, the fire vanished, as if it hadn't existed. He almost tilted his head in confusion, but noticed once with his arcane hearing, the woman's dripping blood filled with some kind of magic. At least that was proof that the woman actually knew blood magic properly. He had never read about anything like this before. Once more, Harry generated a pulse of magic to destabilize the blood magic and suppressed a smirk as he heard the woman growl slightly. He followed with a small ball of warped space, which should have finished it off. However, what he did not expect was for the woman to somehow cast a variation of the space expansion charm and counter his attack entirely. Neither retaliated, just staring at each other, with their wands raised. The woman tilted her head, looking impressed, quite the arsenal for a student in his 4th year. Quite the display of blood magic. Harry returned. This is far more complicated than you could possibly imagine. The last Potter snorted, "You have no idea how condescending you sound right now. I didn't ask for anything difficult, just that you would prove your trustworthiness before teaching my best friend a very dangerous form of magic. You're the one who jumped with legitimacy immediately." The woman did not answer the question, still, quite remarkable. "I never expected anyone your age to keep up with me, even if I'm holding back a lot. After all, killing you would be regretful. What makes you think I wasn't holding back as well?" The woman did not answer, but Harry could tell that she was smirking. Immediately, he felt a pulse of magic, because if you were more experienced, you would have known not to talk in a fight. Harry felt the very walls move like clay and grab him. His feet sunk into the middle of the floor, and he found himself bound. The woman walked slowly and stopped barely a couple of yards in front of him. "Honey, you truly are remarkable. But you still need some experience. It's a shame that you won't remember this." The woman raised her wand, probably ready to obliviate him, and that was when Harry made his move. He activated his cloak and phased through the stone binding him. He leapt forward and used his new spell without his opponent even realizing that she was tricked. The moment he touched her, he activated his time magic. It was something he had been practicing for a while. The woman froze and stopped in a field of very slow time, while Harry was ready to follow up with another spell to bind her properly. The woman wouldn't have even realized what had happened to her yet. It was one of the perks of freezing someone in time, and not using a petrification charm. However, this unspeakable was different. Somehow, she had expected this. Did she use some kind of divination, realize what would happen and prepare another spell to counter it before? Harry's time spell was cancelled, but the impact sent both combatants flying back. The entire situation was just bizarre. The issue was that this was different. This was no ordinary spell. It was powered by something other than her magic, something far more powerful, something that was very familiar. Black. Sirius Black, he used something similar to use his phasing trick. Was this woman using the same dimension somehow? The only person connected to it other than Black was Lily Potter. He hadn't realized that he had said that out loud, but the woman froze, her wand in her palm, before slumping slightly. "Hello, Harry." Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Fire and Blood. November 1, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Sirius Black, he used something similar for his phasing trick. Was this woman using the same dimension somehow? The only person connected to it other than Black was Lily Potter. He hadn't realized that he had said that out loud, but the woman froze, her wand in her palm, before slumping slightly. "Hello, Harry." It was hard to quantify what was going on inside Harry's head. Calling this situation complicated would have been an understatement. It was something that he definitely did not need, especially with Dumbledore's return and the inevitable return of the Great War. He did not need a mother, especially at the age of 14. That hadn't always been the case. Harry remembered when he was younger, in those old days in the Dursley home, when he watched enviously as his aunt doted over her son, wishing that one day, someone would give him even a fraction of Petunia's affection for Dudley. It was a nice dream in a home with very little for a growing mind to experience. After all, it was his dreams of a better future that pushed him to keep fighting, and not succumb to the sad fact that he was ignored by his only living relatives. Of course, he had grown past this ridiculous dream, maturing enough to understand that the Dursleys' behavior was a mark against them, not him. The memories of his previous life sealed the deal. Harry definitely did not need a mother, but the child he used to be would have done anything for one. Unfortunately for him, his mother happened to be a psychopathic woman who had murdered her husband and probably caused one of the biggest catastrophes that magical Britain had seen in decades. It was sad that her body count was probably higher than Voldemort's. He knew that she could be alive since the Resurrection Stone hadn't summoned her, but he had assumed that she was trapped in whatever dimension Sirius Black was connected to. Even if she had died there, her soul wouldn't have been recorded by the magic in his dimension, and the stone also wouldn't have been able to summon her either. Which brought him to another point. Sirius Black's crusade was built entirely on his hate of Lily Potter. Considering that he never really tried to go after her, it meant that she was either trapped and escaped, or he didn't know that she was back. Harry was leaning towards the former. Deciding to test his hypothesis, he spoke up, "When did you escape?" The woman stiffened once more before righting herself, "A few months." "So, around the time of the third task of Hogwarts tournament." "You're very perceptive. At least you got something from me." "How did you know that it was me?" "Your magic. It came from the same source as whatever Black was doing. He was the key, wasn't he? And when he died, he let you out. His soul must have been forced to reunite before passing, even as he died in both dimensions. The rules of death created a temporary gate to do so, and you used this to come back while keeping a connection to the realm you were trapped in. Like a key to a lock." The woman did not respond immediately, and instead waved her arm, letting the shadows obscuring her face disappear. Harry never really had any photos of his parents. He never saw the point of them. The dead were dead, and he never had the time to know them enough to mourn them. However, he was surprised when he realized just how much he resembled her. Outside the obvious, like their exact same eyes, Harry noticed that they had the same nose, the same cheekbones. A lot of small details that he never really looked for became apparent. It was different now that he was seeing her. This was really the woman who had given birth to him, his mother. Even their smiles were similar. "Well, at least you didn't inherit James' mind. That would have been disappointing. You're very casually talking about the men who you killed in cold blood." The woman flinched, but the reaction was gone in a fraction of a second. "I never wanted to marry James. I didn't hate him, but he wouldn't have been my first choice. I married him for protection, not that it worked. Killing him was a last resort. You have no idea what it was like that night, in Godric's Hollows. I read the history books, and they barely mention anyone but the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. They did not say anything about the hundreds of mercenaries from the Unspeakables, nor did they mention the light-infused wards that Dumbledore cast so that no one could leave. I could have risked my life and fought, but I just couldn't risk you. And so, desperate times called for desperate measures. And James Potter paid the price for it. However, there is something that I just don't understand. I researched the idea a lot, and from my calculations, even a human sacrifice wouldn't have been enough to cause the devastation that you caused." The redhead looked ecstatic about the question as if she had waited for years for someone to ask her about this. "Well, that's because a human sacrifice wouldn't be able to. I did not use James' life force to power a spell. I respected him enough not to do that. It wouldn't have been able to destroy the village, let alone break the walls between realms. But a broken prophecy, well, that's a whole different thing." "A broken prophecy? Isn't that a contradiction?" Harry asked, confused by the concept. "You were there when I gave your friend an explanation about blood magic. A magical promise is like creating order out of chaos, and the world does its best to make it true. However, if it's broken, then the results are unpredictable. The energy of the promise is released explosively with just chaotic results. Now, think about it, what is a prophecy other than a promise from fate itself? Breaking a prophecy, making it so that there is no way it could be fulfilled, well, the energy release is simply incalculable, and if someone harnesses it. Imagine that, the power of fate itself, in the palm of your hand for a fraction of a second. It's like nothing I had ever experienced before. And you used it to massacre a village." The redhead growled, "No, I didn't. I used it to forge a connection to another realm. I calculated everything perfectly. The ritual to control the flow of magic was a masterpiece of mine. However, I didn't expect Sirius Black. He destabilized the matrix, wrenched the gate open, and let the energy from the other side destroy the village. It took every ounce of magic I had to shield you, and as exhausted as I was, I couldn't stop myself from being sucked into it as it collapsed. She took a deep breath before continuing. I stayed trapped there for decades, surviving purely on the realm's magic. It took me a while to notice Black's half-soul. I tried using the connection in his soul, but it was too faint, too unstable. I admit that I took my frustrations out on him a bit. I needed someone to truly kill him on the other side while I did the same on my side. Yet, you somehow managed to surprise me when you killed him in both places at once. And thus, I became free, by your hand. Harry did not comment on the story. He didn't know if it was true or not. It was very hard to discern the woman's intention, but he knew for sure that she probably had many hidden agendas. No one would go through so much trouble to stop any kind of magical sensing if they didn't have something to hide. Then, what are you doing here? Couldn't I just want to reunite with my son? The sad thing was that the way she spoke up was so warm that anyone who didn't know her true nature would have been fooled. Harry was looking at it, her core, and so far, everything just felt like an act, like something that she forced herself to say. And so, the last Potter raised an eyebrow at her statement. You could have done that at any time during the summer, or just came to see me, not hidden as an unspeakable. You would have been trying to reconnect instead of gathering an army of werewolves. What did you do to manage that? I'm guessing you promised to cure them using Lupin's ritual. That's not even mentioning the Department of Mysteries. You must have some influence there because no one even doubted your presence. The attack on the Department of Mysteries, that was you, right? The woman refused to speak up and Harry continued, you're here for a reason, something that has to do with the tournament, right? Everyone is so obsessed with it. You, Dumbledore. There's something else going on in the background. There's more to this competition than meets the eye. I wonder what it is. And just like that, the smiling motherly look disappeared, and in its place was an icy expression. So, this is what it feels like to be on the other side of this. How unusual. No wonder people don't like it. She then looked Harry in the eyes. You're right, there is more at play here, but that's not the only reason why I'm here. You're my son, Harry. I have waited for over a decade to see you again, put myself through hell just so that you would be safe. Safe? How do you explain Sirius Black hunting me down, convinced that I was some kind of key? Yes, that was the crux of the problem. Sirius Black shouldn't have gone after Harry out of anything but hate, yet the man was convinced that killing Harry would have stopped Lily somehow. He knew that deep down, with a conviction that spanned down to his very core, to his very soul. And, considering that a part of his soul was near Lily, it wasn't hard to make a conclusion. That was a mistake, I'll admit to that. But everything worked out, didn't it? You need me, Harry. You know that for a fact. All this time that I stayed here, I was just gathering strength, creating another faction outside of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, to make sure that we wouldn't be so easily threatened by them. It was a nice offer, a third faction with enough firepower to oppose Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald. That was the thing though, would that be enough? He didn't know, and if it was, and they won, then what would Lily do? That was the main thing. What did he know about Lily Potter, really? She was brilliant, there was no doubt about that. She was a Muggle-born that surpassed any other mage in her generation. She was manipulative. Harry saw the way Lupin was obsessed with the woman, and the way she had gained a dedicated army of werewolves in months meant that she was charismatic enough to make people follow her. To be perfectly honest, she sounded a lot like Tom Riddle. Not Voldemort, but Tom Riddle, the first person he considered to be his equal in both mind and magic, not the madman he became in his mad quest for immortality. The question remained. Ignoring their familial relation, would Harry ever join someone like Tom Riddle to make a stronger power block? He didn't know. And it wasn't like he was pressed for time. I need time to think. Until I make a decision, I want you to stay away from me and Daphne. The woman looked solemn when she nodded and turned. Before she left, she decided to speak up one last time. You know, Harry, I really do hope we'll get to know each other. I just want you to know me without other people's biases, and I am confident that you'll see that I'm not a bad person. Oh, and one last thing. If you're planning on joining the first task, I'd recommend that you be very careful. Dumbledore wants Flamel's diary, and he won't be afraid to play dirty. Before he could respond, the woman melted into shadows, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Yes, this definitely complicated things. Chapter 258, Feeling Blue. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Today was the day Fleur Delacour would make a name for herself. She had trained for months for this, worked for hours every day with her father's trainers, learning everything she could about how to survive. It hadn't been fun, to say the least, when her father just left her for a few weeks to the tender mercies of one of his retired war friends. It was tough, especially at first. Fleur was always talented at the delicate forms of magic, which often required time and concentration to pull off. Compared to that, combat magic, actual combat, not dueling, was all about speed and surprise. After all, it had been drilled into her head for months that it only took one spell, no matter what it was, to take out most opponents. It was why any soldier worth his salt mastered small spells that could be cast quickly and silently. Very few wizards could use large-scale spells without any prior preparations. And it was surprising just how much terrain and the use of the environment mattered in a fight. Someone who knew the environment before a fight had a massive advantage, and using your surroundings in a fight was a very common tactic, especially with fighters favoring transfiguration. She had worked so hard, and her headmistress must have seen this. After all, Madame Maxime picked her to take part in the first task of the tournament. She did have doubts she'd chosen. After all, the moment Madame Maxime announced the prize for the winner of the task, everyone had jumped in, asking to join without any apprehension. The headmistress had done a great job at making the task appealing without anyone even knowing what it was. Fleur couldn't blame the woman for resorting to something like this. Nicolas Flamel's diary would have been a national treasure at the very least, considering the man's contribution to magical France and beaux batons. That's not even mentioning the fact that it was sealed and unopened. This meant that it could contain any knowledge, perhaps even the place where he hid a cache of the elixir of life, maybe even where the stone itself was, or even better how to make one of their own. Fleur wouldn't deny being captivated by the idea of owning such treasure, but the idea of becoming independent from her father was the far better prize. She was in her last year in beaux batons, and doing well in the tournament would give her better future prospects, perhaps even an invitation to join a guild. And with her future secured, she could finally escape her father's influence. She could go to another country, far away from France. Unfortunately, until that became a reality, she would still be beholden to her father. She had already achieved one of the man's goals when she was selected as the champion for the first task, meaning that she was officially going to be selected for the delegation. Sadly, Aurélie wasn't selected, but Fleur asked Madame Maxime if she could join the delegation after the task. Until then, she would do her best to prepare. In her team were her classmates Eloise Fontaine, François Moreau, and Céline Bernard. There was also a boy in the year below her called Philippe Dubois. Eloise and François were childhood friends and quite popular in their crowds. They were one of the few remaining families in France that could brag about having noble blood and ran in similar crowds. There were some rumors that Eloise had even been able to unlock her family crest, but so far, she hadn't cast any spell Fleur hadn't recognized, and Fleur had seen no marks on her body that could be an expression of a crest, and so, ignored the rumors. Céline, on the other hand, was a Muggle-born witch who had fought her way to being one of the best students in their year through pure effort. She was likely chosen for her determination alone. Fleur didn't know much about Dubois. She hadn't really interacted with any students below her year, already busy fighting off students trying to express their affection for her. It was far worse before she had enchanted her bracelet, yet while the harassment had lessened, it was still there. Fleur walked proudly with the rest of the beaux batons champions as she entered a large room. She noticed that most of the other school's champions were already there, waiting for them to arrive. The Romans were there, wearing their centurion armor. They were 5 boys around her age, who had their hair cut short. They were looking at them with an impassive expression on their faces. She found nothing really of note about the Spanish champions, they just looked like regular students, 3 males and 2 females, and were wearing their traditional robes. The Greek delegation was wearing their togas, but Fleur was wary of them. Stories of the elemental magics that they teach their students made them one of the most fearsome opponents that she would have to face in this competition. The Nebelheim champions came afterwards. Their headmaster was wearing an eye patch and a spear. Each of the students was wearing a different outfit, each representing a different Norse god. They were really leaning on Norse mythology. Of course, that was when the Demstrang students came. Their headmaster was a rather loathsome person, looking more like a criminal than a proud educator, which he was. He had tried to take advantage of the civil war in Britain and ended up captured by their ministry. He had barely been able to escape due to his country seeing value in him, as well as the fact that he easily cooperated with the ministry and uncovered more than a few Death Eaters hiding in plain sight. She didn't think it would have been enough to allow him to be in charge of a school, then again, Demstrang was an unusual institution. Although Fleur was surprised at seeing Victor Krum as a champion, she didn't really see the point in him coming beyond making Demstrang the more popular school for the public. She had no idea why someone with a lucrative career like Krum, who was also famous on an international level, would risk it all for a school competition. He would gain very little but could lose a lot of his credibility if he does not do as well in the tournament as he does in his Quidditch matches. Of course, the Demstrang and Nebelheim champions started glaring at each other the moment they saw the other team. One of them was even growling for some reason. Fleur didn't think their rivalries ran this deeply. Finally, the Hogwarts champions arrived, and Fleur was curious about who was chosen. Well, specifically if Harry Potter would also be a champion. She didn't even know if she wanted him to be a champion or not. The description her father gave her of the boy's ability, as well as meeting him the one time, made it more logical that she shouldn't want him there, and yet, she wanted to see him use magic. She wanted proof of her father's words, that the boy truly was as good as she hoped he was. She would not be disappointed, as Harry Potter stepped out, following his headmistress. It was a comical scene. He looked so young compared to his fellow champions. There was this rather attractive boy, a dark-skinned girl, a rather bulky boy, and a tall boy who kept staring at her. Ignoring the uncomfortable sensation, she chose to focus on the object of her interest. He looked focused. She had noticed that he was slightly distracted the previous week and thought that something had happened that would have stopped him from competing. Fleur's father had asked her to get closer to the boy. So far, she hadn't really done anything, choosing to focus on being selected for the delegation, since that would give her more time to achieve this. Nevertheless, all she had done was observe him, trying to figure out his habits, his likes and dislikes. So far, he hadn't done anything to truly stand out. Fleur caught a few of her fellow champions giggling at him. He just looked southwest out of place. He was, by far, the youngest person in the room. They didn't understand that there was a reason why the Hogwarts delegation let him compete. With the arrival of the last champions, Madame Maxime stood up. "Good evening and welcome, champions of the first task. We have kept the details a surprise to see how you manage under pressure." She paused a few seconds, and Fleur tensed up, hoping that the task wouldn't be too dangerous. Thankfully, the imposing woman continued, "The first challenge will be a test of both your ingenuity and resilience. At its core, the task is very simple. It is a race." Fleur found herself taking a deep breath in relief. She expected something ridiculous like those old Triwizard Tournament tasks that would ask her to fight a dragon or something. Unfortunately, the giant woman continued, "You are to navigate the enchanted forest that embraces our beloved Beauxbatons to the finish line, but, unfortunately, you will not know where the finish line is. You might accidentally find it, or do it through investigating a few clues around the forest. You will have to find the best path forward yourself. But be wary, for the forest is laced with enchantments, traps to ensnare the unwary creatures that might hinder or aid you. It will be up to you to discover which it is and deal with it accordingly." Fleur groaned at this. She had never been able to explore the enchanted forest surrounding the school. Apparently, it was a magical ecosystem in itself that the ministry had not wanted to mess with. There were stories, of course, of fairies and werewolves, of giant spiders and even dragons. It was probably all meaningless, but Beauxbatons students would not have an advantage in this one. And the idea of just moving around, trying to find clues or just looking for the finish line randomly meant that this would be a tedious affair. However, there is another way to find the finish line. Each champion will be given a medallion representing their school, each in a distinct hue. When a medallion of each school is united, these medallions will briefly reveal the path forward, but you may only invoke their guidance thrice before their magic is expended. The champions are allowed to fight each other, but any form of permanent harm will not only disqualify them, but will be considered a criminal action, and could end with incarceration depending on the damage caused, she warned. And there it was, the motivation to fight each other. Fleur had wondered when the shoe would drop. A race or a glorified scavenger hunt was just too boring for the public to appreciate. They needed a little violence and conflict, and that was exactly what those medallions offered. The Vila could already see more than a few champions light up at the idea, and who would probably be actively looking for people to take their medallions. Armed only with your wands, you must fend for your necessities as nature offers no reprieve. Speed is essential, for your completion time will be critical in accruing points for not only yourselves but also your school. The task will continue until all champions have either reached the finish line, been disqualified, or have forfeited, so there will be no time limit. The score of each school will be calculated by adding up the scores of each of its champions, with the highest scoring institution winning the task. Bon chance. So it was an individual task, where the scores were calculated based on their position in the race, but the school's score was calculated by adding in the score of each of its champions. Fleur wasn't worried about staying in the forest. She had already gone through some survival training. Her father probably knew something about the task since he was the one who suggested it. She was as prepared as she could be, and she only hoped that the odds would be in her favor. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Leafy Distractions. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. To say that the previous week was confusing would have been an understatement. Truth be told, meeting Lily Potter changed things. She had always been this invisible figure in Harry's life, having shaped his life in very significant ways even without him having met her once. She had been the one who had killed his father, who had massacred thousands of people to save his life, assuming she was telling the truth, of course. There was a very real possibility that the woman was lying. The problem was that he couldn't get a good read on her, and that was frustrating, to say the least. That chaotic aura that hid her magic stopped him from using his arcane hearing to do so. There were still some echoes, even then, but they were faint and were probably there thanks to the resurrection stone. He would need to master the stone before agreeing to anything permanent, just to make sure that he wouldn't be fooled by the woman. She could definitely control her micro-expressions. Harry noticed that the way her face moved was too perfect in showing the appropriate emotions. The woman hadn't been fully honest with him, not that he expected her to be. He only wanted to know if she would betray him without a second thought like she did with his father. Harry couldn't help but make even further connections between her and Tom Riddle. The way their expressions were so smooth, so perfected. The way they hid from his arcane hearing, one by melding into the environment, and another by creating a chaotic field of some sort to overwhelm any sort of magical detection. Yes, Lily Potter would have probably become a Dark Lady if the position hadn't already been filled. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't trust her. This was a woman who had fooled the world, acting as a loving wife to James Potter. He would not be her next victim. Honestly, if it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have taken the risk, but the truth was that he needed the support. Harry couldn't afford to have another enemy. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort were more than enough, and the manpower behind Lily was very impressive. It was scary, really, the fact that she had an army of enhanced werewolves at her beck and call, and the fucking Department of Mysteries probably wrapped around her little finger. And it would be nice to not be alone anymore. He knew it was a shitty thing to say, but the only person he had met who could keep up with him was Tom Riddle, and even then, he had tried to kill him, and no, Dumbledore and Grindelwald didn't count. Hermione could theoretically count, but she felt more like a stranger, and their relationship was weird enough as it was, and she had definitely chosen to stick to Neville. Harry didn't know if it was her choice or just an order from the Department of Mysteries. Either way, he respected the fact that she was doing a good job at handling Neville Longbottom. Now that he thought about it, Lily's influence over the department meant that there was a very real possibility that she was the one in control of Hermione. Well, that's an uncomfortable thought, to say the least. Nevertheless, Lily was a master of blood magic and alchemy at the very least, and those were two fields of magic that Harry did not know. She had an instinct for magic that was pretty close to Harry's and could actually contribute to his magical development. If only he could afford to trust her. Harry shook his head, deciding to focus on the first task of the tournament. It was a straightforward thing. It was a race in a forest with an unknown finish line, and they could get to the finish line either by going around randomly, finding some clues in the forest, or just getting a medallion from each school to get to the destination. They had probably included the last part to make it so that there would be more duels in the task, to entertain the masses. Watching a scavenger hunt for hours would be boring, to say the least. That would backfire on them heavily because Harry had a plan. Of course, so did the rest of the Hogwarts champions. Honestly, Harry was getting tired of hearing them argue about what to do. Roger Davies was practically yelling, the logical thing would be to split up and cover more ground. We could do it in pairs or something and find ways to speak to each other. For fuck's sake, Davies, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. I know the prize is nice and everything, but if we don't do this as a team, then we're definitely going to lose, Angelina Johnson growled. Diggory seemed to agree with her. Look, let's just agree to split the winnings between us or fight over it if we win. But, we shouldn't lower our chances of completing the task. We'd be better off just going as a group and hunting down other champions for their medallions. It would be a lot quicker that way. Lucy and Bole just looked bored, but Harry saw through him. The older boy did not like Harry since he had humiliated him in the dueling tournament the previous year, but they were cordial enough. The older Slytherin definitely wanted the diary, if only for the monetary value. He would probably betray everyone if he could get the diary for himself, as unlikely as that was. Harry decided that he was done humoring those idiots and discreetly turned himself invisible before walking away. He wasn't going to let an opportunity like getting the diary slide easily. Normally, he would have just gone with the flow, hoping in vain, hoping that he wouldn't really expose his capabilities publicly. He was done hiding. Well, he was done hiding how good he was. He wasn't going to display his full arsenal in front of the public. Honestly, if he could have figured out where the finish line was from the beginning, he would have already gone there without fighting anyone. Unfortunately, he could not sense anything particularly saturated in magic. The forest was more than magical enough that hundreds of places had enough magic to be the finish line. He had to do it the hard way then. Harry walked quickly, while invisible, towards the nearest songs he could hear. With every step, he warped space slowly, giving the appearance of him sprinting stealthily. It was the Spanish champions. They seemed to have followed Diggory's lead and decided to stick together. Troublesome, but not impossible. Thinking back, he remembered what he knew about magical development in Spain. It was very similar to magic in Britain, with deep roots in Latin-based wand magic, but their curses were some of the best in the world. They were based on Old Arabic curses, which was a field of magic that literally came out of nowhere centuries prior, which the Spanish cleverly adapted for wand use. It was very likely that they had cursed their own medallions. Slowly a plan formulated in Harry's mind. Fighting all 5 of the champions at once was just wasteful. He could do it easily enough, but it wasn't necessary. He only needed to get one medallion. Harry waved his wand and deafened his steps. With another wave, a stone was transfigured into a wolf, which he commanded to move to the other side of the group and start growling aggressively. It didn't take long for the wolf to start growling, and Harry heard one of the champions speak in Spanish. "Something is out there. It might be a creature or a clue. Samuel, stay here and guard our camp. Sophia, cover us. The rest, come with me to investigate." Harry grinned as he saw them move warily towards the transfigured wolf's location. Harry slowly walked towards the back of the champion who had stayed behind as a guard and cast a confundus charm. The spell was one of the basic charms taught to OWL students for the purpose of confusing muggles. It wasn't really all that strong, just a small hypnotic suggestion that had to be in character. A muggle did not want to believe in magic, and so confundus charms were especially effective against them. What Harry did was get the boy to daydream a bit, to not pay attention. With a wave of his wand, the medallion fell off the boy's neck, and Harry quickly analyzed whatever magic it held using his arcane hearing. As expected, there was a curse. He quickly dispelled it. Those lessons with Daphne were really paying off. He transfigured another rock which he made look like the medallion and tried to make the magic appear similar to the original one. He only snuck in a small surprise in case anyone tried to use it. And just like that, he snuck back again, and he dispelled the charm on the unsuspecting boy. He looked around and noticed that the students were planning on attacking the wolf, so he commanded it to run as quickly as he could. A couple of minutes later, the other champions returned. Samuel, the boy who had guarded their camp, asked, "What was it?" "Just a wolf. It ran away as soon as it saw us." "What about you? Did you see anything interesting?" "Nothing. Everything has been quiet." Harry smirked as he noticed the rest of his plan being put into effect. It would not need his input for the rest. Now, that was one done, and 5 others remaining. He quickly moved on to the next group of champions. This group had decided to split up, since only 2 students were walking around. From the looks of them, they appeared to be 2 of the Greek champions. Before he could formulate a plan, Harry felt a wave of magic coming his way and dodged out of the way. A beam of darkness obliterated the spot he was at a couple of seconds prior. How had they figured out he was there? From the looks of it, one of them, a dark-haired boy, was looking at him directly even after his evasion and spoke up in accentuated English, "Come out now. There's no use hiding from me." Harry focused on the spell and found out it was some kind of detection spell that he had never seen before. He hadn't even seen this type of magic before. No, it was still strangely familiar. It reminded him of the stone. Oh, so some kind of soul detection magic then. He really needed to create some anti-sensing spells. He had relied on his cloak for so long, and without it, he found himself slightly unprepared now that he wasn't allowed anything but his wand for the task. Inconvenient, but not really that big of a deal. Deciding that stealth just wasn't the way forward, he walked slowly towards the clearing where the 2 other boys stood, revealing himself fully. They seemed amused at his presence. The muscled blonde boy snickered openly, "Oh, it's the kid. Let me guess. The other Hogwarts champions got themselves eliminated and you ran away or something. I knew that standards there had fallen, but I never expected you to be the only one left." Harry didn't answer, he simply focused on the fight. 2 opponents. He needed to do it as quietly as possible. The skinny boy had to go first. His soul sensing meant that his crest could have things that Harry couldn't anticipate. The secondary threat was the muscle boy. He hadn't shown any magic yet, but Harry could almost hear the lightning coursing through his veins. So, a lightning elemental specialist, then. Harry knew what to expect there. So take out the first one with an attack then. It was unlikely that the blonde would attack first. Lightning was really bright and could have adverse effects on darkness magic. Their stances confirmed Harry's theory. So, considering the duo, the darkness manipulator would start first. That would be enough cover for a small attack from the back. The blonde would then probably retaliate in a panic, allowing him the time to redirect any attack towards his ally. The blonde took Harry's silence as some kind of joke and spoke up, "This is just sad. Just take him out quickly." The boy sent a beam of darkness towards Harry, who shielded against it with a beam of light and conjured some ice spikes with wings that he animated to attack the boy from the back. From the outside, it looked like a battle between a stream of magic and a shield. Of course, that was until the boy yelled out in pain as Harry's conjured spikes attacked him. Harry noticed the wide eyes of the blonde boy who sent a bolt of lightning at Harry blindly. Harry used this to warp space discreetly and make the attack hit his teammate instead, making it look like he miscast. The bolt of lightning had electrocuted the pale boy, knocking him out. Harry allowed himself a small smirk at the horrified look on the blonde's face, which morphed into pure anger. The boy leapt at Harry with a sword of lightning in hand, which Harry countered with a staff of ice. The Greek boy didn't notice the small runes engraved on the ice staff, which lit up from the lightning sword's energy, sending him flying back. The boy used lightning to somehow create constructs to land harmlessly and actually flew towards Harry with a giant beam of lightning in his hand. It was probably a lethal attack, but the boy was too committed. Unfortunately for the poor Greek champion, he went through Harry as if he wasn't there, and crashed into the rock behind him. Harry snickered as he cast a stunning charm at the boy's back. Illusions really were underrated. With that done, he checked both medallions to make sure they weren't cursed or fakes. They weren't. He picked up both medallions and put them in his pocket. That was 2 done, and 4 to go. So far things were going well, but Harry knew better than to hope that things would stay that way. After all, with Dumbledore involved, things rarely were so simple. Chapter 260, Reigning Manhunt. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. With that done, he checked both medallions to make sure they weren't cursed or fakes. They weren't. He picked up both medallions and put them in his pockets. That was 2 done, and 4 to go. So far things were going well, but Harry knew better than to hope that things would stay that way. After all, with Dumbledore involved, things rarely were so simple. Harry quickly analyzed his position. He had the British, Greek, and Spanish medallions. He needed one from a Roman champion, one from a Demstrang champion, one from a Nebelheim champion, and one from a champion of Beauxbatons. The faster he was, the easier things would be. It sounded like a paradox, but whoever designed this task had obviously wanted it to last days at the very least, maybe even a couple of weeks. By taking into account the task's conditions, it acted more like a survival game than a race. The organizers either had to deliver clues to the champions so that they could find the finish line, giving them total control over the task, or the champions literally had to fight through every single competitor and win to find the finish line, which would also make the task exciting, even if it was unlikely. The forest was vast enough and they were far away enough from each other, that it was unlikely that all champions would meet each other frequently. All in all, they were going for the excitement and pacing of a Quidditch match, while maintaining full control over the action. No, it was better to say that they controlled the narrative. They were going for drama, making the champions go through challenges to make a story out of it. It was clever. It was a modernization of the Triwizard Tournament, which was essentially a glorified gladiator match in a time that had different moral values. Now, in a time where society was different, the tournament itself was structured differently, making the people see what they already knew they enjoyed. It was quite brilliant from a marketing standpoint. No wonder Dumbledore was so confident. Harry was literally stepping inside his territory. It was a race, all right. It was a race against time, against taking the medallions quickly enough that the organizers wouldn't be able to deploy all the other challenges without seeming unreasonable. To be fair, they couldn't really anticipate someone like Harry. While it was relatively known that he was a powerful young wizard, a prodigy even, no one truly knew what Harry was capable of. When people think of magical prodigies, they think of immense forms of magic, not the efficiency that Harry liked to display. Harry heard the clouds rumble. They had come out of nowhere. It was safe to assume that it was artificial. It looked like they were probably going to activate the first challenge. A little early in Harry's opinion, but it seemed like they didn't expect someone to be a third of the way there in less than an hour. He needed to hurry up and find his next targets quicker. He ran forward, each step warped subtly to make him faster. It took less than a quarter of an hour to see his next target. 3 Roman students were in a camp, conjuring and transfiguring a shelter for the obvious rain that would come. He expected the remaining 2 to be scouting along to make sure that they were alone or looking to ambush any other students. Harry walked towards the camp and analyzed his chances. Unlike the Spanish champions, they had put up some wards around their camp. It was actually quite impressive for a student. One of them was surely going to be picked up for an apprenticeship for this skill. The wards were based on battle wards, which were often taught to Aurors and hit wizards to allow them to ward an area that did not belong to them. This wasn't as effective as actual home wards, but they could change the tide of battle if they were ambushed, especially by inexperienced opponents. No wonder they felt confident enough to work on their shelter. The sad thing was it meant that he couldn't be as stealthy as he wanted to be. He couldn't do to them what he did to the Spanish delegation, taking a medallion while they were unaware. The moment a spell is cast in the wards, they would know. Harry could easily break the wards, but that would alert them as well. Harry hummed. He needed to plan this very accurately. First, he needed intel. And thankfully, he could easily sneak past the ward. Slowly, he used his arcane hearing to alter the magic that was around him, making him essentially invisible magically. It wouldn't work on any kind of soul detection or even advanced magic as his cloak did, but for this, it would be more than enough. He slowly snuck into camp and decided to listen to them. The biggest problem was whoever put up the ward. He was the one he needed to take out first. The rest would follow easily enough. Now how to know who the warder was. Harry exited the ward and conjured a wolf. He walked back inside and commanded the wolf to try to enter. Immediately, one of the champions, a boy with olive-colored skin, stiffened. Something is trying to get in here. Harry's Italian was rusty. He had learned it when he was bored as a child since he already knew a couple of other languages that originated from Latin. But it was more than enough to understand them. The three champions immediately donned their armors, which they had probably transfigured and enchanted themselves, and grabbed their swords and wands, moving in a formation towards the direction of the wolf. Harry grinned slightly. So, that was the warder identified. Now, for the rest of the takedown. He elegantly carved small runes near the areas where they were sitting, as he commanded the wolf to lead them around. They all came back around 20 minutes later, looking frustrated. I can't believe that you made us chase a wolf for almost half an hour. The warder looked indignant. The damn thing shouldn't have even come close. I had a ward set up that stopped wildlife from noticing us. The wolf shouldn't have even noticed our camp. The beast was probably magically resistant or something. It could have easily been an intruder. Or maybe you aren't as good as you think you are. What do you think the public are thinking after your little fuck-up? The warder growled but did not respond. The smirking boy spoke up. I can't wait for Romeo to hear about this. He should come back sometime soon. Do you think he'll have any luck hunting down the brat? The two other boys shushed him. We're not supposed to talk about it. Relax, stuff like this was very common in the Triwizard Tournament. It's practically a tradition to hunt down a specific opponent. Did anyone give you any rules about making alliances and targeting people? I wouldn't even be surprised if other champions are hunting him down. The bounty wasn't really that discreet. But why him? It's a lot of gold for a kid. I know he's supposedly a prodigy and stuff, but the kid is barely 14. I wouldn't be surprised if he accidentally took himself out. Jupiter knows that I wouldn't have lasted young in the wild at his age. Why did his headmistress even let him compete? The larger boy shook his head. I don't care, the gold is more than enough. It just feels wrong. Dishonorable. Centurions wouldn't. The other boy interrupted him. Honestly, man. Stop lying to yourself. That's just sad. If you think for 1 second that centurions wouldn't have carved a random boy for a bit of gold, then you're delusional. Huh, so someone had put a bounty on him. Harry could say that he was surprised, not at the behavior, but by the fact that it was so unsubtle. It wasn't even funny. To be fair, being in a forest with 44 other teenagers hunting him down should have technically made things difficult. Was Dumbledore losing his edge or something? Or was it someone else? To be fair, Harry could have technically been taken by surprise if one of his fellow Hogwarts champions attacked him from the back. Well, not really. Harry's arcane hearing would have helped him see this coming, and he would have dealt with it. Anyway, it didn't matter. Harry had left the other Hogwarts champions behind. The three Romans had charged up the hidden runes with their own magics, making them invisible to the wards. Harry simply activated them, knocking them unconscious. He snickered. I would have said that it wasn't personal, but you were kinda hunting me down. He noticed that they didn't have their medallions on them, and it took a frustrating 5 minutes to track them down. They had buried them near a tree. A somewhat clever tactic, since they couldn't easily be taken from them if they were knocked unconscious. Those three were definitely trained martially, at least in terms of tactics. Harry understood now what Blaise had meant when he said that it was essentially a military academy. He grabbed all 5 medallions. The scouts must not have taken theirs with them so that they couldn't be stolen, and altered the wards slightly to leave a gift for the returning champions, before running towards the nearest living being. After all, he was halfway done with the task. It started raining then and quickly turned into a real downpour. The rain came down heavy and fast, with large drops that hit the dark, muddy ground hard, causing little splashes of mud everywhere. The trees in the forest swayed and creaked loudly under the force of the howling wind, bending as though they might snap at any moment. Every so often, lightning flashed across the sky in bright, jagged streaks, lighting up the underbrush and casting eerie, shifting shadows that seemed almost alive. The thunder followed, booming loudly, its deep rumble echoing through the dense forest and reverberating around Harry. It was so loud and persistent that it made it difficult for Harry to use his arcane hearing effectively, as the continuous roar drowned out any subtler sounds he might have detected. Still, he had picked up a few signals and followed their general directions. They were further away than he expected. That storm really was annoying to deal with. Suddenly, Harry felt something ping his arcane hearing. Despite the deafening storm, he could still hear it, a powerful presence quickly approaching his location. It was fast, very fast, and the closer it got, the stronger the rain became. Harry quickly dodged as the presence came at him, quicker than the normal eye could see. He felt a giant torrent of water come out of nowhere trying to drown him, which he shielded against. He quickly made the shield pulse outward, taking whatever it was by surprise and stopping its concentration. Harry discreetly slowed time for himself, allowing him to see the beast in front of him for the first time. Towering above him was a colossal reptilian creature, lanky yet imposing, with its height probably being higher than that of a giant. Its skin was a slick, iridescent green, shimmering wetly in the dim light filtered through the storm clouds. The most unsettling feature was its face, or rather faces, as it possessed two sets of eyes, each set stacked atop the other in a chilling, symmetrical pattern. It was walking on two legs, well, two claws, while the two others sat idly by its side, in a disturbingly humanoid manner. The eyes glowed with a haunting, luminescent quality, piercing through the rain as they fixed on him. Harry had never seen anything like it before, not even in any book. He could feel the beast assessing him, before moving without any sort of prompting. Its limbs unfolded in an almost fluid manner, and it ran faster than a creature its size had any right to be. Harry could feel a slice of water coming at him, which he dissipated quickly, before dodging another lunge from the beast. Damn, he hadn't expected Beauxbatons to put something like this in the tournament. To be fair, it was probably a form of their trump card, a way to stop someone from ruining the task so that the narrative would be back to what they had planned. That's not to mention the fact that Dumbledore was most likely involved as well. It was corruption at its finest, but Harry had dealt with worse. At least that supported his theory about the task. Despite all of this, the last Potter could feel himself grinning in excitement. At least this isn't going to be boring. Chapter 261, Tempest Incarnate. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. It was corruption at its finest, but Harry had dealt with worse. At least that supported his theory about the task. Despite all of this, the last Potter could feel himself grinning in excitement. At least this isn't going to be boring. Both Harry and the beast stared at each other as if they were communicating. Well, the beast looked like it was waiting for a command to attack, and Harry wasn't going to waste his precious preparation time. Now, planning. He decided to observe his opponent, this time without the surprise factor. Reptilian skin, oddly reminiscent of dragons. That meant that the beast had a high likelihood of magical resistance. However, the way it was hunched while standing on two legs. Vaguely humanoid. Adding the fact that it seemed to have fins on its back. For eyes, as well, which wasn't really common in magical creatures, or mammals really. That's not even mentioning the magic. Large-scale water magic wasn't something that could be easily mastered, something that could definitely not be harnessed easily by magical creatures that don't live under the sea. Merpeople did have a very high affinity for moving water, and so did water dragons. Oh, shit. A chimera then. That's very unfortunate. Harry never expected the ICW to allow that kind of selective breeding of magical creatures, and that's not to mention the definite use of alchemy to make this happen. When people spoke of chimeras, people expected to see the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon. Unfortunately, that wasn't really true. Chimera is what every single magical combination of two beasts is called until they are officially named by the Ministry. The lion-goat-dragon hybrids were simply the first ones to be made successfully. Whoever made the creature in front of Harry was a master in chimera creation, that was for sure. Harry could see the signs of water dragons, some kind of bipedal creature, probably a demiguise from the creature's agility, and Graphorn for the aggression and claws. And that was just scratching the surface. Harry wouldn't have been surprised if hundreds of creatures were used in small ways. He could tell that thunderbirds could have definitely been used considering the lightning storm that was above the forest. Well, wasn't that a pickle? Normally, a creature like this wouldn't have been anywhere around the tournament due to its aggression. So, that meant that it had to be controlled with some kind of enchantment, to make it the weapon the ICW wanted it to be. Messing with the control enchantment was a bad idea, since the moment the beast was free, it would probably massacre everyone in sight. A bolt of lightning landed next to them, and the beast must have taken this as a sign to start its assault. Harry dodged once more and saw hundreds of scenarios follow in front of him. So, yeah, the chimera was mainly draconic in origin, so eyes were obvious targets. A strong sense of smell was probable. Harry conjured a flash of light, followed up with 4 stinging hexes, each on at the creature's eyes, and a small ball that exploded on the creature's snout, which created a sonic disturbance and a strong smell to mess with it further. The creatures screamed in both pain and anger, and he took the chance to hide himself with an invisibility spell, sound dampening, and smell removal spell. That should have been enough to hide him for enough time to get away. However, even blind and deaf, the creature still leapt at him. Harry dodged once more and repeated the combination of spells. Did it somehow sense him using the rain? Harry created a large spherical ward that stopped all rain from falling in their location. The beast roared and the rain got even stronger. Even then, the beast was coming for Harry, who conjured ice chains in front of it, stopping the creature. He needed to defeat the creature without using his space or time magic. Those two were probably going to paint a large target on his head if his usage was too obvious. Slowly, a small idea popped up and he grinned at the reactions this was probably going to take. The last Potter was on his way to implement his plan, only for his arcane hearing to warn him that there was a spell coming his way. Harry dodged and animated the ice chains to fling the chimera towards whoever did that. It was probably a petty move, but they really should have known better. The beast righted itself in the air and landed on its feet. However, its tail took out a few people, who happened to be Demstrang students. Harry dodged the beam of water coming his way and used a shield to redirect it at the other champions who were trying to hide from him. Harry quickly conjured a spear of ice, that he enchanted to have a strong piercing charm and act as an overpowered lightning rod, and banished it at the creature. The chimera tried to dodge it, but it was impaled by the spear on the back. It was a shallow wound at best, and it was already healing around the ice spear. Harry smirked for a fraction of a second but quickly conjured an ice shield against a beam of darkness going at him. He retaliated by sending a spear of ice at him, which he dodged, but that brought him right into the spell of the person behind him, knocking him out. He noticed that the rain was getting stronger, and a few of the other champions were even casting shield charms to protect themselves. Harry felt an artificial wave coming at him, and he quickly redirected it around him, sending it all around him, breaking most of the shield charms and with it, most of the other champions that sought to take advantage of the situation. With that done, most of the other champions had fallen. Yet, the chimera was obviously going for him specifically. Well, that was the ICW's fairness for you. The monster did not hesitate before coming towards Harry once more, making him conjure a glowing rope to send himself away and land on a raised platform of earth. Harry manipulated the roots to grow and tried to bind the beast, only for the roots to break immediately. Harry dodged a claw coming at him, and jumped onto the arms of the beast, running wildly, until he found the speak impaled into him, and banished it further. The beast jumped onto its back, making Harry conjure another rope. The water definitely wasn't working, and Harry heard the clouds rumble while suppressing a grin. The chimera must have had enough and summoned a bolt of lightning at him. Harry quickly used a lightning-repelling shield which redirected the bolt onto the ice spear on the creature's back. The beast roared, but any sign of further attack was frozen when a giant rune matrix glowed underneath it, freezing it as if it was petrified. He had been carving this rune discreetly ever since the confrontation began. Harry grinned. You can try to move all you want, but this a momentum negation runic schema that I combined with a water magic negation schema. That was a tricky thing to come up with on the fly, I'll tell you that. And isolating your water magic to make it more efficient took some serious work. Don't worry, the creature is fine, but any form of movement or water magic is negated until the rune runs out, and considering that it was powered by the energy of a bolt of lightning. Well, I'll leave you to make the conclusions. Of course, the world was too nice for things to happen so easily since Harry had to shield against a spell by his attackers, who seemed to have recovered from the wave of water he sent at them. Admittedly, it wasn't really the best for attacks. Harry raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Seriously? One of the boys responded with a harsh voice, with a strong accent, surrender now. He took a good look around, I have to admit being surprised at seeing students from both Demstrang and Nebelheim working together. Aren't you supposed to be mortal enemies? This is, after all, a school competition. We will deal with them after you. I did hear that someone had put a bounty on my head. Not very sportsmanlike to go after the youngest competitors, I have to say. The crowd looked incredulously at the petrified chimera, then at him, and Harry raised his hands in exasperation. Come on guys, don't be like that. That could be a fluke. I'm very prone to flukes, you know. They still didn't deign to respond, and Harry looked exasperated. Look, how much was the bounty again? 1,000 galleons. 10,000 galleons. Holy shit, even more than that. That's insane for a school tournament. Don't you think that someone paying so much money wouldn't really be about competition but something more? Do you think you really know what you're being complicit to by taking me out? Or maybe it was all a hoax, because let me tell you, I don't know anyone who would be happy to pay that much just to take out a competitor. Harry kept looking at their expressions, analyzing how they think, and smirking at their looks of indecision. At least around half of them looked slightly guilty. Of course, that was when some idiot spoke up. Why does that matter? If we don't do it, then someone else will. And we already have him surrounded. I'm not going to let go of that much gold now, and if you want you, well, that's more for me. What about the fact that I beat this thing over here? Am I really that defenseless? Will you be able to defeat me so easily? And even if you did, who would really get the gold? Will you split it amongst yourselves? Even when you're in different schools? One of the attackers scoffed. Do you seriously think we're idiots? How so? Do you really think you'll be able to put us against each other? That's your brilliant plan. Harry snorted. No, of course not. I knew that this wouldn't work at all. After all, I knew that you had to have made your frankly weird alliance before attacking me. My plan is a lot more complex than that. You see, if someone who really knows their runes tried to analyze my trap, they would easily realize that I didn't put any regulation against excess energy. Normally, people would think it was a blunder of some sort since the rune could be overwhelmed if it succumbed to too much power. They would also realize that while I did block the water magic, I did nothing to block against the subtle storm magic that the creature has. Of course, that's a fatal flaw in the design. After all, the creature could slowly manipulate the storm and summon a bolt of lightning to overwhelm the runes and free itself. Of course, the creature doesn't understand runes, so this should be completely useless. He smirked at the dumbfounded expressions on their faces, but bear with me, what someone could see through the creature. What if someone outside the forest analyzed the runes, found the vulnerability and then commanded the creature to exploit it? The clouds rumbled ominously, and Harry's smile turned feral. Then, the unlikely happens and lightning strikes the same spot twice. As if his words were prophetic, a bolt of lightning hit the ice spear on the back of the creature. However, instead of overwhelming the runes, it was for some reason divided into 5 lesser bolts, each one being sent towards a different ice spear, which happened to have been conveniently near his opponent. In a split second, Harry's attackers were knocked out and fell down. Harry trotted down and took their medallions, putting them in his pocket. He slowly walked towards the frozen chimera. A bit of advice. If someone leaves a glaring security measure, then they're either idiots or it's a trap. I'd like to think I'm not an idiot. I wouldn't try to send any more bolts of lightning. You might electrocute the idiots to death. Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the beast. Without any distractions, he had the time to analyze the creature's song. Slowly, he crafted a spell that would specifically counter them, one by one. It took a good minute, and the spell became a large bolt of red light that soared towards the frozen beast, and Harry could tell it broke through the protections like a knife through butter and knocked out the beast. Harry released the rune and let the creature fall down, unconscious. He smiled to himself. All he had to do was get a medallion from a Beauxbatons champion and he'll be done. Oh, how he wished he could see the look on whoever controlled this creature's face. It must have been priceless. Chapter 262, Raven Soaring. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Roger Davies cursed as he dodged the incoming giant club in the hands of a particularly large mountain troll. He quickly retaliated with a conjunctivitis curse at the monster's eye. For the 10th time that day, he lamented at how he had found himself in this position. He knew that the European tournament wasn't going to be a breeze, but fighting an entire herd of trolls at the same time was a bit too much. That's not mentioning the small acromantula that kept attacking them every chance it got. He growled, "Diggory. Just do whatever you're planning." The Hufflepuff counted down, and the 3 other Hogwarts champions sent stunners at the trolls one by one, overwhelming their magical resistance and knocking them out. With that done, he slumped slightly. "Next time, one of you will be the bait." Johnson snickered, "I don't think any of us can be a better damsel in distress." The other 2 chuckled, infuriating Roger even more. He remembered that their conversation was probably going to be watched by every single important person in Europe, and he didn't want to look like a petulant man-child. Truth be told, participating in the tournament wouldn't have been his first choice. He didn't like being under pressure, having his every move analyzed and critiqued by everyone around him. Unfortunately, he had no other alternatives. He was good enough at Quidditch to probably join a mediocre professional team for a few years, but he wouldn't make enough gold to support him for what came after. He had seen it in professional Quidditch players whose contracts were not renewed or picked up by any other team in their mid-20s, leaving them without any practical skills in an economy that was going downwards. Roger also knew that it was unlikely that he would be picked for an apprenticeship or by a guild, especially considering how bad Hogwarts' reputation was on the international scene. He had to prove himself during the tournament and get any sort of opportunity. It was better than graduating with nothing. Even if he didn't win, his future might be set. They couldn't be all lucky bastards like Warrington, who the Longbottom matriarch paid off to avoid suing her grandson. That guy might have been hurt during a duel, but he more than made up for it. Roger had a similar opportunity. Someone had given him a chance. 50,000 galleons to take out the Potter brat. He was going to do it discreetly, the moment they started fighting. He would have blamed it on the confusion and being twitchy. But the boy just had to disappear only 5 minutes into the task. They had all given up on trying to find him after a while, especially since they hadn't really found anyone else. The boy had probably gotten himself taken out by someone else, taking Roger's dreams of gold and security with him. Sure, the brat was good. He had seen that the previous year, but he definitely wouldn't be good enough to take out every other champion. Now that would be ridiculous. Even an experienced Auror wouldn't be able to do it. No matter how skilled someone was, numbers did matter, and so did raw power. Potter was, after all, just 14 years old. So, yeah. Roger was pissed. The constant attacks by trolls and giant spiders did not help in any way. The Ravenclaw heard Bull's voice from the other side, "Guys. I think I see some kind of camp." Finally, Johnson murmured audibly. He didn't blame her. This was probably the first headway they'd made since the task started. Sure enough, there was a camp. It was actually a decent one. However, he heard nothing. It looks deserted. Damn it. They could have scored a medallion out of it. Bull didn't seem as pessimistic. This is too much work for them to just leave. It's been a few hours. They're probably on their way back. We could ambush them. As he started to step forward, Diggory stopped them with a frantic expression. Don't. It's warded. They froze and turned to the Hufflepuff, who sighed in relief. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The boy waved his wand a few times, revealing a dome of light surrounding the camp, which he hit with a burst of spells, making it crack like glass and disappear into mist. Angelina Johnson whistled. I didn't know you knew any curse-breaking, Cedric. Diggory looked embarrassed. I have a knack for it. My neighbor, Bill Weasley, has been teaching me a few tricks during the summer. Those were some pretty impressive wards, too. They walked up and froze when they saw two boys wearing Centurion armor knocked out just at the entrance. Roger knelt down to see if they were still alive, and thankfully, they were still breathing. They're unconscious. Bull entered their camp with his wand raised before lowering it in disappointment. The rest are here. Also unconscious. I can't see the medallions anywhere. The attackers must have gotten them first. Diggory looked around and hummed. No, it was an ambush. Someone broke in here and knocked the three of them out at once. They then either waited for the others and knocked them out as well, or just left another trap. It doesn't matter anyway, Bull complained. Whoever did this took all of the medallions, not just one. This means that even if we find the others, we won't be able to find the finish line. We need to find whoever did this. They still have to go through us to win too, Angelina answered back. Unless they already got Potter's medallion. Roger commented. Yeah, Potter's actions really were biting them all in the ass. It was already bad enough that they'd wasted hours looking for him, but now he was also a liability. Diggory, ever the optimist, shook his head. Look at the bright side, an entire school is out of the task. That means that whoever attacked them will have to be tired and maybe even injured. I trust Harry to take care of himself, and even if he's taken out, I'm pretty sure he would rig his medallion or wear a fake one to get one over on them. You know how tricky he can be. Even if he was frustrated by the boy's actions, he couldn't help but be amused by the way the boy just liked to outsmart others. There was a real chance that Diggory was right and that Potter would pull one on whoever managed to eliminate him. It didn't really matter in the end. They still needed to reach the finish line anyway. Potter's fate would not really change anything. Roger was about to respond if it wasn't for Angelina Johnson exclaiming in surprise, "Fuck me." His eyes met what she was looking at and he almost did the same. He settled on just gaping at the sight, feeling a mixture of horror and shock. A giant reptilian creature, one that he had never seen before, laid face first on the ground. The damn thing was taller than a fucking giant, had claws that were probably sharper than swords, and was impaled by some kind of ice spear. The trees around it were so uprooted that the area became some kind of artificial clearing. Grass became nothing more than mud, and the ground looked like a dozen wizards had cast explosive charms at the same time. What fucking kind of battle happened there? Holy shit, they really were getting lucky, weren't they? Bull was the first to stop gaping. What the fuck is that? Diggory answered him absent-mindedly, and didn't even comment on the Slytherin swearing. I have no clue. My father works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. I know my magical creatures, but I've never seen anything like it. It's like a hellish mix between a lizard and a water dragon somehow. I've never heard of anything like it before. Roger couldn't help but ask, is it dead? I don't think so. But I don't really want to check. Johnson interrupted their conversations. I think there are people down there. She immediately ran forward. Well, that was the typical Gryffindor recklessness. Seriously, how the members of the House of Lions didn't just get themselves killed during their 7 years of schooling is simply mind-boggling. Roger attributed it to the efforts of Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall's dedication to the school. Cautiously, they followed her and were surprised to see around 10 other champions lying around the probably unconscious monster. It was easy to tell where they were because there seemed to be a spike of ice near each group for some reason. Cedric looked closer to see who it was and froze in surprise. This is Crumb. I'd recognize him anywhere. Holy shit, this is the Demstrang champions. Nebelheim too, Johnson retorted. I remember one of their faces. Please tell me they're not dead. I don't think the ICW can handle an international Quidditch celebrity dying in the first task of the tournament, Roger answered. They're all just unconscious on my end, Diggory answered after waving his wand. So are the ones on my side, Johnson spoke back. Roger decided to check on another group of students. He waved his wand and saw that they were also still alive. There were electrical burns around them for some reason. Seriously, what the fuck happened? Did the two schools fight each other and they were interrupted by the monster, and took each other out? Bull shook his head. If they did, then they would have still had their medallions. I can't see any. Can you? Diggory shook his head. Nothing on my end. As far as I can tell, there are two ways that this could have happened. The most likely scenario is that the two schools were fighting, either each other or were working together to fight the monster. Someone used a large-scale spell that knocked out not only the beast but also every champion. Another school, who could have cast the spell as well, would have come here and reaped the benefit. If you look closely, they've all been taken out exactly the same way. Roger nodded. It sounded logical. From the way the battlefield looked, they were all surrounding the beast, their wands in hand. They were all taken out by a lightning spell. Maybe one of the Olympus champions did it. They were known for their elemental magic and lightning was obviously used in the fight. Johnson, though, had to ask, what's the other possibility? That someone fought both schools and the monster, and took them out all at once. And wasn't that a terrifying thought? Roger suppressed the urge to shiver and said, unlikely. Even an Auror team would have had a hard time against 10 wizards, let alone whatever this monster is. Bull shrugged, in my time in Slytherin, I've learned just how ridiculous things could be. What's that supposed to mean? Angelina exclaimed. Nothing you need to worry about. What we should do is think about the ramifications of this. 3 schools are completely out. That narrows down the culprits easily enough. The Greeks, the Spanish, and the French. Roger spoke up, my guess is that it was the Greeks. That kind of lightning spell isn't something that's normally taught in other schools. I remember that one of the other champions was bragging about his lightning magic. It might be him. That's all guesswork now, Cedric retorted, we need to find people who aren't actually taken out. Or else, they'll find us, and I'm not really looking forward to being on the receiving end of this. He pointed at the miniature crater with the monster and the unconscious students. They all gulped and nodded in agreement. A minute later, they continued exploring the forest, looking for any signs of other people. Half an hour later, they heard the sound of spell fire. They quickly snuck closer under disillusionment and silencing charms and saw an all-out brawl between the French, Spanish and Greek champions. For some reason, there were only 3 of the Greeks. 2 of them must have been taken out. Perhaps they had been injured when they fought the giant monster thing in the crater. To call it chaos would have been an understatement. Each student was fighting people left and right. There was practically no sign of tactics or anything similar. The only ones being remotely organized were the Greek champions, who must have been ambushed. One of them was using earth magic to shield the others, who were attacking quickly. One of them was using some kind of water magic, and the other was controlling ash. They were remarkably effective but definitely on the defensive. They must have been the ambushed ones. Almost half the battlefield was filled with curses, ready to be activated. Already a couple of French champions had been taken out by them. Cedric decided to intervene and motion to the Greek champions. Bull nodded and they quickly branched off and attacked from behind, taking out the earth manipulator. Immediately, the earth collapsed back into dirt, and the 2 other champions were stunned by the other combatants. Well, that was the Greek out for the count, but their position was revealed. Roger and Angelina were on the other side and stunned 2 of the French champions from the back, while the gorgeous girl with silver hair conjured some kind of golden rope that took out 2 Spanish champions at once. Roger was captivated by her beauty, but the way Angeline looked at him with a glare just woke him up from whatever spell it was. The last French champion was barely able to shield herself when she was hit by 5 spells at ounce. Unfortunately for her, her shield was quickly overwhelmed and she was hit by a stunner from Angelina. That left 4 Hogwarts champions against 3 Spanish ones. They all stood there, their wands ready. Cedric, of course, tried to be his charming self. I don't suppose you would agree to split the medallions and make it an actual race. They snickered, looking very amused. Now, why would we do that? The only thing you have is numbers, nothing more. You defeated the Greeks because you attacked from behind like cowards. I bet you've been hiding all this time, acting like scavengers. The Hufflepuff shrugged, it's not our fault every single champion we met was knocked out and didn't have any medallions. Who was taken out? The boy suddenly asked. Everyone else. We assumed it was the Greeks considering the damage, but whoever attacked the Romans had to be very skilled in ward breaking. That was not us. Before any of them could process that information further, Bull spoke up, guys, the Greeks only have their own medallions. I don't think they were the people who fought Demstrang and Nebelheim. Nothing on the French too. Just their medallions. Johnson commented. Then who was it? Before they could even ask this question, the 3 remaining Spanish champions seized up and fell down, unconscious. Roger couldn't help but yell out, what the fuck? They didn't even have the time to process what had happened when a sound not too dissimilar to that of a cannon spread across the forest. Afterwards, a female voice spoke up with a French accent, Harry Potter has finished in first place. Slowly, a bird came out of nowhere and delivered to them a transfigured bag filled to the brim with medallions, and then flew away. The 4 Hogwarts champions looked at each other, feeling bewildered, until Johnson finally put what they were feeling into words, what the actual fuck just happened. Chapter 263, Azure Recollections. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Sébastien Delacour wasn't someone who could easily be surprised. He had experienced the horrors of war, and the backstabbing politics in the French ministry, and had seen some very disturbing things in his time as an auror. He liked to think that nothing could really make him speechless, that nothing could truly take him off guard. He was wrong. Nothing could have ever prepared him for seeing Harry Potter in action. He knew that the boy was a magical prodigy, a once-in-a-generation genius. If he hadn't known that Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald were still alive, he would have thought that the boy was a champion. He wasn't, which made what he had seen all the more ridiculous. It was something that was shared by all the spectators, who had stared at the giant screen without making a single sound. Normally, that would have simply been a bad sign, but this was different. They had all thought him to be a foolish, arrogant boy when he left his team behind. However, the moment people saw how he had fooled the Spanish champions, those comments faded immediately. It wasn't really the magic itself that was impressive, it was just how efficient the boy was. It would have been something else to see the boy simply walk around and just overpower any person in sight. It would have been more natural, and more understandable. A talented boy with more power than he knew what to do with it. Some people were just born lucky, special in their own way, and mages had accepted this since the dawn of time itself. People were not born equal. However, the fact that the boy did not use any special spells or magic. That was what made this unbelievable. He had taken one of the Spanish champions' medallions without them even realizing it, and replaced it with a transfigured copy, one that would slowly compromise the entire team using some kind of curse that he activated later. This kind of planning was just not normal for a child. He would have expected this from a veteran fighter, not a student. He had effectively held the entire Spanish champions' team in his hands just a few minutes after the beginning of the task. And when he couldn't do the same to the Italians, because of their wards, he had used their discipline and ordered nature to predict where they would sit, and carved runes that they would power themselves to take them out. Outside of whatever he did to sneak into the wards, he didn't cast a single spell in that takedown. He had even modified the wards to knock out anyone else who would try to get inside. His martial prowess against the two Greek champions sealed the deal. He'd used conjured items without any souls to defeat the Argyros scion, a member of a very old family rumored to descend from Hades himself, and that had an affinity for soul and darkness magics. It was a clever deduction on Potter's part to realize it, but the takedown of the two opponents was just so efficient, so mechanical. That was when the ICW representative and headmistress Maxime started to speak in hushed tones. It was true that the boy was ruining their task, neatly dodging most magical creatures in the forest, and just going out of his way to hunt other champions. There was a reason why he had asked Fleur to get closer to the boy. Oh, his daughter was a rebellious one and just didn't understand that he could see right through her. She wanted to use the tournament to make a name for herself, to get away from his authority and make her own way. He respected that and wanted nothing more than to see her succeed. The issue was that Fleur had a romanticized idea of the world. It was his fault. He had coddled her during her youth, and she had clung to her dreams even in school, probably because she had a hard time adjusting due to her nature. The sad truth was that she needed to handle things her way. Sebastian used his role as her oppressor to push her, waiting to see any sign of defiance, of true independence that would mean that she would press forward. He tried to oppress her dreams and hobbies, hoping to see her lash out, or even try to barter with him to get her way. Yet she did nothing. And if she could not become independent of him, then she would not fare well in the world, where his protection became less significant the further she went. Fleur was just not ready. He sincerely hoped that the tournament would help forge her into the person he could see in her. And Harry Potter was the key to that. He knew that the boy was powerful and a genius, but what interested him the most was his independence from Arcturus. He had learned to fight for himself ever since he was a child. He remade his family fortune by himself, without so much as a loan from Arcturus, and only asked for help due to the fact that as a minor, he would have been vulnerable to certain laws. This was someone who knew how the real world worked and used it to his advantage. Arcturus, his old friend, had told him how impressed he was with the boy. It was why Sebastian had specifically asked Fleur to get closer to the Potter boy romantically, knowing that she would try to shield him from Sebastian, in simple resistance to his orders. He could tell that she was fascinated with the boy and was uncommonly shy in speaking with him. It was a shame that Fleur resented the way Apollon used her nature to further Sebastian's political ambitions. She did not see how they were a team, that Apollon did this for him and he put forth bills to protect villas in France. He always listened to her counsel privately and often agreed with what she said. Fleur was afraid of ending up as a trophy wife to someone successful instead of a person in her own right, and it was heartbreaking to see that this was all she thought of her own mother. The tournament was an opportunity for her to grow, for her to learn. He hoped it would be enough. He hoped that Harry Potter would be the catalyst for that growth. Of course, that was if the boy managed to survive the task. Because the ICW and Madame Maxime had decided to use a fucking Leviathan in a school competition just to slow him down. He couldn't really blame them, Harry Potter was simply too efficient, too experienced. It was embarrassing, not only for the rest of the students but the competition as a whole. The boy had, in a couple of hours, completed half of the task, which was scheduled to last around 3 days. Madame Maxime couldn't really afford the humiliation, especially considering her heritage. Sebastian didn't personally know Olympe Maxime, but he knew of her during school. The giantess of Beauxbatons had worked 10 times harder than her peers to prove herself and rise above her reputation. After all, giants were well known to be unintelligent barbarians. Harry Potter was essentially ruining her task, which she was obviously proud of. The ICW also couldn't afford an upstart student raising Britain's reputation either, especially considering just how close they were to essentially taking over the country in everything but name. A rise in nationalism in Britain would ruin a lot of people's plans. Hence, the drastic measures. Leviathans were the pinnacle of fleshcraft and experimental breeding, meant to be used as weapons against severe criminals with minimal waste of human lives. There were rumors of other similar weapons, of course, but only the Leviathans had ever been publicly deployed when a warlord who had taken over a large area in northern Africa had tried to start a campaign of terrorism towards the ICW specifically, asking to be separated from the organization. Hundreds of wizards and witches had died, and any attempts at negotiation had failed miserably. Instead of drafting an army to fight the upstart, they had sent just 5 Leviathans. It took them less than a week until every single stronghold was destroyed, and the warlord had drowned in his own fortress. That meant that sending a fucking Leviathan into a school competition was just absurd. As far as Sebastian knew, the official reason was that the beasts were only meant to make sure that no champion would be in danger. The unofficial reason was that they were just there as a subtle reminder of the ICW's power, but never in all his wildest thoughts did the idea that they would be used to fight students cross his mind. Sure, it was obviously sandbagging, but then again, so was Harry Potter. The boy had planned around the fight, probing for weaknesses, while being attacked by a dozen other champions, and somehow ended up the victor. He would be the first to admit that the Leviathan wasn't really the most powerful creature out there. He did not doubt that near a shore or a beach, it would have been far more dangerous. Its water elemental manipulation was impressive, to say the least. In normal circumstances, a Nunda would kill it in seconds, and a dragon would turn it to ash with a single breath. However, these were wild animals that could not be used effectively in warfare. But, this was the first time in recorded history that mages had weaponized a creature of this magnitude of power to serve entirely their purpose. It should not have been beaten by a single wizard. A skilled team, perhaps, if they all attacked it at once to overwhelm its magical resistance. But the idea that a single person, especially a student, no matter how much the terrain was in the Potter boy's favor, would defeat it, was akin to a teenager defeating a dragon in single combat. It was simply inconceivable. And to make it worse, the boy had made it look easy. To be fair, no one really expected the runes. The boy's skill in the field was ridiculous, creating a complex runic matrix on the fly to defeat the beast. No matter how much the Leviathan was holding back, the boy's rune matrix had, alone, negated much of the offensive that the creature could mount, and it didn't help that the Potter boy used the beast's own strength to defeat it and his other enemies. He used a modified version of the lightning rod charm and used it to power a rune matrix, as well as knock out the other champions. Even that weird, modified stunner that knocked the beast out while ignoring its obvious magical resistance was something that he had never seen the likes of before. All in all, he was gaping at the illusion in front of him. He had never really expected this to be the outcome. He looked, flabbergasted, at the smirking Arcturus next to him. What the actual fuck, Arcturus? The Black Patriarch snorted in amusement. I told you Harry was special. Special was an understatement. Sebastian knew that the boy was good, but this was ridiculous on many levels. He didn't even look winded as he strolled towards where the Beauxbatons champions were camping. They hadn't even noticed him replacing one of their medallions with a normal one before walking away, as if he hadn't just won the task and combined the 7 medallions to create a small ball of blue light. Then, he proceeded to create a spell to activate the ball twice in a row to triangulate the location. Sebastian knew that he had created it because there was no way the boy had seen the ball of light before. He then proceeded to walk away, until he found himself in a weird clearing. Of course, that was when the boy waved his wand and a pillar rose from the ground with a spherical hole inside. He put his sphere in and was announced as the winner. Madame Maxime, with a frown on her face, stood up and spoke in a magically enhanced voice. Harry Potter has finished in first place. The applause was lower than he expected, considering that the boy had essentially speedrun the task on his own. Seriously, what the fuck, Arcturus? The men simply shrugged in response. He must have really wanted that diary. Choosing not to comment on that response, Sebastian decided to watch his daughter, who used a clumsy variation of the self-stunning maneuver. It was a pretty risky trick, where a person would stun themselves with a weakened stunner to play dead when they knew that they would lose. She had also cleverly cast a tracking charm on a Spanish and British champion, which would help her follow the victors to the finish line. It was a clever trick, even if it could be a risky one. Of course, to add insult to injury, the Potter boy had sent all the other medallions to the other British champions, practically guaranteeing their victory as well. So, when Fleur woke up, she found herself amongst dozens of unconscious champions. She woke up the rest of the French champions and followed the British champions. Sure, Hogwarts had stolen the show, but at least Beauxbatons would be a close second. And the look on Dumbledore's face as he gave the Potter boy the diary of his own mentor, knowing that he would never get it back, was something that he was planning on savoring. Chapter 264, The Disbanded Knot. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Harry Potter walked towards the finish line, feeling a mixture of confidence and smugness. It hadn't even been close. Even with the tournament organizers using that chimera against him, he had essentially speedrun the entire task. It had taken him less than 10 minutes to get the French medallion. It wasn't really that hard, the champions were pretty spaced out, probably hoping to cover more ground. It was child's play to just sneak behind one of them, hit him with a compulsion charm, take the medallion and replace it with a fake. He didn't even bother cursing the medallion out of sympathy more than anything. Plus, he didn't really need to. He had already won. He had combined 7 medallions, one from each school, which morphed into a sphere. Using his arcane hearing, Harry was able to see that it moved a few meters in a certain direction that it was attracted to, like a modified point-me charm but with only 3 tries. Choosing to be efficient, he simply charmed the sphere to move in 2 opposite directions, and to activate each time. The direction of each movement was quickly calculated, and he created a modified point-me charm to lead him to the intersection of the 2 lines. He found himself in a clearing, where a large stone pillar had risen from the ground with a spherical hole exactly the shape of the locator sphere. The rest was pretty evident. However, before he put it in, Harry debated himself on whether to help the other Hogwarts champions or not. To be perfectly honest, he didn't care about school spirit, just the diary. With that task done, he wouldn't even be required to participate in another one. He would be essentially done with the tournament, outside of whatever task Daphne would participate in. It was a shame that the Greengrass Scion hadn't participated in this one. Her family crest was built for combat in this environment. To be fair, they hadn't known what the task would be, and Daphne hadn't wanted to take that risk. That's not to mention the fact that she was slightly miffed with him about her blood magic lessons being postponed. Harry suppressed a sigh. With the excitement of the task done, he had to go back to his life and face his problems. Well, most of the problems spanned from Lily Potter's return. He still didn't know how to feel about that. At least he'd have Flamel's diary to keep him company. He was excited to see what the men had written, especially considering the way he had enchanted it specifically for the tournament. Had he faked his own death and wanted to share some information? There was only one way to find out. Back to the issue at hand, he decided to just transfigure a rock into a bird and command it to fly towards his fellow Hogwarts champions whom he had tagged with a tracking charm. After all, he had technically abandoned them, putting them at a disadvantage. Well, not really, he had taken out half the competition on his own, so he did help them, in a way. To be fair, without the medallions, no one was going to reach the finish line, and he had taken all of the ones belonging to the Nebelheim, Demstrang, and Roman champions. Yes, he was going to get some backlash if he didn't give them back since he would have ruined the task. He didn't entirely ruin things though. Harry expected that there had to be a scavenger hunt of some sort, with clues spread around the forest, leading to a sphere. The medallions were probably there to motivate students to fight each other. They probably never expected a team to take out every single competitor. No wonder they sent that chimera at him. Sucks to be them, huh? To be fair, the task wouldn't be over. Harry had only stunned or knocked out most of his opponents, and they could wake up later and finish the task with the scavenger hunt. However, the task wouldn't be as exciting. Well, whatever, he had already sent the medallions their way. It would be up to the organizers to figure things out later. He was almost going to finish the task when he remembered the curse he had put on the Spanish medallion. It was a tricky bit of magic that could spread to the other Spanish medallions, which would also knock out the users with a command from Harry. He had almost forgotten about them. That task really was eventful. With a snort, he simply activated the curses. After all, it wouldn't be fair for every other champion to be knocked out. The only ones that would probably be up would be the Beauxbatons, Hogwarts, and maybe 3 of the Olympus champions. With that out of the way, he simply put the location sphere into the rock, which activated a portkey, placing him in front of the stands. The crowd stayed silent for several seconds, and then went absolutely, utterly mad. Tens of thousands of spectators went crazily wild, and the ruckus was liable to wake up the dead. The judges were staring at him while gaping, their eyes wide in surprise. He didn't really blame them. That kind of display was not something that they'd ever expected. And the sad thing was that Harry hadn't really taken things seriously. Well, that's not true, it was more like Harry had made sure not to go overboard. He had barely used any of his real skill outside of a bit of ice magic, and the discreet application of space manipulation to walk faster around the forest. Other than that, everything could have been accomplished by a skilled Newt student. Even the runes themselves could easily be replicated by a student who had taken runes as an elective. Maybe coming up with the matrix on the spot was a bit out there, but while it was slightly tricky, it wasn't something impossible for someone who had mastered the subject. However, something else happened. Something more. It was as if a large bomb had gone off in the distance and yet no one else could hear it. Harry turned around in slight panic and saw nothing different. No, something had definitely happened. Did he hear it with his arcane hearing? A large noise like this, a large release of magic, just wasn't something that happened naturally. Someone had triggered something, and Harry had no idea what it was. He wouldn't even have a chance of finding out because of how loud everything was. And now people were looking at him weirdly as he looked around him in a panic. Choosing to reassure them, he raised his hand and waved, making the crowd roar even louder. Absent-mindedly, he was guided by some random wizards and witches and walked slowly towards the area where the judges and organizers stood, applauding. With a wave, the crowd stopped yelling and Madame Maxime stood up. She looked as regal as ever, but Harry could sense the displeasure from her and her fellow organizers. The woman spoke up with a magically enhanced voice. "I am proud to announce the winner of this task, Harry Potter of Hogwarts. As promised, I entrust you with the last piece of Nicholas Flamel's legacy." A marble pillar rose from the ground, and on it, Nicholas Flamel's diary laid. Harry slowly walked forward and grabbed it, only to smile slightly as its magic accepted him as its new owner. He wouldn't open it in public. After all, people didn't need to know that he could do so. The headmistress made a long speech about magical cooperation and the role of Beauxbatons, but Harry wasn't paying attention. He was looking for the source of the sound. Small remnants remained everywhere, but it was constant. There was no source he could trace. What the fuck was going on? Harry was led towards the judges to shake their hands. Harry did so without really focusing, too distracted by theories on the origins of the magical noise. Most of the officials definitely didn't like him, even if a few of the judges looked more amused and impressed. When he shook hands with Dumbledore, he looked up and saw his smile break slightly into a grimace. The guy definitely hadn't wanted Harry to win. Was he the one who put a bounty on Harry's head? He wasn't exactly sure. It was sort of unsubtle for Dumbledore. Harry had dealt with the men, and it would have been easier to use a small curse, or a compulsion to take Harry off guard. Public forms of cheating like a bounty were simply below him. He would have found them distasteful. This wasn't Dumbledore's doing. Someone else had tried to sabotage his task. To be perfectly fair, the attacks had barely even done anything to hinder him. Nevertheless, it was always a good idea to know if he had any more enemies. Really, things were getting ridiculous at this point. Still, having finished with the useless ceremonies, he sat next to the rest of the Hogwarts delegation and shared a smile with Daphne. He noticed the masked form of Lily Potter looking at him and decided to just give her an acknowledging nod before looking at the giant illusion. Instead, he absent-mindedly watched as the other Hogwarts champions walked towards the finish line, with the French champions on their heels. Fleur Delacour had managed to trick them into thinking that she was unconscious before waking up her fellow champions and following them, securing Beauxbatons an easy second place. It was admittedly clever of her. Harry would have voiced it, but most of his concentration was taken up by focusing on processing the task's events. Even with it effectively being over, he had ended up with even more questions than answers. He looked at the closed form of Flamel's diary, hoping that it would somehow give him the answers he was looking for. It didn't. In the bleak shadows of the towering Nurmengard fortress, a place steeped in a history of dark deeds and bitter incarcerations, Albus Dumbledore appeared with a faint pop of displaced air, the silence of the ancient stones greeting him like a forgotten whisper. The fortress itself loomed imposingly against a backdrop of dark, swirling clouds. Its walls, thick and constructed from cold, grey stone, rose ominously, casting a pall of foreboding over the barren landscape that surrounded it. Dumbledore's footsteps echoed through the vast, empty corridors as he navigated the labyrinthine passageways toward the tower his former friend resided in. Each step resonated against the stone, a somber drumbeat in the heart of this fortress of despair. As he entered the sparsely furnished room, Grindelwald was standing by the window. "The first seal is broken," Grindelwald said without turning, his voice carrying a trace of dark amusement. "I sensed it, Albus." Dumbledore's expression was one of weary frustration as he responded, "Yet I wasn't able to secure Flamel's diary. The Potter boy won, despite my efforts." He confessed to employing subtle compulsion charms on the officials, hoping to tilt the scales against the young champion. But the organizers lacked subtlety, he continued, shaking his head in dismay. A Leviathan, of all things, to attack the boy. Grindelwald turned, his face breaking into a mocking smile. "It seems young Potter has bested you again, Albus. You should have known better than to trust others with delicate tasks. You did say that it was a long shot at best." His tone was scornful yet tinged with a hint of camaraderie, as if recalling a shared past full of similar miscalculations. He moved closer, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. "But let's not dwell on distractions. The removal of the seal was a crucial step. Everything proceeds according to our plan. Ragnarok will happen on our terms, and our dreams will become reality. One of our dreams, Gellert, the former headmaster corrected, the victor of our battle will shape the world. Oh, Albus. You and I already know that things are never that easy. Don't forget that our alliance is temporary. The light and dark are always destined to be enemies. We're both here to make sure that the damage is not so great that there wouldn't be a world left for the victor to build. The Dark Lord burst into laughter. Sure, Albus. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, of Bloody Words. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. The sun had fallen, and the spectators decided to go enjoy their dinner and go to sleep before coming back the day after. Harry was surprised to hear that the task wasn't actually over. The organizers hadn't really put in any time limit, but they probably had a few clues spread around the forest that they could activate to get the champions to move forward a bit. The rules of the task were clear. The only way to leave was to reach the finish line, forfeit, be disqualified, or just be too injured to continue. It was strangely reminiscent of Quidditch matches in the way they handled the duration of the task, but then again, for some ungodly reason, people seemed to like this about the sport. Currently, the Hogwarts and Beauxbatons champions had finished, while the Demstrang and Nebelheim champions were too injured to continue. Apparently, the Chimera's last lightning attack was a bit stronger than they were able to handle, and the damage might have been severe. Their headmasters, Igor Karkaroff and Magnus Svensson, did try to argue this fact, but the sad truth was that if left alone, there was a chance of permanent injury, and that's not to mention the dangers in the forest. Then, they tried to get Harry disqualified for violating the rule on dark magic, and McGonagall protested saying that all he did was cast a harmless shield. He hadn't been the one to cast the attack spell. That left the Olympus champions, the Roman champions, and the Spanish champions, who had woken up hours later, confused as to what had happened, and frantic for their lack of medallions. The Romans could have been out of it for longer if it wasn't for the fact that Diggory had broken the ward that Harry had modified to keep them asleep. Not that Harry cared, he got what he came for. The organizers must have pitted them, since the remaining competitors found small clues in the form of a riddle carved on a tree, giving them subtle directions to their next clues. Truth be told, it hadn't taken Harry too long to be bored out of his mind. At least the squabbling headmasters were entertaining. Harry decided that he'd stayed more than long enough to be polite and made up his mind to leave. He wouldn't come the following day. The whole thing got rather tedious, all things considered. He expected that many of the spectators wouldn't return as well. Well, perhaps the organizers' fears were founded after all. As he made his way back to the castle, he was finally able to see Arcturus, who gave him a proud smile. You were always good at scaring the shit out of people, kid. Have I ever told you that? Harry couldn't help but snort. Seriously. I know that I stopped holding back a bit, but I haven't really used any outrageous pieces of magic. Was it really that terrifying? You're joking, right? You beat one of the ICW's weapons in minutes, and even used its attacks to defeat it, and the idiots who tried to attack you from the back. Sure, your whole stealth attacks at the start were good, but what you did with the Leviathan just took the cake. Harry hummed. So, that's what it's called, a Leviathan. What are they? Some chimera that the ICW created and managed to weaponize somehow. I remember people saying that it did some very good work against some terrorists in northern Africa a few years back. They would be pretty effective near the shore, I'll give them that. I can see one of them taking out a small stronghold if it could obey orders. The Black Patriarch snorted, more like a dozen strongholds each. You made a lot of enemies just taking it out like that, especially with the way you did it. Harry simply shrugged. I hadn't really used that much magic against it. In a fight against something with more raw power than you, your best bet is to use their own power against them. If it had been a dragon, I would have used the fire to power a runic array, and found a way to counter the magic it used to fly. Nothing is truly invincible, and all it takes is to find that small vulnerability to bring even the mightiest of opponents down. And you couldn't have hit it with the modified stunner from the start. It was too quick. And that kind of spell takes me a lot of time to cast even once. It barely even qualifies as a spell, since I end up doing a lot of calculations in my head to specifically get it to bypass different forms of magical protection. It's better on an immobile opponent so that I can analyze the protections and modify the spell to work around them. A familiar voice from behind him spoke up. I was wondering what that was. Harry turned with a surprised look on his face. Gemma. He didn't really expect to see her anytime soon. Ever since her graduation, Harry hadn't heard anything from the young woman. To be perfectly fair, they weren't that close, but he did admire her slightly. She had taken over the House of Snakes without a strong family name to lean on, and no one had risked trying to take her position. Harry expected her to have started working in the ministry or to have accepted an apprenticeship, especially considering her good showing in the Hogwarts tournament. The former Hogwarts student gave him a small smirk, and just gave Arcturus a small pile of parchment. The Sultan has agreed to your terms, Mr. Black. He gave me this broad contract to give to your solicitor to review. Good job, Farley. Keep up the great work. The girl preened at the compliment, turned, and left without saying another word. Harry turned towards his guardian and raised an eyebrow. Seriously. She impressed me in the last year, and I snatched her up before anyone else could. She's acting as my assistant while I teach her the ropes of navigating the politics of magical Britain. Don't worry, when you graduate, I'm making you suffer the same as her. Harry gulped. I'd really rather not. He really didn't want to do that. Harry always preferred to work on his magic rather than to spend hours on boring parties with people who barely spoke a word of truth. He hadn't even crafted something good for almost a year because he was so busy trying to deal with Dumbledore's machinations and rebuilding his family fortune. Arcturus must have noticed his horrified look because he burst into loud laughter. That look on your face was the exact one your grandfather had when my sister forced him to attend the Wisingamot meetings. They both remained in a comfortable silence until the Black Patriarch broke it. So, did you open Flamel's diary? I can, but not yet. It's fascinating that he turned this frankly normal book into an artifact which would also recognize an owner. I'm planning on going over it tonight. Wise of you. It wouldn't have been a good idea to publicize the fact that you can open the book. Now, don't let me keep you. I'm sure that your fellow champions want to celebrate with you. Harry simply nodded and walked towards the metallic dragon, where McGonagall and the other members of the Hogwarts delegation were waiting and started to applaud when they saw him. Sure enough, when he entered through the dragon's maw, the entire place exploded with cheers and yells again. The Weasley twins were lighting up fireworks and had somehow snuck in barrels of fire whiskey that McGonagall obviously pretended not to see. He decided to help himself with some food. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was until his stomach growled at the sight of a miniature feast. The other Hogwarts champions were busy regaling the other students with their tales about what had happened in the forest. Harry kept getting stopped every few minutes to answer some stupid question. He was quickly getting irritated every time that happened. To be perfectly fair, Harry did technically hand Hogwarts the win in the first task of one of the biggest events of the year. He had even made sure that two of the strongest opposing schools, Durmstrang and Nebelheim, wouldn't get any points. Hogwarts was the school least favored to win and everyone knew that, especially the students and staff. Harry had shown the world that Britain wasn't as weak as they thought it was. Feeling very close to just hexing whoever came to him next, Harry felt himself being pulled away by a blonde figure. Ah, finally, he hadn't seen Daphne since they left the stands, and even then, they hadn't really said anything to each other. Daphne gave him a small smile. You looked like you needed help. Yeah, thanks for that. I was tempted to curse the lot of them just so they would leave me alone. I'm glad you didn't. After all, we wouldn't have wanted to sully your new reputation as Britain's golden boy. Harry groaned. That's not funny. It is from where I'm standing. Still, you did very well, Harry. I think you would have done better. Your family crest would have been a major advantage in a forest. The blonde snorted, and you could have been a lot quicker too. Remember, I regularly spar against you. I know what you're capable of, and you were pretty casual with the way you handled things. I think I never properly appreciated just how bullshit you are. Harry smirked. I am good, aren't I? The girl returned his smile before straightening out. Look, Harry. I know things haven't been good since our fight. But, I missed you. He nodded back. I missed you too. The blonde jumped and hugged him tightly, a hug that he quickly returned. Ever since he confronted Lily and asked her to stay away from him and Daphne, the blonde knew that he must have been the one who had ruined her chances of learning proper blood magic. Harry didn't even get to tell her about Lily's identity. And of course, Daphne had to ruin the moment by saying, but Harry, you were being unreasonable. You are my friend, not my father. You can't forbid me from doing anything. She's dangerous, Daphne. And blood magic is no joke. You could easily get yourself killed. But that's still my decision. I don't care if she's some monster. I told you years ago that healing my sister was my first priority. I would make a deal with the devil without hesitation if it meant that she would be cured. I have respected your ambitions for years. I'm only asking you to do the same for me. Harry hesitated for a moment but resigned himself. There was really nothing he could do to stop her. Fine. But before you have any lessons, there are a few things you need to know about our dear Unspeakable. Let's just do it tomorrow. This day has been stressful enough on its own and I'm getting tired. She gave him a blinding smile before turning away and leaving. There was really nothing he could do here. Even if Lily was planning on hurting her, she had already sunk her claws into Daphne with her offer. He was going to tell her who she was later, but he didn't think it would change anything. Speaking of the redhead, Harry decided to speak up. You can come out now. The fake Unspeakable walked out from the shadows and spoke with a smooth voice. So you're finally letting me teach the girl then? She really doesn't know the hold she has over you. Harry nodded. She doesn't, but that also means that if you do anything to hurt her, mother or not, I'll burn you. I'll burn your heart out of you. As for now, you said that you would do something for me. Sure, what do you need? I need to know who put the bounty on me. The redhead's obscured voice turned amused. Oh, that's easy. It was me. I'm the one who put the bounty on you. After all, it was a lot easier for you to win when every other competitor willingly went out of their way to come to you, hoping for a quick payday. After all, I had faith you would beat them easily enough. Harry shook his head in disappointment and went to his room. You really are a horrible person, Lily Potter. He decided not to think about it much. There was already a lot on his mind. He would deal with that little revelation the following day. Instead, he took out the diary from his magically expanded bag and opened the first page. The words they held seemed to shock him. Hello, young Peveril. You seem to have found my diary just as I arranged for you to do. You have a lot to learn and not enough time to do so. So, let's just get started. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, A Tale of Two Brothers. November 7, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Instead, he removed the diary from his magically expanded bag and opened the first page. The words they held seemed to shock him. Hello, young Peveril. You seem to have found my diary just as I arranged for you to. You have a lot to learn and not enough time to do so. So, let's just get started. Harry stiffened as he kept reading. How the fuck did Nicholas Flamel know that a Peveril descendant would be able to open the diary? The only reason Harry could be called a Peveril and not a Potter was because of his crest. Harry had accepted that a very long ago that he was a Potter in name only, but not in magic. For example, Tom Riddle would not have been considered to be a Peveril. There wasn't a lot of research on the field, but it was an accepted fact that the differences in souls and upbringings could impact which crest someone would get if they could inherit multiple ones. Similarly, someone might forcefully get their child to inherit a certain crest by grafting a small fragment before their 7th birthday, but it wouldn't be as good as someone inheriting the family crest naturally. All in all, considering that there hadn't been a proper Peveril for centuries at the very least, there was no reason for Flamel to address him this way without scanning his crest. Of course, the answer came in the next sentence. Well, I know you're probably overthinking about how I knew it would have been you. After all, the content of this book is static, there are no changes. And don't worry, I truly am dead. However, while my prowess as an alchemist is very well known, very few knew of my wife's talent as a seer. Even as I write this, I have no idea in which circumstances you will receive this book, only that you will when it is necessary. For some reason, Pernelli asked me to bring this little journal to the Beauxbatons headmistress. I think her name is Olympus or something. Names tend to be blurry when you get my age and I pray that you never do. Anyway, like my wife told me, I should put some kind of permanent enchantment so that this diary would only belong to the winner of Beauxbatons' next European tournament. Which was weird because as far as I know, Hogwarts was hosting the damn thing. Nevertheless, I've learned many times not to question my wife. Harry never expected Pernelli Flamel to be a seer. It was kind of terrifying to see just how good she was, considering how spot on her predictions were. The woman had seriously predicted the fact that the tournament would no longer be held in Hogwarts and that Harry would participate in the task to win the diary. He had never heard of a seer that was that precise. Then again, he hadn't heard of a seer living as long as the woman. After all, she had more than 6 centuries to hone her craft. Choosing to just go with the flow, Harry continued to read. Now that you understand how I sent you the diary, you must be asking why I did so. Well, according to Pernelli, you will need so. You will find in this journal some beginner knowledge in alchemy, as well as some stabilized alchemical experiments with very little risk. I don't know why Pernelli asked me to put them since they're a little too stable to be powerful, but apparently, they will be of use to you somehow. Pernelli wrote a few chapters in the end, but she didn't let me read it. But before we start with the technicalities, by the time you're reading this, you have to know that you are at the precipice of one of the grandest events in history. I wish I would have been there to see it, out of curiosity more than anything, but unfortunately, I should have died at my traitorous apprentice's hand sometime soon. Despite the fact that I will always care for the young men I trained and taught, Albus Dumbledore is now the greatest danger to you. He was once my greatest pride and now is my greatest failure. It all began centuries ago when I created my infamous stone. It was never meant to be a tool for immortality, but a panacea, the only cure I could have conceived for my dying wife. At the time, I tried using the remaining life force of every person dying prematurely, but it wasn't even close enough. That kind of magic required sacrifices, and so I obliged. Having had enough of guessing, I just decided to let fate decide the price. I created a plague that would not stop until the price would have been enough. It took millions of lives for the stone to be created, but it was nearly not enough, except that a newborn light champion was killed by it as well. It was able to supercharge the ritual and become the tool for immortality that it is today. Apparently, the light had a lot of plans for the champion and did like having it interrupted for a ritual, let alone having a small fragment of its power absorbed into a stone. Decades later, the next light champion cornered me, and bound me to the light, to track down the light champions and train them until my dying breath. I saved Pernelli but lost my freedom. I would have destroyed the damn thing, but it still held a fragment of the light. The consequences would have been chaotic to say the least, and in a way, I did weaken the connection the light had with its champions, which happened to be completely bloodbound to me. It was a petty form of retribution considering the light bound me for an accident. However, I later learned that I wasn't the only one cursed to serve the powers. Another vampire, Vlad Dracul, created a ritual to enhance himself and his species. He also accidentally used a fragment of the dark and ended up bound to it. And so, Dracul and I hatched a plan and collaborated to get the champions of the light and dark to work together, to end the cycle of war and death that followed their endless battles. The plan was to have them unite the magical world, and I would have offered them doses of the elixir of life to avoid any other champion from being born. As you probably realized, it did not work. Gellert was too taken with his power over people, and Albus grew up with an obsession over control. They fought and our dream died, and now the world is in danger because of it. I wish I was there with you, young Peveril, but Pernelli told me that it would have been a bad idea. The moment is nearing, the first prophecy, the last battle between the light and dark is soon. Ragnarok is coming. We had hoped to delay it with our plan of peace, but we failed, and now you will have to deal with the consequences. You are hounded by the light and dark. But I believe you should, at the very least, understand their nature. It all began with a kingdom, older than recorded history, yet it might live on in myth. We do not know its true name, but most people call it Atlantis. It wasn't an island like you imagined, but a true kingdom of magic and might. Its mighty king had 2 sons, who vied for his throne. The younger son craved the throne, and so, he used the forbidden arts to pierce the veil between worlds. He was met with a realm of purity and light, that he claimed as his own, giving him magic beyond his wildest dreams. The older brother, seeing this, did not wish to jeopardize his position and did the same, claiming a realm of darkness and shadows. As the king was on his deathbed, the 2 brothers battled in a fight that destroyed most of the kingdom. It was so powerful that they had overwhelmed their mortal bodies, becoming one with their realms, and the walls between realms became thin. They kept absorbing realm after realm for their power, that it created a great crisis that we call the Great Cataclysm. The very stars collided, and worlds were ripped open, letting wonders and horrors into the world. Dragons as tall as mountains roamed the skies, and the sea was filled with monstrosities that were as large as islands. Humanity was at risk. Seeing the actions of his own son, the king with his dying breath, helped the gods of realms threatened by his sons, locked away both dimensions. He gave his own life, and burned away his great soul to power the ritual. In honor of his sacrifice, the gods made sure that humanity would survive. Unfortunately, the seals were not permanent. Slowly but surely, the light and dark could communicate with the material world. They were weak at first, but they progressively were able to mold certain wizards to suit their purpose, blessing them with the power to become leaders and start changing the magical world, which we ended up calling the champions of light and dark. In a show of unity, both the light and dark achieved a ritual to strengthen the walls between dimensions, forcing the gods to either stay in the material world, far away from their power, or return home. Most did return home, and the very few who remained were hunted down since they were no longer connected to their realms. The light and dark obviously put on certain safeguards to keep getting champions, but I will admit to not truly knowing what they are. Of course, the gods did not leave quietly. The last god to ascend, the mighty Odin, proclaimed the first prophecy. The prophecy of Ragnarok. And so, Harry read the single most terrifying piece of text he had ever seen in his life. When the serpent falls and silence reigns. A legacy reborn as the gods descend. Death and fate, now intertwined. A silent world, eerily serene. He shivered with every word, feeling the very power that just saying them in his mind. He had no doubt that every single word he said was true. However, it felt incomplete. Merely reading the world in his head started a veritable symphony to his arcane hearing. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, but it was also missing something. A verse, maybe even more. He wanted to find out. No, he needed to find out. He could feel even his magical crest soothingly warming up in approval. He decided to read further to see where things were going, or what Flamel actually wanted from him. Well, that's it for my little message. Again, if you're frustrated, just blame Pernelli. Great, and now she's sending hexes at me. I probably shouldn't have written that. Oh, wait, she says that you'll get your answers when you see the last legacy of Camlin. Huh, I didn't expect her to push you to go there, but whatever. It's not my problem, I'll be too dead to care. I hope my notes will help you, young man. Farewell, Peveril, and I wish you good fortune in the battles to come. And that was it. Nicholas Flamel's last message. And it was a story and a fucking vague recommendation. Fucking seers, not giving any straight answers. Harry ignored the hypocritical comment considering that he was also a seer. Nevertheless, while this answered a lot of questions, he somehow ended up with even more of them. Flamel's journal was obviously not going to have the key to answer them. At least now, he had a solid lead. He needed to find the last legacy of Camlin, and also figure out whatever missing verse in the prophecy of Ragnarok. That's not to mention the fact that he would still have to confront his mother. It wasn't a surprise when he didn't get enough sleep that night. Chapter 267, Wands and Roses. November 8, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Harry woke up feeling a mixture of tiredness and comfort. He had barely slept the previous night, considering the bomb of knowledge that he'd ended up getting. It all just fit so well, even if it felt more like a bedtime story than an actual history text. Knowledge of the creation of the light and dark must have been sparse, to say the least. Pernelle Flammel was probably the source of most of this story considering her skills in divination. She could have potentially tried to scry the past, but considering just how chaotic things must have been during the convergence of realms, seeing anything from that era must have been like trying to see through a storm. Nevertheless, the story just made too much sense. The way champions of light and dark tended to have similar motives to their predecessors. The dark always tried to oppress the world and mold it the way it wanted to, while the light always tried to cleanse what it considered to be imperfections in the world. It just fit too perfectly for Harry to try questioning it, even if he wanted to do so. Speaking of Pernelle, that woman was fucking terrifying. Even when she was dead, she could have already put things in motion which could cause an untold amount of damage. Seriously, no wonder ministries tended to keep close eyes on seers. Sure, Harry had never heard of anyone being able to predict things with the woman's accuracy, but he would not look at another seer the same way again. Harry imagined being able to do this. Somehow making years or even decades of plans in advance. Unfortunately, he had no way of really training his divination abilities. Seers weren't exactly popular and tended to be considered as covert national resources. No country publicly revealed their seers' locations in fear of them being abducted or killed off. It seemed like Harry would have to settle with the random visions and dreams. For now. A shame. It was probably going to be very useful in the coming apocalypse. Yeah, that was also a thing. Ragnarok. The word itself made him shiver. He had heard of the word previously from Norse mythology. It was the prophesied apocalypse of the Norse pantheon, with most of the gods dying, and the world being destroyed. You know, normal apocalypse stuff. The poem that Flammel wrote down, even if it was probably incomplete, didn't paint a proper picture. The part about the world serpent dying did make him feel guilty. That was him. He had done that, killing Jormungandr to defeat Tom Riddle. But, had he truly caused this? The events needed to accomplish this, to essentially kill a god, were absurd. First, he had to have created the perfect weapon, the Colt, unknowing of what was to come. He had to come to the Chamber of Secrets, and not defeat Tom Riddle beforehand. The basilisk had to have been slain, which Neville Longbottom did with a sword of all things. Riddle had to show off and Harry had to shoot the world serpent with the Colt. Considering that Grindelwald had survived the shots with some preparation, Jormungandr could have probably done the same somehow. He had to be surprised, to not realize what the weapon was before dying. The series of events needed to accomplish this were beyond ridiculous, and Harry could almost see the hand of fate moving things around like pieces on a chessboard. Was it truly his fault, or was this always going to happen regardless of any decisions he could have made? It was needless to really wonder. After all, he could not change the past. But now he had to deal with a fucking apocalypse. Things were never going to be easy for him, were they? With a sigh, Harry decided to just face the music and go down to eat his breakfast. He was looking forward to hanging out with Daphne properly, especially after their small fight the week before. However, as he walked out of the metallic dragon, he saw Lily Potter in her unspeakable guise, obviously waiting for him. She stiffened when she saw him and spoke up, "Hey, Harry. I think we need to talk." The last Potter really wasn't in the mood, especially with the fucking bomb left in his lap thanks to Flammel. Still, he decided to just get through with this, fine. Do you mind doing it on the way to breakfast? I'm famished. The fake unspeakable nodded, and they both walked side by side to the palace. Harry decided to let the woman speak up first. I'm sorry. Well, wasn't that a surprise? He never expected the woman to apologize. What are you sorry for? I shouldn't have put a bounty on your head. Harry let out a deep sigh. It's not about the bounty, Lily. It's about the fact that I specifically asked you to give me some space, and you went out of your way to do something like this. It was more efficient, though, the masked redhead protested. I don't care about efficiency. If you hadn't noticed, I was more than fast enough. And it wasn't even more effective. I had personally gone out of my way to hunt down the other champions during the task. All you did was essentially force me to fight the Chimera and 10 other champions at the same time since they wanted to personally take me out. It was faster, but if they hadn't done that, it would have taken me an extra hour to track them down. It wouldn't have even been an issue considering that the task is still going on right now. The only reason anyone has finished is because I gave the medallions to the other Hogwarts champions and the Beauxbatons champions followed them back. The redhead flinched at that. he could understand why. It wasn't nice to realize that your plan actively hindered another person's. Now, normally, her plan would have probably worked. As far as anyone knew, Harry was smart and good at dueling, but that didn't exactly translate well to winning a scavenger hunt. Lily had tried to stack the odds in his favor, turning the task into a martial contest, which he should have won easily enough. The woman protested, "I didn't know what the task was in detail, only that it had riddles, and that fighting was allowed. I tried infiltrating the organizers, but only Maxime and the ICW delegates knew the specifics of the task. Apparently, there was a secrecy contract involved. I could have done more if I had more time, but you only decided to involve yourself when the diary was revealed." Now, looking back, if she hadn't even known about the task, it would have been logical to do that. She ensured, in a way, that any sort of task would turn into a fight, which Harry was more likely to win and get the diary that she knew he wanted. Considering the frankly confused tone, Lily hadn't really even considered why putting a bounty on her fucking son's head was a bad idea. After all, when you made the proper calculations, the results were the same, with Harry as the victor. In fact, logically, it was even an advantageous move to essentially secure the win since the champions would actively try to hunt him down instead of winning the task. It was also very close to the logic of killing her husband, a man that she had confessed to liking well enough to consider him a friend, without any hesitation, to save him. The pure pragmatism was correct, but it just wasn't right. Even if she had done this to save him, or even if she just wanted to escape the ambush on Godric's Hollows, maybe even if she thought it was a good opportunity to connect herself to another dimension, it didn't explain away the fact that her first reaction was to kill her husband. That just wasn't how the thought process of normal human beings worked. Humans are a race heavily defined by their emotions, magical or not. Seeing someone so detached from sentiment, and obviously ruled by cold logic, just felt wrong. What the fuck had the Department of Mysteries done to her to turn her into this? Harry was honestly uncomfortable with the woman's personality and obvious obsession with him, but the cold truth was that he needed allies. Arcturus was trying to use the tournament to ready himself, but there was no one that could really stop Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Lily Potter could actually do some damage, and she came with an army of enhanced werewolves and the Department of Mystery support. Considering the whole mess with Ragnarok and the possible end of the world, he could see himself needing the help. Flamel's last message really shook him. He would keep a close eye on her, but he had to at least give her an inch. And so, he put a fake amused expression on his face. "Well, please don't do this again. Out of curiosity, do you even have 50,000 galleons in case someone managed to take me out?" "Of course not. I had complete trust in your abilities. After all, you're my son. All it takes is one spell for even the greatest of mages to lose. Anything can happen in a fight." The masked woman nodded. "Yes, I know. Now, I know you don't feel comfortable with this, but my first blood magic lesson with the Greengrass girl is right after breakfast. Are you sure you don't want me to postpone?" Harry simply shook his head. There was nothing he could do on that front without alienating both Daphne and Lily. It was probably the redhead's plan to include herself even further in Harry's life. He still didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing yet, but he hoped it was the former. He had been outmaneuvered with this, which he would admit readily, and he couldn't really refuse either of them. Was Lily trying to gloat, or was she really trying to warn him so that he wouldn't be surprised? Fucking hell, that woman was confusing all the time, and her motive was unknown. They kept walking in silence until they arrived at the Great Hall for their breakfast. He ignored the stares the other students were giving him and just sat next to Daphne, who was talking animatedly about how excited she was for her lesson. After breakfast, he decided not to join the spectators again and watch the task. It was just so boring to watch students try to figure out a puzzle for hours. Instead, he decided to go back to his room and try out the alchemy experiments that Flamel had put in his book. Flamel's viewpoint on alchemy was very different from how the rest of the world expressed it. Alchemy was known as permanent magic. An artifact with a permanent enchantment just couldn't be made without using alchemy. However, the way Flamel explained it, permanence was a side effect of alchemy, not its intended use. The core of alchemy was in the property of equivalent exchange, but the question was, of what? Well, the truth was that it was an equivalent exchange in the levels of magic. Normal magic just used the energy processed by the body to mess with the way the world worked. The world keeps trying to go back to normal, which weakens the spell until it dissipates into nothing. That is why spells do not work permanently. It was a very well-known law of magical entropy. Technically, in a closed system without any connection to the rest of the world, a spell could be permanent, but such a separation was almost impossible. Mages have tried to do so for centuries, but they weren't able to achieve much to create such an effect. Alchemy was different. Instead of shaping the world, it convinced it that its new state was always the one it should have been in, that the spell was its default state. To do so, it manipulated the very veil of magic, cast a spell, and sacrificed something in exchange for stabilizing the system. If the world was satisfied with the balance, the exchange was complete, and the spell became permanent. The more complex the spell, the harder it was to fool the world, hence the high degree of danger that came with the field. Harry followed the instructions in Flamel's book and made a very stable array, that he quickly activated after checking everything. Suddenly, he felt a piece of timber be consumed into nothing, and another one start burning, and Harry could tell that the fire was not the product of magic, but genuine natural fire. However, while this was a rather useless piece of magic considering just how stable it was, there was a reason Pernelle Flamel had asked her husband to include these kinds of instructions. Harry grabbed another piece of timber and recreated the magic thanks to his arcane hearing. Immediately, it was consumed, and a ball of fire appeared in his hand, which he threw at the enchanted wall. The wall was destroyed by the impact, and Harry quickly extinguished the fire with a wave of his hand and repaired the wall. Well, for all her terrifying nature, Pernelle Flamel knew what she was doing. Yeah, this was going to be fun. Chapter 268, Eagle Eye. November 8, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Luca Romano felt proud as he finally put the glowing sphere into the large rock he found in the clearing. He had almost lost hope when he woke up in his camp and realized that all of his team's medallions had disappeared, but outside of that, he was very confident that he had done well in solving the task. He knew from the moment that the medallions were given to them that the whole thing was barely more than an incentive for them to fight, but nothing more. To win this way, a person would have to somehow defeat at least a single champion from each school, who would definitely not be alone if any of them had any form of critical thinking. To be fair, they probably had no clue about the art of battle like his schoolmates did. The Accademia Arcana Italia was very militarized. Luca had worked very hard and fought a lot in the school war games to be recognized as the praetor of his own cohort. He had worked his subordinates to the bone, and his methods had worked since his cohort was not only one of the few selected to be part of his school's delegation but actually chosen to compete in the first task of the tournament. It had been nerve-wracking at the start, especially considering that he knew very little about it, but he and his centurions were chosen for a reason. He had picked the 4 best centurions and simply hoped for the best. After all, life was an unknown battlefield, and this task would be no different. It had started out well enough. They had transfigured themselves weapons and armor, which they enchanted. They had made a defensible position in the form of a warded shelter and had designated roles for the duration of the task. He and his top lieutenant were designated as the scouts, while 3 would remain in camp, one of them acting as a warder, and the others as guards in case they were infiltrated. Everything was looking good. Until it didn't. Somehow, someone had knocked them all out. He guessed that it was some kind of airborne potion that would have bypassed their ward, and then they somehow took over their ward to knock out everyone inside. It was all very vague, but that seemed to be the perfect explanation. No one had even noticed that they had fallen unconscious, nor did the ward break. He couldn't really blame anyone. After all, even he had been taken out by the trap, which cost them their medallions. It hadn't really mattered since it was unlikely that every other school would be taken out that quickly. Luca decided to swallow his losses and try to make the best out of the situation. He had simply asked them to look around and saw the first key, in the form of a riddle. That had quickly gotten the morale up, since, after all, even if someone else won the task, there was no dishonor in coming in second place. And then the rest was history. They had solved riddles, dodged carnivorous plants, fought off trolls and even some kind of weird species of enhanced wolves that Luca had never heard of before. They even had to run away from a fucking wild griffin. It was all so perfect. It wasn't hard to realize that such a format of a task was obviously flawed since it didn't guarantee any form of conflict in the forest. It was just too structured, and Luca could easily see the fingerprints of someone controlling the action from afar. It was disappointing, but it was proof that the ICW was technically contributing to making the tournament safer. Of course, that also meant that the outcomes could be predetermined. Still, even with that sad fact, his cohort had done an admirable job, and he was proud of what they had achieved. It took almost 2 days, but they had quickly found the hidden orb and found out the correct place to enchant it, to lead them to the finish line. Immediately, he and his cohort were teleported before the stands, where the spectators were mildly applauding and cheering their arrival. Luca's lieutenant, Romeo Conti, looked around. There are fewer spectators. Yes, he couldn't deny that either. There were maybe half as many people as were there during the start of the task. Did they really do that badly? Before he could do anything, his entire team were asked to follow one of the organizers, who brought them to their tent. They were all a bit stunned at the anticlimactic course of events. He could hear his cohort whispering and he shut them up with a sharp glare. It didn't take long for Luca's best friend, another praetor called Marco Bianchi, to sneak inside. The Italian champion quickly motioned him to follow and put a few privacy wards up to avoid anyone eavesdropping on their conversation. Immediately after doing that, he turned towards his friend. What the fuck happened? It's a bit complicated. Just give it to me straight. Which place did we come in? Marco gulped slightly, and spoke up. You're the 3rd school to finish. They came 3rd. Disappointing, but not really the end of the world. The time that they were knocked out probably made up the difference. Still, that didn't explain much. Then why is half the crowd gone? Well, you see, you're the first school to finish traditionally by solving the puzzle. It was very impressive and everything. But in first and second place came Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, and they sort of finished yesterday. People didn't want to wait an entire day or more for third place, so a lot of them just left. Luca couldn't help but feel slightly sad at the fact that his team's effort wasn't noticed, but that was overwhelmed by the sheer disbelief at the fact that someone had finished a day before him, yesterday. They must have finished the task in an hour. How the fuck did that happen? Marco grinned in amusement. I know it's bad and everything, but it was so fucking badass. You probably won't believe me. You'll need to see this. The champion looked down at his friend's hand and saw some kind of modified omnioculars, which he activated, allowing an illusion to appear before him. In it, he saw Harry Potter running around very quickly. It was hard not to notice Harry Potter, by far the youngest champion in the first task. He had thought he would have been a liability. Prodigy or not, the boy was barely 14 and inexperienced, that's not to mention the giant bounty on his head. 50,000 galleons was a stupidly high amount of gold just to stop a kid from winning. To be perfectly honest, Luca thought that whoever had put up that bounty was either not planning on paying it or was planning something far more sinister with the boy. Luca was tempted to take the money. He knew that his centurions were planning on doing something, but it was just too much trouble to risk doing something this shady while you're being recorded. Sure, he would have taken out the kid if they had fought, but he wouldn't have actively tried to find the Potter boy. Nevertheless, he fully expected people to swarm the boy and take him out quickly. This was why he was baffled by the fact that Marco had just shown him a recording of the boy of all people. Before he could voice his confusion, he saw how the boy stole one of the Spanish medallions without them noticing and even put a curse on the fake he replaced it with. Then came the small fight with the Greeks. It was all so efficient. So simple. The boy hadn't even used complex magic outwardly, outside, of course, of the obvious magic he used to run around with a ridiculous speed, and the large-scale tracking charm that he must have used to find people. Any comment on the speed or tracking? None, but people think it's some kind of family magic since he didn't use a wand for those. Luca nodded and kept watching. Of course, the next of the boy's victims was Luca's team. He noticed how the boy fooled the wards and carved out runes that would be powered by their own magic to knock them out before taking over the ward and turning it into a trap. It was quite ingenious, really. Even if he had snuck past the wards, using any magic would have been detected. Carving runes isn't really magical, and since they were being powered by people who were allowed into the ward, no one detected them. Holy Juno, this was like watching a master at work. He couldn't even be mad about that. The tactics. The boy was something else. Of course, what came after made all of this look like child's play. Was the kid messing with the task so much that they sent a fucking Leviathan after him? Of course, to make things even better, he got ambushed by both Demstrang and Nebelheim and somehow took them all down. The rune work went a bit over Luca's head, but he had not only defeated the Leviathan, but he also tricked whoever was controlling it to take out everyone else, and actually knocked the beast down. He was so taken by what he had seen that he hadn't noticed that he was gaping at the illusion. Nor did he notice the 4 centurions behind him, with their mouths open. It had been a good 2 minutes since the recording ended and the illusion dissipated, yet they all just couldn't look away. Another silent minute passed before someone decided to speak up. It was Romeo, his lieutenant. His voice broke, and he needed to pause to swallow before carrying on. Did that really just happen? Yup, Marco cheerfully replied. Oh. That was. The warder started to speak up but trailed off in the end, unable to think of the words to properly describe what he had seen. But he didn't need to finish, they all understood what he meant. Yeah, Marco replied, still looking smug. Silence once again filled the room. Finally, someone snapped, who the fuck was that? Luca still had no words to properly explain what he had seen. Instead, he took a deep breath. Don't you recognize him? He's Harry Potter. That seemed to have struck them all dumb once more. After all, they had actively tried to eliminate the kid from the task for the bounty. They were lucky that they were just knocked out. Marco decided to continue. Yeah, so after this pretty show, the kid just steals another medallion from a Beauxbatons champion, as he did to the Spanish, but without the extra curses. Then he just combined the medallions, got the sphere and found the finish line. Then he sent the other medallions to the Hogwarts champions, who had gotten lucky fighting the French and Spanish champions. They made an orb of their own and got to the finish line. That Vila girl, Delacour, I think, faked being stunned and woke up her teammates. She had put a tracker on the British champions and got to the finish line right after them. Luca decided to summarize things a bit. So, you're telling me that a 14-year-old kid split up from his team, stole half of the medallions, angered the organizers enough to send a fucking living weapon against him, beat that weapon, took out 2 other schools, stole 1 final medallion, and won, all in just a couple of hours. No, not only did he win, but he indirectly made 2 full schools finish the task days ahead of time, and eliminated 2 other schools fully since they were injured after their confrontation. Marco nodded, yes, and since over half the competitors had either finished or were eliminated, spending the night with the healer, most of the spectators just became disinterested and left. And all of that was because of a single kid. Apparently, he wasn't going to compete if it wasn't for Flamel's diary, which the Beauxbatons headmistress put up as a prize for the winner. Luca snorted, feeling a mixture of amusement and bitterness. Fucking diary. The rest of the room nodded and echoed his statement. Fucking diary. Chapter 269, Premature Celebration. November 8, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Harry had expected to witness a lot of needless luxury during the reward ceremony. It was completely understandable since Beauxbatons always prided itself on its lavish celebrations. As he entered the grand hall, the air was thick with the scent of thousands of blooming flowers arranged meticulously around the room. The walls themselves seemed to shimmer with subtle magic, adorned with silk drapes in hues of deep blue and silver, reflecting the school's colors. Overhead, enchanted chandeliers floated gracefully, casting a warm, golden light that made the polished marble floor glisten like a calm sea under moonlight. The guests were an array of colorful figures, each dressed in their finest. Ladies in flowing gowns and gentlemen in sharp, tailored suits mingled effortlessly, their laughter and delicate clinking of crystal champagne flutes filling the air with a melodious harmony. It was also fake, and Harry hated it with a passion. It was obvious that these people didn't care about the task in any way, nor about the students that were competing. To them, this was barely more than an excuse to network, to make deals, and start collaborating with each other, as well as a chance for the ICW to show off its influence. Britain was also obviously sidelined. They had invited Cornelius Fudge and his undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. They refused to send any other invitations to the ministry, citing the fact that they still hadn't filled the position of head of the Department of International Relations. Of course, since the ICW had to approve the appointment of department heads after the Quidditch World Cup fiasco, they hadn't deemed any applicant to be acceptable. Thankfully, they couldn't really not invite the guardians of the competing students, which meant that a handful of influential British wizards and witches were able to attend. Arcturus Black, Amelia Bones, Amos Diggory, Augusta Longbottom, and many other wizards and witches that Harry didn't recognize had been able to come, and were doing their best to represent Britain. Of course, they were far fewer than the others, but it was better than just having 2 people. To be fair, considering just how many ministry department heads achieved their position due to pure nepotism, the risk of embarrassment was substantially lower. Surprisingly, Fudge and Umbridge were doing a great job at trying to salvage their country's failing economy. It was probably the minister's last shot at saving his career, and he was milking it for all he could. Of course, while this would have already been bad, the company was what was making Harry miserable. He was sitting at a table with the rest of the first task's champions. Every one of them, including his fellow Hogwarts champions, was staring at him with an openly wary expression. They must have watched the recordings. Apparently, a few spectators had made a fortune selling his fight with the Leviathan in an omnioculars or something. The Nebelheim and Demstrang students were the ones that looked the angriest. Harry didn't really understand why they felt this way, considering that they could have easily walked away, or even helped him with the Chimera. Even if they ended up as the only teams that didn't finish the task. Yeah, he could understand being angry at the humiliation. Other than them, no one really expressed any real anger at the task. The French had won 2nd place, which was acceptable considering the circumstances. The Italians were 3rd, which was also good enough considering 1st and 2nd place only finished early because of Harry. Apparently, their discipline paid off because they were organized enough to go through the scavenger hunt with surprising efficiency. They were followed up by the Greek, and then the Spanish champions. However, this had been a wake-up call. No one had expected Hogwarts to win this decisively. Everyone wanted to put down Hogwarts, and the ICW especially wanted to use the opportunity to put its claws into the institution. Minerva McGonagall looked especially smug at the head table. Harry liked the woman well enough, so at least she was enjoying herself. It was a bit of a known joke that while the average wizard in Britain was pitiful, it had the disturbing tendency of creating mages with monstrous talent and raw power. However, this did not stop the fact that everyone kept staring at Harry openly without even starting a conversation. No one had even spoken a word since sitting down on the champions' table. It was creepy and weird, to say the least, not to mention that it was a huge waste of time. After half an hour of pure silence, Fleur Delacour of all people started the conversation. So, how do you like Beauxbatons? Harry simply shrugged. I like it well enough. The library might be smaller than Hogwarts, but it's easier to navigate. I actually had to create my own spell to be able to quickly get books on any particular subject to save some time. A few books weren't even in English, and there aren't as many translation charms as you would think for extinct languages and dialects. Other than that, the extra electives are pretty nice. I think I would have had a good time here if I had transferred as I had planned, but then I would have still missed Hogwarts. That seemed to shock everyone at the table. One of the Spanish students spoke up for the first time. You were planning on transferring? Yeah. I don't know if it's common knowledge, but Albus Dumbledore and I don't really like each other. He even tried to kill me and make it seem like an accident a few months ago. I was planning on transferring to just get away from him. Thankfully, he ended up losing his position for, almost killing a student and everything. I have no clue as to why anyone would trust him near students again, especially in an international event, but whatever. And again, the uncomfortable silence returned. It was expected, though. While no one really wanted to talk about it, it was easy to guess that Dumbledore had forced himself into the tournament and people were obviously uncomfortable with that. To be fair, it wasn't a good idea to oppose Dumbledore without being able to back it up. The only way to coerce a vastly more powerful opponent was to find some leverage, something that they treasured enough that they wouldn't really do anything to you if it risked destroying or harming that thing. Harry had done it by threatening to reveal Dumbledore's past, risking his foothold in Britain. However, without that, he really didn't know how to deal with the man. One of the Demstrang students wanted to say something but was silenced by a glare from Crumb. The Quidditch star then continued in heavily accented English, I am curious. How did you beat us? I barely even recognized the spells that you used. Harry simply shrugged. When you're surrounded by multiple opponents, your first plan is always to use them against each other. I had 11 opponents, the Chimera, and 10 other champions. You definitely were not acting as a unit, so friendly fire is very expected. My main priority was the beast since it was the more dangerous one, no offense, which no amount of friendly fire would have defeated, so I went with runes. I couldn't really afford to power something that big, hence the lightning, and I couldn't really block the lightning using runes, since it would have destabilized its own power source recursively and I would have ended up with a spectacular explosion. I took care of that vulnerability by enchanting the ice spear to only be connected with the rune matrix once, and made it connect to the other spears of ice using the lightning rod charm. Then I had to stall until whoever controlled the beast tried to be smart and circumvent the vulnerability in the rune matrix. You know the rest, of course. Again, they kept staring at Harry for a good minute. He didn't really understand why. Now that the plan was revealed, it should have been obvious. It was the simplest one to get out of the situation as the victor without using too much magic and straining his circuits. The first rule of combat is to always use the enemy's strength against them. The explanation should have demystified things, and made him look less special, in a way, like a muggle magician revealing his trick. Thankfully the awkwardness was broken by Madame Maxime standing up, immediately silencing the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, it is my pleasure to announce the victors of the first task of the first European school tournament. In 5th place, representing Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Fleur Delacour. The Vila stood up, put a radiant smile on her face, and walked up towards her headmistress. It was surprising that other students were also getting prizes. Fleur was given a nice bouquet of white flowers, and a very old, enchanted ring that could turn its wearer invisible at will. Following her came Roger Davies and Lucien Bowl, who also received flowers and some very expensive dragon hide clothes. Afterwards was Angelina Johnson, who received a dress made up of griffin feathers of all things. Diggory, who was in 2nd place, was given a weird egg made of gold, filled to the brim with precious stones. This thing alone might set the Hufflepuff for life. To be fair, most of the prizes were. Harry could see what they were doing. Beauxbatons was obviously not paying for all this, it was the ICW. For all its luxury, it was still a school, and it couldn't afford such lavish spending. Harry's best guess would be that they didn't want to risk him competing in the other tasks and winning everything, making the event meaningless. It was a nice way of preventing what happened to Dumbledore's tournament. The last Potter hadn't really planned on competing in any other task, so he didn't really care. At least Daphne stood a better chance at winning something nice when she inevitably competed. Finally, it was Harry's turn. They had asked him to give back the diary for the award ceremony. He hadn't really wanted to do that and had just transfigured a duplicate, which he then enchanted using his arcane hearing to have a signature as similar to Flamel's journal as he could. It must have fooled them. He stood up and shook the headmistress' hand and was given the fake diary once more as well as dozens of other very old books. He'd expected that to be it, but then one of the organizers gave him a fucking sword. Looking at it closely, he could see that it was made with goblin silver. Well, that alone made it worth a small fortune. Still, he used a small telekinetic force to prevent any of the prizes from touching him directly. He wasn't going to touch anything that might have been tampered with by Dumbledore. He nodded and returned to the feast, having left his prizes in a small, expanded pouch that Arcturus had bought for him. He hadn't really thought about its usefulness, especially during an official feast, but it did end up paying off. The next hour was spent on people walking up to him and asking for insights on his plans, dreams, or descriptions of the task. He hated every moment of it. He hadn't even had a chance to spend any time with Daphne. Deciding to just go for it, he excused himself and walked out onto the terrace next to the hall. Fucking hell, that was horrible. He heard an amused chuckle behind him. Indeed it was, young Harry. I have been in your position many times, and I've always had to restrain the urge to just hex half of them. Before he could process what was being said, Harry found himself in a room on the other side of the castle. Everything just seemed muted for some reason, even the colors just looked wrong. Where the fuck was he? He hadn't even felt anything with his arcane hearing. Still, Harry couldn't help but turn towards the person behind him, feeling some trepidation from the familiar voice. He dearly hoped that he was wrong, that someone was messing with him. Unfortunately, his suspicions were correct. He was alone in a room with Albus fucking Dumbledore. Chapter 270, of Bright Delights. November 8, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Harry turned, feeling some trepidation from the familiar voice. He dearly hoped that he was wrong, that someone was messing with him. Unfortunately, his suspicions were correct. He was alone in a room with Albus fucking Dumbledore. It was hard to explain what was going through Harry's head. His heartbeat had gotten louder, and he was visibly starting to sweat. He was afraid. That's what it was. Everything hit him all of a sudden. He was alone in the company of the men who had almost killed him once before. He had suffered for years at the very least in that infernal Garden of Avalon and ended up crippled for months afterwards, barely capable of using magic due to the damage. It wouldn't have been an understatement to say that he fully hated Albus Dumbledore with a passion. It was odd, he rarely ever hated anything, but seeing the men looking unbothered just made his blood with a burning passion. He wanted the men dead. He didn't care about the politics of it all, or who the next champion of light would have been. He didn't care that it would have left Grindelwald to do whatever he wished without impunity. Harry only wanted to see the former headmaster dead. Before the gardens, he wouldn't have been this way. He would have thought about the repercussions, about how much the men was technically a stabilizing influence. He wouldn't have liked the men, but he wouldn't have hated him. Even when he knew he was nearby, he had subconsciously put it in the back of his mind. Dumbledore was just an enemy, just another opportunistic man. Harry didn't want to think about the consequences of the man's presence, yet now, he had to face them. It was odd, to truly and fully hate another human being. He had never experienced anything like it before. True hate. Harry did his best to ignore the terrifying fact that the old man was able to transport him without realizing it with his arcane hearing. He needed to keep a clear head. He was able to suppress the urge to attack the men, especially since he would have probably lost. He was also alone in some kind of subspace, and he needed to be patient on how to proceed. Instead of panicking, he decided to respond to the man's comment, "I never thought I'd see the day where you would actively seek me out." The elderly man put a fake smile on his face. "Oh, I wouldn't say that much. You're such a fascinating child, Harry Potter. Why wouldn't I want to speak to you? You know, the whole trying to kill me and everything might have tainted any image I had of you." The former headmaster chuckled, "And you have destroyed my life's work in your childish tantrum." There was some bitterness there, to say the least, but something was different. Something was wrong with Dumbledore. Now that he had stopped panicking, it was all clear to see. The way Dumbledore behaved was odd. He was always patient, and ready to manipulate people. To be fair, he had taken them both when Harry was completely alone, and to the world, it would have looked like he had just taken a breather or wanted some privacy. It wouldn't have been that unusual for teenagers to sneak away during feasts. Sure, if something happened to him, Dumbledore would have been the main suspect, even if many of the other competitors or even the ICW could have wanted him gone, either for revenge or in fear of another potential archmage. After all, Harry had made a splash with his task. However, there was this surety in Dumbledore's expression that had been absent before. The man was obviously certain that he would get what he wanted and did not fear any consequences. Something was different. Deciding to dig in further, Harry snarked back, "Grindelwald destroyed your life's work, and he wouldn't have been able to do it if it weren't for your own actions. And yet that starting seed of doubt, that made everyone question my motives, came from what you said in your guardianship hearing." Harry let out a bitter laugh. "Is that so? Weren't you the one who pushed me into a corner that day? I was playing the game, you're the one who went overboard. There's a certain etiquette in political events, certain expectations to make sure that not too many people lose their careers. You broke that. But that's not why I'm here, as you probably know." Flamel's journal, Harry simply stated. "Ah, Nicholas was a dear mentor of mine, and later even a close friend. What you have in your hands is some of his final work, and experiments that I wish to continue. I want to make sure his legacy doesn't die with him, you see." Harry wanted to punch the men in the face. "Yeah, but as you probably know, the journal has a few safety features, including an ownership clause." "Yes. I don't know if you've ever learnt this in class, but ownership can easily be transferred either through bargains or by force." He could tell easily that the former headmaster wanted to unsettle him or even subtly threaten him into giving up the journal. "Maybe you're right. Maybe someone could theoretically win the diary from me. However, what if I somehow anticipated this and bound it to my bloodline, or even better, to my magic crest? In this case, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to relinquish it, would I? I tend to be very thorough when it comes to protecting my stuff. I wonder if that means that I'm a greedy person. Anyway, it's sad that because of my impulsive decision, no one would be able to get the diary. What a shame, it would have been worth a pretty penny. I hope that one of my descendants will be able to decipher its mysteries and read Flamel's last words. They must have been fascinating. Harry was bullshitting. He hadn't bound the journal to his crest, it would have been an idiotic thing to do. This was a diary written by someone far more skilled than himself with magic. He had learned long ago not to take risks with unknown artifacts, and putting it near his soul was a very bad idea, no matter how much he liked Flamel. After all, he was the man who taught Dumbledore, and the former headmaster must have learned an awful lot from him. However, the Archmage could easily believe that it would have been the truth. To be perfectly fair, Harry had acted rather rashly when it came to the headmaster. The guardianship hearing, and the way he made a mockery of Dumbledore's tournament, were not the actions of a subtle person. To be fair, the first one, he had been taken by surprise, and the second one, he was just doing it out of pettiness for being forced to compete, and he had nothing to lose by doing so. Dumbledore didn't know that Harry could be subtle for the simple reason that when he needed to be, no one knew of his involvement. After all, no one knew about the Battle of Hogsmeade or even that Sirius Black was still alive. The man's face morphed into a fake concerned expression. Oh, you must have someone examine your crest promptly. The damage alone of using an unknown artifact could be disastrous, I know. But what's life without risk, he replied cheekily, doing his best to not betray the panic he was feeling. Dumbledore seemingly stopped feeling patient. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? That made a disturbing amount of sense. Harry knew that it was Dumbledore who killed the Flamels. Even Nicholas Flamel knew that he would meet his end at the hands of his apprentice, but he had always assumed that Dumbledore had taken the Philosopher's Stone when he killed them. The stone containing a fragment of the light must have been a very powerful artifact, especially since everyone thought that it was missing. So, Flamel got one over Dumbledore and hid the damn thing in a way that no one could have traced. How interesting. While its location was not in the diary, Harry could technically leverage this information. Calmly, he answered, "How about a trade then?" One answer for another. The older man frowned. "Speak. How about this then? I'll tell you everything I know about the Philosopher's Stone's location, but, in exchange, you tell me exactly what you're doing here." "I don't understand, young Harry. I'm here to judge on this." Harry interrupted him. "We're alone here, Dumbledore. I don't have any hidden recordings, you're the one who ambushed me. So, spare me the whole judging thing. You couldn't give a shit about school tournaments, and you know it, especially now that you're not a headmaster anymore. There's nothing here that might help you make connections that you wouldn't have made far more easily. You're not here about the diary, you didn't even know that it existed. So, why?" The man remained silent, meaning that Harry's theories were positive. That loud release of magic at the end of the task was probably his doing. He needed to know its source and what its purpose was. And to do that, he needed to keep pushing. "Oh, come on. Are you sure you actually want the stone, the fragment of light that has been missing for centuries, that could actually make you whole, and ensure your victory against Grindelwald once more?" Adding in a sprinkle of information that no one other than Flamel could have known, made the deal far more legitimate. Of course, that was when Harry heard a scream with his arcane hearing and dodged the slash of fire that came at him. He quickly retaliated with a slash of his own, which Dumbledore took over with his wand, compressed it into a ball, and released it as a beam of force and fire. Harry decided to neutralize it by warping space around it, dividing the beam and redirecting it to the dozens of transfigured statues that were trying to sneak in on him. Funnily enough, the former headmaster was smiling. "Very impressive, young Harry. Very impressive indeed. You say that, but you're the one who tried to sneakily attack me. I thought that this would have been beneath you. In battle, there is no such thing as honor, and believe me, boy, we are battling. Every word we speak is a way to hurt our enemy, nothing more, nothing less. You might be talented, but you lack experience, and it shows." For the first time since the sneak attack, Harry had given himself a moment to think, and to him, that was immeasurable. All right, what could Harry say about his opponent? First things first, he didn't need to win. Dumbledore wanted something from him, but he also couldn't really afford to be kicked out as a judge for the tournament. He wanted that position, but how much Harry didn't know. Would he jeopardize it just to take out Harry? No, he couldn't really take that bet. First things first, thanks to his enhanced arcane hearing with the Resurrection Stone, Harry had a better idea of his opponent. It could barely be considered an actual analysis, but there was something underneath all of that pure deafening sound, a soul. And while his emotions were muted, he could definitely discern them. He was hopeful and yet irritated. He really wanted the stone, didn't he? To be fair, he did kill Flamel for it, so that wasn't exactly a surprise. All right, back to the situation. He could beat this man, but not in a straight fight. He was too inexperienced, and not powerful enough. The conclusion was to not make it a fair fight. Harry's first instinct would have been to run away using his portal, which was something that he had been trying to achieve ever since he had found himself there, but he felt something odd whenever he tried to open one. Something wasn't letting him out. Dumbledore's face morphed into a vicious smile. "Oh, I know about your portals. You weren't exactly subtle with them during the Quidditch World Cup, and it did explain a lot about how you escaped the Gardens of Avalon. It's a wonderful piece of magic, but one that could be foiled with the proper precautions. I have to admit it was an interesting exercise when designing this place to constrain space warping into only its internal dimensions. You're the one responsible for the attack on the World Cup. You wanted the European tournament to not be held in Britain, where you were quickly losing your political power and authority. This whole tournament is your doing." Dumbledore didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked one of his own. "I just realized that for all this time, we've never once crossed wands. Do you know why that is? I thought it was because you didn't want to risk me taking that fancy wand of yours." That brought Dumbledore short. "That's some very dangerous knowledge." "Yes, one that would make you a target to every power-hungry person in the world. You could probably beat them, but you're not always alert, are you? If this little fact was shared, then you would never know true peace, you would never truly trust anyone. A sad fate and definitely a way to hinder most delicate plans, don't you think?" "I could say the same if it was publicly known that someone figured out how to make true portals," the former headmaster retorted. "Mutually assured destruction then?" Harry proposed. Dumbledore nodded in acceptance, but Harry wasn't exactly hopeful. The man was oddly uncaring about his information, as if he knew for a fact that Harry wouldn't say anything. This didn't bode well at all. Still, the older man commented, "You didn't answer my question. Do you know why we never crossed wands?" Harry couldn't help but feel a bit of apprehension at the man's tone. He was right to be afraid, since the entire room became illuminated by hundreds of miniature suns. Only, they weren't suns. When Harry tried to look closer, they were more like spears made up of pure light, but he could tell that getting hit by them would have been a good idea. Harry didn't even notice any slow build-up of magic. Did the man seriously do all of this with a single uncharged spell? He gulped while putting the final touches on his plan. Even then, he could not help but realize why people were terrified of Albus Dumbledore. Yeah, this was definitely not going to be an easy fight. The older man continued, "It's because I rarely needed to cross wands with anyone. If I needed something done, I had an army of politicians and followers ready to follow every command. I don't have that anymore, nor do I have the political power necessary to force your hand. Because you, a boy of 14, have forced my hand. You have achieved something that even Voldemort and all his followers couldn't. And in a way, you set me free. I forgot what it's like to really let loose, and for giving me this opportunity, I can't help but thank you for it. You should be proud in a way." And as if they were waiting for his command, the spears of light were banished towards Harry at blinding speeds. Chapter 271, Deadly Light. November 8, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. And as if they were waiting for his command, the spears of light surged towards Harry at blinding speeds. Out of pure instinct, Harry activated an experimental spell as he watched the spears of light fall towards him, and the world froze. Harry's body was moving in slow motion. Hell, everything was moving in slow motion. Time magic. Harry had barely started to even master it, and, even then, he had come up with barely a few spells. Oh, they were useful, but he was a long way away from becoming proficient with it. And considering how long it took for him to master his space magic, he wouldn't be in some time. This spell in particular was the first one that would affect him. It was supposed to make him move faster, but his body felt like it was in jello, even if it was moving faster than everything else. More than that, the spell was draining. He might not be able to hold this for long, but it was more than enough to make a plan. As Harry let go of the time spell, he had mapped out every single spear coming his way and warped space to make them hit each other. Harry enjoyed the wide-eyed look on Dumbledore's face as he realized that his attack was countered. Deciding not to waste the opportunity, the last Potter sent a ball of warped space towards the wizard, which deflected the old man's oncoming spell. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was able to counter with an orb of white light. Taking the initiative, he cast a dozen spells, one of the largest spell chains he knew, and warped space to make them hit at once. The former headmaster conjured a glowing metallic shield that tanked the spells with a large bang and actually harnessed the impact into a shockwave that sent Harry flying. Thankfully, he was able to conjure a vertical magic circle, which pushed him towards his opponent. Dumbledore seemed to be ready to face him, however, at the last minute, Harry created a portal behind his enemy, which swallowed the younger man, and allowed him to get a spell off in the man's blind spot. A space-cutting spell flew towards Dumbledore's back, only to vanish into nothing. That felt to his arcane hearing as some kind of alchemical process. Fucking hell, who used alchemy like that? Harry quickly created another portal to avoid the former headmaster's counterattack. It didn't take him long to realize that Dumbledore hadn't moved since the beginning of the confrontation. A wave of white fire came racing towards Harry and he redirected it using his space magic to go past him. Harry followed up by creating spikes of ice that the men disintegrated with a wave of his wand. What followed up was a testament to why Dumbledore decided to specialize in transfiguration of all fields. Transfiguration masters were mostly academics who hoped to enhance their field. It was why they were rare in Britain, which didn't offer an environment that academics would appreciate. Very few people dueled using transfiguration. It was just too cumbersome, slow, and magically intensive. Unfortunately, Albus Dumbledore wasn't like most people. In fact, he was fucking terrifying. The air around Harry turned to fire with a wave of the man's wand, which he kept redirecting. The ground below him was swallowing him, with hundreds of conjured stone hands trying to grab him with every step he took. Harry conjured a magic circle which sent him into the air and followed up with a space pulse, which Dumbledore somehow redirected. Harry used another magic circle to send him flying away from a beam of pure light, and he created a portal to redirect the attack towards Dumbledore's back. Dumbledore's position was just too strong. Deciding to switch things up a bit, Harry kept dodging the incoming attacks while preparing a rune matrix. He quickly carved it telekinetically and activated it. Gravity reversed itself. In fact, it kept rotating. Harry, prepared for this, had levitated a platform oriented to his new acceleration, landing gracefully. The headmaster hadn't seen this coming and was surprised for a moment, falling towards ice spikes that Harry had conjured, only to create a platform of pure light below his feet, allowing him to levitate. Harry tried to counter by warping space in a way which smashed both the floor and ceiling together, only for the ceiling to turn into water when it almost reached the men. And just like that, they stood in front of each other, on floating platforms, with wild gravity messing chaotically with the entire room. Evidence that they were in a subspace was demonstrated by the fact that no one even noticed that they had torn an entire wing of Beauxbatons apart. His priority would have been to get out of this place. In the real world, he would have a bit more leverage. So, first things first, he needed to somehow remove the dimensional barrier that stopped him from creating a portal out. A small idea started to grow in Harry's head. It was probably idiotic. Maybe even downright suicidal. But it could work and he didn't really have any better options. However, when he looked at his opponent, Harry couldn't help but swallow heavily as he noticed that the old man was smiling. Very impressive, young Harry. Very impressive indeed. To think you would grow so much after just a few years. You would have made an excellent disciple. A real shame. Seriously. You tried to ruin my life, force me under your control with very little tact, I might say. Then you tried to paint me as a threat to magical Britain, and you're complaining that I didn't end up as one of your sycophants. Good, Harry had to keep him talking. He had to buy as much time as he could to put his plan in motion. Thankfully, the headmaster took the bait, and kept talking. I had a dream, a beautiful dream, of a world without war, without conflict. A world of true peace, and I did my best to achieve my dream. I was so close. After decades of work, I was desperate. Your presence has ruined my life's work. Do you have any idea what it's like to have your very purpose destroyed because some brat didn't like it? You're a child. You barely know what you want to do with your life, and yet you destroyed my legacy, something that took me decades to build. I might have been forceful with you, but I was the one who has lost the most. Conflict is necessary for us to evolve, to improve, Harry retorted. And why would anyone need to evolve? In a perfect world, the need to improve becomes obsolete. Not that it matters now. You have caused me no small amount of grief, but for the greater good, I am ready to move past it. I have far bigger things to worry about than a teenager's delusions of grandeur and importance. And you need the Philosopher's Stone for that. The former headmaster frowned. Yes. I don't expect you to understand, but what's coming? I need to be as powerful as I can be. The world will not survive otherwise. He was talking about Ragnarok. However, before Harry could ask any more questions, he felt every single remnant of the room turn into a clay-like material and harden into chains that bound him in place. The former headmaster smiled. Never talk during a duel, young man. Someone is always preparing something. Harry smirked. You couldn't have been more right. And with a thought, he activated a very complex runic matrix in the ground, which created a giant pulse of space that destabilized every structure in the room. Harry conjured a magic circle to shield against the onslaught of light spears once more, only to return it with an immense bolt of lightning. Dumbledore conjured a lightning rod, which Harry connected to a ward behind him, messing with gravity once more. Everyone was sent sideways, and Dumbledore somehow managed to right himself in the air and sent an arc of light towards Harry, who ducked and sent a wave cutter his way. The former headmaster shielded and sent a bolt of light that Harry intercepted with a beam of lightning. The spells clashed, and their wands connected. With every wave of magic, a pulse of energy traversed the room, sending everything flying. A few rocks, being affected by the chaotic gravity. Harry tried to send one of them wandlessly towards Dumbledore, who somehow kept disintegrating them. Suddenly, Dumbledore transfigured their beams of magic into a giant fireball that turned everything around Harry to ash. Suddenly, Harry noticed that his spell had activated. The space pulse that he had done earlier was more than just some attack. It was mainly an analysis spell. Harry needed it to find the anchor that wouldn't let him portal out. It took a few seconds for Harry to understand the incoming pieces of information. He would admit to being surprised and taken off guard, but it did make sense. Alright, now, he had a plan ready to be implemented. Deciding that trying to overpower Dumbledore was a bad idea, his next option was using trickery. Harry conjured an illusion in his place, and warped space to get him far away while activating his cloak. When the former headmaster stopped his attack, he looked towards the illusion and instead of finding Harry, he found an illusion of his sister, covered in burns, whimpering, "Albus, why? It hurts so much." Dumbledore seemed taken aback, with a mixture of hope and horror on his face, as he murmured, "Ariana." Before he could even notice, Harry conjured a blade of ice and channeled the resurrection stone's power into it. He stabbed it into Dumbledore's chest, not quite. Illusions and trickery can be very powerful. I suppose you would know that. After all, you're not real, are you? Dumbledore whispered, "How? This isn't a subspace. At first, I thought you had somehow managed to take me off guard, but when I tried to analyze this place, the readings were all over the place. They were too chaotic and unnatural. A physical realm wouldn't have formed with these parameters, but a realm of dreams. Well, that's another story. We're still on the terrace, aren't we? You're the anchor to this place." Harry conjured another blade and used it to impale Dumbledore once more, who disappeared with a flash of light. He probably tried to trap Harry there, but thankfully he could feel Dumbledore's magic with his arcane hearing. He followed after it, as it returned to its source. Suddenly, Harry sat up with a gasp and got up. He saw Dumbledore's face turn from a flinch to actual rage before he took out his wand and sent a white spell at the disoriented boy. "You went too far with that, boy." Harry genuinely thought that this would have been it, that his life would end at the hands of the Archmage of Light before him. He was barely even coherent, let alone capable of casting any spells. To both of their shock, a red shield materialized in front of the boy. That seemed to break Dumbledore out of his enraged state. Having recollected himself, he murmured, "I haven't seen blood magic like this for a very long time, ever since the Red Witch perished. I suppose I should congratulate you on fooling the world for over a decade, Lily Potter. Welcome back to the world of the living." Harry turned and saw the fake Unspeakable standing near the terrace's entrance. She was holding her bleeding hand, from which blood was dripping on some kind of glowing blood magic rune matrix on the ground. "I wish I could say that it is nice to see you, Albus. You should be glad that I have already gotten what I came here for. Take care of your son, young Lily. You can't know how much time you have left with him. Or perhaps he would leave you if he knew the things you did." Dumbledore was holding Flamel's journal in his hand and walked out as if nothing had happened. Lily knelt down and helped Harry up. "Are you all right?" "Yeah. I knew he was powerful, but damn. It's very different when you see it in person, and even then, he was holding back a lot. It's all right to lose a round to someone like him. At least you survived to win the next one. That's more than most could say." Harry smirked. "Who said anything about losing?" The masked redhead looked at him with what must have been an incredulous expression. "He got the diary and defeated you for it. He's won its loyalty. How did you not lose? That's all well and good, but you're missing one little detail. I switched the diaries. He stole a fake, and let's just say that he'll have a nasty surprise on his hands when he opens it." It took almost 15 minutes for them to stop laughing. It was surprisingly nice, to just laugh in the company of Lily. He was grateful for her intervention, which made him wonder if he should start trusting her a bit more. Chapter 272, Thorny Clouds. November 11, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Harry ate his breakfast with dozens of thoughts swirling in his head. The confrontation with Dumbledore still weighed on his mind. Even if it was technically in a mental plane, it was still the first time Harry had directly fought Dumbledore, and he sort of understood why people tended to be terrified of what the man could do. Intellectually, he knew that the Archmage of Light was very powerful. But there was some truth in the saying that seeing was believing. No wonder people were scared shitless of the man. He was like a walking nuke, and the sad thing was that he was holding back. Not only was he splitting his concentration between the two worlds whilst maintaining a dreamscape, but he was doing it without anyone figuring out that something unusual was happening. And he was holding back whilst doing that. The last Potter had escaped the dreamscape just because he distracted him enough with the illusion of his dead sister, a mistake that the former headmaster would not make again. That's not even mentioning the sheer rage on the man's face when Harry woke up from his enchanted sleep. He really had pushed a button there and would have probably died if it wasn't for Lily. Speaking of Lily, Harry had many conflicting feelings regarding the woman. From all accounts, she was an unstable woman who was easily capable of cruelty if it suited her needs. However, she was also a genius who obviously cared about Harry. He didn't know if that care was genuine or if she was pretending, hoping to achieve something, but he didn't care. The redhead had saved him from Dumbledore without expecting anything else in return. That alone gave her a measure of trust. Harry wasn't used to being saved by anyone. He had always been on his own and had to deal with his own shit. The only time he remembered anyone truly saving him was when Arcturus opposed Dumbledore to become his guardian, and even then, the Black Patriarch had gained a very talented wizard in his corner. All in all, he couldn't help but feel slightly more comfortable with Lily's presence, which was also mirrored by the woman. They still had a long way to go, and if Lily betrayed him, he would have seen it coming. However, the main thing that wouldn't leave his mind was the loud noise when he finished his task. It wasn't anything normal, that was for sure. And Harry could feel that it was important and probably had something to do with Ragnarok and whatever Dumbledore was planning. Still, he had no idea regarding its nature or purpose. He really hated not knowing things. Harry took a sip of his coffee and sighed in contentment. It truly was the greatest drink that ever existed. Unfortunately, when he looked around, he saw everyone just staring at him with wide eyes. He still hadn't gotten used to this, and it frankly made him uncomfortable. Still, the stares were more numerous than usual, especially when it came to the rest of the Hogwarts delegation. Harry noticed what they kept looking at and noticed that they kept glancing at the current edition of the Daily Prophet on the table. He didn't even know that they delivered to foreign countries. Deciding to just bite the bullet, he grabbed the newspaper and suppressed the urge to groan at the first page. Britain victorious in the European School Tournament, a triumph or a warning. By Rita Skeeter. In a stunning display of magical prowess and quick thinking, young Harry Potter, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, emerged victorious in the first task of the newly inaugurated European School Magical Tournament held at Beauxbatons Academy. The task, envisioned as a challenging day-long scavenger hunt, was surprisingly concluded in mere hours thanks to Potter's exceptional performance. The task began under a clear blue sky, with the scenic grounds of Beauxbatons setting a picturesque stage. 5 champions from each participating school were tasked with navigating through a series of complex clues, magical obstacles, and creatures bred specifically for the tournament. The highlight was the inclusion of a Leviathan, a formidable beast controlled by the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, to ensure it posed a challenge without serious risk to the competitors. However, the expected day-long struggle was cut dramatically short when Potter, the youngest of the champions, not only found the finish line ahead of over a dozen other competitors but also managed to subdue the Leviathan single-handedly, an act of magic that left spectators and fellow competitors alike in awe. Following his encounter with the Leviathan, Potter did not stop at securing his own victory. Demonstrating leadership and camaraderie, he assisted the remaining Hogwarts champions, ensuring their speedy and safe arrival at the finish line, thereby clinching an overwhelming victory for Britain. While the crowd erupted in cheers and the celebrations began, not everyone was entirely jubilant. Potter's near dominance in the task has reignited discussions about a long-standing concern voiced by Albus Dumbledore regarding Potter's potential to cause significant upheaval due to his extraordinary magical abilities. Critics and supporters of Dumbledore alike are now pondering whether the former headmaster's warnings were prescient rather than paranoid. The ease with which Potter handled the task designed to test the mettle of the best young wizards of Europe has led some to question if his capabilities could lead to unforeseen consequences in the magical world. Professor McGonagall, the current headmistress of Hogwarts, praised Potter's performance as a testament to his dedication and hard work. Meanwhile, a member of the ICW, who wished to remain anonymous, expressed a mix of admiration and concern, noting, while Potter's victory is indeed a moment of pride, it is also a moment of reflection for us in the magical community about the kind of power we are nurturing. As Britain celebrates this early victory in the tournament, the magical world watches keenly. Will Harry Potter continue to be a beacon of triumph, or does his power herald a potential shift in the dynamics of the wizarding world? Only time will tell, but for now, Potter remains the hero of the hour at Beauxbatons. For more information about the European tournament, view page 2. For more information about the first task of the tournament, view page 3. For more information about Harry Potter and Dumbledore's accusations of him, view page 4. Harry couldn't suppress a groan at the article. It was about what he expected, really. It was a bunch of nationalism, mixed in with ICW propaganda, with a sprinkle of their agenda. For example, they downplayed the Leviathan attacking Harry as something that was supposed to happen, and that it wasn't trying to stop him from finishing the task too early. There was also the casual mention of Albus Dumbledore, giving his opinion more credibility than he deserved due to his long list of crimes that no one dared try to prosecute. To be perfectly fair, it was hard trying to accuse Albus Dumbledore of a crime, and it was downright impossible to even arrest him. Honestly, if he had asked anyone in Britain if they would have called for Voldemort's arrest for casting an unforgivable curse, then they would have looked at him like he was insane. No one would have ever dared because of how powerful he was. Unfortunately, Dumbledore could probably make the fake Dark Lord look like a child throwing a tantrum. Yet, for some reason, the common public treated him like he was just a regular person. People in power knew, of course. The only reason why Dumbledore was expelled as headmaster in Britain was because of the public's outrage, and their belief that the Archmage of Light wouldn't try to take revenge. This article was clever enough not to mention that the Hogwarts champions would have likely lost, and very badly at that, without Harry's intervention. Dumbledore's time as a headmaster had caused the skill level of graduating students to plummet, and it would have shown if it wasn't for Harry. To be fair, the ICW had probably planned this to pressure the Wisengamot into giving them more authority over Hogwarts. It was a very bold plan, one that would have been unlikely to work when Dumbledore was still in charge, but considering the constant scandals during the previous few years and the lack of protection that the Archmage of Light gave the school, it was far more plausible than Harry was comfortable with. Still, while the article was flattering towards Harry, proclaiming him as the hero of the hour, what most people would pay attention to would be the criticism that Dumbledore was right. He had to say that Rita Skeeter had gotten a lot better at writing. He could already see it happening on his delegation's faces. And with Daphne being busy with Lily because of their blood magic lessons, Harry decided to just eat elsewhere. He decided to do it near the lake. For some reason, it seemed to relax him. He probably stayed in the shade of a tree near the lake for an hour, simply enjoying the sounds of nature. He would miss this place when they left. It had grown on him, and the extra classes were interesting. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. So, this is where the dashing hero went. Harry turned and saw Fleur Delacour smiling at him. He hadn't spoken to her properly since the World Cup. They were both too busy with their roles as champions, but the Vila being chosen meant that she was officially part of the Bosbaden's delegation, so they would have time to socialize properly. He gave her a smirk. I don't know about the hero bit, but I'd like to think I was dashing enough during my performance. I bought an omniocular of the event. It was certainly impressive. Not that much if you look at the spells I used. I'll admit that coming up with a rune matrix on the fly is unusual, but outside of that fact, every spell I used could have been performed easily by the average wizard. I just used them tactically. The Vila gave him a cheeky grin. Oh, and you're humble, too. No, I get what I did was impressive, but it's not like I did something extraordinary. People are really blowing this out of proportion. At least you got Flamel's diary, the blonde consoled. Harry suppressed the urge to grin at that, and instead forced a frown on his face. No, I didn't. I ended up giving it to Dumbledore after the awards ceremony. I thought the two of you didn't get along. The Vila asked with a hesitant tone. Let's just say he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And just like that, Harry's revenge on Dumbledore started. The rumors would start flying around about the former headmaster scamming him and forcing him to give up his hard-won prize. The most beautiful thing was that the diary Dumbledore took was a fake. Harry had replaced it while doing his best to replicate the magic on it using his arcane hearing. It was barely more than a shell with the same magical signature as Flamel's, but it was nothing more than a normal journal. He had also snuck in the withering curse that used to be in the resurrection stone and put up a small enchantment to disintegrate the book if someone other than Harry tried to take it. He was glad that his paranoid actions seemed to have worked. And they did. Dumbledore hadn't come to confront him since that day, but the withering curse must not have worked, or Dumbledore got rid of it somehow. It would have been a bit of a stretch to think that Dumbledore would die because of a normal curse. To be fair, the men would have been more cautious, especially since he was the one who had killed Flamel and the possibility of the alchemist making a trap was quite high. Anyway, Harry kept trying out the alchemy exercises that Flamel put in his journal, and he was grasping the subject surprisingly quickly. All in all, Harry spent the rest of the day chatting with Fleur near the lake, with the Vila being a surprisingly engaging conversationalist. Harry was going to miss this place. After all, he was going to leave Bosbatons in a few days for the next task of the tournament, in which he had no plans of participating. Still, when he came back to the metallic dragon just before the sun was about to set, he saw that Lily was waiting for him. He really needed to trust her more, especially after her help. And maybe she could help. She was supposed to be a genius, after all. Before she could say anything, Harry asked her, I have a question if you don't mind. What do you think could cause a very large discharge of magic? Harry could tell with his enhanced arcane hearing that the redhead felt a mixture of excitement and relief, and he knew that he had made a good decision. And it wasn't like she wasn't knowledgeable in the subject considering her understanding of blood magic. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Bright Vines. November 11, 1994, Bosbatons, France. Albus Dumbledore sat in the office that Madame Maxime had provided him with, and wished that she would have allowed him to take it with him. It was far more luxurious than he expected the headmistress to give him, especially considering his scandal when he was still Hogwarts headmaster. The half-giantess did not like the idea of someone hurting students on school grounds, and he felt her respect for him plummet after what had happened, even if he was doing it for the greater good of magical Britain. Well, not really, he didn't necessarily need to trap the boy in the gardens of Avalon, he could have used anyone else. However, a younger child had far more potential for growth to maximize the spell, and frankly, he could be petty. The idea that the Potter boy, the brat who had done so much to damage his plans, would end up powering his ritual, did appeal to him. It was a shame that everything had gone to shit afterwards. Anyway, with his plans in Britain becoming a lost cause, he still had some considerable influence in the ICW. He hadn't planned on using it so much if it wasn't for Gellert showing him the truth about Ragnarok. They had both tried to circumvent the prophecy, but it was just too fundamental. No wonder it did not break at Camlin. The release of magic alone could wipe out humanity at the very least, and that wasn't even to mention the possible chaotic outcomes that could be caused by such a release. The conclusion was very evident. Ragnarok had to happen, but that didn't mean that the world would have to end with it. And so, he and Gellert hatched a plan to minimize the inevitable damage that their final conflict would cause, which brought Albus to this beautiful office. He would miss it. Unfortunately, with the first task being effectively over, he was going to leave with the rest of the delegations to Italy for the second task. He had achieved his main purpose. The first seal was broken, but he had eyes on more than just that. To say that Nicholas Flamel's diary being used as a prize was a surprise would be a massive understatement. Albus could see Perenelle's fingerprints all over it, and that terrified him. Frankly, that woman was the greater threat between the two Flamels, even if she tended to be unconcerned with mortal affairs. It also gave him an opportunity. Perhaps Nicholas had shared where he hid the Philosopher's Stone in his journal, and it was the genuine article he had checked. He had tried to take the book, but Nicholas' damn alchemical ownership enchantments had stopped this. It was annoying that even after so long, the men still managed to stomp him. And it was at a time when he really needed the stone. The fragment of light that Nicholas had accidentally used when creating the stone would give him an edge during the inevitable confrontation with Grindelwald. They might be allied at the moment, hoping to limit the damage of Ragnarok, but they did not forget that they would end up fighting one another. Albus needed to win that confrontation. The light could not be allowed to be defeated, and the stone would be a great trump card to have. If only Nicholas had just given it to him, as the champion of light, he was its rightful owner, after all. Thankfully, the answer to this little problem was very simple: he only had to buy it from whoever won it. Most people would happily accept his generous offers, except for the Potter boy, of course. After all, the knowledge inside this book could be dangerous for him and the rest of the world, especially in the hands of someone antagonistic towards him like the Potter brat. Albus had tried to rig the game against him by using a small compulsion on the tournament organizers, but they had gone overboard, and somehow made the boy look even better. Which ended up with him resorting to more desperate measures, by forcing the boy to bring back the diary for the award ceremony and using a dreamscape attack to put him to sleep. They battled there, and the boy was certainly very impressive, going so far as to trick Dumbledore into lowering his guard using illusions of his dead sister. The former headmaster had frozen in both the material and dream worlds, feeling overcome by rage at the thought. The day had gotten worse with Lily Potter being alive, somehow, and the journal turning to ash before he could read anything. That last one was the final nail in the coffin. The diary was the genuine article. Albus could recognize Nicholas' work anywhere, and now it was gone, and it was such a stupid mistake. Albus had sensed a curse when he took the diary. He analyzed it before trying to open the book, of course. He wasn't stupid enough to touch an object without knowing what enchantments it held. It was a pretty nasty withering curse. He thought that it might have been the work of the boy, a vicious way to stop thieves from stealing it, and dispelled it. Somehow, that triggered a failsafe that destroyed the entire thing in less than a second, and with it, the chance of finding the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, he was tempted to just rage and destroy everything around him, but he controlled himself. The main plan was still in motion, and he had a role to play. Getting caught up in another scandal would complicate things immensely, something that he didn't need at all. It really wasn't fair. He had done everything right. He had gotten one over the Potter brat and everything, and yet he got nothing in return. Releasing a deep sigh, Albus calmed himself. He wouldn't let his temper get control of him. Perhaps the Potter boy knew something about the stone. Yes, that could work. It was rash, but it was the best plan he had. Of course, the moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt someone sneaking into his room. It was a very familiar presence. Hello, Lily Potter. I believe we are due a very important chat. Albus Dumbledore. I would have called you headmaster, but I'm not a student anymore, and you're not a headmaster either. Albus suppressed the urge to chuckle. The redhead always had a sharp tongue. Now. There's no need to be rude. Especially considering the fact that you survived the attack on Godric's Hollow. Although I am curious about how you achieved this feat. Luck, I suppose. Or the power of love. The former headmaster could hear the mockery in her tone. Now, what did I say about being rude? I'm allowed to be rude. You arranged for the attack on Godric's Hollow, tried to force my son into becoming one of your sycophants, then when you failed, you publicly painted him as a future Dark Lord, and then tried to kill him by forcing him to live a lifetime of torment in the Gardens of Avalon. Frankly, the fact that I haven't tried to kill you yet is me showing as much restraint as I can. So, don't you dare criticize me for being rude. Well, when she worded it like this, it did sound very wrong. Oh, Albus had a reason for every single action he had taken, and the Potter brat had caused him more than enough trouble in return. However, Lily Potter was not exaggerating. She was genuinely furious, and wasn't that an odd sight? Oh, how unexpected. Who would have thought that you could be so sentimental? Has the boy finally melted the infamous Red Witch's heart, when even her husband couldn't? I am glad, truly, that you're finally starting to connect with someone else, to finally care about someone other than yourself. And of course, that was another vulnerability against the Red Witch, who returned his comment with a sneer, the boy is necessary for my plans. You will not touch him until he has played his part. That sounded pretty ominous, to say the least, and would you care to enlighten me about these plans? No, the redhead simply returned. Then why should I follow along with your request, especially considering that he has information that I don't need spread out? About the Philosopher's Stone. She smirked at Albus' guarded look. Oh, don't be alarmed, the boy simply trusts me. Who knew that the infamous stone was made accidentally with the essence of a light champion killed in a ritual? It was a fascinating read. I put a small charm on the boy which would record everything he saw when he won the diary. It was just too good an opportunity to miss. Unfortunately for you, there was nothing in Flammel's diary about the location of the stone, at least nothing that the boy has read, so don't be worried about him trying to find it. And since you took the diary from him, there isn't any risk of him ever finding out. The kid was bluffing, and the fact that you fell for it is hilarious, to say the least. Albus frowned. He needed to confirm this statement, and the light seemed to agree as well, eager to become whole once more. He channeled the light's power, his eyes glowing white. Do you swear that this was the truth? He caught the panicked expression on the redhead's face which quickly smoothed back to her impassive one after a fraction of a second. I do. Albus' truth-sight confirmed it, and he stopped channeling the light. As much as this might be true, the boy does know too much and has been a nuisance many times. The redhead gave him a dangerous look. Let me put it in a way that you would understand. You will stay away from Harry Potter, or I'll dedicate every moment of my life to ruining every single one of your plans. I will burn everything you fight for, even the world itself, just to make you pay. What makes you think I have a plan? You're Albus Dumbledore, you always have a plan, and the magic discharge during the task is proof of that. Let me guess, a broken seal. 7 tasks, 7 schools, 7 seals. How close am I? The former headmaster grimaced. Lily was always too smart for her own good. Then you know what's at stake, the world needs. The redhead interrupted him. The world could burn for all I care. You might be an archmage of light, but you know perfectly well how dangerous I could be when I'm dedicated, the damage I could cause to anyone's cause. You know the stories, you know who I am, what I'm capable of. It took members of your precious order, the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort's top lieutenants, and a small army of mercenaries to ambush me and my child, to even stop me, and even then, I was the one who won. Do you think you can make that happen again, especially when I'm prepared for a fight? Albus Dumbledore summoned the light once more and released his presence. And what would stop me from killing you now and taking care of your son later? Then it would be such a shame to see your tournament go on without any champions left to fight in it. What a shame it would be if giant explosions of light were activated in France's premier magical school, killing every school's delegation, headmaster, and a lot of Europe's most influential wizards and witches. You'd survive, probably, but everyone would blame you. This would have made the scandal in Hogwarts look like a small mishap. How would your plan proceed if the tournament is cancelled, and you're hunted down all over Europe with a passion? Now, look me very closely in the eyes, Albus Dumbledore. Do I look like I'm bluffing? Albus Dumbledore did just that and noticed the madness and sheer will on the woman's face. Yes, she was perfectly capable of this and had the magical knowledge to pull it off. She wasn't bluffing. He released his hold on the light and sat down. The redhead smirked. Stay the fuck away from me and my son, Dumbledore. She then turned and left the room without saying another word. Yes, if he'd had any reservations, then they were gone. This really was the Red Witch, and she was back. That was another variable, a new piece on the board that he hadn't foreseen. The plan would need to be adjusted to compensate for it. He had to admit that the thought of her teaming up with the Potter brat was very troublesome. Yes, very troublesome indeed. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Ave Imperator. November 14, 1994, Beauxbatons, France. Cedric Diggory watched as the luxurious Beauxbatons palace slowly became nothing more than a small dot, as the Hogwarts Express, turned dragon, rose higher into the sky. He would miss this place, if only because of the elective classes, which he enjoyed immensely. To be perfectly honest, Beauxbatons had shown him everything that was lacking when it came to Hogwarts, and the various criticisms against Dumbledore's policies regarding Hogwarts were starting to make sense. It was astounding just how many classes were missing in Hogwarts, and a testament to how screwed they would have been if it wasn't for Potter. Cedric was, in his not-so-humble opinion, one of the better mages in the school. He was a good dueler. Anyone would be after years of membership to Flitwick's dueling club. He was a good student, one of the best in his year, and his transfiguration skill impressed even McGonagall. And he had achieved all of this without a family crest. The Diggory family was a recent one, being founded after the statute of secrecy was put in place. Aside from one of their members being the minister around a century and a half ago, they didn't have any noteworthy members, and especially no researchers. Cedric had put everything he had into proving to the world that one did not need a family crest to become a great mage. That was a piece of conviction that had stayed with him for years, and he decided to prove to everyone that it was true. He worked as much as he could to surpass his classmates, becoming one of the more recognized students in Hogwarts. And yet, for all his hard work, he knew, deep down, that if it wasn't for Potter, he would have lost the first task of the tournament. Cedric was the biggest fish in a pond, and now he found himself in an ocean. The Demstrang students were better at dueling than him, the Beauxbatons students had a better grasp of delicate magics, the Spanish had more knowledge of curses and counter-curses than him, and the Nebelheim students had a grasp of runes that eluded him. The Italian students were better fighters, and that's not even mentioning the Greeks and their bullshit elemental magic. He had been angry when Potter bailed on them and handed them the win for the first task. Cedric had tried to hide it as best he could, but he was seething in anger and jealousy. That was until he saw the replays of the task. Instead of focusing on the Leviathan bullshit, and Potter's frankly insane fighting prowess, Cedric decided to look at his enemy's capabilities. The conclusion was evident. There was no way in hell they would have won without some kind of divine intervention. Seriously, how the hell was he supposed to fight someone who could keep flinging lightning and darkness? Cedric thought that he would have had a good chance at winning on his own because of the fight near the end. After all, he and his comrades had ended up victorious against the Spanish, French, and Greek champions. Of course, at the time, he didn't know about Potter's trap that took out the Spanish for them. Without Potter taking care of half the champions on his own, they wouldn't have even had a chance at winning. Cedric could hold his own against one of them, maybe, but his teammates couldn't have. Davies was an unreliable coward who no one with a functioning brain would count on in a fight. Angelina was a good Quidditch player and an adequate dueler, but she would have been taken out in less than a minute against a competent opponent. Lucien Bull was a surprisingly good dueler. Cedric didn't know what happened in the Slytherin common room, but apparently, Bull was some kind of enforcer or something. Anyway, none of them would have won a fair fight against any of the other teams. If Potter hadn't been there, then they would have probably ended up embarrassing themselves. Cedric had never really spoken to the boy aside from a few greetings. It didn't matter, though. Potter was infamous enough in school. Even before his monstrous talent was revealed, he was still known as the sole survivor of the fire of Godric's Hollow. An entire village had died, yet the boy, who was at the epicenter, had somehow survived, without so much as a scratch on him. People hated him, some even blamed him for the attack. It was all mostly just envy and grief at the deaths of their families. Almost everyone had a relative living in the village, and it was a shock to see it destroyed, with all the residents perishing, especially after the celebration of the Dark Lord's destruction. However, for all that the fire should have haunted the boy, it was probably the way he handled the boy who lived that set him apart from the other students. He seemed to not care, for the lack of a better world. People either worshipped Longbottom or hated him, but Potter just barely paid him any attention. Something that obviously grated on Longbottom's nerves. Anyway, it was probably the humiliation of the Hogwarts tournament that really put the spotlight on Potter, especially after winning the first task while doing nothing. Seriously, the boy went out of his way to win the tasks with as little effort as possible, even tricking Cedric in both the first and second tasks. The Hufflepuff didn't have it in him to resent the boy for that, especially considering the enmity he seemed to have with Dumbledore and the former headmaster's attempt at killing the boy. Cedric knew deep down that Potter was the only thing holding Hogwarts together. His father, Amos, had told him all about the ICW's power plays and the fact that they wanted to use the tournament as a pretense to gain control over Hogwarts, and, more importantly, access to its library, which happened to be the biggest repository of magic in Europe. Hogwarts, and more importantly, Britain, had shown the world that they could hold their own in a fight, but Cedric couldn't help but feel bitter about how Potter was solely responsible for that happening. Because again he knew, deep down, that they would have lost horrendously if he hadn't wanted that diary. It just felt wrong to have the fate of a country beholden to the whims of a single person. Speaking of the last Potter, the boy was sitting on the other side of the compartment, reading an old book. The Greengrass Scion was sitting next to him, reading a tome of her own. They honestly looked like those old married couple that were just comfortable staying silent. It was odd that the two weren't a couple. The headmistress had asked them all to just spend more time together during the trip. Apparently, she hadn't liked the fact that they had all sat in different compartments. Honestly, all this caused was an awkward silence and blatant staring at Potter. Deciding to break the ice, Cedric spoke up. "So, Potter, is that Flamel's infamous diary? I thought they said that they couldn't open it. It wouldn't have been surprising if he could open it. Frankly, that boy was pretty much bullshit." Thankfully, the young Slytherin answered with a neutral tone, "No. I was able to copy a nice chunk of the Beauxbatons library in the last couple of weeks. This is a book about advanced enchanting that I've been putting off reading. Wait, you're allowed to just copy a library? Angelina Johnson exclaimed. There are no rules about it, so there shouldn't be any trouble, the boy calmly replied. What about the anti-replication wards? Cho Chang, a particularly cute fifth-year student, asked. The last Potter tilted his head. What about them? I came up with a spell that bypassed them when I was in my first year, but it was kinda slow. I was able to streamline it a bit since then. That simple reply just stunned them into silence. Seriously, spell creation as a first year? What the actual fuck? Unfortunately, Roger Davies was the one who ruined the mood, so, where's Flamel's diary? Were you not able to open it or something? No, I just sold it. To whom? Cedric asked, feeling surprised. It might have been a trick of the light, but Cedric saw the boy's lips turn into an almost imperceptible smile for a fraction of a second. Dumbledore. He really wanted a memento of his mentor, and he made me an offer that I just couldn't refuse. Well, that sounded bad. Everyone knew about the fact that Dumbledore and Potter hated each other with a passion. Did the former headmaster threaten him or something? Deciding to change the subject, Cedric spoke up. So, are you excited for the second task? The boy just shook his head. Not really. I'm not interested in competing unless there's a worthwhile prize to claim. That froze the entire room. You're not competing. There's no need to shout. And yes, I am not going to participate in the task. Although, it might be interesting to see other people competing. Now that I think about it, I have pretty much competed in every school competition so far. You can't not compete. Cho Chang protested. I'm pretty sure I only have to participate in one task. So, considering I just won the previous one, I believe I've done my part. Also, I don't think it would look good for the school if I just kept winning every task. The tournament would be kinda ruined, and I'd anger a lot of people. The Weasley twins, who had been silent during the trip, were cackling in amusement at the boy's statement. You're right, Potter. Leave some glory for the rest of us, huh? Stop encouraging him, you idiots, Angelina Johnson exclaimed. And so, the room devolved into an animated debate on whether or not Potter should compete. The boy himself didn't seem to care one bit and just went back to reading. However, this little conversation just made Cedric rethink things. It was completely within Potter's rights to decide against competing. No one could really force him to do anything as long as he didn't break any rules, and he hadn't. But, that also meant that Hogwarts' safety net was gone. His thoughts were interrupted by the metallic dragon finally flying underneath the clouds, letting him take his first glimpse of the Academia Arcana Italia. The campus spread out impressively, with the organized feel of a Roman legion's camp. Tall walls of dark stone, worn smooth by time, were topped with battlements decked out with statues of mythical warriors and creatures, each one intricately detailed. Right in the center, there was this huge building that looked like an ancient Roman basilica. It was really imposing. The giant bronze doors were engraved with epic tales of magical battles and triumphs, catching the early morning light and making the whole place shine with a warm, golden glow. On each side of this main building, there were symmetrical towers with sharp angles and lookout spots, all set up more for defense than for study. All in all, this felt more like a military base than a school, although considering the academy's reputation, that was not really surprising. As he watched the splendor of the school before him, Cedric couldn't help but dread the fact that Potter was not going to compete. As much as he would have liked to deny it, the school needed him. However, if the Potter scion wouldn't help them, they would have to settle for Cedric. As much as the idea was daunting, Hogwarts needed a hero, and outside of Potter, there was no better candidate. He didn't even know what the task would be. Apparently, it would be announced during the welcome feast. But, whatever it was, Cedric would have to train and learn as much as he could. He would win the second task. For his school. For himself. He would rise to the occasion, for his school, for his own sense of pride, and perhaps, to silence the doubts that haunted him. Chapter 275, Pearly Gladiator. November 14, 1994, Rome, Italy. Daphne Greengrass was not particularly happy to be in Rome. The Italian Arcane Academy was beautiful in its own militarized way, but it wasn't something that she particularly liked. She could understand why Blaise didn't regret coming to Hogwarts. He definitely wouldn't have been comfortable in this place. He was more of a laid-back person, who appreciated art and subtlety, not the straightforward warriors that the Academia Arcana Italia liked to graduate. References to ancient Rome seemed to have sprung up everywhere. To be fair, the Roman Empire was huge and really powerful, but there was such a thing as living in the past. As Daphne walked around the corridors to their version of the Great Hall, she could see countless decorations and artifacts that only emphasized the school's obsession with its historical roots. Marble busts of famous Roman magicians and military leaders lined the hallways, each set on a pedestal that bore inscriptions of their most notable magical feats and battles. Mosaics depicting epic magical battles covered the floors, so intricate and detailed that Daphne felt as if she could hear the clash of swords and the chants of spells under her feet. Tapestries hung from the walls, illustrating scenes from the Roman magical pantheon, vibrant yet fierce with depictions of gods and goddesses wielding thunderbolts and swords alongside wands and staffs. Every corner seemed to hold a shield or a suit of armor, as if ready for a spectral centurion to step out and march to battle. Even the lighting was dramatic, with torches encased in sconces that bore the faces of lions and eagles, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. All right, maybe she was biased since McGonagall had refused to let her go back to Hogwarts until the third task. She saw no true reason to stay. Harry wasn't competing, and neither was she. To make things worse, Astoria's condition was getting worse according to Tracy. The bracelet that Daphne had made was becoming less effective over time as the blood curse slowly adapted to the enchantments imbued within it. Her new mentor had said that it was an eventuality anyway since blood magic is notorious in being backed by the very magic itself. There was a reason why people couldn't just dispel blood magic easily, and that was one of its properties. It made far more sense why her father had given up so quickly and that no healer could really help Astoria. Anything they could come up with would be barely useful for a few months at the most. It was a lot of resources for very few results, and healers just hadn't seen the point. Well, she expected that they had asked for a small fortune for each temporary countercurse, and that would have quickly bankrupted the Greengrass family. Still, Daphne would have preferred trying to find another countercurse to help Astoria a bit more. Even if it was temporary, Astoria was well worth the investment. Unfortunately, without her sister being around her, Daphne couldn't really do anything, and that was maddening, especially since she was literally doing nothing of real importance in Italy. In another life, she would have loved just walking through the streets of Rome with Harry, but time was ticking, and Astoria came before her non-existent love life. The only upside she had was in the form of her mentor, who happened to be Harry's mother. It did explain a lot, especially about Harry's behavior in Beauxbatons. He had obviously found out about her still being alive and was processing the information. The last Potter was a genius in many things, but when it came to emotions and relationships, he was as thick as a brick. She liked that about him. There was this innocence to him that was completely at odds with his capability that just endeared her, even if she wanted to punch him in the face sometimes. The fact that he had tried to stop her blood magic lesson made a lot more sense when he knew for a fact that Lily Potter had killed her own husband and used a ritual that wiped out an entire village from the map, taking thousands of lives in the process. This little fact made her more cautious around the redhead, but she couldn't stop her lessons. It was a risk that she was more than willing to take for the sake of her sister. Thankfully, the redhead was completely professional during their lessons, which had taught her more than all her personal research on blood curses in the previous few years. All in all, she would have rather been with her mentor, Harry, and Astoria at the same place. That would have been the perfect scenario. And since she would not see Astoria for months, Daphne was righteously grumpy about her situation. When they entered the Great Hall, Daphne couldn't suppress her snort. The vast room was like stepping into a Roman legion's encampment reimagined for a magical era. Shields and banners adorned the walls, each emblazoned with the symbols of ancient Romans. The tables were arranged in a strict, orderly fashion reminiscent of a military mess hall, with seats positioned precisely 2 feet apart, enforcing a sense of discipline even during meals. At the front of the hall, instead of the usual welcoming warmth of a headmaster's podium, there stood a raised dais with a commanding lectern fashioned from iron and stone, giving the impression that orders were to be issued here rather than gentle guidance or scholarly discourse. Above, the enchanted ceiling, instead of mirroring the sky outside as in Hogwarts, displayed a relentless panorama of Roman conquests, complete with spectral images of centurions on horseback charging into battle. Everywhere she looked, Daphne saw reminders of a glorious and fierce past that the Academia Arcana Italia seemed determined not just to remember, but to emulate. She hated it with a passion. To her, magic was more than just some militaristic tool. Magic was art, it was beauty in the form of change. And the school was more than just a place of discipline and classes, it was a place to make friends, to pursue individual interests. Italy was the birthplace of so many wonderful things. From the Renaissance masterpieces that still awe the world to the intricate melodies that dance through its opera houses, Italy has long been a cradle of artistic brilliance. In terms of magical development, Italy's contribution was equally profound, particularly in the fusion of art and magic. And yet, none of that was really shown in this school. It seemed like a waste, to solely focus on the military aspect, with a focus on ancient Rome, instead of the rest of the nation's rich history and magic. It just felt wrong, and from the way Harry was frowning, he felt the same way. As they waited for the rest of the delegations to arrive, Daphne decided to prepare for her next lesson with Harry's mother. Lily Potter might be a murderous bitch, but she knew her stuff and was more than a harsh taskmaster. They still hadn't done any practical magic, especially because of the high risk of injury from even the most basic blood magic spells, but they were getting close to it, a fact that the blonde was looking forward to. Daphne sat at the table designated for the Hogwarts delegation. As she expected, Harry just took out his book and ignored everything else. As frustrated as Daphne was with this behavior, it wasn't exactly something new. This always happened when he discovered something new or decided to explore a new field. To be perfectly fair, she had no clue how he was learning alchemy of all things so quickly. Honestly, his progress was insane. He didn't really spend as much time researching as he did using spells. It was like the research was already done for him, somehow. Flamel's book must have been amazing for Harry to make so much progress at once. Seriously, Daphne knew that transmutation was something that took Newt students months to cast any simple spell with. Harry picked it up in an afternoon. Yes, she had forgotten how bullshit Harry could be. Still, it was nice to see him learn something new. It had been a while since she had seen him genuinely excited about something. Daphne's train of thought was interrupted when Angelina Johnson tapped her shoulder. She tilted her head in confusion, and the Gryffindor waved her wand to cast a privacy charm around them. "What is it, Johnson?" the blonde asked. "You need to convince Potter to compete. We don't even know what the task is." The dark-skinned girl didn't look amused. "We don't need to. Look, I get that you want to protect your boyfriend or whatever, but you know that he has put a target on all our backs with what happened in the first task. I'm not saying that it's his fault, but let's be honest here, the task is probably going to involve a lot of fighting considering how this place looks. Unfortunately, in a straight fight, we'll get massacred." Daphne raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "I don't see how that's our problem, Johnson. I don't see you going after Longbottom or Granger to join. Don't be clever. I don't know what the fuck your boyfriend drinks to make him so insanely strong, but the truth is that we would have probably lost the last task without him. I know that Cedric thinks that we'll win with the power of teamwork, or whatever, but we need Potter. Look, Harry doesn't want to compete and there's nothing that's going to change his mind unless he gets something he likes in return. And believe me, you'll need something big to make that happen. The truth is that he doesn't really like the prospect of competing. He only joined the delegation as a favor to his guardian, and he only entered the first task because he wanted Flamel's diary." The Gryffindor looked dejected at her response. Daphne didn't know what the older girl expected, but she decided to throw her a bone. "You know, I'll deny it if you say anything, but you should try getting Granger to join. I think she'll surprise you." Johnson looked like she wanted to say something, only to be interrupted by the headmaster standing up. "Welcome, delegates and future champions, to the second task of the European School Tournament. I hope that your stay here will be constructive and that you'll take advantage of our educational resources accordingly. I'm sure you're all hungry, but before the feast, I have a few announcements to make. Firstly, the second task will take place a week from now, on the 21st of November. Each school will present 3 champions, who will fight in a team against the champions of the other schools. The last team standing will win the task." Well, that seemed easy enough. It was a rather unimpressive task, to be perfectly honest. Just a glorified gladiator fight. The headmaster continued, "However, this will not be your only task. Because in the same arena, there will be 7 different yet dangerous magical creatures, each with a small key attached to their person. Retrieving a key will not only allow an extra champion to enter the task, but will open a chest after the task, which will have very prestigious prizes and even clues for your next task. Let me be perfectly clear, you are at most to grab the key from the beasts, you are not allowed, in any way, to kill or harm them in any permanent manner. Doing so will disqualify you from the task, and may result in severe fines. Finally, the task will only end if only the members of a single team remain. If you have any questions regarding the task, feel free to come see me or the ICW organizers. Welcome to the Academia Arcana Italia, and I hope you enjoy your stay here." And just like that, the food materialized in front of them, and the feast began. Well, that was a nice twist of events. The champions will have to either try to go for the win or go after the magical creatures for the keys. There weren't mentions of normal prizes for just winning, so it's a test between wanting the prizes or winning. And that's not to mention that they could win up to 7 chests. Well, that was a surprisingly interesting task. A gladiator match with magical creatures acting as a chaotic element. Now, that's a nice way to guarantee some entertainment. Chapter 276, River Stroll. November 17, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry Potter had a content smile on his face as he strolled through Rome, the late afternoon sun casting warm, golden hues over the cobblestone streets. He walked past ancient buildings cloaked in ivy, each stone etched with the silent narratives of history. The air carried the enticing aromas of freshly baked bread and rich espresso, intermingling with the gentle fragrance of blooming orange trees. The vibrant hum of tourists fused with the harmonious strains of an accordion in the distance. Harry observed the lively scene with a reflective appreciation. He paused to admire a bustling piazza, where locals conversed with passionate gestures, their laughter reverberating around the majestic fountain at its heart, its waters gleaming under the soft glow of the setting sun. It had been far too long since he had taken a walk without any worries. Well, that was a bit of an exaggeration. He still had more than enough worries to occupy his mind. Thankfully, what he lacked was some crisis pressing down his neck, and that was a new breath of fresh air. From being scared shitless because of some possessed professor, to a possible basilisk attack, an archmage wanting to kill him, and the countless tournaments, Harry's life since entering the magical world was chaotic to say the least. Which was a shame, since he was particularly looking forward to learning and exploring magic in peace. Alas, the world was rarely that accommodating. The last Potter sat in a Muggle cafe, drinking his third cup of coffee for the day, while watching the sunset. The view and coffee alone would have been enough to stay in this place. Unfortunately, the school left much to be desired. Harry could understand people treasuring their legacy. Where someone came from, their origins could be very important. What he did not like was the concept of ignoring any form of progress outside of the framework that they had built for themselves. The sad truth was that someone had purposefully made sure that the Italians went back to their roots, specifically ancient Rome, while ignoring everything else that came after. It was deliberate, and the militarization of the entire magical Italy was just tragic, especially in contrast to its Muggle counterpart, which focused very heavily on the arts. It was something that he found no traces of in the sparse library that was available in the Italian Academy. Whatever caused this shift in prioritization had to have happened after the Statute of Secrecy was put in place. From the looks of things, someone had probably wanted to use the new shift in magical Italy to spearhead some sort of military attack, but either changed their mind or just died before they could put their plan into motion. Still, it wasn't Harry's problem. And so far, he was enjoying Muggle Italy, despite the whole second task going on. From the headmaster's description, it was a glorified magical gladiatorial battle, with a few magical creatures that could act as trump cards should someone defeat them and gather their keys. Honestly, the whole thing sounded very troublesome for very little in terms of gain. Harry had no intention of participating before the task was announced, and he was even less enthused about it after the welcoming feast. Plus, he already had his hands full with Flamel's alchemy book. Honestly, the more he read the journal, the more terrified of Pernelli Flamel he became. Seriously, he knew that seers were bullshit because of the rumors regarding Grindelwald, but that woman had pretty much gotten her husband to tailor the instructions specifically to match Harry's skills. Normally, Harry had to repeat a spell a few times, and analyze it with his arcane hearing to separate any magical resonance that it might have, then he would have to adapt it to make it his own. The reason why he had never gotten into alchemy was the fact that he couldn't really afford to mess up even once, since the magic is permanent. However, the alchemical rituals that were in Flamel's diary were essentially safe blueprints that he could use for anything. To be perfectly frank, Harry had never seen anyone else take to alchemy as quickly as he did. So far, he had been working only on transmutation, but if he progressed like this, he would end up becoming proficient in the field in just a few months, something that was unheard of. He really needed to figure out what Dumbledore's plan was first. It was obviously a ritual of some sort, 7 schools, competing in 7 tasks. It was also convenient. Assuming that the original European tournament would have been different if it had been held in Hogwarts, then whoever arranged the attack on the Quidditch World Cup could have done it for this purpose. This kind of investment meant that whatever this ritual was, it had to be very powerful. Conclusion: Dumbledore, or someone in league with him, had arranged the attack. Now, the second clue is the magical discharge. According to Lily, a magical release of this extent had to have been something powerful being dispelled. It could have been a magical prison, a large ward, or even a prophecy. Anything could have done it as long as the discharge came from something magically powerful. So, that meant that the discharge itself wasn't the purpose, it was just the secondary effect. The question was what the endgame was. What ritual was Dumbledore planning, and why did he have to do something so elaborate and manipulate an entire continent just to pull it off? His musings were interrupted when he heard a familiar song with his arcane hearing. A wizard was walking around the cafe. This wouldn't have been an issue, but it was the third time he had heard the same song. And there were over 5 other wizards who kept following him. At first, he had thought that they were just the Italian version of Aurors, who were making sure that he wasn't breaking the statute of secrecy or committing any type of crime. However, after a prolonged exposure, Harry could feel the inherent malice that they felt for him. He rolled his eyes. Yes, it was one of those days. They were probably not going to go away anytime soon, and there was no reason to put the poor muggles around him in the crossfire. He quickly paid for his meal and strolled into a building that he could tell didn't have anyone inside. He quickly entered it and started whistling. He was in some kind of abandoned warehouse. He didn't know those were a thing in Rome, but whatever. Harry waved his wand, and a chair flew towards his location, slowly being repaired while in midair. Harry kept whistling as he felt the mages put up some privacy wards and some muggle-repellent charms. At least they weren't nutcases, even if their patience had really been tested for hours. Anyway, he just waited until they started slowly moving towards him. Choosing to take them off guard, he spoke up, "Well, I didn't expect any visitors. You must be tired from following me all day. Why don't you come to take a seat?" Harry could practically hear their songs stop for a fraction of a second. They really had no idea what to do with that statement. 3 of the mages decided to walk forward with their wands raised. They were wearing white, neutral masks, but their outfit was strangely similar to the ones hit wizards wore. So, they were mercenaries. That was going to be tricky, to say the least. He gave them a smirk. Now. There's no need to be so violent. Manners are important, you know. What the fuck is wrong with you? One of the wizards exclaimed. There was an imperceptible German accent to the voice. Harry simply shrugged. Believe me, there's a lot wrong with me and I don't think you'd want to stay here for hours as we talk about my private life. Now, instead of such a boring conversation, why don't we focus on something a lot more interesting? Like, for example, why you've been following me all day. One of the other mercenaries chuckled. Oh, we were just curious about seeing another wizard in Rome. People don't really visit the Muggle side. And when I recognized you, Mr. Potter, I couldn't resist. And that was a French accent. So, the mercenary team didn't come from any specific country. Very interesting. I suppose that the fact that Muggle Rome isn't really visited by wizards is true, which is a shame since it's very beautiful. Anyway, I suppose it is possible that multiple wizards in uniform, specifically some kind of mercenary armor, would follow a teenager for hours, only to hold him at one point in the middle of an abandoned warehouse. This sounds completely innocent, right? The mercenaries didn't seem to know how to handle him. He could feel the mage's teammates getting into position, ready to surround him. The three in front of him decided to just treat it as a joke. Well, you're right. We are mercenaries and we've been sent here to have a little conversation. You could have just sent an owl, but sure, I'm all ears. You see, our employer is rather invested in the second task of the tournament, and your participation would mess with a lot of their plans. Harry tilted his head in confusion, but I'm not entering the second task. Again, that seemed to have taken them off guard. What? Yes, I told the rest of the champions that I was sitting this one out. It didn't seem very interesting, you know, and I do have other things to do with my life. The only reason I even entered the first one was because of Flamel's diary anyway. You're not entering, the mercenary in the middle asked while sounding flabbergasted. Well, no. That's what I said. The man on the right elbowed his friend. Look, we can't really take the chance that you'll change your mind. It's about professional integrity, you see. We have to make sure that you won't be able to participate even if you wanted to. That seemed to embolden the two others and Harry simply shrugged. What a shame. It seems like a peaceful resolution is unlikely. Pretty unlikely, I'll bet. Don't worry, since you obviously accommodated us here, we'll try to be gentle. You'll still be having a pretty painful week nonetheless. Are you sure you want this fight? The mercenary chuckled. You won a school tournament. Sure, it was impressive and everything, but you've never fought experienced opponents, let alone the fact that we're not on our own. You mean the 2 in the ceiling, the 5 on my left, the 4 behind me and the 3 on my right? I'm still confident about my chances. Again, that made them stiffen once more. You really should learn to shut up, boy. Harry nodded. Yes, everyone keeps telling me that talking during a fight is a bad idea. Apparently, people are vulnerable if they keep trying to talk while fighting. There's a logic to it, of course. It's hard to multitask, to focus on your enemies and what you're going to say at once. But you know, before we start sending spells at each other, I do have a question. The mercenary nodded. You see, I'm surrounded by trained mercenaries, probably each with a nice little kill count. You haven't attacked since you wasted so much time getting into an ambush position. 17 murders pointing their wands at me. I have nowhere to go, no way out. Now, my question is, do I look worried? Before they could answer he continued, because we both know I'm not an idiot, or reckless for that matter. I fought my fair share of people, and do you know what their biggest mistake was? They let me talk. With a snap of his fingers, the ground melted into some kind of liquid, making everyone bar Harry sink down. Only for it to solidify once more, trapping them. With a flick of his wand, the 2 mercenaries on the ceiling were pushed down, only to land in liquid rock as well, and become trapped like their teammates. He smirked. Now, dearies, I think you should have a little nap. With another wave of his wand, the mercenaries fell asleep. He then turned towards the corner. Now, I know that this must be entertaining, but it's rude to just watch and not contribute. A woman melted out of the shadows. To say she was beautiful would have been an understatement. However, what truly captivated Harry was how familiar she looked. It was almost eerie. Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Isabella Zabini and I wish to talk to you about my son. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Dark Spiders. November 17, 1994, Rome, Italy. A woman melted out of the shadows. To say she was beautiful would have been an understatement. However, what truly captivated Harry was how familiar she looked. It was almost eerie. Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Isabella Zabini and I wish to talk to you about my son. Well, that was certainly surprising. For all the years Harry had known him, Blaise rarely ever mentioned his mother. He could understand why he didn't talk about her since the woman was an infamous serial killer that the authorities had given up even trying to catch. She had even earned the infamous moniker as the Black Widow, having married and killed around half a dozen men. Harry could see why so many men ignored the rumors about the woman and married her. She was extremely beautiful, exotic in a way. Isabella Zabini carried herself with an enigmatic grace that was almost mesmerizing. Her deep, dark eyes could be described as enticing and unsettling. Her voice was soft yet resonant and alluring. Her presence was so commanding, so intoxicating, that it was easy to see how she could ensnare those around her. He could sense that there also had to be some kind of magical component to it. If he had to guess, she had some sort of allure that was more subtle than that of Vila's, probably a charm, a family trait, or a non-human ancestry. Honestly, it didn't really bother him, since he could hear her very soul thanks to the combination of the resurrection stone and his arcane hearing. Isabella Zabini did a good job of hiding her intentions and expressions, but her soul was loud and bare. She was a broken woman in so many ways. It was honestly surprising that Blaze had turned out as well as he did if he was raised by her. The woman's smirk widened. Oh, you've been staring at me for a while now. What would poor Daphne say if she knew? Harry simply shrugged. You look like your son. It was a good tactic to stop people from gaining the upper hand in a conversation. A random comment to take people off guard. It wasn't even a false statement, just a random anecdote. To be fair, she did look like Blaze. They had the same cheekbones, the same nose and skin tone. His tactic must have worked since she stiffened for a moment before regaining her previous expression. Well, no one has ever made the comparison before. You said that you wanted to talk about Blaze. Ah, yes. I was disappointed that he didn't even try to join your delegation. I'm becoming a little worried about his lack of ambition, especially with him following around his little girlfriend like a puppy. Harry raised an eyebrow. Blaze said that there was a risk of him being abducted so that people could steal the Zabini crest. The woman snorted. Is that what he said? I suppose there is some truth to it, but none of the old familius would risk angering the ICW by attacking any members of a delegation. He was most likely trying to avoid me as much as possible. Harry turned towards the unconscious team of mercenaries and then gave the woman a dry look. She chuckled nervously. Well, you see, you're a different issue entirely. The ICW would actually be happy with you gone, and since Dumbledore is around, everyone is going to blame him either way. And, well, blaming Dumbledore and acting on it are two very different things. You're free real estate, kiddo. No one is going to care if you end up hurt because no one is going to be able to conduct a proper investigation. It's actually impressive how you somehow managed to do that. You're lucky you're powerful enough to deal with ambushes and the like. The last Potter gave her another dry look before shaking his head. I'm special like that. Again, you're changing the subject. Why did you come here? Well, I was planning on doing a very dramatic reveal of myself and protecting you from your attackers, but you seem to have that handled easily enough. Very interesting. Was she planning on getting himself indebted to her by saving him? She might have even been the one to hire the mercenaries. To be perfectly honest, both possibilities meant that she knew about the attack beforehand, and that meant that she was most likely a manipulative bitch. Thankfully, Harry knew how to deal with those. I don't know what to say to that. Say, did you use alchemy to attack them? Flamel's journal must have been very helpful for you to manage this level of transmutation in just a few days. Harry simply shrugged. I was always interested in alchemy. Unfortunately, I happened to have sold the diary since I couldn't open it. It was quite the offer, I assure you. Oh, come on, the woman replied while pouting. Considering how my son has been describing you, a pesky little enchantment wouldn't have stopped someone like you. You know you can tell me anything, don't you, Harry? Harry felt some kind of mental compulsion to trust the woman, which he immediately dispelled. Still, he decided to play along with her ruse. I couldn't open it, so I sold it to Dumbledore. The woman looked put out. A shame. I shudder to think what all the knowledge inside might have been worth. Hell, it could have even had instructions on creating a philosopher's stone. Why did you come here? I will not ask this question again. If your next sentence isn't a clear description of what you want, then I'll go back to the castle. You're already ruining a perfectly nice evening with the way you keep circling around the issue. That took the Black Widow off guard, and she looked slightly panicked. She must have realized that the compulsion hadn't worked on Harry. I need your help. And why should I help you? You're a serial killer who essentially engineered a situation to make me grateful to you. If you don't help, Blaze might end up in danger, she retorted. Explain. What do you know about the ruling body of magical Italy? Harry simply shrugged. Not much. Well, it's similar to your ministry. Instead of the Wisengamot, we have the Senate, which is comprised of the oldest familius in the country. We also have the ministry and everything. The thing is that our Senate is far more powerful than it has any right to be, and the seats are fully inherited. The Zabinis are one of the founding families of the ministry, and there have been some very serious discussions about kicking us out of the Senate since Blaise hasn't been taught here in Rome, and I don't have the leverage to stop something like this. I still don't understand how that has anything to do with me. It's your country and your son. He doesn't even care about his seat in the Senate. The dark-skinned woman growled, "Don't remind me. I've done everything I could to safeguard his position here. I sent him to England to protect him from the vultures while I made allies here to protect him. The deal was to have him stay in Hogwarts for a few years before returning here to finish his education. I would have stabilized everything by then." Imagine my surprise when the brat said that he wasn't returning to Italy, to the birthplace of his father, to the place his ancestors built from the ground up. And for what? Some teenage romance with a girl that has him entirely by the balls. He's risking losing his legacy, something that anyone in Rome would salivate over, for some gold digger that he met in school. And there it was, the madness and coldness hidden beneath the careful facade that the woman put in place. Harry was almost disappointed that it came out so quickly. Ever since the woman started her rant, he could hear the faint cracks in her psyche, how broken she truly was. She must have loved Blaise's father very much for this to happen, but that also meant that she'd always been broken a little even before the man's loss. Harry decided not to push things even further. I can understand why you would be frustrated with his decision. After all, you've done so much for him, ensuring his future, only for him to essentially spit in your face. Exactly, the serial killer agreed, but, because of his little girlfriend, Blaise refused to return and the allies I made just kept fading away. If he had joined the tournament and impressed people with his use of the Zabini crest, then I'd have had more time, but I'm losing allies by the minute. And when I do lose enough of them, then the Zabini seat will be removed from the Senate. And where exactly do I come in? As you probably know, the European tournament tasks aren't exactly fair. They're designed to be advantageous to the hosting schools. My political opponents have put up their children for the second task and have trained them extensively for it. They're confident about the win and are more than willing to bet on their certainty. The only obstacle they have is you. What you did in the first task showed that you were an unforeseen obstacle, which is why they sent these idiots to attack you. Harry didn't exactly believe the woman but went along with what she was saying for the time being. They don't want me to compete in the task. You do know that I don't have any plans on doing so, right? That's even better. If you win, then people will just call you a freak of nature who ruined the task. No, what I need is something more embarrassing, which makes an even better statement. I want Hogwarts to win without you participating. I want everyone to understand that Blaise being in Hogwarts is an advantage, not him spitting on his heritage. So, let me get this straight, you want me to somehow get Hogwarts to win the task, without participating or showing that I had a hand in it. Do you realize just how unreasonable that sounds? The woman's eyes turned even darker, perhaps, but that's the best option. You see, if you don't stop the momentum of the other families, then I would be forced to take him out of Hogwarts. And if somehow that little hussy convinces him to defy me, then who knows what might happen. People around us, Zabinis, tend to die for mysterious reasons. However, I'd rather not resort to such extreme measures. Blaise will not lose the seat, whether he wants it or not. Harry could see the madness in the woman's eyes. Yes, she was more than able to kill her son's girlfriend out of a misplaced sense of love. In fact, she was looking forward to it. What was it with insane mothers all appearing at once? First Lily and the bounty she put on his head, and now Blaise's mother threatening to kill Tracy, who also happened to be Harry's friend. Of course, Harry wasn't going to allow anyone to threaten Tracy so brazenly. Having people threatening her so brazenly made him furious. He suppressed the urge to attack the woman and decided to take some time to analyze the situation a bit more. Until then, he would humor the mad serial killer. Fine. You want Hogwarts to win without me having anything to do with it. I'll think of something. Such a good boy, helping out your friend's mother. Why couldn't Blaise be more like you? Anyway, here's a list of the 7 magical creatures that will be in the tournament. I think this should make your task a little easier. Harry wanted to get as far away from the nutjob as he could. So far, he would play her game until he figured out what her real motive was. There was obviously a lot she wasn't telling him. It was hard to discern her motives or emotions because of how broken she was. It was honestly a miracle that she was still a member of society. He turned towards the woman one last time. Let me get something straight. You will not touch Tracy Davis. If you so much as cause her to have a paper cut, I will come for you, and you will not like the consequences. What I did in the first task was me messing around. You wouldn't want to know what I am capable of if I'm properly motivated. Goodbye, Isabella Zabini. Harry felt the woman shiver in fear. So far, the only reason he hadn't reacted violently was because he didn't know how it would impact Blaise. He really needed to speak to the dark-skinned boy and investigate his mother's claims. He couldn't help but suppress a groan. Why did things always have to be so complicated? Thankfully, the blueprints of a plan started to form in his head. Oh, he was going to have fun with this. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, The Dropping Shoe. November 17, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry couldn't help but feel a headache coming on as he returned to the Metallic Dragon, where he and the rest of the Hogwarts delegation were staying. And he was having such a nice day and everything. Unfortunately, it seemed like fate itself didn't want him to relax even for a bit. He wasn't even really being lazy, he just wanted a day off before investigating whatever Dumbledore was planning. He expected another release of magic during or after the task, and he wanted to, at least, estimate where the source of the release would be. Now, he had to deal with Isabella Zabini of all people. Seriously, from her reputation alone, Harry wanted nothing to do with the woman. However, there was something that felt odd during the interaction. Something just didn't make sense. It was right there, at the tip of his tongue. He could understand the fact that she wanted her son to keep his legacy in Italy, but she wouldn't have sent him to Britain without considering the realistic possibility that he might not have wanted to return. And the way she went about it, hoping that her rival's children would lose and embarrass the school, just felt a bit too chaotic, too unpredictable. Harry personally wouldn't have gone along with such a flimsy plan. The main question was, did he trust Isabella Zabini? The answer was a resounding no. As much as she was Blaze's mother, the woman was a bitch. Now, the issue wasn't if she was telling the truth about being worried about Blaze's future. No, the bigger issue was whether or not she would go through with her threat of killing Tracy. To be perfectly honest, ever since they became a couple, Blaze and Tracy had started to drift away from Harry and, to a lesser degree, Daphne. It wasn't really serious, just them growing up. To be fair, they had been scared shitless of the crap Harry kept pulling in Hogwarts. Spending an entire year away from them wouldn't really help matters. Harry was also slightly at fault here. The way Tracy and Blaze acted was so childish. They had such small goals, and so few ambitions. Tracy wanted power, not for what she could do with it, but for the respect it would give her. Blaze wanted nothing other than to stay as far away as possible from his mother and to keep dating Tracy. They weren't willing to explore, to push the boundaries of magic. He and Daphne were different in that regard. The blonde was doing it out of desperation more than anything, hoping to save her dying sister. But Harry, it was what he lived for. He wanted to explore magic, to truly understand it, in a way that no one ever had before. Speaking of Daphne, she came back exhausted from another lesson with Lily. She decided to sit down next to Harry and lean on him. He gave her a faint smirk. So, how was your lesson? From what Harry could discern from Daphne's rambling, blood magic was similar to alchemy in the fact that it sought to make its effects last for a very long time. Instead of using spells, blood mages used their very life force, through their blood, to ensure that the world itself would bend to accommodate their desires. In a way, it was a taboo. Normal magic was using what was already there, but blood magic added something external into the environment, making it adapt in return, instead of manipulating it directly. It was a very delicate and terrifying field of magic, but one that Harry didn't find the need to explore. The cost was high for every spell. Using blood magic wasn't something that should be casually done, and every spell had to be calculated so that its users wouldn't kill themselves. The life force used would be gone until reclaimed once more, and even then, barely half remained. It was a bit too much for Harry's tastes, and to be perfectly honest, he was worried for Daphne since she chose to specialize in this field for the sake of her sister. Your mother is a ruthless taskmaster. But it's working. I'm learning a lot, more than I thought was possible. She even said that I should be able to cast my first blood curse after this task. It's not anything too fancy, but it's a step forward. Harry froze at the fact that Daphne had called Lily his mother. He supposed that it was true, biologically, Lily Potter, or Evans as she liked to be called, was his mother. But, it didn't feel like she was. Harry was 14 years old, and he had lived most of his childhood alone, without anyone giving a shit about him. He would have loved to have a mother then. In fact, he had dreamed of someone just whisking him away and taking care of him. Now, he was used to being independent. Even his relationship with Arcturus wasn't parental in any way. The Black Patriarch had noticed this trend and respected Harry's unspoken boundaries. He could respect Lily Evans as a witch and even come to trust her one day, but as tragic as it was very unlikely that he would see her as a parent. It was a little too late for that. Lily wasn't to blame, and neither was Harry. The world was very rarely a fair place. Harry chose not to comment on the matter. Instead, he gave her a small smile. I'm happy you're progressing well. I am too. Speaking of progress, how was your little relaxation trip in Muggle Rome? It was good at first. Until the whole ambush and meeting the Black Widow. He could feel the blonde stiffening on his side. She quickly turned, her eyes looking fierce. Explain. Well, apparently someone doesn't want me to participate in the next task. I think they hoped that I would be taken off guard and taken out of commission for a while. Even the greatest wizards could die because of a surprise spell, Daphne reiterated. I'm guessing that they weren't successful. Harry snorted. Well, considering that they're probably still unconscious, with their bodies buried in the ground, I'd say that you're right. Although, I wonder if anyone is going to find them since I didn't bother removing the privacy wards they put on the warehouse. And the fact that you met Blaze's mother. We talked later. She wants me to get Hogwarts to win but not participate. Apparently, she's under pressure and she's planning on using this to reinforce Blaze's future position in the Senate or something. She threatened to bring Blaze back to Italy if Hogwarts didn't win. Daphne snorted, and you believed her? Well, of course not. But considering that she also said that she would kill Tracy, I decided not to ignore her. She did what? Harry shrugged. I knew that she was a massive bitch and a serial killer, but that was slightly outlandish. She kept saying that it was for her son, and that was what was important. I'm pretty sure Blaze said that she didn't give two shits about him or his future. She only sent him to Hogwarts so that he wouldn't bother her anymore. She's also had 2 husbands die on her watch in the last 3 years, so you don't have to guess very hard to figure out what she's been doing. Yeah, that was more in line with what he thought. An inkling of what was happening was starting to form in his mind, and he only needed to get the remaining details. Tell me about her political stronghold here. A lot stronger than you'd think. Most of her dead husbands were filthy rich and she invested all her gold to gain a mercantile foothold to make up for her lack of political power. Even on that side, the word is that she had most of the government either bribed or charmed. I still don't know how she pulled it off, but I wouldn't be joking if I said that she was most likely one of the most dangerous people in this country. The ICW even investigated her and found no use of love potions or anything similar. Yeah, they wouldn't. She has a weird subtle charm, similar to that of Avila, only a lot less powerful, but it would make people around her more pliable and easier to manipulate. The blonde smirked. It didn't work on you, did it? Yeah, she seemed a little unsettled when that happened. So, what you're saying is that she could have handled the mess with Blaze's seat without using something as flimsy as the tournament to do it? Oh, without a doubt. Even if she did want to use that, she could charm the Italian champions into embarrassing themselves. She could even arrange for a couple of assassinations in the Senate to cow her opponents into submission. Harry nodded, agreeing with her input. Isabella Zabini did not ask for the Italian champions to lose, but for Hogwarts to win without him. Assuming that a political agenda was unlikely and that the woman barely had any nationalistic pride, the conclusion was very clear. It was clever of her to give an entirely different scenario to Harry, only for her objective to be something entirely different. He hummed, I know what she's after. The blonde brightened up. What is it? It's not that important, but it has nothing to do with Blaze at all. What's important is that from my impression of her, she wasn't someone who wouldn't follow up on her threats, even if she had lied about her motivations. Yes. Do you want to warn Tracy and Blaze? No. Considering that the woman has successfully killed without impunity, it's very unlikely that we'll be able to prevent her from killing anyone. No, I need to hold up my end of the bargain. Daphne scoffed. So, just like that, you're ready to let that bitch win? Of course not. Believe me, no matter what happens, she is not coming out of this as a winner. Now, the question is how I'm going to pull off the win. I already have a plan in mind. Who did they decide are going to be the champions this time? Well, we technically had to give 10 different champions since someone could defeat all of the beasts. I'm actually number 7 on the list. I think the first 3 are Diggory, Chong, and Johnson. Then there's Granger, then the Weasley twins, me, Longbottom, Davies, and finally you. Me. Harry asked, amused. Come on. If we somehow take down all 7 beasts, I'll turn my hair green for a month. Challenge accepted. Daphne groaned. I didn't mean it as a challenge, you arse. Anyway, that's nice. I can deal with Diggory, Chong, and Johnson. According to what Isabella Zabini told me, the beasts aren't going to be particularly dangerous to fight. Well, it won't be easy, but the champions won't have to fight dragons or anything that ridiculous. Those 3, if I train them up properly, should be able to at least beat a couple of beasts. I'll need to speak to McGonagall. Without even turning to Daphne, Harry walked off towards the headmistress' office. An hour later, a smiling McGonagall went out of her office with Harry walking beside her. She quickly went to the common compartment and spoke up, Miss Johnson, Mr. Diggory, and Miss Chong, would you please follow me? Harry suppressed a chuckle at the expressions of the champions. They gave him a hesitant look before following. The headmistress led them to an empty compartment that she had probably just created. She gave Harry a nod. I leave them in your care, Mr. Potter. Of course, Professor. What the fuck is going on, Potter? Cedric exclaimed when the headmistress left. Harry gave them a bright smile. Oh Diggory, it seems like I'm going to be training you for the task. Seriously? Johnson asked while looking strangely excited. Yes. If you think this is going to be fun, then you'll be very disappointed. When I'm done with you, you should at least not embarrass yourselves in front of the entire continent. As I said before, welcome to the Potter boot camp. I hope you survived the experience with your sanity intact, as unlikely as it may be. Harry's grin widened when he saw the scared looks on their faces. Oh, this was going to be fun. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Train Express. November 19, 1994, Rome, Italy. Cedric Diggory fancied himself one of the best students in Hogwarts. To be perfectly fair, he was right in that aspect. He held the highest grade in his year, and he hadn't taken any easy classes. He was so confident that he was the best that he forgot what it was like to be utterly outclassed by someone, something that he was currently learning the hard way. He had been dubious when he was told by McGonagall that Potter would take over their training for the task. Sure, the boy was a great wizard, definitely better than Cedric himself, but there was still some doubt that someone 3 years younger than him could be of some help in such a short time. Cedric was regretting this doubt now as he ducked to avoid the incoming maw of the giant wolf, which almost bisected him. He followed up with an earth-repelling spell that Potter had taught them, which made the ground move like a wave and sent the beast away in surprise. The wolf was an alpha dark mongrel, a species of wolf that was apparently commonly found in the wild during the old days of ancient Rome. It wasn't that hard to fight, just very quick and surprisingly quiet, with about the same magical resistance as a troll. It was also on the list that Potter had put together of possible monsters for the task, and they were getting some experience fighting what they might end up facing in the tournament. To be honest, he didn't expect Potter to help them this way. Speaking of the magical prodigy, he was standing impassively at the side and gave Cedric an approving look. Well done, Diggory. For magical creatures that can't fly, the ground is your greatest ally. Manipulating it is an easy way to get some distance and precious time to think. Cedric noticed that Cho was getting overwhelmed by the griffin, and he conjured a stone hand to bring her to him. She gave him a cute smile in return. Thanks for the save, Cedric. Anytime. Johnson yelled out in a frustrated tone, can you two seriously flirt later? I need some backup here. She was being accosted by the more complicated of the enemies that they had to face, a fucking Nemean lion. It was, by far, the hardest enemy they had to face in this round of training, that's not to mention exceedingly rare and ludicrously expensive. Its hide was almost invulnerable, its claws as sharp as swords, and it was extremely agile and strong for its humongous size. The Gryffindor had created a raised platform to have some high ground, something that the lion seemed to have taken issue with and kept trying to knock her down. Cedric cast the Earth Wave spell once more, pushing the Nemean lion to the other side of the arena. He quickly helped Johnson get back up but then froze when he heard Cho speak up with a hint of panic in her voice. Guys, I think we have a problem. Cedric turned and noticed that they were surrounded by the three beasts, the alpha mongrel, the Nemean lion, and the griffin. He suppressed the urge to gulp, and he looked at Potter for help. The younger wizard simply shrugged, looking unconcerned. You have the tools necessary to win. Analyze your position properly, and remember your enemy's strengths and weaknesses. The Nemean lion doesn't have a fucking weakness, Potter. Angelina exclaimed. Everything has a weakness. Perfection is nothing more than an illusion and an unrealistic dream. So, start with the mongrel. What are its weaknesses? It's magically resistant to physical attacks, blinding attacks, and any prison that might overwhelm its physical strength, Cho retorted exactly as Potter had taught them. Perfect, now what about the griffin? Cedric thought about it. The half-lion and half-eagle hybrid had the usual magic resistance that most magical creatures had, but it wasn't that distinctive. The main issue it had was its mobility and aggressiveness, that's not to mention the wind magic that it seemed to be capable of. It relies too much on the wind magic when it flies. If we destabilize its flight with a well-placed spell, we could probably stun it with just 2 of us. Potter nodded. Good plan. Now finally, the Nemean lion. The creature was a giant lion with an invincible hide. It was special in the way that it just couldn't be overwhelmed by any spells. Magically resistant creatures, even dragons, could be taken down if a large number of wizards tried to stun them at once. Not the Nemean lion, though. It was why their hides were so sought after. Huh, it was only the hide that was invincible though, right? Cedric smirked, the mouth. Its hide is invincible, but the insides aren't. Yes, you could try to hit the inside of its mouth. Personally, I would probably dose it with a potion. We don't have any potions. Potter's grin turned vicious, and whose fault is that? You knew that you'd be fighting magical creatures today, but you didn't make any preparations. There weren't any rules announced about you just having your wands, only that any form of expanded storage was not allowed. In the fight between any 2 opponents, 9 times out of 10, the most prepared fighter wins. Now, that's enough talk, let's resume the training. The 3 creatures, who had been silent during Potter's impromptu lecture, roared. The griffin rose in the air and sent a blast of air at them. Cedric used a shield charm to protect them. Johnson, get the damn bird with a concussion spell. Let me know when you're about to cast so that I can drop the shield. Follow up with a stunner with Cho. Johnson aimed and yelled out, now. Cedric dispelled the shield and a white spell hit the griffin's chest while it was flying. After it fell down, the hybrid quickly succumbed to the 2 witches' stunners. The Hufflepuff didn't have time to celebrate and used the Earth Wave attack to repel the two incoming attackers. Luckily, the Alpha Dark Mongrel wasn't able to stick the landing and Cedric yelled out, "Stunners, now!" 3 stunning charms reached the giant canine, and it slumped down, unconscious, leaving them to deal only with the most troublesome opponent. Cedric did his best to use the Earth Wave spell to overwhelm it. Any time he tried to hit the beast's open maw, it stubbornly dodged. Potter was right, this was a lot less reliable than just trying to get a potion in. Unfortunately, while thinking of another plan, he didn't notice that Cho had left herself open and that the Nemean lion was leaping at her. He tried to reach her, but even as he did, he knew he'd be too late. He prepared to see the Asian girl die, but Cho's hand glowed and some weird Eastern symbols started to glow all around her arm. She pushed her palm forward and the lion found itself frozen in midair, with its maw open. Cho was obviously grimacing in exertion, but Cedric did not waste this chance and sent a stunner into the inside of the creature's mouth, knocking it out. Of course, like at the end of every training session, the creatures turned into rubble. Potter was calmly clapping, "Very well done, Chong. I'm guessing this was your family crest." The Ravenclaw nodded but did not add anything more to explain. To be fair, it was her family crest, and she was perfectly allowed not to elaborate on it. The last Potter didn't seem annoyed or anything. "Very well done, but you need to remember that this was just a simulation. An actual Nemean lion could possibly escape from this spell, and you'd have been very injured if you used yourself as bait. So, what have we learned? That you're a spiteful bastard and not to pick a fight with you," Johnson grumbled. "If you're just learning that today, then I'm worried about your intelligence, Johnson," Potter retorted. "We need to be more prepared for the fight," Chong answered. "Yes. You knew that you'd be fighting magical beasts today, but you didn't bother to get anything to make things easier for yourselves. I'm talking about lures, repellent smokes, irritant potions, or anything else. You know what I told you. An unprepared wizard." The 3 of them interrupted him, "Is a dead wizard." "Good. I'll be honest, you're probably not the best wizards in the task. So, that means that to compensate, you'll need to be prepared to deal with anything. Now, again, look back on the fight. Tell me what you think." Johnson looked pensive. "We really started taking them out when we worked together. It didn't go so well at the start." Potter nodded. "That's true. You're 3 mages fighting on the same team, you need to act like it. Anything else?" They all looked hesitant. "We won, didn't we?" The Slytherin sighed in disappointment. "You might have won, but these are just the imitations of 3 beasts out of the 7 you'll be fighting. That's not to mention the other teams who will be out for blood. If you went about things the same way during the actual fight, you'd probably end up taking out a single team and maybe even a beast at the most before someone takes you out in turn. What you should have done is the first trick in the book. Use your enemy's strengths against each other. You could have enraged the griffin by getting the mongrel to attack it. You could have started a fight without involving yourselves at all, just so you could then take out the winners. You also didn't attempt to take control of your environment. Conjuring mist to blind your opponents, certain smells to distract them, trying to hide and take them out stealthily. You went directly to challenging them up front. You need to be more devious." Johnson grumbled, "Says the Slytherin. This has nothing to do with Hogwarts houses. If you had to choose between fighting someone stronger than you in direct combat or ambushing them, you should always ambush them. And believe me, you're on the weaker side here. After all, surprise and deception are very powerful agents and far more effective than you could possibly imagine." "Come on, we still won," she complained. "I suppose you did. You've improved a lot in the last few days, and since you're so happy with your victory, I believe it's time for us to kick things up a bit." "Wait. What?" Cedric exclaimed. "As I said, you were able to deal with 3 beasts at once, but you haven't really experienced fighting the beasts alongside other wizards. Don't worry, you'll only have to face little old me." Cho grumbled while giving Johnson a dirty look. "See, this is what happens when you open your mouth." Potter raised his palm. "Don't worry, you just finished this exercise. You can rest for a few minutes, then I'll give you a choice of spells that will help you make up for the shortcomings I found during the fight. We'll practice them a bit, and then we'll do the new exercise." Cedric ended up choosing a variation of the ground wave spell, which added spikes to the wave. Cho, on the other hand, chose a spell that conjured some mist that she could make see-through for her allies, and Johnson chose one that created a pit in the middle of the ground, which was good for catching enemies off guard. All in all, the training sessions with Harry Potter were physically grueling, bordering on bullying, but they had shown him just how big the gap between him and the Slytherin was. The fake magical beasts alone that Potter used were more than enough. Sure, he knew that the boy had purposely created and enchanted them over the course of hours and that there was a lot of illusions and discreet spell use to sell the idea that they were real, but the power and the control needed for something like this was completely out of his league. They were strangely similar to what McGonagall did with the dragon, but on a smaller scale. It was some of the most demoralizing moments in Cedric's life. It was also a period where he had learned more about magic and tactics than he ever did before. The sad thing was that the boy didn't even use this kind of magic in his fights. He preferred to fight using tactics and pure trickery. Cedric shuddered at the idea of Potter using his full might in a fight. He wasn't sure if he was excited or unsettled by the image that appeared in his head. Chapter 280, Stacking the Odds. November 20, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry smirked as he sent another round of stinging hexes at his 3 victims, or maybe it would have been better to call them his students, while they were defending against 4 of the beasts that he had animated. He found that stinging hexes and curses were painful enough to motivate them to not get hit, without really injuring any of them. It did help that he had jailbroken the spells to be able to modify the power output, so he could use them as a normal attack spell. To be perfectly honest, this was sort of entertaining, not to mention mentally straining for Harry. In a real-world scenario, if he fought a group of wizards, he would not animate magical creatures while casting spells. There were thousands of better ways to fight. Still, the goal wasn't to defeat them but to train them and simulate what they would face in the second task. However, this was a good exercise for Harry. Animating 4 constructs while casting spells whose paths were warped to simulate being attacked by different teams of mages was a feat of multitasking that very few people could manage, and it was entertaining. He had stolen the animation charm from Lupin the previous year. It was surprisingly insightful as far as animation charms went. The animated creatures could be as fast as Harry himself could think, and they could be combined with a faint reflective rune shield to simulate magical resistance. Sure, Harry had modified it a bit to include some of the creature's instincts in the animation, and cast a few spells to simulate their attacks. It wasn't a perfect simulation of the magical creatures, but it was good enough to train the Hogwarts starting champions. Honestly, they were a sorry lot. Diggory was alright, magically at least, but had this whole knight in shining armor ideal that forced him to make stupid decisions. He kept overcommitting to attacks to prevent his teammates from getting hurt, even if they could have handled it themselves. Johnson took too many risks, and Chong rarely committed to an attack fully and had a tendency to overthink things. If he had a full summer with them, Harry could have turned them into a great team. But at the moment, they were just competent. What Harry had done was make sure that they wouldn't embarrass themselves or really be surprised during the task. He had taught them spells specifically made to alter the environment and tutored them on the weaknesses of each creature they would end up fighting, not that they knew that these were the same creatures. Seeing that they had gotten the gist of the exercise and that it was getting late enough, Harry decided to let them get to bed with a win. He actively made sure to weaken his animated creatures and slow them down. 10 minutes later, the 4 beasts were gone and each of the animated mannequins that simulated the human opponents had been taken out. Honestly, Harry didn't want to burst their bubble, so he let them have their confidence. He gave them a faint smirk. Well done. I believe you should have a nice break. After all, you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. We have this in the bag, Johnson exclaimed. Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and thankfully Diggory made it so that he didn't really need to make a comment. Thanks for the help, Potter. Don't worry about it, he just replied. Out of curiosity, the Hufflepuff continued, how the hell can you cast spells that curve in the air the way they do? Of course, Harry wasn't going to tell him that he was warping the fabric of space to modify his spell's trajectory, so instead, he said, trade secret, I'm afraid. Fine, I know when to stop digging, Diggory retorted before turning and joining his fellow champions outside of the arena. When they all left, Harry spoke up loudly, you can come out now. Lily Evans removed her invisibility charm with a snicker, very impressive detection skills, and an even more impressive use of multitasking. What do you think? About the brats? You did some good work with them, I'll admit that, but they're a far cry from a winning team. Harry scoffed, I never expected them to win, especially since Hogwarts will most likely be targeted for winning the previous task. And whose fault is that? Maybe it's mine, but I think I more than made up for it with my tutoring. I thought that with the teams being announced without me as a champion they would have laid off on Hogwarts. The redhead snorted, yes, but as per the task rules, McGonagall could choose anyone to join the task if the team gets one of the keys. The other competitors will want to take them out before then, just so that they can't ask you to join. Harry hummed. McGonagall had publicly stated that he wasn't going to enter the task. The news was met with a mixture of skepticism and cautious elation, even if it was leaked to the press by one of the task organizers. Apparently, the ICW organizers were pretty desperate to stop him from steamrolling the event, hoping that it would have some credibility. From what Harry could discern, McGonagall, while knowing that Harry had no intention on competing, still leveraged his lack of participation for a hefty donation to the school and a contract for the ICW to give them funding for a proper research center in the castle and to provide the school with competent academics in case she needed to replace any professors. The last Potter would have been lying if he said that he wasn't impressed. McGonagall seemed to want to actually improve the school and enhance the curriculum a bit. Apparently, she liked the extra electives in Beauxbatons and wanted to introduce a few of them in Britain. It was ambitious, to say the least, but it was something that the castle needed after decades of stagnation and even regression because of Dumbledore's administration. Still, considering the issue at hand, do you think it will be enough? The fake unspeakable replied, look, if it was just fighting a few beasts or a team of mages, I'd say they had a chance at winning. But, no matter how much time you had to train them, they wouldn't have fared well against 6 teams of mages and 7 magical creatures, who are most likely going to directly go after them. You taught them enough to hide and try to use whatever tools they had, but the sad truth is that the odds are definitely not in their favor. They never would have been, even if you had more time. I don't need them to win. I need them to hold on for long enough for the plan to work. Speaking of which, have you wrapped up your side of the preparations? Come on, the woman retorted while fluttering her eyelashes at him in a way that could be interpreted as innocent, but that Harry found disturbing on a grown woman's face. Would I ever disappoint you? She pouted and rolled her eyes before continuing, fine. Everything is in order. To be honest, I didn't expect you to ask this of all things. Desperate times call for desperate measures. What about the magic release detectors? Lily looked hesitant at his request before nodding. I put them in place. We should be able to triangulate any large magical release in the area. Do you think it's a good idea to mess with whatever ritual Dumbledore is performing? It could be dangerous and I'm not messing with it. I'm just trying to understand what it is. You can't tell me that whatever Dumbledore has planned, especially something of this scale, would be easy to handle. Plus, Isabella Zabini is the more pressing issue now. We still have 5 other tasks to figure out what Dumbledore's angle is. You could have just killed the bitch and been done with it, the older witch commented with a dry tone as if she didn't care if her son murdered someone. It was moments like these that Harry could tell just how distorted Lily's worldview was. No mother would ever suggest killing the mother of her son's friend, even if that person was a serial killer who had threatened to kill one of his friends. And there were a lot of ways to deal with the woman. Ways far more subtle and which, more importantly, did not require him to commit murder. He knew that she meant well, in her own weird way. For example, the fact that she put a bounty on him during the first task was effective in getting people to actively seek him out, instead of him hunting them. It was wrong, but it was efficient. Harry did have that tendency to make plans that were logically correct, but that weren't morally right. Meeting Lily was like meeting an extreme version of himself, and that had been a wake-up call as to where the path Harry was taking could lead. Deciding not to condone the murder of Isabella Zabini, I don't think Blaise would think kindly of me making him an orphan. Of course, that's besides the fact that the Italian ministry would take custody of him, probably bring him back to Rome, and maybe even force him to spread the Zabini crest. The sad truth is that Blaise is protected by his mother until he reaches his majority. Spoil sport, Lily retorted. The redhead had been incensed when she heard about the Black Widow's ultimatum, and Harry had to calm her down to stop her from burning her power base to the ground. Wait a minute, you're confident. Oh, you figured out what her angle was, huh? Yes, and I have taken measures to counter that. Whatever happens, she will not come out of this as a winner. In fact, she will lose quite a bit. And do you think that abiding by her deal but making her lose will stop her from killing that Tracy girl? Harry snorted, of course not. Not if her plan just doesn't pan out. Unfortunately, she held a knife to my friend's throat, hoping to manipulate me. It's only right that I do the same to her. I think she'll respect the terms then. It's always plans within plans with you, Harry. You're overcomplicating a very simple problem. You're trying to be smart, that's your problem, and you're expecting everything around you to be the same. You enjoy the chase, making your opponents bewildered as you defeat them, utterly and completely. You love the thrill it gives you. The last Potter suppressed the urge to shudder at her accurate description. Lily continued, it's all so nice and pretty until one day, you meet someone who doesn't care about pretty plans and schemes. One day, you'll get something wrong, and all your plans will just fall apart. And if you're really unlucky, you'll lose something precious, something that you can never get back. It's what happened to me, after all. I tried to be clever. And I was so clever. I tried to use a war for my benefit, for my freedom. I manipulated James, I manipulated everyone around me, really. And when I ended up faced with an entire army, with you in danger, I was lost. I did something dangerous and very reckless. I didn't expect Sirius to act so rashly, I didn't expect many things. And it cost me you. I'm still here, Harry tried to console her. You are, but you know as much as I do that it's not enough. I lost the opportunity to raise you, to settle down and be free together. I lost over a decade of time with you, the most important decade, and when you needed me the most, I wasn't there. I won't say that I would have been the perfect mother, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I hadn't tried to be clever, if I had just taken the fight to them and not schemed to be in the eye of the storm, safe and sound. But that's my regret, my greatest mistake, and I sincerely hope that you won't end up the same way as well. The redhead turned and walked away before giving him one last look. Think about what I said. I might not have had the privilege of raising you, Harry, but I hope that I can, at least, help you avoid the mistakes I made in my life. Good luck tomorrow, and I hope everything goes well. And just like that, she left the arena, and Harry was alone with his thoughts. Needless to say, he did not sleep well that night. Chapter 281, Beneath the Hound. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur Delacour was anxiously waiting in the Beauxbatons preparation room, readying herself for the second task of the European school tournament. After her quick thinking and performance in the previous task, she was a shoo-in for this one. She didn't even get a choice in the matter. To be fair, Madame Maxime had faced a lot of criticism considering how the first task was concluded. The fact that the Beauxbatons champions ended up in second place was the only reason the politicians were placated. Still, logistically, the two-day event stopped being relevant after just a few hours, and that had left a lot of businesses which had rented stalls or even put up a few shops in a very awkward position. Fleur, in return, was lauded as the savior of Beauxbatons. She had never been this popular with her schoolmates due to her nature, and she didn't expect it to be so uncomfortable. It had been something that she'd wished for when she was younger, but she felt undeserving of the title. She hadn't done anything impressive, she just faked being stunned and followed the Hogwarts champions. That was it. The end result was undeniable. She felt shackled by the expectations of others. She saw people instinctively look at her, not because of her beauty, but because of her deeds, and she hated it. More people paid attention to what she did, and it was just so stifling. It was especially bad considering what would happen in the second task. It was barely more than an illusion that the tasks were not biased to the schools that were hosting them. In Beauxbatons, they were taught in their first year which creatures lived in the enchanted forest surrounding it and how to deal with them in case they accidentally ended up there. They also knew the general organization of the forest and where the safest areas were. Even if they'd never entered the forest, the information was a goldmine. It was a subtle way for Madame Maxime to give her students an advantage. The Romans had done the same, but they weren't nearly as subtle about it. Apparently, the task was a more difficult version of their war games. Students had classes where they had to face magical creatures in an arena or fight other teams of students as well. It was an obvious way to give an advantage to their school. Madame Maxime entered the room and all three champions stiffened. She spoke in a neutral tone, "I know that this task will not be easy. It will be chaotic and unpredictable. However, I entrust our school's honor to you. I want you to go into this arena, fight as a team, and do your best." They all nodded, and the headmistress gave them a soft smile. "All right. The task will start in just 5 minutes. You'll hear a loud bang, and the gates will open. Revise your plans, prepare yourselves. Good luck." She then turned and left, leaving Fleur alone with her fellow champions. She was thankful that her best friend, Aurélie Dumont, wasn't forced to compete. The girl's strength was in the subtle arts, especially in alchemy. She had drooled at the idea of Nicholas Flamel's diary being a prize for the first task and wished that she could have competed, if only for the small chance of getting this treasure and becoming the best alchemist in the world. Realistically, she wouldn't have won with Harry Potter participating, but it was nice to entertain her thoughts. No, Fleur was joined by Eloise Fontaine, who hadn't had the opportunity to show off what she could do in the previous task, and Arthur Laurent, a muggle born in the year below her, who was rumored to be very good at dueling. She gave Eloise a pointed look. "Do you remember the plan? We're not idiots, Delacour. I know you're France's darling and all, but that doesn't give you any authority over us." "I wasn't aware that I had any. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page." Arthur, ever the conciliator, decided to intervene. "There's no harm in doing it." Fontaine groaned. "Fine. Arthur will conjure a wall to prevent us from being attacked from all sides, and the two of us should sneak under a disillusionment charm to see the location of each team and which beasts they're forcing us to face. We'll target the weakest beasts first to get more people in. The idea is to get 2, but 1 would do if only to not be at a disadvantage. Then, we'll either fortify our position or go to attack the remaining teams, depending on our position and who is left. It's not a complicated plan, Delacour, so stop being a bitch and leave us in peace." She was going to return a cutting remark, but Arthur decided to change the subject. "What about Potter? What about him?" Fleur returned. "Well, did you seriously believe his headmistress when she said that he wasn't participating in the task? It could easily be a ploy to lower our guard and just have him come onto the field when they beat one magical creature. They have to know that everyone would target them if Potter could be participating." Fleur nodded. She could understand the skepticism. Harry Potter had ruffled a lot of feathers during the first task. The Italian ministry didn't want to suffer the same fate as the previous organizers, and there were even rumors that they'd asked a few seedy businessmen, which was a nice way to say members of organized crime, to intervene. Anyway, things had started to calm down when the headmistress said that Harry had no intention of participating in the second task, but the Vila thought that there had to have been a few deals made to get Minerva McGonagall to essentially give up on the second task. Either way, since only the initial champions were announced and Harry wasn't among them, people had started to calm down, but there was always the implicit threat that they might bring him on later, which was why everyone was targeting them. Still, Fleur wasn't exactly convinced. "I think the British wouldn't go back on whatever deal they made with the ICW. They're not in a position to risk angering anyone, really, especially after the Quidditch World Cup. I hope you're right, Fontaine said with a cautious tone, because if you're not and Hogwarts manages to take down even a single creature. She didn't have the time to continue since she was interrupted by a loud bang and the steel gates to the arena opening up. They quickly got up and ran forward. Just 10 seconds in and half of the plan was gone. A giant sandstorm was enveloping the arena, blinding everyone. The sand was fast enough to hurt her, and the wind was making it hard to move. Cursing, Fleur conjured a weather shield, a surprisingly handy spell considering that she had leaned it on a whim. Fleur extended her shield to envelop her fellow champions and spoke up, "Arthur, the wall, now." Understanding what she meant, he raised his wand and moved the earth itself into a raised wall. Fleur quickly enchanted the wall itself to create a weather shield for whoever was behind it, as well as put up a few fast war wards that her tutors taught her. By the end of it, her magic circuits were burning from the exertion, and she hissed in pain. Eloise looked surprised and spoke up, "Are you all right? I used a bit too much magic at once. I need a few minutes of rest." The other girl seemed to hesitate for a couple of seconds before she grabbed Fleur's hand, which started to glow white. Suddenly, the burning and the aches disappeared. "What did you do?" "That's not important now. We need to figure out what to do next. This fucking sandstorm is a nightmare." Arthur spoke up, "We need some more information about what's happening. Do you have any ideas?" Fleur nodded, "Sure, but I'll need someone to cover me." They both nodded and Fleur grabbed the roundest rock she could find and started to enchant it while carving runes into it. It took almost 10 minutes, but she had a working artifact. It was shoddy work at best, but it was the best she could do without any proper materials. She threw the rock into the air which started floating and activated the enchantment. She saw the rock move near the middle of the arena. The other competitors had created safe zones from the sandstorm, which seemed to have originated from the Spanish champions. They were switching every couple of minutes to power an artifact that activated the sandstorm. It seemed like they were immune from its effects or at least could see through it easily enough considering that there were 4 of them. They must have already taken out a beast. Shit, this was really bad. She looked to the other side and saw a vortex of wind which held a miniature battlefield inside. 5 people in Roman uniforms were fighting off 3 people in Demstrang uniforms. Damn, that was another beast taken out. She saw one of the Demstrang competitors get overwhelmed by 2 spells at once, before disappearing into mist. So that's how they made sure no one would get hurt. The Demstrang students were very good, but the experience and teamwork from the Romans gave them a large advantage over their opponents. The fact that they had 2 extra champions probably helped matters. They were the most likely victors. As for the other delegations, she couldn't see them. They were probably fighting in the fog that she couldn't see through on the other side of the arena. The Nebelheim and Olympus champions had probably gone after each other or Hogwarts. Now, she needed to look for the beasts. Considering that 3 of them were gone, they were quickly running out of time. She quickly found them. There was a griffin flying around, dissipating the sand on their way. She saw a minotaur come out of the fog on the other side of the arena, and what seemed to be a giant wolf approaching the Spanish champions. She kept looking for the 4th beast, only to hear a loud roar. She made the enchanted rock turn and saw a giant lion giving her a dirty look. With another roar, she felt her connection to the rock disappear. Did that thing just disintegrate the rock with just a single roar? Still, it was similar to one of the creatures she'd read about in a book, a Nemean lion. She murmured, "There's no way in hell we're going after that thing." "What did you see?" Eloise asked. "The other side has this weird fog. Couldn't see anything there, but 3 of the beasts have already been taken out. The Spanish are the ones who are powering the sandstorm. There's also a giant wolf near them, which looks like an alpha mongrel. It's the best option considering the rest. Eloise and I will go after them. Arthur, we need you to defend this place. If we beat a beast and grab its key, you'll need to tell our reinforcements about our plan." The Vila then summoned a stick. "I just enchanted this. Break it as a distress signal and we'll know that you're under attack." The 2 girls immediately nodded, and Fleur put on the weather-blocking charm once more, and they quietly walked towards the Spanish camp. It was pretty well defended, but she knew from watching what Harry did in the first task that their security wards weren't that great. Suddenly, she had an idea. It was something that she had practiced before, and she loved it. She removed her bracelet, which set her allure free, and started to sing. Enchanting a voice was something of an art. It was a personal thing, which singers all over the world mastered to the extreme to fully convey the meaning of their songs. Fleur had taken it to the extreme and had put on a compulsion with her allure on it. It bypassed the feeble wards that the Spanish had put in place, and the Spanish champions started to feel dizzy and fell asleep quickly enough. Fleur pointed at Eloise. "The alpha mongrel should be around. I'll take the sandstorm artifact that they were using and see if they have anything else that's interesting. Don't touch anything, it could be cursed. Let me know if you find the alpha mongrel." Eloise nodded without saying a word, and Fleur quickly dispelled the curses that the Spanish had put up and stunned them. Each time, they disappeared when she did so. And just like that, the Spanish champions were gone. She grabbed the sandstorm artifact. There was nothing about stealing your enemy's weapons in the rules, and this could be useful later. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar scream. Eloise, she must have gotten into trouble. She ran towards her teammate and found her limping while doing her best to fend off the giant wolf. Fleur summoned her by her robes, making her groan in pain. I thought I told you not to fight it alone. It ambushed me. She gaped back. Send your strongest stunner at it at the count of 3. 1. 2. 3. 2 jets of light hit the snarling giant wolf in the head, and it was knocked unconscious. Fleur, victoriously, grabbed the key. We need to get back to Arthur and regroup now. She was about to do just that, but she felt something fall all over the Spanish camp. It was some kind of red liquid that she quickly recognized to be blood. Disgusted, she quickly put on a detection charm to see what had happened and was confused when she realized that this was goat blood. It didn't make any sense. It didn't have any particular magical use outside the fact that it was a lure for griffins. Right as she noticed what was happening, she heard a loud screech and saw the flying griffin leap towards her with incredible speed. It was too fast to do anything or to conjure any shield. As she looked at her certain doom, her life flashed in front of her eyes and her thoughts turned to her sister. She wished she had spent more time with Gabrielle. She expected this to be her last, though. She expected the world to turn dark. However, she was baffled when the world turned a blinding white instead. What the fuck had just happened? Chapter 282, Crimson Devil. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry had left the cheering crowd the moment the task started. It was a shame, since he would have loved to see what was going to happen, especially considering the sandstorm that the Spanish champions had spun up. His prediction was that half of the teams would go directly at the Hogwarts delegation, while the others, the smarter ones, really, would go after the beasts and the keys they hold, since taking them all out would mean that Harry definitely wouldn't enter the task. Unfortunately, Harry had more important things to worry about, mainly Dumbledore's plan, whatever that was. He wanted to locate the release of magic. The moment the task began, Lily's detectors started going wild. The task was definitely involved in the magic somehow. But that didn't make any sense. The magical release was far more powerful than what it was taking. It had to be a seal. There was no other explanation. Harry followed the trail outside the giant gladiator pit that the Italians had built for the task. The ritual couldn't be too far away from the crowd, since magic does tend to dissipate into the atmosphere surprisingly quickly. Hundreds of thousands of people cheering, releasing their feelings and their excitement, meant that a minuscule amount of this magic was released as well, which was then collected by whatever Dumbledore had planned. The former headmaster wasn't even stealing the magic, he just used the fact that there were so many mages in the same place, so it had to be some released filter magic. It was strangely similar to what the men had planned to do to Harry with the Gardens of Avalon, only instead of just stealing all of Harry's potential magic, he was taking just the waste of hundreds of thousands of people at once. The tournament had made it so there would be at least 7 events which should have similar attendance records. But, what did Dumbledore do with the harnessed magic? The magical release was many orders of magnitude more powerful than whatever energy Dumbledore could ever harness in just a day. There was a reason why Harry was so overwhelmed by it during the first task. Harry followed the trail with his wand raised, which kept taking him deeper into the Roman countryside, then a forest, where the air felt strangely alive. It wasn't any kind of specific enchantment, but there was magic in everything there. Leaves glimmered with a spectral light, and every tree seemed to whisper in the wind. Flickering sprites danced between branches, leading him onward. The flora was vibrant, with flowers glowing softly under the moon's caress, their colors more vivid than any artist's palette. The entire woodland thrummed with a harmonious magic, so potent and pure it felt as though the very earth under his feet pulsed with the heartbeats of centuries. Which made the dark, ominous portions inside all the more concerning. He felt the forest grow dark as if someone had turned off a cosmic light switch. It was odd. He felt as if everything around him was illuminated by moonlight, and yet there was no moon in the sky. There was no sun. There were no stars. Just darkness. Harry heard something approaching him very quickly with his arcane hearing. He quickly warped space to the side and dodged whatever was coming at him. He groaned when he realized what it was. I hate vampires. With a flick of his wrist, the vampire froze into solid ice and shattered into pieces. It was just a thrall, but he could feel the forest was filled with them. It definitely wasn't their natural habitat, and the forest was trying to reject them. Harry noticed that he was being swarmed. He conjured a quick ice blade, cutting a few of the thralls that tried to sneak behind him, and then transformed it into an arrow that kept going after the thralls with blinding speeds, killing them all. It was a pretty handy spell that Harry had modified. Harry had tried to create a spell that could change directions mid-flight, but all he had managed was a conjuration with a few animation charms and space manipulation to create the illusion. It was far too much effort for a single spell, but it was surprisingly efficient when it came to fighting multiple enemies that didn't have a strong resistance to physical objects. He heard clapping behind him, and another vampire materialized from the shadows. It was an elder vampire. Harry could tell by how similar it felt to the one that had attacked the Quidditch World Cup finals. Immediately, the young wizard was on guard, recognized what I am, have you? I'm even more impressed with that than with your fight against my thralls. Why is a vampire elder working with Dumbledore? Oh, the little dear knows a lot, doesn't he? He does indeed. I wonder if I should tell you. I wonder if you'll even be able to handle it. Harry started to grow irritated. Are you going to make sense anytime soon? Oh, so hasty. Patience, young one, is a virtue. You're so fascinating, you know that. I haven't seen someone with such skill in magic in a while. Maybe a last remnant of the Age of Gods. No, that's not it. It's something more. Something sinister. Something cold. For fuck's sake, just answer the question. Is that so damn hard? Why are you working with Dumbledore? The elder vampire giggled. Oh, you mean the white one. He's so passionate. Filled with so much hidden anger. He's our natural enemy, but for the first time in eons, the light and dark have become grey, because the circle must close. Or else everything will be lost. The circle must close. The white and dark have become grey. Harry asked out loud, Dumbledore is working with Grindelwald. It not the time for answers, young Peveril. The circle must close. Yeah, I got that. My question is about what you're doing here. What are you using all this magic for? The vampire smirked, leave this forest while you still can. You will walk no further down this path. I think I'm going to risk it. You're not the first elder vampire that I've fought. Perhaps, but I did not come here alone. Harry turned and saw 4 other elder vampires appear from thin air, and with them at least 50 vampire lords, and an entire army of thralls. He couldn't help but gulp slightly. To his arcane hearing, it was like a fifth of the forest had gone dark. Instead of looking intimidated, he gave them all a large smile. Greetings, elders, lords, and thralls, if you can think, that is. As you all probably know, my name is Harry Potter. I'm guessing you're in the middle of something. I'm guessing some kind of ritual or unsealing. I'm very curious about that, but I don't think you're going to tell me about it. I want you to know before we start fighting and everything that I'm fully prepared to accept your total surrender and let you go in peace. That seemed to have stunned them into silence, exactly like Harry wanted it to. I know what you're going to say. I'm being extremely generous. But what's the point of being human if I didn't have a bit of mercy in me? Or so they say. I'm not really sure about that one, but what's life without trying out new things? Silence. Absolute silence. That was what met Harry's little speech. The sheer incredulity and confusion that the vampires expressed almost made the young mage burst into laughter. Unfortunately, it seemed like this was all the time he could buy. A few of the vampire lords, accompanied by their thralls, were leaping towards him. It was enough to put a plan together. 5 elder vampires, dozens of vampire lords, an entire swarm of thralls. All of them protected whatever ritual was being performed. It had to be something very important. Dumbledore definitely didn't want whatever this was to be interrupted. Harry tilted to the side to avoid a spear of shadows by one of the vampire lords, before warping space to dodge a few of the leaping thralls. He quickly created a space pulse that threw them away and summoned one of them to block a beam of blood coming at him. He used his amateurish knowledge of alchemy to turn the cursed body into flames, which he quickly manipulated using his space warping. The flames quickly morphed into a giant ring of fire that Harry pushed outwards. The vampires did their best to either stifle or swallow the flames using their shadow magic. Unfortunately for them, this was not elemental magic, but primal fire created using alchemy and imbued with their own blood curse. Almost half of the vampire lords and their thralls had perished in the attack before one of the elders sent a giant ball of darkness that swallowed the flames whole. Harry wiped some of the dust from his coat and gave them all a large smile. See what you made me do. I was all for talking and accepting your surrender. But no, you had to go out in style. The vampire elder who had stopped the fire gave him a pointed look. I was not aware that you were well versed in alchemy, child. As odd as your use of it is, I recognize the principles used. Well, I always did like being different. You know, there was this whole rave about Flamel's journal and I thought I'd at least have a passing understanding of his field so that I could get something out of what was in there when I won. Unfortunately, it seemed like people had other ideas, but you know what that's like. But, there's something I noticed. You don't seem so broken up about me essentially killing off your lieutenants. They were disposable. Harry didn't believe that. During the event of the Quidditch World Cup, the vampire elder attacking didn't care about a single vampire lord dying but became extremely agitated when Harry killed a lot of them. From what he had learned about vampire elders, they tended to gain long-term power from the vampire lords sworn to them. If they didn't care about their underlings dying, it meant only one thing: you don't care. We live to serve our lord, one of the elders simply retorted. Harry decided to file that away. You know, there's something I'm very curious about. I know you won't say anything about your lord's plan or whatever, and I'm sure I can figure it out. But what I did notice is the fact that people just do nothing when I talk. People never ask me why I do it. But if you examine things very carefully, I only really do it when I'm surrounded. It's often considered foolish to talk during battle, as many of you know. Unless, of course, you're stalling for something. Before they could do anything, Harry opened a portal in front of him. The other side wasn't far in any way, just outside of the forest. More importantly, the location was fully exposed to the sun. And the moment the sunlight appeared from the portal, every single vampire lord and thrall turned to dust. Just as they were starting to come to terms with what had happened, Harry conjured another blade of ice which he imbued with the power of the resurrection stone. He warped space in front of the elders and stabbed them each with the blade as he had done to the elder during the Quidditch World Cup finals. He had hoped to take them by surprise, and all but one, the first one who had spoken with him, had immediately turned to ash, dead. It was a lot easier to deal with them when he knew how to kill them. The last remaining elder vampire had somehow conjured a blade of shadows and blocked his sneak attack. Harry conjured an illusion of himself that the enraged vampire elder pretended to be fooled by and suddenly leapt towards Harry. Just as he had planned, the last Potter activated his cloak and phased through the vampire's incoming attack, stabbing him in the back with his enchanted ice blade. Unlike the others, Harry's last opponent didn't immediately turn into ash. He must have been stronger than the other elders as well. The vampire went to his knees and gave the young mage a victorious look. Do you seriously think you've won here? Distraction and misdirection can be very powerful indeed. For all your talent, you have much to learn, young Peveril. Harry didn't let him continue and just threw the blade at the vampire, impaling him once more. He quickly dissipated into dust, but Harry didn't have time to celebrate his frankly very impressive victory. He felt the stream of magic coming from the stadium stop and heard a very loud scream on the other side of the forest. He warped space at a ridiculous degree towards the noise. By the time he arrived, he noticed that the screaming had come from a glowing ritual circle, where a masked man was raising a glowing ritual knife towards a bound young girl. Just as he was going to bring it down, Harry instinctively opened a portal in front of the blade to protect the girl. However, he gaped when the blade just cut through the portal as if it wasn't there. What the fuck? He didn't have time to think of a magical explanation for what had happened, as the blade reached the young girl's heart. He felt like the entire world held its breath, then screamed. An immense pulse of magic originated from the girl's corpse, vaporizing the wizard in question, and Harry created a portal to outside the forest, landing heavily on the ground. Harry slowly got up, feeling disoriented, and looked at the forest once more. He saw the woods darken and the leaves visibly fall. It was as if the forest itself had died during the ritual, whatever it was. The last Potter found himself processing what the fuck he just witnessed. He had never heard or even read about something like this. He needed to speak with someone more knowledgeable than him about this stuff. Harry looked at his watch and winced. He had disappeared for almost half an hour. He needed to get back to the tournament or his absence would be noticed, if it hadn't been already. He couldn't help but feel like things had gotten a lot more complicated with this. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, The Cursed Reaper. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry looked at his watch and winced. He had disappeared for almost half an hour. He needed to get back to the tournament or his absence would be noticed, if it hadn't been already. He couldn't help but feel like things had gotten a lot more complicated with this. The last Potter used his cloak to sneak past the second task security. He slowly walked to the stands, where the rest of the Hogwarts delegation sat in anticipation. And yet, he couldn't really care about the outcome of the task, no matter how much he had planned for it. Instead, his mind was occupied by what he had just witnessed. He hadn't had the time to even digest what he had seen. He couldn't shake the image of the small girl with olive-colored skin pleading silently for her attacker to spare her. There was no justification for Dumbledore allowing this to happen. The girl was innocent. She was just a child. Harry wasn't the most emotional of people. He would admit that fact easily. He could be apathetic sometimes, and he rarely cared for the fates of people he considered to be strangers. It was why, for all the lives he had saved, for all the extraordinary things he had accomplished, he would never consider himself to be a hero. He was just too selfish to be one. But this was the first time he had seen a child die at the hands of another, and it disturbed him immensely. He didn't know how to describe it. It was a mixture of grief for the lost potential of the girl, mixed with regret and hatred at her assailants. He couldn't refute that he also had his part to play in this. He had done as he always did and kept talking, hoping to distract his opponent so that he could put in place his convoluted plan, to be so clever. He had never considered the fact that the vampires allowed him to talk because they were also buying time for the ritual to be ready. He could have probably saved the girl by avoiding the fight altogether and creating a portal to the girl and getting her out himself. But no, he had to fight. He had to be clever. Harry had failed before. Voldemort had almost killed him in his first year, Tom Riddle had tricked him many times in his second year, Dumbledore had trapped him in his third year, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. But he was always the one who paid for the consequences of his failure, or at least, he was able to stop them from affecting other people. This was different. The girl, whose face just wouldn't leave his head, had died. She was a complete stranger, and it didn't make sense for him to be so hung up about it, and yet he was. He knew that Dumbledore could be ruthless. Harry was 13 years old when he trapped him in the Gardens of Avalon, but he always thought that it was about future-proofing his plans. Harry was a threat and he wanted it to be dealt with easily enough. But he never expected the Light Champion to allow the killing of a girl in cold blood, just to power a ritual. He needed answers. Something just wasn't right. Harry's train of thought was interrupted by the masked form of Lily nudging him with a worried tone. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Yes, I'm fine." "You sense the magical release?" She nodded. It was stronger than the first task. "A lot stronger." "Huh, I thought so too. But then again, it happened right in front of me." "What did you see?" Harry swallowed and forced himself to speak. "I followed the trail of magic. There were vampires using some kind of shadow magic to be able to move around. We fought and I beat them. But I wasn't fast enough. They were protecting this ritual. The magic from the stadium was powering this knife. They used it to kill a girl, barely more than a child. I tried to stop it, but it cut through my portal somehow. That doesn't make any sense. A magical release of this size can't have been done from the sacrifice of an entire city, let alone a single person. The magic taken from the stadium alone would have been more than the sacrifice of a single girl. It just doesn't add up. A girl died. A child, not even at the age of coming to Hogwarts. Dead because of Dumbledore's plan. Dead because I was overconfident, and all you care about is how it doesn't make sense. The woman's voice got softer. "Of course I do. I know you probably feel like shit. I know I have, and I made a lot of mistakes, trust me. A lot of people died on my watch. It's a horrible feeling. But the sad truth is that hundreds of little girls, just like her, die every day. One more or one less doesn't make a difference. Dumbledore's plan, whatever it is, can have large-scale consequences. Stop thinking about the little girl that you failed and focus on the wider picture." Harry wanted to yell at the woman but thought that it wasn't fair for him to do so when she was trying to comfort him, in her own weird way. He just nodded. The masked redhead continued, "From what you said, I think that the purpose of the magic was to enhance the knife. The fact that it cut through your portal meant that the magic it absorbed was so overwhelming that any spell wouldn't affect it. It's a pretty old art, used in the old days to cut through certain wards during sieges. Using something like this to kill a girl would have been very counterproductive, but using it to bypass some kind of protection that she had, something that kept her safe, could explain the magical release. But it had to be one hell of an enchantment, though, to cause something of this magnitude. Was she trying to distract him with arcane knowledge? It was strangely working in this weird way. Harry decided to humor her a bit. "I guess so. But what kind of magical enchantment could be this powerful?" "An old blood curse, maybe," she replied, sounding relieved. "Technically speaking, a blade imbued with such magic could cut through a blood pact, and the magic release from the blood pact could have a similar effect. But the curse would have to be very powerful, considering the magical release. Still, a blade enhanced like this could cut through the magic itself. Killing the girl was completely unnecessary. And it's definitely not like Dumbledore to do something like this. Sure, he could be ruthless and pragmatic, but killing kids for no reason isn't something he would condone, especially if there's another way to achieve the same result. Are you seriously defending the man? And the vampires did say that he was working with Grindelwald for some reason." Lily froze. "Are you sure about that?" "Yes. They said something about the light and dark ones becoming allies." "You seem worried." "Why are you worried?" "No, it's just that. The light and dark champions should instinctively want to kill each other. Any partnership always ends in a battle and suffering. There is a reason why the Great War was so destructive and left massive scars all over the continent. For Dumbledore to risk another partnership with Grindelwald. Something big has to be happening. We've been planning on another great war, another fight, but what if we were going about things all wrong?" Flamel's words about Ragnarok came to mind, but Harry didn't say anything. He was still coming to grips with the situation. The hidden redhead continued, "I'll try to figure out what I can. Give me a couple of days to figure this out. Tonight, I want you to conjure me an illusion of the girl in question, and I'll try to figure out who she was. It might give us a better idea about what's really going on. I can do that myself, Harry protested. I know you can. But can you do that and also take care of the situation with Isabella Sabini? He suppressed a groan. He had almost forgotten about the woman. As satisfying as it would be to wipe her smug smirk from her face and stop her from killing Tracy, he was so preoccupied with what had happened in the forest that it almost felt underwhelming in a weird way. You have a point. But, tell me when you find something. By the way, what's happening on that front? Are they doing well? This task was actually pretty interesting. Every beast other than the Minotaur, the Griffin, and the Nemean lion has been eliminated. 2 by the Romans, 1 by the Spanish and 1 by the French. As for the teams, Demstrang couldn't really do much against the Romans, even if they were able to take out just one of them. The Spanish were eliminated first at the hands of Beauxbatons, which was pretty surprising. The Villa girl, Delacour, I think, charmed her voice and put them all to sleep. But, the Italians are sending some goat blood at her to get the Griffin to do their job for them. Pretty efficient, to be honest. He hummed in approval a bit. She was right, the task sounded pretty exciting. What about Hogwarts? Your teammates were immediately swarmed by Nebelheim and Olympus. The Gryffindor girl, Johnson, was taken out early on, but she took 2 Nebelheim champions with her. That fog spell of yours was very effective. Diggory took out one of the Olympus champions as well. They're looking to get the Minotaur to win, but elemental magic from Olympus is pushing them back. Harry snorted, a surprisingly good showing considering that I trained them for just a few days. He grinned as the crow cheered when Cho lured a Nebelheim champion in with a spell, only for him to be stunned in the back by Diggory. Since they had full vision in the fog, that gave them a tremendous advantage. And the fog was very hard to dispel or dissipate with wind magic. The spell didn't even conjure a fog. It was a large-scale light illusion that was already calculated when Harry created the spell. Honestly, they would have been screwed if the competitors specialized in illusion magic, but Harry had checked the list of competitors beforehand and there wasn't anyone who really bothered with the field. Illusions weren't all that flashy, really. Magic or no magic, teenagers still liked flashy things. Speaking of flashy things, Fleur's partner sent a blinding white spell at the Griffin that was attacking the blood-soaked Villa. She hadn't even used her wand, so that must have been a family crest. Interesting. Harry didn't know that there were any crests remaining in France. The revolution a couple of centuries prior had caused the extinction of most old family lines in the country. Anyway, the spell did not hurt the Griffin. Instead, the eagle-lion hybrid froze. She'd taken control over the beast. It must have been a very powerful spell to subjugate the will of a creature that strong. The girl took the key from the Griffin's body, and quickly checked over Fleur. With a flick of her wand, the blood had disappeared, and with a glare, she said something to the Griffin, which flew up into the air and in turn, started to attack the Italians with unnatural ferocity. On the other side of the stadium, the Olympus champions were attacked by the Minotaur. They were able to defeat the beast without too much trouble. Harry saw the new Olympus champion enter the arena after speaking with one of their professors. He went in front of the fog and waved his wand in a complicated manner. A spell appeared from his wand and dissipated the illusion. Chang found her position exposed by the lack of mist and was immediately accosted by the 3 Olympus champions. Diggory, instead of capitalizing on their distraction and taking a few out, decided to run and conjure a shield in front of him. Of course, the shield shattered from the attack of 3 opponents, and he was immediately taken out of the fight as well. The last Potter smirked to himself. Everything was going remarkably smoothly. Hogwarts was doing quite well, considering that people didn't think they could last long without Harry being there. Because he hadn't trained them to win. He had trained them to last as long as they could. And as Cho did her best to fend off the Olympus champions, and the French and Italians went at it, he wondered how people were going to react when his plan was activated. Oh, he was looking forward to seeing the looks on their faces. Chapter 284, Distorting Influence. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur expected this to be her last thought. She expected the world to turn dark. However, she was baffled when the world turned a blinding white instead. What the fuck had just happened? Her answer came quickly enough as the Griffin froze just inches away from her. What was peculiar was the fact that its eyes were glowing white. She struggled to get up, but she managed to do it quickly enough. She turned and looked around to find out what had happened and saw that Eloise Fontaine's eyes were glowing the same color. The witch slowly walked towards the beast and grabbed the key around its neck. If no one had tried to attack their camp, Beauxbatons had just gained 2 extra champions, meaning that they held a very real numerical advantage. She turned towards Eloise, wincing with every step she took. "Thank you." "You're welcome," the other girl simply responded. "So, the rumors are true. You do have a family crest." She nodded. "My family agreed to let me use it during the tournament. I didn't really get to do it before." It's not that handy during dueling, but it would have probably been handy if we had done the first task the proper way. Still, as you know, that didn't happen. So, what now? The Vila responded, well, the Spanish are out. Hogwarts, Nibelheim, and Olympus are at the other side of the arena, under some kind of mist. Demstrang and the Romans were fighting each other near us, and considering the use of bait, one of them must have won. I'm personally thinking the Romans. So, do we go back to camp to regroup and plan an attack? We probably should, Fleur hummed. Eloise, how good is your control over the Griffin? Pretty good, if I say so myself. You're not seriously planning on attacking them with just the two of us. Well, think about it. If we leave now, we run the risk of being ambushed by them. Their plan was to use blood to make the Griffin attack the Spanish. Either the Spanish would have won, or the Griffin would have beaten them. Either way, the Romans would either want to beat the Griffin and get the key or defeat the remaining Spanish champions whose numbers were probably going to be reduced. So, if they're coming here either way. The Fontaine Scion grinned, we can set a trap. We don't even have to beat all of them, just a few of them to lower their numbers. Most of the magical creatures have been defeated already. There's just the Minotaur near the other side of the arena, and the Nemean lion. I think they must have put the creature in as a joke or something since beating one is almost impossible. She was right, of course. Nemean lions were creatures of legend. They were bred by someone back in ancient Greece. They still had no idea how someone had managed to do this. The creature's hide wasn't magically resistant but actively repelled any signs of magic, that's not to mention the fact that it was also immune to physical damage. There were attempts at replicating the effects, but the very nature of its hide meant that it couldn't be analyzed using magic. Defeating a Nemean lion wasn't impossible, but it required an insane amount of preparation and planning. You needed to create a trap that could somehow bind it in place, like unbreakable chains that would stop it from moving, and that was already difficult because of its frankly insane strength, and then keep it bound until it starved to death. And even then, if you wanted the hide, you had to wait for the corpse to rot off. Asking students to defeat one was about as reasonable as telling them to fight a dragon. So, that meant that there was only one beast in real play, and the worst-case scenario was for Hogwarts to get it and Harry to enter the arena. She hadn't seen a lot of the Nibelheim fight, so she couldn't really say much about what they could do if they beat it. But the Olympians, on the other hand, would probably add another elemental specialist to their midst, which was dangerous. Their main advantage now was their numbers, and they needed to use that. So, the Romans, then Hogwarts, then Olympus. Eloise smiled in approval of her plan, and they got to work. She got the Griffin to visibly fly in the air, around the Spanish camp, making it seem like it had beat them. Meanwhile, they had put a few obscuring charms up to hide from any detection charms. They weren't foolproof, but considering the fact that the Romans specialized in battle spells, they would probably do. Exactly as she planned, a group of 4 Romans entered in formation. The 2 in front were holding their physical shields, while the 2 others were trying to scout ahead and identify any threats. They entered the camp warily, and Fleur took the initiative by actively using her allure. Normally, she wouldn't have done this. She disliked using her heritage to her advantage. It reminded her of how her father used her mother's charm against his political opponents. The allure did its job as it distracted the Romans, and even when they tried to fight it off, it broke their formation. Of course, that was when Eloise commanded the Griffin to fly down at great speeds and attack them. In the chaos, Fleur followed up with a few spells of her own at their backs, eliminating 2 of them. She left the Griffin to deal with the other 2 in the meantime. She quickly grabbed Eloise and ran away from the former camp. After having walked a sufficient distance, the Vila groaned, "So, how did we do?" The Griffin was defeated, and he took one of them with him. You got 2 others. There's only 1 Roman left. Should we go after him? No, their greatest strength was their teamwork. Just one of them is not enough of a threat. It's better that we regroup with the others. The situation might have shifted, and it'll be better if I use my scrying spell again to figure out what to do next. They quickly ran towards their teammates and saw Arthur Lawrence standing with 2 new teammates, Francois Moreau and Céline Bernard, who had also participated in the previous task with her. They didn't get the chance to show it in Beau's batons, but she knew that they were some of the best duelists in their school. Personally, Fleur would have picked one of them and followed up with some kind of cursebreaker specialist, but Madame Maxime knew what she was doing, especially since she had more information than her regarding how the task was progressing. She gave them a nod and spoke up, "Moreau, Bernard, any news or tactics from Madame Maxime?" "Well, since Demstrang and Nibelheim are gone and you took care of the Spanish, she told me to focus on the Romans, then the Olympians." The boy retorted. "What about the Minotaur?" "The Olympians took care of it. The Nemean lion is the only beast left and I'm not risking going after it. So, yeah, there's no risk of Potter ruining this task for us. Tactically, the Romans are the bigger risk if only because of their numbers." Eloise snorted, "Not anymore. We took care of 3 of them. There's only 1 left. So, Olympus then. How many of them are left? Celine answered passively, 3. I was the last one to come here and they were just bringing in their third one. What about the mist? An illusion. It's a very elaborate one, but wind magic didn't do much to clear it up. I can counter it easily enough. It's still very impressive, all things considered. I didn't really recognize the spell. Arthur retorted, I don't think you'll have to. I think the new Olympian figured it out. The Vila looked at the other side of the arena and saw the mist slowly dissipate into a faint light. They all ran towards the Greeks and saw them trying to attack the 2 remaining Hogwarts champions. The boy tried to shield the girl but ended up being eliminated. Deciding to use their distraction, Fleur motioned to sneakily attack the Olympians from behind. They managed to get 2 of them by surprise, but the third one summoned a bolt of lightning at them. Celine conjured a lightning rod, shielding them, but she was knocked unconscious by the process somehow. Still, this was enough for them to eliminate the last Olympians. That left only the girl from Hogwarts, who had disappeared in the middle of the chaos, and the last Roman. The Centurion showed himself when he tried to ambush them. To be perfectly fair, it was his only real option. Fighting the Nemean lion was beyond foolish, and he wasn't going to get a better chance at attacking them than this. He actually managed to eliminate Eloise before being overwhelmed by the 3 remaining Beauxbatons champions. So, that left the 3 of them against the Hogwarts girl. To be perfectly honest, no one really expected Hogwarts to reach this point without Harry participating. However, the girl had managed to somehow crawl into second place without any issues. They found her just a few yards away, being attacked by the Nemean lion. Fleur decided not to risk it being a trap and told the others to wait the fight out. The girl was doing surprisingly well against the mythical beast and her hand started to glow. Suddenly, the lion was stopped in its tracks for a fraction of a second and some kind of earth magic then sent the beast tumbling away. No, not away, towards them. Fleur, out of pure instinct, overpowered a digging spell and created a large crater in the ground that the lion landed in. The idea came to her in less than a fraction of a second and the Hogwarts girl would have won if it hadn't been for that impulse decision. The Nemean lion was momentarily trapped, and the 3 of them walked towards the limping girl who looked strangely resigned. I almost thought I was going to do it. Did you really try to bait a Nemean lion to attack you just to make a trap? That's beyond stupid. Look, I'm 2 years younger than you, and there are 3 of you. I thought either I'd get eliminated, beat the lion and get some backup, or redirect it towards you as a distraction. Arthur snorted, you seriously thought you could beat a Nemean lion? Potter taught us to attack the inside of the mouth of creatures with resistant hides and scales. Said that it was the most effective way to get spells to affect them. The damn thing was too smart to open its mouth for too long, and immediately realized what I was trying to do. Harry trained you. The girl gave her a smirk. Harry, is it? Well, he trained the 3 of us for a few days. I really should have trusted his judgment more. How is that? Fleur asked, curious and a little embarrassed. Well, you see, this plan was entirely made by Potter. The fog, the earth spells, everything. Don't get me wrong, he never planned on competing, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to win. He predicted who would go after the beasts and who would go after us. He was wrong about Demstrang going after us, though. But he was bang on about the rest. And what's his master plan for this? Francois snarked back. The girl simply shrugged. He said to do my best. Fleur, let's just stop talking. She's obviously stalling and throwing Potter's name around to make us scared. Let's just get this over with. The Vila nodded and attacked the British girl who was barely able to use something to send Arthur flying back, probably with a family crest of some sort, before being overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Fleur and Francois. Right as she was falling, disarmed, and with half her body petrified, the girl smiled faintly. He also told me that the moment you all entered my mist, I would win. Just as the girl was falling unconscious, Fleur felt her own body freeze up. She heard Francois also yell out behind her. And after that, there was only darkness. Chapter 285, Cornering a Spider. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry grinned at the sight of the uproar that was the end of the second task. The judges looked absolutely confused about what had happened, and so were the rest of the spectators. The chaos was just so beautiful. Before the situation with the Zabini matriarch, he had no plans to interfere in any way in the task, but he was glad he did if only to see other people's reactions. He saw Daphne physically gaping in front of him. Her expression quickly morphed into annoyance, and she hit him in the shoulder. He pretended that he was hurt. What was that for? You tell me. How the fuck did you pull it off? Harry's smirk grew even wider. It wasn't that hard if you know how to place the pieces. Please tell me you didn't put runes on the competitors before they fought because that's just plain cheating and you could get into a lot of trouble. Of course, I didn't. Do you seriously think I'm some hack or something? No, everything that happened here was caused by spells that the competitors cast with no intervention from the outside. The blonde frowned. I don't get it. How could they cast spells without knowing what they were doing? Oh, they knew the effects of the spells. I just didn't tell them everything. You tricked our school into winning. He grinned. Even better. I tricked our school into drawing the first task. I personally think that is even more impressive. But how? And why go through all that effort? The way I did it was surprisingly easy. I taught them a handful of spells, but the more useful ones were the fog spell and the earth spell. What I didn't tell them was that both spells were connected and had a few hidden features. I had lily steel samples from every delegation, which I used to craft a spell which would recognize any of the signatures and mark them. Daphne hummed. You created a spell which would only locate the enemy champions and included it into the fog. It is the fog, right? Yes, the moment any other champion entered the fog, they would be marked, even if they left. Even then, the fog itself was a mixture of conjuration and illusion. I'm a bit proud of that one. Of course, there's also the Earth Wave spell which happened to also be a long-term charm which would absorb the surrounding magic and target the marked individuals the moment the last Hogwarts champion gets eliminated, which would immediately knock out everyone else. A guaranteed tie for Hogwarts. But only if Hogwarts wasn't eliminated before the spell activated and if all the champions went through the mist. Still, the fewer champions remained, the less energy the charm needed. He gave her a grin. Exactly, and I had no plans for them to win. I just taught them how to survive and hide. It was why I chose those two spells to combine their strengths. There was a bit of risk, but that risk slowly decreased with every second that passed. And the best thing is that the spell is layered in a way that even if someone happens to dispel the illusion, its true purpose would still continue to work without anyone knowing. As you can probably tell, I'm a little proud of this little spell, to be honest. And even then, I didn't expect Hogwarts to be in the final two. Pretty neat plan, don't you think? Sure, but why not just give them an activation spell or something to win? Why only knock out everyone else at the last moment? Because that's exactly what I wanted. A tie. She snorted. You almost didn't get one. Chang's last gambit with the Nemean lion could have worked. She would have won. And while it wouldn't have been my ideal scenario, it would have satisfied with my agreement with Isabella Zabini, and Tracy would have been safe. So, a tie does more for you than simply satisfying the agreement, some kind of loophole perhaps. Or even better, it somehow ruins whatever Blaze's mother was planning. But that'll only be valid if the judges don't rule this as cheating. The last Potter's face turned amused, and why would it be considered cheating? Every spell that was cast can be retraced to a participant in the competition. They won't find any signs of cheating or outside interference because there just isn't any. The most they could complain about would be the magical signatures if they even figured it out, but even then, there was nothing wrong with creating targeted spells. They were just too impractical and too time-consuming to make, especially since they only work in very specific scenarios. And yet you made one just for the tournament. And I'm not talking about your bullshit magic prodigy crap. You literally created a spell, crafted it to be usable by other people who didn't even understand what they were doing, and you did that in just a couple of days. Let's just say that I have a better grasp of the intricacies of arithmancy than most people. But you're missing the point. The judges have to rule it as a tie since everyone with an omniocular would know that they were all knocked out at the same time. And, since they won't find any signs of cheating. The end game is the same, a tie. And for all her passionate words, I have a feeling that the Zabini matriarch isn't going to like this little fact. Do you think that she'll do something rash? Tracy's life is on the line, after all. Don't worry about it. I have something planned for that too. Oh, look, they're announcing the winners. The whole speech was about what Harry expected. They had investigated the whole event thoroughly and found no signs of malfeasance. The spells were directly cast by the Hogwarts champions and were verified through their wands and a team of expert arithmancers. And, of course, they announced that the final result was a tie between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. The French spectators apparently didn't like this judgment, and Harry was sure that there would be a lot of controversy around the judge's decision. People were still confused about what had happened and how the task had ended. He turned towards McGonagall, who gave him a warm smile and a nod. They had made a deal. She would not push for his participation in the tasks, and Harry would not have to participate in any task if he got Britain to win another one. He had kept his side of the bargain, and he liked to think that the headmistress would keep her own. The way back from the stadium was interrupted by a group of Italian wizards blocking his way. Harry Potter. You will come with me. The Potter scion smirked. He knew exactly what was happening. He motioned for the rest of the Hogwarts delegation to continue. Even Daphne, don't worry. I'll be back in a few minutes. They walked in silence until they arrived at a rather lavish mansion on the beach. The guards guided him to the entrance. The lady will meet you now. Harry walked inside confidently and whistled. Well, isn't this a fancy place? He wasn't lying. The walls were filled with dozens of pieces of art, there were handcrafted statues and weapons. All the works. I'm glad you think so, a voice returned behind him. I believe we have a lot to talk about, Mr. Potter. Ah, Mrs. Zabini. It's a pleasure to see you again. You have some nerve standing here as if nothing has happened. Harry snorted. Well, why would I be nervous? I did everything you asked, didn't I? Hogwarts was in first place in the task exactly as you wanted, right? Your rivals will have no reason to doubt your son's education or Hogwarts competence. So, problem solved. Problem not solved. I wanted Hogwarts to win. No, you didn't. You wanted Hogwarts to be the only winner without me competing. But you didn't specify this in our agreement, did you? Of course, politically, this wouldn't have been an issue, but this was never about politics, was it? The woman flinched. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, let me refresh your memory. You made a sizable bet on Hogwarts winning the task without me competing. It was some very good odds and you stacked them in your favor. Only, you didn't really have enough gold to bet, just investments and properties, so you bet portions of your business empire in Rome instead. They agreed, of course, and you were so confident. This would have been such a massive stroke of genius. You could have expanded your empire, throughout Italy and even most of the ICW. And if you lost, the worst that would happen is having the shares of your properties that you bet distributed amongst hundreds of debtors. You could recoup your losses easily enough with your next husband. Sure, you would have lost a bit of income, but it would have been a temporary setback at best. But, you got greedy. You were so confident of your hold over me that you bet more than you should have, and now, you're screwed. They won't acknowledge that a tie for first place is the same as Hogwarts winning. I'll deal with it. Harry gave her a smug look. I don't think you will. It's too much money. If they make an exception for you, they'll have to do it for all the bets on the French winning. And, of course, there's also the little fact that Arcturus Black happened to make a nice sizable bet that Hogwarts would tie for first place and that I wouldn't participate. And the odds on that bet? Well, let's just say they're very nice. He's looking at quite a nice payout, including your own properties. It looks like you're going to have a partner in most of your ventures. Isn't that great? The woman blanched at this. It was different to lose a portion of her investments to hundreds of people, each with a small percentage. She would still have had control over the situation and her investments. But, with a single person holding a big part of each investment, they could be a threat. And Arcturus Black had a reputation all over Europe for his ruthlessness. You bastard. You planned this. The Italian woman snarled. Yes, I did. Believe me, it was harder than just giving them the win. A pretty nice challenge all things considered. I could have the bets cancelled, go to the ICW and... Harry interrupted her, and what, exactly? Tell them that I gave my schoolmates a tactic that would ensure the task would end in a draw. That I tricked them into casting spells that would give them the win because that's exactly what I did. Everything that happened in that arena, every effect, was due to one of their spells. It was why the judges didn't disqualify anyone. You lost, Zabini, just accept it and move on with your life. I could just kill the Davis girl. Sure, and then, I would tell Arcturus to destroy everything you hold dear. Your empire would disappear. So far, he's going to take the softer approach. But, he could just sell his portions of the properties to Gringotts. I wonder how long you'd survive when an entire army of goblin bankers is doing their best to take every single canute from you. Still, you're not getting the point. And what is it? The woman snarled back. It's very simple. Don't fuck with me. You thought you could manipulate me into making you a prophet. You thought to use me for your goals. That was a foolish mistake. Dumbledore tried to do the same and you know what happened to him. And that was a fucking archmage who happened to be a war hero. But, in a way, what you did was worse. You threatened my friend. I really don't like that. So, when other people come to you and ask you about using me, tell them to run away. The woman gulped and simply nodded, probably not trusting her own voice. Harry grinned cheerily. Excellent. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, one last thing. I figure it was implied but I think it would be better for me to be a little more direct. If I find out that you so much as hurt Tracy, Blaze, Daphne, or any of my friends, I will burn you. I will find everything you hold dear and make you watch as I burn it into the ground. I will turn you into a lesson on what happens when someone tries to get to me through my friends and family. Do you understand, Isabella? The room got darker and colder as he continued talking. The woman was trembling in front of him, and he asked once more, I said, do you understand, Isabella? Why yes. She stammered. Then we have nothing more to discuss. And just like that, he disappeared, leaving the woman kneeling and shaking in fright. It was a shame, sometimes violence was the only language a few people could understand. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Glowing Petals. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Albus Dumbledore sat in the room awarded to him by the Academia Arcana Italia. Like the rest of the school, it was as Spartan as it was empty. There weren't any luxuries or any enchanted amenities. As unusual as this was, Albus actually preferred this. The fact that there weren't many objects in the room meant that there were fewer opportunities to sneak in any curses to hit him. Normally, he would either vanish or temporarily store each item in one of his many caches all over the continent and conjure new ones during his stay. The straight approach saved him a lot of time and effort when he arrived. All in all, he had enjoyed his stay in Rome. Everything was going according to plan. The second seal was removed without any issues. The only small thing was the fact that the enchanted forest had been contaminated by the ritual, but it would right itself in time. Everything did one day. Other than that, the task had been surprisingly entertaining to watch, far better than the first one at Beauxbatons, which was extremely boring after the Potter boy finished. People obviously liked fast-paced events better than long and drawn-out ones. The ending was also fascinating. He realized immediately what had happened. The Potter boy, again. At least it didn't really impact Albus in any way. The Diggory boy and the Chong girl cast spells that had hidden components imbibed in them, which then activated just as the last Hogwarts champion was about to be eliminated. This was confirmed when he had personally examined the spell thanks to their wands, alongside a few ICW specialists. They had been quite perplexed with the spell, but the former headmaster could see the Potter boy's fingerprint all over it. The boy had tricked them into winning. Albus didn't know if he should have been impressed or not. He probably should, since he showed that the rumors of the school's decline during his tenure as headmaster being nothing more than that, rumors. His former worries looked so small, now that he looked back at everything. With his grand plan destroyed and Gellert's information about Ragnarok, Albus had a wild shift in perspective, so much so that he agreed to work with Gellert of all people. Oh, he still hated the Potter boy with a passion, but there was something more important than satisfying the urge to kill the brat. Gellert was strangely opposed to the idea, something about the brat being important. Albus agreed not to do anything drastic, which was very tempting when he realized that Nicholas' diary was destroyed and that the Philosopher's Stone was out of his reach once more. Perhaps after the boy fulfilled his purpose. He smiled slightly at the image. Of course, his pleasant daydream was interrupted when he sensed a presence materialize behind him. Hello, Lily. Yes, Lily Potter, or Evans as she preferred, was another complication that he wished would just go away. Her death had been the only positive point in the fiasco that was the attack on Godric's Hollow, and the fact that she was still alive meant that thousands of wizards, witches, and muggles had died for nothing. He wished her could just kill her and be done with it, but the woman's ruthlessness and intelligence meant that she had so many contingencies for her death that he would end up losing more than he would gain if he killed her at any time. She was expecting it. If it had been anyone else, he would have tried to use her son against her. She seemed to like him in some weird way. Or she just wanted to use him. Albus wasn't actually sure which one it was, and he didn't care to know about it. Harry Potter was a headache by himself, let alone the combination of him and his mother. Albus. The redhead simply retorted. I suppose I should congratulate you and your son. I believe he achieved a massive victory over the infamous Black Widow. And Arcturus Black's winnings were nothing to scoff at. Such a precise bet with such great odds being won. Some might call it a wonderful coincidence. The witch snorted, let's just dispense of the pleasantries. You tried to play the kid and he took advantage of the situation like he always did. Whatever do you mean? I haven't really done anything to the boy. So, you didn't tell the Black Widow to go after Harry? Albus snorted, no. It's true that I contacted Isabella Zabini and asked her to distract the boy in exchange for me ensuring that her political opposition wouldn't vote in a way that would jeopardize her wealth and power. I even specifically stated that he was not to be harmed. I'm unsure of what she did, and I did not care for it as long as the boy was distracted enough not to be a nuisance. To be perfectly honest, he also wished that the boy would be taken by the Black Widow. Considering his considerable resources, the boy was the exact target that the seductress preferred. She could have strung him along until his majority, married him, then killed him. It was distasteful, but it was an easy way of gaining revenge without really doing anything. Lily gave him an amused look. You thought he was just some hormonal teenager. Did you seriously think that he'd just turned stupid when he talked with an attractive woman? Not really. I asked her to keep him occupied without him being injured. How she did so wasn't any of my concern. Albus really hadn't cared about the method the woman used as long as she kept her side of the bargain and that she wouldn't involve him in any way. Still, he didn't know why the woman had chosen to use him to win the task and overreached by betting too much on Hogwarts' victory. Did the boy pretend to be seduced to counter her ploys? The former headmaster didn't particularly care about the outcome. Even if it was just because of some greedy woman's scheme, the boy was distracted during the second task. It seemed like the best way to manipulate the boy was through challenges. Giving him puzzles to solve. The former headmaster labeled that for a later date. The redhead, though, didn't look amused. Well, that also didn't work. Harry investigated the magical release and came to a fascinating little scene in a forest not far from here. And that made Albus freeze. He had thought that the boy would have been too distracted with the task to investigate Albus' plans. This was a problem. What did he see? Enough. Wiped out the vampires guarding your little ritual and saw someone slaughter a little girl. He was really shaken by this. He showed me what she looked like. It took me a whole day tracking her down. Oh, he simply retorted. What do you mean, oh? You fucking killed a child, Albus. Some orphan girl living with Catholic nuns. I know you've always been ruthless. What you did to me, my son, Voldemort, and half our country. I know that you're perfectly capable of killing a child without losing any sleep over it. But you only ever do it as a last resort, using pure cold math, if it would make a benefit in the long run. But this isn't like you. I know I'm not the most ethical person out there, and that we don't see eye to eye. But using a child in a sacrificial ritual is wrong, no matter what you're trying to achieve. The situation is more complex than you could ever imagine. Young Maria's death, while tragic, was necessary. The redhead snarled at him, necessary? Since when is killing children for rituals necessary? And since you did this, what would be the end of it? Will genocide be necessary as well? Where does this stop? That brought Albus short. As much as people like to paint him as a manipulative monster, he never considered himself to be one. Everything he had done was for the greater good, for his grand plan of creating a magical utopia. People might have suffered on the journey, but the destination would have made up for it. He would admit that if it hadn't been for what they were facing, he wouldn't have gone through with the ritual and sacrificed the child. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of morality. Ragnarok was coming and they needed to be ready. It's necessary when the outcome is far more terrible than the life of a single child. What could possibly justify this, Dumbledore? The end. The witch seemed confused. The end of what exactly? The end of everything. Something is coming. A very old prophecy was activated, and we are now facing something that could cause the end of everything. Every human being, mage or muggle, every magical creature. Everything. So, tell me, Lily Evans, how does the life of a single girl matter in front of this? Do you think I like this, working with vampires and killing children? Do you think I would have done any of it if I had any other choice? As for the girl, do not mourn her. It was better that she died as an innocent child, anyway, considering the alternative. The moment he spoke that last sentence, he knew he had made a mistake. The truth was that Lily had poked him right in a sensitive spot. He had been doubtful when Gellert had told him about the plan for this particular seal. It had made him feel like a monster until he was reminded just what they were trying to prevent. Of course, then Gellert told him what the girl's fate would have been, and in a way, what they had given her was a mercy. And what role does the girl play? Why would sacrificing this random orphan cause anything? Oh. A prophecy, that's what it was all about. The girl was the subject of a prophecy, one that was probably negative. You decided to play God, as you always do, and decided not only to stop her prophecy but to use it for your ritual. That's why you needed the task. You used the large amount of energy to power get past Fate's protection for a fraction of a second, enough to use the magical released from the prophecy. You didn't just want to kill her, you wanted to do it in a way to benefit as much as possible. This was why he hated dealing with Lily Potter and her infernal son. There really was such a thing as being too smart for their own good. Her guess was quite close. There really was a prophecy about young Maria. Well, not her specifically, but about a new conqueror from the bloodline of Emperor Nero. She was the only remaining descendant of the tyrant. Even if she wouldn't have been responsible, how many lives had he saved by simply sacrificing the girl? Even if the whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth, allowing something like this, even in the far future, to come to fruition was just as evil as killing the girl, perhaps even more so. It was the exact definition of the greater good, of making difficult decisions when no one else could. Of course, the witch had to continue. My question is, what could you possibly do with 7 prophecies? What are you planning? I am not going to answer that. This isn't about you or about your child. This isn't some fight between good and evil, but preparations for humanity's survival. Yes, what I did was wrong, but it was the right decision. I have no time or energy for your games considering what's at stake. And yet you went after Harry again. Albus corrected, I kept him distracted. But you're right. I will not do so again, as long as you leave us be. I will not be tolerant. Not when it concerns humanity's survival. Do you remember the promise I made you weeks ago? The former headmaster shivered at the memory. You would destroy the world, just for him. Yes. The madness in her eyes was enough for him to believe her. He really needed to speak to Gellert. They needed to make a few amendments to their plans. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Azure Tantrum. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur Delacour sat as Arthur paced around, complaining, it's not fair. It was obviously him. Aurélie Dupont, her best friend, asked brightly, who? The Vila suppressed the urge to giggle. Aurelie always liked to mess with people with obvious questions, and Arthur was getting pretty annoying with his constant rants. As expected, the boy's face turned a very funny shade of red. Potter, of course. Were you not listening to me or something? It all just keeps blending around and you know how I get horribly confused about this stuff. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Potter wasn't in the task. Are you sure you're talking about the right person? Aurelie replied with barely hidden sarcasm. Of course, I am, and don't be so daft. What happened had Potter written all over it. He obviously cheated somehow. The whole thing stinks of Potter. It was just like him to trick anyone and make everything into a joke. Did you see how he beat the first task in his school's tournament last year? Aurelie pretended to be fascinated and nodded. How? He conjured a white piece of clothes and hid under the snow until he took out the last person standing to win. And remember what he did to the Demstrang and Nebelheim champions back in Beauxbatons. He didn't even cast the spells that took them out, just redirected it. And that's not to mention the runes when he took out the Spanish. I bet he put runes on us before the fight and activated them. Fleur rolled her eyes. We were checked for runes and enchantments before stepping foot into the arena. None of us had any suspicious magic on us that we didn't personally approve to the officials. No one had any foreign magic on them. Then fucking how did he do it? Why is no one talking about this? We all know that there's a reason Madame Maxime is appealing the decision. Everyone knows that Potter did something, and we should have won. I don't understand why no one is caring about it. What he said seemed to have grated on Fontaine's nerves. Arthur, just stop ranting like an idiot and sit down. We did win. Just because we tied doesn't mean that we lost. Yes, we all know that Potter did something, but we also don't have any proof, and from the looks of it, neither do the judges. Madame Maxime appealed the decision so that she could find out what he did, which would stop him from doing it again. But he cheated. The boy whined. How exactly did he do that? That's the entire point. Plus, believe me, or not, a lot more people than just us will want him dead. I heard a lot of people lost money betting on the outcome. No one expected a tie. Honestly, I'm just happy that he only activated this at the end, meaning that we tied. If you think about it, the trap could have been activated before we almost eliminated the last Hogwarts champion, and then we would have lost. My guess is that he was aiming for a tie for some reason. Arthur started to pout. It's just not fair. Nothing is ever fair, Fleur retorted, and we did sort of screw up the last few duels in the task too. Even if we had a sizable numbers advantage, we should have been a lot more careful. We were lucky at the end with the Nemean lion. I could have easily not reacted in time, and we would have lost, and that's without Harry Potter being involved at all. Madame Maxime entered the room and spoke up. Quite right, Ms. Delacour. An advantage is only one if you are not reckless with it. I have come here to update you on the investigation of Mr. Potter's involvement. So, did they catch him? Arthur returned looking excited. Unfortunately, no. The decision is final. You have tied with Hogwarts for first place. That's absolute nonsense. He tried to continue only to be interrupted by his headmistress. Please let me finish, Mr. Laurent. It's very rude to speak over me. As I was saying, the decision is final because, to make things simple, Harry Potter was not the cause of your defeat. Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory were. That froze the entire room. What? I suppose I could understand your surprise, but the spell that took you out was cast by both of them, some weird hidden enchantments in certain spells. The officials did interrogate the two of them, and apparently, Mr. Potter taught them both spells when they trained under him for a few days. They did not know of their secondary use in any way. So, he did cheat. Arthur yelled out. Aurelie rolled her eyes. No, he didn't. Teaching someone a spell and lying about all their effects isn't cheating. At the end of the day, Diggory and Chang cast the spells themselves without knowing their full effects, and that's not cheating. Harry Potter didn't use any piece of magic to impact the match, he just got the Hogwarts champions to do it. That's actually a lot more impressive. Which spells were the ones that had the trap in them? The fog illusion spell that the Chang girl cast at the start, I believe. It was some kind of marking spell that tracked everyone in the arena, and that Earthwave spell that had an enchantment to attack the targets if its caster was being eliminated. As Ms. Dupont here said, there were no grounds to disqualify Hogwarts since there was no outside interference in any way, and it was the competitors that cast the spells. The good news is that knowing the marking spell meant that we could counter them easily at a later date. I would recommend that you do a few marking detection spells to check if you would have been under one. The bad news is that the decision is final. We have tied with Hogwarts for first place, and as far as the judges are concerned, they earned this fair and square. Arthur looked perplexed. He tricked them into winning. Was that boy an idiot or something? Fleur honestly thought him to be reasonably intelligent, even if she didn't really know him. And Madame Maxime did personally ask him to compete. From the glint in the headmistress' eyes, she was not going to make that mistake again. Yes, Mr. Laurent, I suppose he did, and unfortunately, this wasn't against the rules. Nevertheless, even with that small incident, I wanted to tell you how proud I am of your work during the task. You have done a great job at representing Beauxbatons. As of now, our prestigious school is in second place, just after Hogwarts, and given the circumstances, I couldn't have been happier with your performance. Now, as you probably know, there was a small caveat in the previous task about getting a key from the magical creatures in the arena. As you probably know, Ms. Delacour and Ms. Fontaine have gotten one each. Can you show them to me? Fleur had almost forgotten all about this part of the task. She was confused about what happened in the end and hadn't really thought about the magical creatures. She supposed that Madame Maxime cleared a lot up, all things considered. Still, she took out the key from her pocket and gave it to her headmistress. Eloise also handed hers. With a wave of her wand, 2 large chests materialized. They looked rugged and definitely well built. The wood from which they were crafted appeared ancient, its surface etched with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of old. The iron bands that reinforced their corners were adorned with symbols, each linked to different beasts that they had beaten. Eloise was the first to step up upon the chest with the carved griffin roaring around the chest. She used her key, which opened up to reveal sandals. They didn't really look remarkable, other than the white wings that kept flapping around them and the fact that it was floating in the air. Eloise grabbed it with an odd look on her face and Madame Maxime explained, "Mercury sandals. They're not the real thing, of course, but it's a very well-made replica from one of the country's best enchanters. It's worth a fortune, alone." The entire room was staring at the artifact with awe and Fleur looked excitedly at her own key before stepping up to claim her own prize. The dark elder mongrel was staring at her, snarling, as if it wanted to attack. She opened the chest and retrieved a glowing dagger. No, the dagger itself wasn't glowing, but the weird runes on it were. The moment she grabbed it, she felt its savagery trying to influence her. She felt strong, very strong, as if nothing would ever hurt her again, as if her father would never be able to influence her again. That was until Madame Maxime took the weapon from her, lupus dagger. Quite a history with those. They were quite popular with centurions back in ancient Rome. Those who held the dagger had their physical strength and speed enhanced massively, but that came at the cost of the blade's bloodlust. I didn't think there were many of them left. They must have really thought that their school would have won the task handily to give artifacts like these away. That made sense. Without the dagger's influence, she was able to think clearly once more. An imitation of Mercury sandals and something like lupus dagger, being given away was a bit of a foolish move, especially if it was done behind closed doors. These legendary artifacts should have been displayed in public. It would have been a great way to show their school's superiority with the gifts. They probably would have if the Italians had won. Show off their heritage while bragging to the other champions about what they could have won. Unfortunately, even if the Italians took out 2 beasts, they had lost handily to Beauxbatons. Eloise's trick with the griffin had cost them a lot, and they had finished them off without too many issues. It was embarrassing to lose to their own event, especially one that they practiced regularly for years. No wonder they didn't want to announce the prizes publicly. All it would have done was show what they had given away due to their confidence in winning. To be honest, the only people who had benefited from the tournament so far were the Hogwarts champions, and Britain in general. Quite right, Miss Delacour. Oh, she said that out loud, didn't she? Fleur steeled herself and continued, "Well, to be frank, everyone other than Hogwarts was a loser in the previous task. Our school faced a lot of criticism because of how low the stakes were after Harry Potter finished. This one would have been good, and honestly, even without that last trick, the British did pretty well, but that's all overshadowed by how the task ended. Everyone ended up losing, except for Britain." Well, you're not wrong about that. Thankfully, with that task out of the way, I have it under good authority that Mr. Potter's involvement in the tournament will be minimal, the headmistress commented. You said the same thing about the last one too, Arthur said. Yes, but from what we could gather from our investigations, a local influencing figure tried to have him secure their desired outcome. From what I could discover, Mr. Potter made them pay very dearly. I do not believe that anyone is going to attempt to do the same again. Who was it? Fleur asked. No one important. But this did shake the local underworld, and no one is going to risk an event like this happening on their own territory, especially not the next task since it will be at Demstrang. Now, I suggest that you get some sleep and prepare yourselves. There will be a feast tomorrow to celebrate the end of the task. As for now, I suggest that you make the most of your stay here as we will be leaving in a week. With that said, the giantess turned and left. Fleur didn't focus on the others' conversation, choosing to just go to her room instead and put her new weapon somewhere safe. Unfortunately for her, the moment she entered the room, she heard someone cough behind her. She turned and pointed her wand towards the intruder, her hand to freeze in midair. She heard a snort from behind her, revealing an unfamiliar woman in business clothes. Don't be alarmed, Ms. Delacour. I am not here to harm you. So, you snuck into my room and attacked me without causing me harm, the Vila returned sarcastically. You're the one who attacked me first. Don't worry, I'm just here to give you this. The woman put a piece of parchment on her dresser, and what is that? An invitation. My employer has an offer for you. And who is this employer? She snarled back. Oh, how silly of me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gemma Farley and I work for Arcturus Black. I believe he and your father are friends. The details of your invitation are on your dresser. Oh, and the spell should deactivate in a couple of minutes. Goodbye, Ms. Delacour. Right as she was going to protest, the woman walked behind her and vanished, leaving her alone in her room with half her body petrified. Who the fuck was this bitch? Chapter 288, Whatever It Takes. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry wanted to bash his own face in as he heard Diggory whining for what must have been the 100th time. I can't believe you tricked us into winning. Harry didn't even bother dignifying this with an answer, and thankfully Chong of all people came to his defense. Look, Cedric, I don't know why you're so hung up about this. We won, didn't we? Yes, but even when he doesn't compete, everyone is still talking about him. It's really not fair. He wasn't even in the task. But he has used up a lot of his time and put a lot of effort into our training. Let's be honest, do you seriously think we would have gotten to second place, which we did without his trap? Cedric raised his hands. Exactly, all his trap did was take us from second place to joint first. I'll be honest, I'd rather have just gotten second place on my own than be in first place and have everyone say that we did it because of Potter. The Ravenclaw seemingly didn't like this, so, you care about your pride more than your school winning. Is that what you're saying? I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? Harry suppressed the urge to groan and pretended he was focused on reading his book. They were at it again, arguing like a married couple. He didn't know why Johnson, Chong, and Diggory had decided to just hang out with him anytime he was alone, but he knew one thing, he wanted it to stop. The arguing was just the worst. Chong and Diggory were most likely romantically involved, but they didn't have to fight in front of him. All the time. It was so aggravating that Harry was just one argument away from hexing the both of them out of sheer annoyance. Of course, Diggory just had to dig an even bigger hole. I don't mean it like that. All of us joined the tournament to showcase our skills and make connections. The whole school points thing is secondary at best. But, because of Potter, we don't get any attention from other people and the other schools despise us for winning through cheating. The two main reasons for even coming here are useless because of him. I know he's the reason we won, and that's nice and everything, and training us was a very good idea. But, the fact remains that I would rather have the opportunity to actually achieve something and maybe even lose, instead of piggybacking on Potter's weird schemes and win. The Hufflepuff's argument wasn't really all that bad. It was true, Harry did technically ruin their chances of impressing the spectators with his antics, and he did ruin their chances of making some meaningful connections with his actions. But, to be perfectly fair, they were going to get massacred without him. Sure, it wasn't something that they would have liked to think about, but without his training, they would have lost by a large margin. And the reason that they did so well was because Harry had literally trained them for the task's exact scenarios. He knew what the magical creatures were going to be, he simulated being targeted by multiple opponents and how to handle it, and most importantly, how to survive for as long as possible. The spells he had taught them were tailored for distractions and getting past a numbers advantage. It was like he had taught them a lesson with the exact answers to the exam, and they got good grades, which made them think that they had mastered the subject. Academically, what Harry had done was wrong on so many levels. They haven't really become better mages, they just learned how to do this particular task well. Without what he had done, they were most likely going to lose, and badly at that. Which would have guaranteed the fact that they would have gotten neither the attention they wanted nor the connections that they were told to make. The three of them looked at him with expectant expressions. He had stopped paying attention to their conversation a while back. Shrugging, he simply asked, "Did you say something?" Unbelievable, Diggory muttered to himself, deciding to leave the room. Chong went after him, and Johnson followed without saying a word. Well, whatever, it wasn't like he cared what they thought. They were the ones constantly following him around like ducklings. And it wasn't like he was planning on getting involved in the tournament again. Having won 2 tasks, Hogwarts was guaranteed a good final position in the tournament, and that should stop McGonagall from asking for anything more from him. He had more than done enough to honor Hogwarts, and he preferred to focus mainly on whatever Dumbledore was scheming. This time, Isabella Zabini's scheme had distracted him from his main goal. There was a small part of him that suspected that she had done so at Dumbledore's behest to take the attention away from Dumbledore's ritual. The only silver lining in the Black Widow's scheme was the fact that he had gained a lot from the whole thing. He had a meeting with Arcturus later in the week to go over the properties and shares that he had won in his bet. There was some irony in the fact that Arcturus had gained a very valuable foothold in the Italian economy in just a single day. It reminded him of how the ICW did the same to Britain with the events of the Quidditch World Cup finals. Unfortunately, this advantage did not in any way help discover what Dumbledore was planning. Harry didn't really like to admit it, but the ritualistic killing of a young girl had shaken him. Sure, he knew that it hadn't really been his fault, that his mission was supposed to be about gathering information. The thing was that he hadn't gained much, other than the fact that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had, for some reason, joined hands, and that nonsense about the circle that the elder vampire kept talking about. So far, he hadn't really found out much. Everything was just out of the norm. The pattern of Dumbledore's behavior had become useless because the former headmaster was many things, but he did not condone senseless killing. He would sacrifice the girl to save 100 others or for some vague plan of a utopic future. It was his nature. But for a ritual? No, he wouldn't. Harry groaned to himself. When did everything just stop making sense? A familiar voice interrupted his musings. So, what's got you so down, kid? He turned and saw Lily Potter, without her unspeakable outfit, which was weird since she rarely did this in public in fear of being recognized. Nothing much. What's with the change in outfit? Well, the unspeakable robes got really boring very quickly. You would not believe just how stifling it is to wear a mask and a hood all the time. I just created a quick spell so that no one would recognize me other than people who actually know that I'm back and decided to let my hair down for a bit. But, don't redirect the question. I can tell when you're frustrated. You have the exact same look on your face that James used to have. So, what is it, kid? The Potter scion rolled his eyes. Well, I wonder what it could be. Maybe it's the fact that I'm playing catch-up for a plan that was probably decades in the making. Lily stiffened. Decades. Harry nodded. Well, considering the details, it's obviously not Dumbledore's plan. He would have tried something else, something a bit less bloody. This whole thing is just too elaborate to have been done on the fly. No, someone has been planning this for a long time. The pieces are a little too perfect, too planned. There was no improvisation. A ritual of this scale can't have any. The planning of the tournament, including 7 schools, and 7 tasks, all over the continent. The fact that it's only a European tournament, instead of a global one. There are so many things that just don't make sense if this plan was just made up on the fly. And considering that Dumbledore was too preoccupied with his plans in Britain. Someone else has been planning this for a long time. Someone who was able to recruit Dumbledore, so, someone that the former headmaster respects. You think that this was all Grindelwald's plan? It's the most logical conclusion, isn't it? He's had half a century of time to plan something. I think this is it. Lily nodded. It's the most likely conclusion, yes. It would make a lot of sense. And considering that Grindelwald is rumored to be a seer. We're pretty much fucked, aren't we? The redhead replied, mind your language, Harry. And I do get your point, but it wasn't like we didn't all know that the chances were slim anyway. You'd need a seer to mess with another seer's visions. Harry stiffened. How is that? I don't know if you ever came across the difference between seers and prophets, but prophecies are absolute and enforced by the natural laws. However, seers are able to have visions of the future. And when 2 different futures of an event are seen, well, then we have a conflict, a paradox, in a way. Possible futures become invalidated by certain actions, and a lot of parameters can change randomly, ending up with very unpredictable results. Harry didn't know about that little fact. He had never told Lily that he was a seer himself, and for some reason, he instinctively wanted to hide that bit of information from her. Daphne could end up telling her, but he didn't think that the fact would come up during their lessons. It could be a potent weapon against Grindelwald, to cause his prediction to wildly misfire during one of the tasks. But the time he'd met Grindelwald in a vision still reminded him of how outmatched he would be. Lily snapped her fingers. Hey, look at me. I know what you're thinking, and we can't get some seer to mess with Grindelwald's visions. For one, it would get them killed, and the second thing is that we don't know what the plan is in the first place, and destabilizing it could have disastrous consequences. Maybe the whole thing is benevolent. He slaughtered a small girl to power a ritual. I have no idea how this could be considered benevolent. Speaking of which, what did you find out about the girl? Lily's slight pause did not go unnoticed by Harry, and yet she replied, nothing. I looked at all the missing person reports on both the magical and muggle sides. I found every single orphanage in Italy and looked at every child with her description. I followed through a few leads, but every time the child was still there and alive. What about looking for curses? You did postulate that the magical release could be the result of a blood pact being voided. There aren't that many blood curses around, Harry. The family lines that suffer them tend to, you know, end prematurely. Harry audibly groaned. So, we have nothing. For the first time since this started, we had a lead, which brought us nowhere. It happens sometimes. And we know a few specifics about the ritual. We have 5 remaining tasks and 5 remaining clues. We have time. Harry suppressed the urge to yell at her. It wouldn't accomplish anything. Her dismissing tone just made him angry. To be perfectly honest, he wanted to know who the girl was. The image of another child in her place, begging for her life as she died for the plans of old men, just made him sick to his stomach. No, he wouldn't take her words at face value. He would look for the girl himself. He wouldn't forgive himself if he didn't at least try. He owed the girl that, at the very least. Chapter 289, Emancipating Darkness. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Arcturus Black sat at his office as his new assistant, Gemma Farley, gave him the reports of the acquisition of his new properties in Italy, mainly in Rome, that his ward had won from the Black Widow. Honestly, he hadn't seen this coming. He hadn't even known the peculiarities of the situation and was just asked by the boy to put over 500,000 galleons on the faint chance that Hogwarts would draw in first place while he wouldn't participate in the task. It might have been a veritable fortune to most, but to the Black family, it wasn't really anything substantial. Arcturus had just made the bet without even thinking twice about it, which was funny since they had to create the bet for him. No one had expected this outcome in any way. Betting in the magical world was different from the Muggle one. For one thing, gambling wasn't illegal in the magical world, and the bets were mostly handled officially by banks. Oh, sure, there were many banks in the magical world, but the biggest one was, by far, Gringotts, and by that same logic, they had the most efficient betting infrastructure in the continent. It was all a big history lesson, but the main story was the goblins were never going to create bets without knowing how to make a suitable profit. Well, no one really knew what their process was, only that the odds they made were pretty indicative of the true chances of success, and that the bank always made a profit during any betting sessions. Arithmencers did their things and tried to see a way they were cheating the systems, and found that the odds were, in fact, better than anyone else's. There were a few crackpot theorists who thought that they had kidnapped an army of seers to predict the future, but that was just ridiculous. Anyway, the point remained that sometimes upsets happen, sometimes, their odds are taken completely by surprise, which was probably what Isabella Zabini wanted to use. Which was what Arcturus' own ward used to essentially guarantee that his bet would win. Truth be told, Arcturus hadn't known the outcome when he had made the bet. He hadn't even known that the Black Widow was involved. However, he learned not to doubt Harry from the dozens of times he managed to do something ridiculous. And it wasn't that much gold, at least not for him. Which brought him to this ridiculous position of owning a good share of most of the properties and business in Rome. If he had known just how much work his bet would have resulted, he would have at least protested while making it. It was just so much work. Who knew that the Zabini matriarch owned so many businesses? He groaned audibly and he heard his assistant chuckle, "You're the first person I've ever met who is complaining about the fact that he won a veritable fortune." She wasn't wrong. The odds on his bet were so low that he had won a veritable fortune, in both gold and properties. Everyone who had bet on any school winning had lost their gold. This little fact hadn't gotten him a lot of goodwill, but the gold did make up for it. However, the endless paperwork that came with his winnings frustrated him to no end. There were Italian ministry workers that needed to file certain paperwork on foreign owners, and the bank needed to run some investigation to make sure that he hadn't cheated, which he didn't. And that's not to mention the ICW who seemed to take his victory as a personal challenge. Arcturus released a growl, "Well, if the idiot politicians in half the continent would leave me alone, I would give away half that fortune without question. Even the properties." Arcturus snorted, "Of course not. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to own things outside Britain? The ICW regulations alone to prevent foreign economic influence just made this little dream a living nightmare." Fortunately, to avoid a goblin rebellion, they agreed to make Gringotts a neutral nation, and own businesses in their territory without too many issues. Gringotts wouldn't be much of a bank if it couldn't buy anything. Winning the properties in a bet meant that they would have to be given to Goblin Nation first for holding, and its ownership would be transferred to me afterwards. It's a nice little loophole that the ICW is determined to stop but can't do so without a direct insult to the Goblin Nation. I have no idea if Harry planned this or this is just pure coincidence, but it's working out to be massively in my favor if a little overwhelmed with the amount of paperwork. Farley snorted, "I never would have imagined him of all people causing this much chaos." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I don't know if I ever told you, but I was the prefect on Potter's first day in school. Merlin, it must have been 4 years ago now. Time does pass very quickly. Anyway, he always seemed like a quiet boy there, bookish. I thought that the other Slytherins were going to eat him alive, at first. You know what I mean. He was a half-blood orphan at a time when half the house was bigoted. No one touched him because he was a first year. But I thought he wasn't going to have a good time in Hogwarts. Merlin knows I haven't. Anyway, he managed to not offend anyone, with barely any fights with his classmates, and even then, only when he had no other choice. He always sat around with a book in his hands, without even bothering to socialize. I'm pretty sure that most of his friends had to make the effort to be so at the beginning. Then, he got into a fight with Dumbledore during the tournament, and you know the rest." The Black Patriarch snorted, "I forgot that you knew him before all of this. And believe me, what you know isn't even close to the tip of the iceberg. The things you don't know would blow you away." "Like what?" she asked. He didn't get the chance to tell her as he heard a knock on his door. The young woman got up quickly and walked towards the exit. "I'll go see who this is." A few dozen seconds later, she returned with a blank expression on her face. "Mr. Black, Miss Zabini is here to speak with you." "Sure, let her in," he answered while masking his surprise. Sure, he had expected the Black Widow to come to see him, but not this quickly. As she always did, the Pearl of Rome walked confidently and sat in front of his office. "Quite a pretty young assistant you've acquired, Arcturus. Are you sure you could keep up with someone her age?" "My dear, not everything has to do with sex. It's perfectly possible for people to know each other without having a sexual component in their relationship. In this case, my assistant is just that, nothing more. I guess it was sad of me to hope that you'd even be able to perform in your old age." Arcturus smirked. "While this is a very interesting topic, I would rather know the reason you came here. I never expected you to admit defeat so quickly. I expected you to try to fight the bet, try to get me to admit to cheating or that I fixed the event or something. And only when you would finally realize that I really did not cheat in any way, then you would try to come see me." The woman paled for some reason, and that was when he saw it. The thing that he had found odd the moment she stepped into the room. "You're afraid. That's what it is. Even if you think you could somehow change the outcome of the bet, you're still afraid of doing so. Why?" The Zabini matriarch answered with her eyes open. "Why? You're asking me why? I'll tell you why. Your little ward is a monster. I want to just get this over with and ignore everything that's ever happened in this cursed competition. So, I'm guessing he went to see you and did the whole, never threaten any of my friends and family again speech," he asked. "Yes, was he bluffing?" she replied with a hopeful tone. "Not a chance in hell. Normally, he would have just given you a faint warning and just gotten rid of you when you eventually ended up trying to do something else. Unfortunately, he was investigating something during the task, and you ended up distracting him. Whatever happened shook him rather more than I expected. More than even he expected, I think. He was in a foul mood when he went to see you, so do take that with a grain of salt." "So, all you're saying is that he meant everything he said, but he could have been nicer when he was threatening me," she retorted while slumping in her seat. He simply shrugged in return. "Harry is usually a polite young man. But that's not why you're here, are you? Because I have no intention of telling the kid to forgive you or anything like that. I don't think I can even force him to do anything really. No, I just wanted to talk to you about your shares of my properties." And just like that, Arcturus was in his element. They had talked for hours on end. Isabella Zabini's main goal was to give up a few businesses fully to stop them from being partners in any way. They ended up agreeing on her keeping the clothes shops, the beauty shops, and the few hotels and inns she owned, while he would get all of her potions and ingredients shops and the rest of her shops that sold varieties of charmed artifacts. It was a bit more than his share of her entire empire, but it seemed like the Zabini matriarch was wary of him just selling his shares of everything to the goblins and worrying about the constant attempts at taking over her businesses with some obscure laws. Arcturus hadn't found the need to tell her that he had no intention of doing so. While it probably wasn't the main goal, Harry had given him an immense gift. Ever since he had regrouped with his old war friends, they had done their best to consolidate their influence for the eventual war that would spark up. None of them had any pull in Italy, and a small fleet of shops and businesses was everything he would have needed to make connections and get started on that front. All in all, the meeting ended as a win for Arcturus, and he now officially owned dozens of shops all around Italy but centralized around Rome. The Zabini matriarch left more relaxed and surer of herself than when she entered. Of course, that was when his assistant entered his office and asked, "Miss Delacour is here for your meeting, as you requested." "Ah, yes. I almost forgot about that. Let her in." The Vila entered the room looking slightly hesitant. He rolled his eyes in amusement. "I'm not going to bite, Fleur. I'm a friend of your father's. What are you scared of exactly?" "I don't know," she replied hotly. "Maybe it's because your assistant snuck into my carriage like some kind of assassin just to give me your letter." "Ah, she seriously did that?" "I just asked her to give you the letter discreetly and without an owl. There was no assassin and sneaking necessary, really. Sometimes that girl could take things a bit too far. Or she just found it amusing to freak you out or something." The witch rolled her eyes. "Fine, whatever. Just send me a normal letter next time or something. What did you even want to talk about?" "Well, I spoke with your mother. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, but she expressed the fact that you were interested in being slightly more independent after you graduate. Now, I know that you probably have a few plans lined up, probably with Enchanting in mind, but as you probably know, I've gained quite a few properties with my last gamble. And since I'm too old to run businesses in another country, I thought I'd get someone I could trust to do it for me. So, what do you think? Do you want to run my businesses in Italy?" For some reason, his answer seemed to freak her out. That hadn't been his intention at all, even if he found her facial expression to be amusing. Chapter 290, Blood Moon. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Daphne Greengrass knelt as she cut her own palm with a knife. The moment the blade touched her blood, the previously hidden runes started glowing bright red. She heard her mentor encourage her, "All right, that was very nice. You have given a sliver of your life force into the blade to store. Now, carefully use it to power the spell." Blood magic is not as technical as wand magic and relies a lot more on visualization. Think very carefully about the contract that you have chosen. Make it very simple and very balanced. Overreach and the magic will backfire. Underreach, then you would have wasted your life force and would not regain it if you dispel the curse. Yes, she remembered those lessons very well. Daphne's mentor had stressed that overpowering blood magic was very harmful in the long run and could drastically shorten someone's natural lifespan if they regularly made this mistake. However, as a beginner, it was better to overpower the magic than underpower it and cause an accident. But it was better not to make a habit of this. Following her teacher's words, she channeled the power inside the dagger and used it to power a curse instead of her magic. The dagger itself was designed to absorb life force from blood very easily. It was the tool of a beginner blood mage. Lily Evans did not need such shortcuts to make miracles happen, but it was useful considering that it was her first time casting any type of blood magic. A beam of blood-red light came from the edge of the knife and hit the bound pigeon on her table, with seemingly no effect whatsoever. However, Daphne felt drained and dizzy from her spell, and her mentor held her to stop her from passing out. Lily Evans gave her a smile and spoke up, "Everything looks good from what I could tell. Now, let's see if your spell worked." With a flick of her wand, the room darkened, and the previously flying pigeon fell to the ground, with her wings entirely motionless. When she turned on the light, the pigeon flew far faster than it used to. The older witch smiled proudly. You took away the bird's flight in the dark in exchange for enhancing its speed and power in the day." A classic example of blood magic, and the exchange was essentially on the same subject, flight, but it's a very good first try, even if it was a bit overpowered. "I feel drained," the blonde explained slightly. "I'm not surprised. It's something that doesn't really go away and that you'll have to get used to. You used your own life force to stabilize the spell, making its effect almost permanent. This drain is the price you pay for losing the energy that keeps you alive. Now, undo the spell. You remember how to do it?" The blonde witch nodded. This wasn't an open-ended curse like her sister's sickness. Her spell was simply an exchange, and that exchange could be cancelled using her own blood as a medium. Daphne cut her palm once more and used a minuscule amount of her life force, not to cast another spell, but to act as an identifier. She used it to affect the spell on the bird, who glowed bright red for a fraction of a second, but whose flight returned to normal. The young Slytherin felt slightly more energetic, meaning that her stabilizing life force returned to her, but there was still something wrong. "I still feel drained." "That's because you underpowered the spell. You still lack the efficiency needed for something like this, and you'll only gain it through practice. Until then, do not attempt to use any blood magic without my presence. A mistake as a beginner could have disastrous consequences," the redhead chided. Daphne smiled weakly, but it was a genuine one. To be perfectly honest, as harsh of a taskmaster as Lily was at the beginning, the moment they began practicing actual blood magic, she became strangely supportive. It was like the lessons prior were simply to teach her resolve. She was wrong to have doubted Daphne for a moment. There was nothing she would not do, no depth she would not sink in, for the goal of saving her sister. She had been transparent on that side from the start. Her dedication had doubled when she got a new letter from Tracy. She was worried about her sister's health. She stopped running around like she used to before, stopped taking walks outside. She felt like she had less life in her. The bracelet that Daphne had made stopped working and her symptoms were returning. She hadn't told anyone this. Not even Harry. She wished she could have found another counter curse, but without Astoria near her, it was impossible to know what could temporarily halt the curse's progression. Daphne had stopped doing anything other than studying curses and working on blood magic with Harry's mother. She knew that it wasn't healthy, but it was the right thing to do. For Astoria. And it was working. She was making some good progress. For the first time in her life, she had a clear path to helping her sister. There was nothing more important than that, and she felt great about it. Unfortunately, ever since she started her lessons with Lily, she felt a slight distance grow between her and Harry. Was he angry that she was doing her best to save her sister? Or maybe it was because she was growing strong on her own without him helping her. She didn't really understand, but couldn't help but feel her stomach drop every time she thought about it. Ever since their fight about Lily's lessons, things haven't been the same. Daphne wished he would just talk to her and explain the reasons for this distance. She didn't know what to do. She felt a hand rest on her shoulder and turned to see a concerned pair of familiar eyes. "Why the long face, kiddo? Harry has been pulling away and I don't know why." The redhead gave her a slight hug. "Look, I'll be the first to admit that I don't know Harry all that much. It's completely my fault, but it's the truth. What I do know is how men generally behave. But Harry isn't like any other guy. Maybe, but for all his intelligence he's still a young man, just like I'm still a woman. People can be different, but their priorities could still be the same. For example, have you thought about how he feels about our lessons? Daphne nodded. I talked to him about them, and he said he didn't like me specializing in blood magic. Exactly, but he understood why you're doing it. He understood what your sister meant to you, but as much as he's drifting away, you are too. I'm not, she protested. The older witch gave her a dry look. Have you or have you not spent hours alone practicing what I teach you instead of spending time with him and helping him with his plans? But he's done the same to me for years, the blonde complained. Sure, but he's not the most social person, is he? From the moment I saw you two interact, I noticed a dynamic between the two of you. He studied magic, and made long-term plans, while you made sure that he still interacted with other people. No matter how healthy or unhealthy this was, it was something that the two of you spent years perfecting, and it's also something that you threw away for our lessons. That delicate balance is now gone and the strain on your relationship with Harry is the result of that. Are you saying that I have to choose between a relationship with Harry and saving my sister's life? The redhead shook her head. Not at all. What I'm saying is that you have to very clearly make your priorities. I won't blame you either way, believe me, but you do have to choose whether to dedicate your life entirely to saving your sister, or to sometimes take breaks to explore the possibility of a relationship with my son. I'm not saying that you have to do it now, but the sooner you do, the better. Because the more time you take, the further you drift apart from Harry. Daphne's eyes burned, but she controlled herself like her father taught her. I don't want to lose him. Then you'll need to put in the effort to show him that. It's not my place to interfere in your private lives, but sooner or later, you'll have to decide to either make a move or give up on the chances of being in a relationship with Harry. Saving your sister doesn't have to consume your very life. I am not giving up on her, the blonde explained. For Merlin's sake, girl, just stop overreacting, the redhead retorted. All I'm saying is that when I was your age, I was so obsessed with my freedom, with my research and plans that I barely even got to live at all. That day, in Godric's Hollows, as I watched my flames burn thousands of people, wizards, witches, werewolves, vampires, and muggles alike, when I thought I was going to die, all I could feel was regret. I regretted the fact that I didn't live my life. I hadn't fallen in love or had anything to live for other than my son. I regretted wasting the time I had on my goals and forgetting to actually live my life. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Daphne nodded. I should balance my life. Exactly, and why don't you start with tonight? Harry will be coming to the feast tonight. Why don't you use this to hang out with him a bit? He won't be at the champions table this time, right? She snorted and nodded. The older witch then winked and left the room. Lily was right, as she usually was. Was she burning herself out? Did she do what Harry did before and ignore everyone while focusing on some project? When was the last time she had sent a letter to Astoria, or to her mother even? Was she willing to sacrifice all of this just for the chance at healing her sister as quickly as possible? She needed more time to think about things, and in the meantime, she had the rest of the night to enjoy with Harry. Right as she was crossing the entrance to her room, she was grabbed by the side suddenly. She whipped out her wand quickly but froze when she realized who this was, Hermione Granger. Daphne Greengrass, we need to talk. We have nothing to talk about. And please don't tell me some idiotic sad story about how much you miss Harry and that you'd like to be friends again, because that got old considering just how many times you did that, and I have other things to do. The Muggle-born flinched slightly but continued, no, it's not about that. It's about Lily Evans. How the fuck did she know that the unspeakable that came with them was Harry's mother? No one was supposed to know, unless you're working for the Department of Mysteries, and she took it over. That's a polite way to put it. It would be better to say that she invaded it, and the whole thing wasn't really clean. But I didn't come to talk to you about that. Look, if it was up to me, I wouldn't do anything. I'd rather just stay in the background doing nothing while taking care of Neville while the lunatic woman who's blackmailing me using my soul does her thing, but unfortunately, this is a bit beyond that. The blonde shifted in unease. What is it, Granger? I have reason to believe that Lily Evans is working with Albus Dumbledore. I think that they're planning to kill Harry and Neville. Daphne would have told her to get lost if it wasn't for the damning moving picture in her hand, which had her mentor sitting right in front of the men who had almost killed her son and sipping tea of all things. The older witch hadn't said anything to either Harry or her about talking to Dumbledore. If this picture was indeed true, then they might have a big problem on their hands. And a messy one at that. Chapter 291, Shades of Crimson. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry Potter was on a mission. He needed to find out who the girl who was sacrificed in the ritual was, and he only had an entire country to search to find out who it was. Lily had told him that she had already done it and had found nothing. It was perfectly possible for the girl not to have been Italian, that Dumbledore had found someone in another country, maybe even not in Europe, to sacrifice for his ritual. After all, if that vampire was telling the truth and Dumbledore was really working with Grindelwald, then kidnapping some girl from halfway around the world was perfectly possible. He wanted to take Lily's word for it. But there was something on the back of his mind, a weird feeling in his gut that something was missing, that something wasn't really right. There was a very good chance that Lily had missed something when she looked for the girl, and he wouldn't be satisfied until he saw it himself. His first stop was one of the police stations in Rome, which would have helped him eliminate the Muggle world as a place to look for. The truth was that the girl had to be a young witch. So, as unlikely as it might have been, there was the possibility that she was Muggle-born. It was a very remote possibility, since it was unlikely that any Muggle-born would have a magical effect that could release so much power. But eliminating the Muggle world was a good first step. Mages tended to neglect the Muggle side of things. If a child was missing, there was the very possibility that a Muggle missing persons report was filed. A quick visit to the Muggle police station was a very easy way to confirm this. Harry used his invisibility cloak to sneak around the police station, and found one of the detectives sleeping in the break room. It took a simple compulsion charm with a mental image of the girl for the men to start investigating the disappearance. It took half an hour, and a bunch of calls, but he confirmed that there was no girl with the same age and looks that was missing sometime in the last 3 years. The men quickly started to suppress the urge to find the girl and continued his nap. This was his best lead in the Muggle world. If the girl was Muggle-born, then whoever covered things up must have a very deep knowledge of the Muggle world to pull off such a disappearance without the police noticing. That left the magical world. Harry had already checked the 3 magical orphanages in Italy, one in Venice, one in Rome, and one in Milan, and found nothing unusual in them. He only had to check with the ministry if anyone filed any missing reports with the Aurus office. It would make sense for them to hide any signs of crime with the huge spotlight they had over them because of the European Magical Tournament. It was a lot easier than it should have been to sneak into the Italian Ministry of Magic. All it took was some directions for the Muggle entrance, a compulsion charm for one of the workers to take it just for the fun of it, and sneaking in with his invisibility cloak. Honestly, the cloak was such a cheat during stealth missions. Everyone relied very heavily on magical methods of detection like wards. The fact that he could bypass most wards with his cloak made things very easy. There were ways to bypass the cloak like Lily had done before, like through detecting the oxygen and carbon dioxide output, or it would be easier to just use some kind of mist which would detect if it touched any physical object, maybe even pressure plates. Then again, no one really knew about the real power of the cloak, and Harry wasn't planning on advertising them. The Italian Ministry of Magic was a lot milder than the British one. Well, it would be better to say that it was more organized. The fact that most mages must have had some kind of military training must have engraved efficiency in their brains. Harry also noticed a distinct lack of women. There were a few walking around, but not nearly as many as men. An interesting effect of having the main magical school in Italy for boys only. Harry didn't really know how the girls in Italy were educated, but they had to be. An untrained mage could be a severe danger to society after all. Unfortunately, Harry didn't have the time to explore women's role in magical Italy. He had a mission to accomplish. He followed up one of the wizards wearing a military uniform, hoping that it was an auror. He was proven to be correct when he arrived a few minutes later in a large room that looked more like a war camp than an office. Inside, the room was buzzing like a busy command center. Maps of various regions were spread out on large wooden tables, surrounded by all sorts of magical gadgets that glowed softly, kind of like the ancient tools Roman seers might have used. There were piles of scrolls and books everywhere, not too different from what you'd imagine a Roman general's strategic pile to look like. The walls had moving pictures of wanted dark wizards, similar to how the Romans might post drawings of their enemies. The aurors moved around with focused energy, their robes sweeping over the stone floor etched with runes, giving off the vibe of a Roman war room just before a big battle. It was definitely more of a tactical hub than a typical office, alive with the buzz of impending action. Harry quickly snuck into the archive room, specifically missing persons. He checked over a year of missing reports, parsing through an entire cabinet worth of parchment, and found nothing that could match the description of the girl he saw that day. Perhaps Lily was right. Perhaps there were no traces of the girl anywhere. Lucky for him, he had one last method to find out more about the girl. It was more of a last resort, and Harry didn't really want to use it, but he had no other choice. He knew that this would continue to grate him until he solved it. He walked out of the ministry and whipped up a quick portal to the forest where he battled the vampires. The ritual had clearly taken its toll. The forest was totally dead. The trees were just bare sticks reaching up into the sky, and the ground was covered in a carpet of dry, crunchy leaves. It was eerily quiet, no birds, no little critters rustling around, just the sad whisper of the wind moving through. Everything felt still and lifeless, like the forest had just given up. It was more like wandering through a ghost town than a forest. Harry walked towards the ritual's location and for the first time, channeled his magic into the ring on his finger, which also held the resurrection stone. He used his arcane hearing to filter through the ritual, trying to find a magical trace of its source to use as a reference for the stone. It took some time, but the stone finally reacted to one of the signatures, and suddenly, a familiar young girl was floating in front of him. This was very lucky. He had no connection to the girl, not really. He knew practically nothing about her, and it was firmly the ritual itself that acted as an anchor, which allowed him to summon her shade. Even months after acquiring it, and Harry barely knew anything about the resurrection stone. He was acting on pure instincts, helped out a bit by his magical crest. The girl gave him a sad and surprised look. "Who are you?" "I'm Harry. I was the one who tried to save you before. I remember. You came for me. I was so scared." "I'm sorry," he uttered, "I wasn't fast enough." The girl gave him a small smile. "It's all right. You tried. That's enough for me. It's not so bad here, really." Harry did his best to ignore the last comment. There were rumors that the shades of the stone always tried to advocate for death. He didn't know if this was true or not, but the girl's shade was not alive. It was not her soul, just a bastardized mimicry of it, like a floating painting more than anything, that was created through the world's memory of her. "I'm trying to find out why those people used you in a ritual. So far, I haven't been able to find anything about you. What's your name?" The shade visibly brightened up. "Oh, my name is Maria DeLuca. I'm 8 years old and I live at the St. Clair orphanage. I like swimming and dancing. What about you?" "I told you, I'm Harry. I'm from England, and I like studying magic. It's very nice to meet you. I wanted to ask you a few things first if you wouldn't mind. Do you know why those vampires took you?" "Those were vampires?" "Magic is real," the girl shouted excitedly. Well, that was a way to confirm that she wasn't from a Muggle family. He needed more data. "I think you might have been too. Have weird things ever happened around you when you're angry or scared?" "Not really. Well, there was this time a dog ran at me, and then it was gone. I was so scared that I didn't know, but there was a man that tried to look for it afterwards. Asked the nuns and everything. But I was too scared to say anything." So you did have magic. Did you know who your parents are?" The girl shook her head. "I was put in the orphanage when I was a baby. No one knew where I came from. I just appeared one day and that was that." "And you never felt weak, or became very sick sometimes?" "Not more than any of the other girls, I guess." It didn't make any sense. The girl had to have had some kind of curse, and a strong one at that, for a magical release of this size to be remotely possible. Something wasn't adding up. He needed more data. "Can you tell me where your orphanage was?" "I don't know." "Which city at least?" The girl looked puzzled. "Rome, of course." Harry nodded. "Thank you. I'll figure something out. Can I ask you something, Harry?" "Sure." The girl's smile turned sad. "There's a nun in my orphanage. Sister Sophia. Can you tell her goodbye for me?" Harry gave her a soft kind smile in return. "Of course, Maria." And just like that, Harry stopped powering the stone and created a portal to Rome. After asking a few directions, it didn't take him too long to find the orphanage in question. As Maria had said, it was managed by nuns. Harry went there with the illusion of a surprise inspector and asked for a Sister Sophia. The woman who came to him was shockingly young, probably in her 20s. She had bags underneath her eyes, but she must have looked quite beautiful without them. Sister Sophia, I wish to speak to you." "What about?" "Well, I wanted you to clarify a few things, specifically your role in this orphanage." The young nun shuddered. "I'm in charge of the kids' basic education until their 10th birthday. Any special children that you like to speak of, Sophia? Any that you had a special connection to?" She looked lost for a fraction of a second. "I don't like getting attached to the kids. It's just a recipe for heartbreak later on." They were walking around. "That's a wise attitude to take if you wish to protect yourself, not so much if you wish to truly help the children. Speaking of them, are all of the students accounted for?" "Yes, we do a name check every morning." Very suspicious. Can you tell me about if this place has empty rooms?" "There are a few, but not many. We like to help the children be as comfortable as we can." "And are there any rooms that you feel particularly strong about?" The woman froze. How do you know about that?" "About what, my dear?" "Well, one of the empty rooms on the first floor just makes me feel sad whenever I get near it. It was already odd that it was empty in the first place. We tend to prefer giving rooms on lower floors to the kids and I don't really remember why we skipped this one." Harry hummed. "And have these mood swings been happening a lot lately, specifically in the last few days?" "Yes, how did you know?" the young nun exclaimed. Well, she was obviously obliviated. Harry would probably cause more harm than good for messing with it. It was probably cruel, but it was probably just better for the memories to fade properly and for the young woman to move on without knowing what she had lost. "Just a guess, dear. Out of curiosity, can I see the room?" The young woman took Harry into the room and her breath hitched as she watched the bare room. He did his best to ignore the woman obviously mourning Maria's death. Harry slowly entered, trying to see any sign of anything. There wasn't anything clear, but the clear signs of magic. Hopefully, scrying would reveal something. It took Harry embarrassingly too much time to find anything, just flashes of images of what happened. The first one was of the girl being abducted by wizards wearing masks. They were the ones that obviously obliterated the girl. Frustratingly, he couldn't see the faces of any of them. The girl had surprisingly used accidental magic to throw a few of them around until one of the wizards stunned her. Her head was hit on the side of the bed. Harry knelt down where it was and saw a small dry piece of blood. He could tell instinctively that the blood was important. Maybe he could use it to track his parents, or maybe he could ask Lily to do something with it. He wasn't really an expert in blood magic. At least it was a lead. Before he could leave, Harry received another quick flash. It was of a woman standing in his room, pointing her wand at Sister Sophia. It was a woman with familiar red hair and green eyes. It was far more recent, and it was after the attack. Lily Evans had been there. She had discovered who Maria was when he asked but hadn't said anything to him. In fact, she had probably obscured things even further. But why? Why would she do this? He had his doubts about Lily Evans, but he had hoped that he could trust her. No, it was too soon to make any judgments. He needed to gather more evidence and figure out what else she had hidden from him. He learned a very long ago that it was a bad idea to rush into things and confront someone blindly. It still did not stop him from feeling enraged and betrayed. He doubted any discovery would stop that. He could only hope that whatever he discovered wouldn't make him lose control like he was very tempted to do. He took a deep breath. His fingers gripped the edges of the desk as he steadied himself, his mind racing through the possibilities, through every conversation, every look that might have meant more than it seemed at the time. The dim light of his lamp cast long shadows across the room, mirroring the darkness of his thoughts. He resolved to find the answers, no matter how painful they might be. And if Lily Evans had truly betrayed him, then he would make her pay dearly. Chapter 292, Verdant Dilemma. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. I have reason to believe that Lily Evans is working with Albus Dumbledore. I think that they're planning to kill Harry and Neville. Daphne would have told her to get lost if it wasn't for the damning moving picture in her hand, which had her mentor sitting right in front of the men who had almost killed her son and sipping tea of all things. The first question she asked was, "How did you get this?" The Muggle-born looked strangely smug. Daphne wanted to punch her in the face. "I have my ways. It doesn't matter where I got them from, only that I did. You're not giving me a lot of confidence that those are genuine. Illusions are a thing, after all." She rolled her eyes. "Look, you're the last person I would have gone to for something this serious. I would have liked to speak with Harry, but I haven't been able to find him all morning and I don't think he'd like to speak with me." "You'd be right about that. And it's not like you made any effort to be friendly since the tournament began. You and Longbottom have barely spoken a word to anyone else for months, just stuck to yourselves." Daphne was right, and she wasn't the only person who had noticed this. From the way he had acted in the previous few years at Hogwarts, everyone had expected Neville Longbottom to demand being in the spotlight, to try to join the tasks and fail miserably and very publicly. Before Harry stole the show with his performance, the boy who lived was Britain's star, their greatest hope of another Archmage, especially with Dumbledore getting older. And with the former headmaster being exposed to the myriads of unethical practices and almost killing his students, the British Ministry of Magic had put its hopes on Neville Longbottom. Anyone who knew the boy would have immediately considered this to be a good idea. Unfortunately, desperation tended to make people overlook certain flaws. However, deciding to surprise everyone, Longbottom decided against participating in the tournament and stayed relatively quiet during the two first tasks in the tournament. Granger had obviously a calming effect on the boy. Perhaps a bit of her personality would finally bleed over to Longbottom and get him to think before acting. No one knew, and to be perfectly honest, no one cared. Longbottom wasn't as deified or demonized as he was in Britain. The amount of propaganda after Lord Voldemort's demise was ludicrous. It had probably been designed this way, to give hope during a hopeless situation. Nevertheless, Neville Longbottom had suffered for it, whether the public opinion was on his side or not. Back to Granger, she didn't seem impressed with her explanation of what happens between Neville and I is our business and no one else. "I'm giving you a warning that someone is after your boyfriend." "Oh wait, he isn't your boyfriend, is he? How long has it been? Almost 4 years now. Are you still pining after Harry after so much time?" Daphne blushed in anger, and yes, it was entirely out of anger, nothing else, and growled back at her, "At least I'm his friend, unlike some." The brunette ignored Daphne's comment. "You're making this personal, trying to create a confrontation between us to distract you from the inevitable truth. Lily Evans is going to betray you and Potter. Normally, I wouldn't have cared, but considering the fact that Dumbledore is unusually interested in both Harry and Neville, as well as the fact that she personally asked me to keep tabs on Neville, I don't see how this could be a good thing for either of them. The young Slytherin digested this. She hadn't known that Granger was asked to keep tabs on Longbottom. Lily had never told her or Harry about it. It made sense, though. Granger was completely under the Department of Mysteries' control, and Daphne's mentor had confessed to controlling said department. And yet, she hadn't said anything about Granger, barely a peep. Harry had also not said anything, which was unusual, since he was usually more observant. Or maybe he did know and hadn't told her about it. It did tend to happen far more frequently than Daphne liked. Anyway, while the photo's legitimacy was questionable and Daphne didn't trust Granger at all if it was true, there could be a very real threat to Harry, and she couldn't allow this. Why didn't you confront her about it first? Granger looked at her like she was an idiot, and do what exactly? Get myself killed for no reason. If you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly a willing employee of the department, let alone the woman who has my very soul in her hands. Oh right, she had forgotten about the diary thing. There was so much going on that she sometimes forgot stuff. Look, I'll talk to Harry about it. He should know what to do. The brunette looked relieved. That's reassuring. Tell him to speak with me and Neville before doing anything drastic. We'd all like to know what the hell that woman is planning. It was Daphne's turn to snort that time. Do you seriously think you could tell Harry to do something? He'll understand. For all his flaws, he isn't insensitive. If Neville is in danger, he would tell him. After all, he has done so in the past. Ask him on my behalf to be appraised of any plans he makes regarding Evans. If he does not accommodate me, then at least I tried to reach out to him. The Muggle-born turned and walked away, leaving a pretty distressed blonde to her own thoughts. She needed to find Harry, and quickly before her mentor realized that something was wrong. Firstly, she needed to go to his room to see if he was there. She walked into the metallic dragon trying to find him, only to find his room completely empty. Come on, Harry. She muttered. Where else could he be? Maybe she could use Hedwig. No, an owl would be very easily traceable. Of course, that was when a familiar voice spoke up. Oh, hello again, Daphne. Have you seen Harry? He's been gone for an awfully long time. The blonde froze and paled. It was literally the last person she wanted to meet, Lily Evans, with a questioning expression on her face. I don't know. I haven't seen him for hours. He really should stop disappearing. On a whim like that. It's very rude, not to mention very dangerous. What if Dumbledore ambushed him or something? Daphne gulped in response, and the older witch just gave her a concerned look. Are you all right, dear? Yes. I'm fine. Just worried about Harry too, I guess. Are you sure? You look awfully pale. The blonde growled slightly. I'm fine. Her mentor's voice turned soothing. Of course you are. You know you can trust me with anything, don't you? I'm already trusting you with my knowledge. She was right, of course. Lily had trusted Daphne with some very dangerous knowledge. Blood magic wasn't a field of magic that was widespread. She could trust Lily, right? No, the information was about Lily betraying Harry. She couldn't talk to her about it. The older witch continued, I'm just worried about you and Harry, my dear. Haven't I proven just how much I cared about the two of you? Haven't I shown you why it's so important to talk to me, to trust me with your problems? Absent-mindedly, she answered, oh, I found out that you were working with Albus Dumbledore and wanted to tell Harry about it. And just like that, it was like a spell was broken, and the haze in her mind, the one that she hadn't even noticed was lifted. She thought back at what she said and blanched. What had she done? She meekly turned towards Lily, who had a very serious look on her face. Any trace of warmth was gone, and the killer inside, the woman who had slaughtered her husband in cold blood, the woman who had manipulated the werewolves to her side, the woman who committed so many untold atrocities was there in front of her. Is that so? That's a very interesting claim, girl. You used magic on me, she exclaimed. The redhead looked impassive. I replicated my own version of the Vila's allure. You would not believe just how useful a spell like this could be. They tend to bypass the inherent protections on magical crest. Of course, they need to be on the subtle side, but that's not what's important. You wish to ruin my relationship with my son. Ruin? I didn't want to ruin anything. If you're working with Dumbledore, then you're a danger to Harry. There aren't really any other alternatives. That's a very admirable bit of loyalty, except that I am not working with Albus Dumbledore. Daphne grew enraged at the dismissal, then explained this. She took out the photo that Granger had given her. You look awfully cozy for supposedly being mortal enemies. The redhead took the photo and hummed, oh, yes, I remember. It was right after the second task. But I still wasn't working with the men. We were just chatting. About what exactly? Was it which Quidditch team you liked the most, or maybe it was about how to kill Harry more easily? He has tried to do that before. And you have a history of kinslaying. The woman's slightly amused expression disappeared, and Daphne thought that she had crossed some kind of line. No, believe it or not, I was protecting my son. And I don't like you accusing me of otherwise. I simply have an arrangement with Dumbledore. I would make sure that Harry wouldn't interfere with his plan, and he would not actively go after my son. You're distracting him. That's your goal. But why? Why not work with him in stopping Dumbledore? You don't understand. This isn't about politics or anything this asinine. Something happened after the fiasco at Hogwarts, something that shook him to his core. It was enough to scare him enough to join hands with Grindelwald, trying to stop it. Some very old prophecy or something. I didn't particularly care since it didn't involve me or Harry in any way. Daphne looked at her, outraged, and you seriously just believed him, just like that. He just killed a little girl for a ritual, for crying out loud. Yes, but in doing so, has saved countless lives. You're trying to put absolute boundaries on people, but you're forgetting that people aren't so limited. Everything is on a spectrum of some sort. Albus Dumbledore is a manipulative, ruthless piece of shit, but he's not comically evil. Every single time he did something was because it advanced his plans for the magical world, plans that weren't all that bad. Are truly surprised that someone like him would stop acting on a grudge he has with a teenager to focus on a far bigger, far more serious matter. The blonde restrained herself from exploding and instead thought about things logically. Maybe you're right, but that doesn't change the fact that Harry has to know. What you did was a betrayal of his trust and mine as well. I suppose it's very fortunate for me that Harry is never going to hear about this, huh? Are you threatening me? Daphne asked. No, I'm not. The truth is that I'd be very surprised if you told him, especially after you have time to think properly. If you tell him, then you run the risk of him not believing me. You don't know if I'm telling the truth or not, and you have no way to find out without going straight to Dumbledore, asking him. I don't think he'll be very accommodating. Anyway, if Harry doesn't believe me, then he'll probably ask me to stay away from him. That's in line with his character, I think. And if I'm gone, then who will continue to teach you about blood magic, who will help you heal your sister? Even if he believed me, it's likely that he would be cautious to be around me since I broke his trust, meaning that he'll ask you to stop your lessons in fear of me tricking you into something, which also would hamper your goal of healing your sister. So, this is not me making you a threat, just a normal prediction of the future based on your decision, nothing more. You know Harry, do you think I'm wrong about how he would react? And just like that, her entire plan shattered. Lily gave her a triumphant look. So, Daphne dear, you have a decision to make. Will you heal your sister, or will you tell Harry about my actions? I'm not going to stop you either way, and I have a feeling which one you'll choose. Now, why don't you freshen up a bit and wear those nice robes of yours? After all, you have a feast to attend. Chapter 293, of Choices Made. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry sipped on his goblet, doing his best not to cringe at the bitterness of the juice. After all, it wouldn't do to insult the hosting school publicly. It came as a bit of a surprise, but he grew to like this school. Its library was sparse, to say the least, the spells were publicized, and he heavily believed that any sensitive tomes were hidden from the public. However, there was something nice about the lack of nonsense that was seen in everything around the school. There was still a weird obsession with ancient Rome everywhere, but there were no hidden passages, no secret chambers, no confusing corridors. Sure, a lot of the wonder was lost, but it was efficient, Spartan for the lack of a better word. It provided a lack of distractions that Harry found to be very valuable since he had a lot on his mind. The revelation of Lily hiding pertinent information from him was weighing very heavily on his mind, and he needed to delicately decide what to do. The situation was delicate. Lily was possibly his greatest ally against Dumbledore. She had gained frightful control over the British Ministry of Magic in just a few months, and had an entire army of enhanced werewolves supporting her. He did not want her to be an enemy, and yet she had broken his trust. It was probably the first time that he had tried to trust someone else. To be completely fair to himself, it was a very impulsive decision. However, he was so caught up with the allure that there was someone else like him, someone who could keep up with him and be on his side, that he ignored a lot of warning signs. There was also Daphne to consider. She was very attached to Lily and was convinced that she was the key to saving her sister. As he had stated before, the entire situation was so delicate. And to make all of this worse, he had to attend some mindless feast to celebrate the end of the task. The champions all came and showed their prizes. It was funny that the Hogwarts champions, who actually won the task, didn't get any prizes since they hadn't defeated any of the beasts in the arena. It was just hours of showboating that Harry barely had the patience to sit through. Thankfully, no one tried to engage him in conversation. Daphne was surprisingly quiet during all of this. Speaking of the blonde, she spoke up, "Do you mind if we talked privately for a second?" Deciding that it was a great chance of getting away, he nodded, and they snuck out of the hall under a notice me not charm. They ended up in one of the corridors and Daphne quickly put up some privacy charms. You weren't kidding about wanting to be alone. Is there something wrong? Yes. No. I don't know, she stammered. It's all so complicated and I don't know if I should just go ahead and say it. I thought about not doing anything, but I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened. What's going on, Daphne? He asked. Just say it and be done with it. Your mother is working with Albus Dumbledore. She quickly spoke up. Harry froze. He hadn't expected that. No, that wasn't completely true. He expected that Lily was doing something else behind his back. But working with Dumbledore, the man that she had claimed was one of the main instigators in the fire of Godric's Hollow, the man who had almost killed Harry numerous times. He didn't expect that much. To be honest, he didn't think she was Dumbledore's subordinate. He had a good estimation of her personality. She was ruthless, pragmatist, power-hungry, and obsessive, but her most defining character trait was her pursuit of her freedom. So, either Dumbledore was offering her something she desired, or his goals were also something that she wanted. But no, there was no need for speculation without additional information. Explain, he simply retorted. Granger gave me this photo of her and Dumbledore talking to each other in his office. I wanted to tell you immediately, but she used some kind of compulsion charm that bypassed my family crest and made me tell her everything. She said that it was to help you, to protect you from Dumbledore, and asked me not to say anything. But I just couldn't. What if she was lying? What if she wanted to hurt you? I just couldn't. Harry quickly analyzed his friend's rambling. It didn't make sense that Lily would protect him from Dumbledore without asking him first. Sure, it was a plausible idea on the surface, but they both knew that Harry was a reasonable person and that he definitely wouldn't have tolerated someone going behind his back to Dumbledore to protect him. And she definitely wouldn't have hidden Maria's origins from him for no reason. No, the former headmaster must have asked her to stop his investigation as much as possible. He wouldn't have done that if what he was planning wasn't delicate enough that Harry could stop. And Lily must have agreed to let his plan continue. She must have planned to use it to her advantage somehow. The fact that it was Hermione Granger that told her was very interesting. He had no illusions that she was completely under Lily's control since she probably had the diary. So, that meant that the girl must have wanted the leash around her neck gone and thought that his making Lily leave was the best idea to have more freedom. But one thing was for certain. By telling him this, Daphne was putting her lessons with Lily, and the potential of a cure for her sister's condition, in jeopardy. He appreciated the show of trust and her dedication. She threatened to stop her lessons, didn't she? Daphne looked down. Yes. But what would they have mattered if we were both dead before I found a cure for my sister? We both know that it would have taken years to figure that one out. And Dumbledore's plan ends in June. I wouldn't have been able to help my sister if I was dead. Yes, and Lily also wouldn't have agreed to her lessons at all if Daphne wasn't his friend and held some influence over her decisions, but Harry didn't voice it. Instead, he gave her a warm smile. I appreciate your trust in me, Daph. Oh, isn't that cute? A familiar voice spoke up from behind him. Daphne stiffened, but Harry turned unconcerned to stare at his biological mother. Hello, Lily. Oh, Harry dear. We're quite in a predicament, aren't we? He snorted. You could say that. While I admire Daphne's loyalty to you, she's not really giving you the full picture. And what is the full picture, then? Her smile became slightly more assured. All right, I made a mistake. I wanted you to be safe, so I made a deal with Dumbledore to keep you out of his, and in exchange, he wouldn't kill you. I know that this is a breach of trust, but you can see my point here. I do see it, and I also know that it's full of shit. That seemed to take her aback. What are you talking about? Maria DeLuca, he retorted, you didn't seriously believe that I would take your word for not finding the girl. You're many things, Lily, but you're not incompetent. But imagine my surprise when I used a bit of scrying and saw you at the girls' orphanage and even obliviating the nuns there to hide her involvement. You were probably the one who made sure that there were no signs of her disappearance in the Muggle authorities, weren't you? Now, there's misleading my investigation, and there's hiding evidence. Lily frowned. Huh, you found out about that, huh? Yes, maybe I am, but that's not it. The way you hid as an unspeakable in our midst, the way you tried to obliviate me. You didn't think I'd forget about that, did you? You were never planning on me knowing you were there, or even alive for that matter. If you didn't want to speak with me, you could have had an actual real unspeakable here, since you're in control of the department, instead of personally coming to find me. So, you need me for something. You're my son. Harry hummed and continued, maybe, but you waited months and took over half of magical Britain before even thinking about me. Maybe there's a part of you that cares about me, but there's something else, something more to it. Something that you want enough to go through Dumbledore's insane ritual. Don't pretend like you wouldn't have done the same. You're just like me. You're right. Maybe I would have done something like this to protect Daphne. Maybe I am just like you, but there's one fundamental difference. You're ready to betray everything and everyone to achieve your goals, whatever they may be, but I'm not. Then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe you're an idiot who trusted Dumbledore enough that he would keep his word. Maybe you're even his lackey, one of his mad followers, and you lost your precious independence once more. Maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. Maybe you were dumb enough to lose your freedom once more. That's enough. I'm just using Dumbledore, exactly like I'm using. She stopped herself in the end. Harry hummed leadingly, like you're using who? Me. Lily stayed silent and her entire countenance changed. Her pleading expression morphed into a frosty neutral one, the slight passion in her eyes fizzled out and she spoke up in a monotone voice, what a disappointment. Because you couldn't trick me. No, because you cannot see the bigger picture. You threw away an entire army and a nation supporting you because I did something without telling you first. I tried being the loving mother, I really did. But you made it so hard. It was the first time that I struggled while doing something. It was a frustrating experience. Harry hummed, one that mothers everywhere experience. But you're not a typical mother, are you? And you are not a typical son. I was actually looking forward to meeting you, to see if you inherited anything from me. And you did, that mind of yours is spectacular. It's a shame that you waste it the way you do. How am I wasting my intelligence then? She snorted, you're quick to judge the world, too quick. You're impulsive, but I guess you got that from your father. But you're thinking too small. You use your brilliant mind to mess with people, watch them slowly tie a rope around their necks with your tricks, instead of doing anything proactive. You're just so passive. Why didn't you try to actively go after Dumbledore? Why didn't you actively try to impact magical Britain to make it serve your needs when you graduate? You certainly could carve out a small piece of the world, a heaven for your own desires. You tried to distance yourself from the game, while messing with people left and right, finding pressure points, and not using them. You live your life on a knife's edge, not accomplishing anything without it being a reaction, not realizing even a fraction of your potential. Then I should have been like you, then. Take over werewolf packs and ministries like some kind of shadow leader. No, you should have a goal, an ambition to follow. Something to strive towards instead of just trying to find out what Dumbledore is planning and paranoia about being used as someone else's pawn. That struck home, oddly enough. When was the last time he had a proper goal to strive towards? Sure, he wanted to be remembered, to be someone important, to discover the mysteries of magic. But he hadn't built a new artifact in months. He hadn't challenged himself without it being a crisis for so long. No, this wasn't about him. He would deal with that later. Now, the main issue was Lily. Maybe you're right, but you're still trying to distract me. Tell me what you really want from me. The redhead chuckled bitterly, no. Maybe you're right, maybe I was planning on betraying you in a dramatic fashion. Maybe I was planning to sacrifice you for some obscure ritual. But maybe I just wanted to be a mother to you, to experience what it was like to be my son and you spit on my face. That's your punishment. You don't get to know. Maddening, isn't it? You're like me. You need to know, to unearth the truth. Not knowing is like this itch on the back of your head, one that you can't scratch. Maybe you revealed an enemy. Maybe you lost the chance at having someone to relate to and one of the greatest allies against your enemies. You'll never ever know. I'm not going to fight you because I know for sure that you'll regret this. One day, you will wake up alone and in danger, and you will see just how much you messed up. You will come to me, begging for help, and I hope, for your sake, that I will be in a generous mood then. I will not fight you because there's no reason to. No matter what you think my plans are, you will always come back to me. She turned and started to walk away. I will admit that I'm not a good person. I've done my share of atrocities and I haven't hidden any of them. But you're not a saint either, Harry. You have lied, just as I did, made hidden plans, just like you did, and manipulated people for my own ends, just like you have. And as much as you dislike me, all the paths you take, if you survive your journey, will lead to you becoming me. Don't worry, just give it time. One day, you'll wake up and see me in the mirror and I hope you remember this moment when you do. And just like that, she was gone, leaving Harry just as confused as he was irritated. This had definitely not gone well, and he might have just lost his biggest supporter. This was a fucking mess. Chapter 294, Hour of the Wolf. November 25, 1994, Wolf's Den, Republic of Ireland. Remus watched as the trainees practiced their transformations while retraining the urge to cheer and cry in vindication. It took thousands of years of suffering, centuries of discrimination and persecution, decades of planning on his part and suffering and indignity, but lycanthropy was finally gone in the British Isles. Hell, it had even mostly disappeared from Europe entirely, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Werewolves were gone and only the lichens remained. There would be no contaminations anymore, no unwanted transformations, and so, most of the dangers that his people posed were gone. The only downside was, of course, the fact that they couldn't have any children, but very few planned to have any, knowing the possible curse and discrimination that their offspring would have to deal with. There was also the increased aggressiveness and the bestiality of the inner wolf. It wasn't really that big of a problem, since Lily had obviously improved the ritual since she did it on Remus himself, and they didn't really have to worry about constantly fighting their inner wolf like he did in exchange for being far less powerful than him, but there was a distinct rise in aggressive behavior after the ritual. Lily said that she had ideas on how to fix it, but there were a few that ended up regularly using calming drought, which risked a dependence on the potion over the long term. There were, of course, the werewolf purists. These types always appeared when there was any change, that said that they weren't sick and shouldn't want to change. They all ended up caving and just asking for the ritual. There was nothing to really complain about. All they lost was the ability to infect people and the involuntary transformations during the full moon, both being net negatives of being a werewolf. Anyway, these were all small issues compared to their previous curse. There was the chance of being part of society once more, and Remus couldn't help but be very happy with it. This small unnamed village in Ireland, which quickly grew with the massive number of werewolves migrating in, became a safe haven, which the locals quickly called the Wolf's Den. Nestled in the lush embrace of rolling hills and verdant landscapes, the village expanded organically, with cobblestone paths winding through clusters of quaint thatched cottages. Ancient oaks and whispering willows dotted the landscape, making it the perfect place to practice the residents' transformations. As the village flourished, it transformed into a bustling hub of werewolf culture. Artisans and craftsmen found their niches, opening shops that catered to both magical and mundane needs, from bespoke wand makers to herbalists dealing in potions and remedies tailored for werewolves. There were enough skilled laborers that migrated from the continent, and it was easy to get raw materials for anything by proving that they weren't werewolves. Their new resistance to silver was godsent then, even if it did tend to burn if it got inside their bodies. Remus had learned this the hard way when fighting Sirius, or what remained of Sirius. As much as he mourned his friend, it was a fair bargain. Losing one person for the prosperity of his people was something that he could accept. Had Sirius truly killed Harry, Lily would have stayed lost in the lands beyond, and this little utopia would have never existed. His people would have been hunted down, discriminated against, and forced to become the danger that the mages preached they were. Remus' musing was interrupted as he sensed someone behind him. His enhanced senses quickly recognized who it was. "Hello, Lily. Did you have a productive time?" Lily Potter stood in her usual glory, trying to look impassive, but Remus knew her better than anyone currently alive. She was sad. Things must not have gone well with her son. It wasn't really a surprise. He knew Lily enough to know that she wasn't really someone that people got along well with. She was a pragmatist at heart, and her time in that hellhole did have a mark on her. She hid it well, but she did have her bouts of unstable behavior. She was still a genius, on a scale that Remus had never seen before, but she was more impulsive, more emotional. Before Godric's Hollow, she was a lot more logical. She wouldn't have handled the Department of Mysteries the way she did. She wouldn't have relied so much on threats and the like. She would have played the long game, and taken over the country without anyone even noticing anything. But she was still a better leader than Dumbledore and Voldemort put together. She still stuck to her promises, and he could respect that. The redhead's expression remained blank. "I achieved my main objective. Dumbledore has given up on Britain entirely. We're clear to continue on that front." Why would he do that? He's scared of something and is working with Grindelwald to solve it or something. Some kind of large-scale ritual using broken prophecies to fuel it. That brought Remus short. 7 prophecies. What the fuck is he planning to do with all that? I have no clue, but the magic discharge alone is insane. Nevertheless, it's really not my problem. Dumbledore will be distracted until the end of the tournament, so we have a few months for our plans in Britain to proceed without too much danger. How are you doing on that front? The former werewolves are acclimating well enough. Gideon is in charge of their training, and since we have competent people from all over the continent, we had some great successes integrating them into Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade by opening new shops. The underworld was a lot trickier, but we managed to consolidate most of the criminal elements in the country under our banner. We're slowly changing things into the rules you put in place, but it's working well enough. Remus could see where Lily's plans were heading, even if she never explicitly said anything. She was obviously planning on using the fragility of the British magical economy to create cornerstones completely under her influence legally while taking over the underworld completely. She already had taken over the Department of Mysteries, which Snape was busy handling. She was using her control over the former Leakin population to put its skilled laborers into shops all over the country, while she took over the Wisingamot politically through the Not Patriarch. The redhead hummed. "I have good news on that front. Yesterday, tragically, there was a fire in the Ministry, specifically the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It's quite the mystery, some rune misfiring or the like. However, every entry of the werewolf register was destroyed. Quite the tragedy. And considering that the way they check for the curse is through the silver test, it's quite a shame that they'll have a hard time finding any werewolves to fill it once more." He gave Lily a wide smile. "That's amazing news, Lily." The elation that Remus felt was bordering on pure worship. This was the last detail remaining for his people to truly be free. Werewolf registrations were commonplace in Europe and for good reason. It was a good way to make sure to keep an eye on werewolves and make sure that they don't infect anyone. It should have been a way of making werewolves part of the ministry officially, but it was perverted over decades to get ministry officials to express their prejudice without any issues. People just didn't like werewolves. They presented a risk during the full moon that most people wouldn't like to be around their family members. The destruction of the register meant that the ministry would have to go around to try to make it once more, and when every single one of their tests becomes negative, that would be it. Remus people would finally be free. He expected similar fires to appear all over Europe. After all, Lily's plans probably did not just stop at Britain. Lily coughed, "It is. I'm also thinking about making a play on the political scene. The progressives have been fracturing with Dumbledore's hold on them gone, but their biggest groups are with Augusta Longbottom. I don't think she would bend easily. The conservatives on the other hand." Remus immediately understood where she was going with this. "You're not thinking rationally about this, Lily." "It's a perfectly valid move," she commented. "Yes, but it also probably has you threatening your son's girlfriend's family for support. A family that has been fully neutral in any conflict since Grindelwald's war. I know you're probably angry. I don't know what really happened with Harry, but it's not a good idea to get back at him this way. The very fact that you're here instead of just going through with it means that you do the same. You've never really consulted me with anything that doesn't have to do with the werewolf population. You know that Snape will just agree with anything you say, and you wanted someone to tell you not to do it." The former werewolf knew that he wasn't exactly an impartial choice. After some clarity of mind, he could recognize that Lily probably put some loyalty charms on him during his rituals. She had probably done the same with the rest. They were too organized, too worshipping of her for it to be natural. It was different, seeing it on other people, and it was enough for him to recognize it for what it was. He didn't really mind it. After all Lily had done, she deserved the loyalty of all these people anyway. Anyone disloyal would have been ungrateful anyway. The redhead deflated, looking defeated for the first time since her return. "I tried everything. I supported him and taught the stupid Greengrass girl my blood magic. I kept him safe from Dumbledore, even saved him from the old man. And after all of this, he says that he didn't like that I went behind my back and that he thinks that I'm using him for something. He's just so frustrating." Remus nodded. "I know you were looking forward to spending time with him, to get to know him properly, but Harry is an intelligent young man. If you tried to do something around him, it's very likely that he could figure it out by himself. And kids his age are rarely reasonable." She huffed. "It's just. I tried so hard. It wasn't even part of the plan. But when I looked at him, I just couldn't. I couldn't not talk to him. I wanted. I guess I don't know what I wanted, really, but it definitely wasn't this. And he's so clever, but he keeps wasting his intelligence with some foolish schemes for no reason instead of being proactive and doing something about them. I wanted to help him with that and not get caught up in Dumbledore's messes again. You tried to manipulate him. He caught whatever you were doing and blew up at you. You, in turn, blew back at him, and you left. Did I get anything wrong?" "Fuck you, Lupin," she muttered. "I just wanted him to stop digging into Dumbledore." It's like the boy has no sense of self-preservation. Remus didn't say that he thought that Lily was using Harry for her own ends. He didn't say that this wouldn't have happened if she hadn't gotten attached to the boy. For all her pragmatism, Lily tended to really be unpredictable when the topic of Harry Potter came up. The former werewolf had no intention of pressing any further. "So, what are you going to do with the tournament?" Lily looked hesitant, but with a tint of resignation there. "Nothing has changed. My main objective in my trip there was a success. As for the rest, well, there's no reason to deviate from the original plan." "What about Harry Potter?" "He could interfere. He does tend to do that. The plan comes first. If my son proves himself to be a hindrance, then I would deal with him myself." Remus pretended not to see the sad expression on Lily's face when she uttered these words, deciding to leave the woman to her thoughts and continue supervising the trainees once more. It wasn't his place, after all. Chapter 295, Dancing WIRM. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry stayed silent in his compartment as he felt the metallic dragon spread its wings and fly away. He was still amazed by the way McGonagall animated and charmed the contraption, but he was a bit too distracted to care. He was just too lost in thought, replaying things in his mind. He has been doing that a lot lately. Hell, he wasn't even reading a book when he was alone. He was just staring at the ceiling replaying things. If someone had told him just mere months previously that Lily Evans' departure would have had such an effect on him, he would have given them an incredulous look and ignored anything else they said entirely. Which brought him to what happened with Lily Evans. The truth was that the whole confrontation happened so quickly, too quickly for his liking. Everything happened in just one day and he didn't have the time to process and analyze everything. He tried his luck at finding the girl in the evening, was told by Daphne about Lily's collusion with Dumbledore during the feast, and the redhead had forced a confrontation. It was obviously a tactical method, a way to pressure him to make decisions without really taking the time to think clearly. If he had just a few more days of planning and investigation, he would have made different decisions. Or would he have? That was what was making things difficult. What ifs? They were quite the distraction, weren't they? It didn't help that he knew practically nothing about Lily's plans. The moment that she came back into his life, he wanted to have any leverage on her, a way to pressure her in case she betrayed him. A way to maybe swindle her army and hurt her influence. Anything, really, so that he wouldn't be caught off guard if she betrayed him. Unfortunately, most of her influence was in Britain, which was too far away to make any moves, and he kept getting involved in one distraction after another. Harry didn't like the hold she had over him through her blood magic lessons with Daphne and wanted to balance that somehow. He had found nothing. Literally nothing. He barely knew anything about the woman, even after months of being around her. He found no pressure points, no vulnerabilities. Just the fact that she was brilliant but a little unstable, which was something that she controlled with an impressive display of discipline. Those years alone in that hellish dimension were not good for her psyche, that was for sure. He was lucky, in a way, that the only way Lily had helped was with Daphne's lessons. If she had been an integral part of any of his plans and she had just left, well, he would have been screwed. Harry stiffened when someone entered his compartment before relaxing when seeing the familiar form of Daphne. "Hey Harry." "Daph. Are you excited about going to Demstrang? They probably have the biggest library in Europe after Hogwarts. I wouldn't be surprised if you hold yourself there for the entire task." Harry gave her a slight smile in return but didn't respond. Daphne was obviously worried about him. He didn't blame her. Ever since the Lily incident, he hadn't really spoken to anyone, at the most a couple of sentences at the time. He was quiet, and the rest of the Hogwarts delegation did notice this and preferred not to involve themselves. They were right to be wary, but it wasn't like he was going to bite their heads off on a whim. To be fair, a change of environment might do him some good. Demstrang was practically guaranteed to be at least entertaining, and it would keep his mind off of the confrontation with Lily. The blonde didn't seem to be satisfied by his response, or more accurately, by his lack of one. "Harry, please. You have barely said a word for a week. I'm starting to get worried." "It's fine, Daph." "It's not fine. I know that Lily broke your trust." Harry froze and spoke up. "It's not that she lied to me. I fully prepared myself for that. I knew that she wasn't some saint and that she wanted to use me somehow. We both know her history. She killed my father and thousands of other people in Godric's Hollow. She used everyone around her, and it bit her in the ass later. Hell, she even has a werewolf army in Britain. I'm not surprised that she lied to me. I just didn't expect her to leave. That was the most damning thing. If he held even a fraction of affection for someone else and they had a fight, he would try to fix things first. He would not have left in the middle suddenly and disappeared in the wind. This was the complete opposite of what Lily did. She had essentially confirmed the fact that she couldn't be trusted by leaving so suddenly. She did not try to convince Harry that she was doing it for her own good after he calmed down. She just left. Daphne gave him a compassionate look. "Harry, she's your mother. It's all right to miss her." "She is not my mother," Harry exclaimed loudly before deflating. "I never considered her to be my mother. I don't think she even knew how. She was. She was like me. She could keep up with me, think like me. I never had someone like that before. It was surprisingly nice." "Fine. But the fact remains that she broke your trust. You couldn't trust her, and she's gone. All of these things were her decisions. Sure, you said some pretty hurtful things, but she did the same. It was just the heat of the moment and you both know it." Harry nodded. He knew that he had been slightly cruel with his words. "It's not just that. Even now, I don't know if I would have done anything differently. I would have had to take her word for it, believe her. It's not like I could ask Dumbledore about the confrontation. Logically, I made the right choice. An untrustworthy ally can cause far more harm than an enemy. For all she brings to the table, Lily has done very little for us. She was just this variable that I could rely on in the future. She could have done a lot of damage, especially if she was willing to talk to Dumbledore behind my back, no matter her intentions. But I can't help asking myself if she was telling the truth. What if her plans didn't involve me but the tournament? What if her aim was to protect me from Dumbledore, as misguided as it was? What if I threw away a valuable ally, and maybe even, for just my paranoia every time I hear Dumbledore being mentioned? What if I threw away your chances at healing your sister because I get defensive every time I hear Dumbledore's name? For the first time in days, Harry really expressed how he felt about the situation, the doubt that kept crawling around in his mind, especially in those last moments before Lily left, when he used the resurrection stone in tandem with his arcane hearing, to get a gleam of what laid behind her chaotic song, and he felt a mixture of anger, sadness and despair, for just the fraction of a second before being swallowed by the chaos once more. Daphne flinched at Harry's words, and he knew that he hit the nail on the head. Even he had lost a valuable ally, she had lost far more. As untrustworthy as she was, Lily was a master of blood magic, and teaching Daphne was the key to healing her sister. The blonde had sacrificed a potential cure for her sister just to tell him about Lily, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude for something like that. To be perfectly honest, with the way things were going, he fully expected Daphne to just leave him to focus on studying with Lily. It was something that he didn't like thinking about too much. He dreaded that inevitable moment. Every single day, he watched as Daphne and Lily grew closer. He knew, without a doubt, that the older witch was doing it to pressure Harry, to use his best friend as a pawn in her sick games. He hadn't liked it, but he simply couldn't tell Daphne to give up the chance at fulfilling her dream of saving her sister. Speaking of the blonde, she was looking at him with a strange expression on her face. "We'll figure it out. We always do. I know enough about blood magic to get started, and I could always use your help." "Of course, I'll help, Daph. It's the very least I could do." "Great. Astoria will be coming to Demstrang with the rest of my family during Yule, and we could test some new charms on her to temporarily halt the curse like we did last time. Now that we know it's possible, we could do something about it. I'll teach you what I can about blood magic. It's not really much, but we'll figure something out." Harry smiled at her sudden enthusiasm. "Sure. I guess it's your turn to teach me something, huh?" How the tables have turned. The girl gave him a cheeky smile. "Oh, I think I'm going to like this. I'll give you homework every day and everything. I remember you preparing us for the obstacle course last year. Let's just say that I have a lot of resentment built up." "Whatever you say, Professor." For some reason, Daphne blushed slightly. She stood silent for a few seconds before speaking up for the first time. "You know, there's going to be a Yule Ball before the task. I heard one of the organizers talking about it. I think it'll get announced when we get to Demstrang." Harry nodded at that statement. It was probably a stipulation from Demstrang when they split up the task. Since Beauxbatons wanted to have the opening ceremony and Hogwarts was given the last task, since the ICW wanted as much time to make Britain as safe as possible, Demstrang, as one of the main magical schools in Europe, needed something to differentiate it as well, something to bring in more attention, which was why they decided to hold the Yule Ball there. Daphne cleared her throat and continued, "And well, since we're all invited, I wanted to ask you if you'd come with me as my date." The last Potter immediately agreed, "Of course." For some reason, the young witch frowned. "No, I don't mean as a friend. I'm asking you as a date. "Oh." That was exactly what Harry could say in response to that. He wasn't blind. He knew that Daphne had feelings for him. She had them for a long time. He fully expected them to fizzle out a long time ago, since they were too young to entertain the idea of a relationship. He thought that those feelings had faded, but from the way Daphne's face fell at his reply, he wasn't so sure anymore. "I know that this is out of nowhere, especially with what happened to your mother. I feel silly for even asking." Harry interrupted her. "All right." She tilted her head in confusion. "All right, what?" "All right, let's go to the Yule Ball together as a date." The smile she gave him in return brightened the entire room, and any hesitation he had left disappeared at seeing her so happy. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to say anything as the entire metallic dragon shook very badly, throwing both of them to the ground. "What the hell is going on?" the blonde groaned. Harry spread his arcane hearing and heard multiple songs around the dragon with malicious intent. "Our ride is getting attacked. Wake up the other students, we need to defend ourselves." Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Express Delivery. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry spread his arcane hearing and heard multiple songs around the dragon with malicious intent. "Our ride is getting attacked. Wake up the other students, we need to defend ourselves." Daphne gave him a questioning look. "Who would attack us?" "I don't know. We need to get the others, and fast." They ran out of the compartment, doing their best not to fall due to the constant shaking. He felt a wave of magic coming towards the wall on their left and immediately conjured a shield to protect him and Daphne. A fraction of a second later, a giant blast destroyed the wall near them and 3 masked men flying on brooms landed inside. Harry immediately retaliated with a telekinetic push that threw the 3 men back into the sky. He looked around and hummed. McGonagall must have charmed the air pressure to remain constant to avoid someone flying off if someone had damaged the dragon. That was very thoughtful of her. Right as he thought that the walls started to melt themselves back into shape. "What's that?" "McGonagall is keeping the dragon together." "That's good news, right? We won't be sucked away easily." Harry nodded. "Yes, but she also won't be able to fight, and she's the only professor currently in the dragon. The rest went back to Hogwarts for their normal classes, remember?" He ignored as she cursed their luck, and they walked around with their wands raised. His arcane hearing warned him of a spell going this way. He waved his wand and the spell faded away, its structure being unmade using his arcane hearing. He prepared to retaliate, but he noticed something very familiar, something that was wrong attached to that of a young man. Longbottom, Granger, it's me, Potter. Don't attack. Proof it, a voice retorted. I lied to you about what happened in the chamber, and you haven't spoken to me since. The young man came forward with a visible look of relief. Hermione Granger followed him with a neutral look on her face. You have no idea how glad I am to see you, Harry. The last Potter nodded at him. Me too. Did you see anyone else? We need to keep everyone's head count and organize a defense. A few tried to attack us, but we stunned them. How did they even get on board? They're breaking into the walls. McGonagall is too busy repairing the damage to avoid straining the air pressure regulator charms so that we won't all be sucked up outside. The Muggleborn seemed to agree with his statement. Yes, we need to have a head count of everyone. There's Susan Bones in our year. I think the 5th years are all in one compartment with Chong. The 6th year should be with the twins, and the 7th year should handle themselves without too much trouble. It was a good analysis of the situation. To make a better plan, he used his arcane hearing to modify a quick spell, specifically Hominum Revelio. It wasn't anything really fancy, it was just a range extension to analyze the entire dragon for anyone and get a bit more information from the scan. He quickly recognized Susan Bones, who was huddled under a shield while being attacked by a group of wizards. Harry turned without saying a single word. The others ran behind him, asking questions, but he ignored them. To be perfectly honest, he had pretty much forgotten about Susan Bones being in the delegation and he couldn't help but feel slightly bad about it. The redhead had been a friendly acquaintance for a better part of the previous year. Susan Bones wasn't considered in any of the tasks, and for good reason. She wasn't the best representative for Hogwarts skills. She would probably just enter the dueling tournament and lose in the early rounds. Anyway, now that he thought back, he remembered Susan in the background, mostly talking to foreign students. She was probably the only Hogwarts student who actually tried to network during the tournament. And now, she was being attacked. Harry was getting angry. He passed by one of the corridors and saw another wizard trying to cast a spell at him. He simply used an overpowered stunner to knock him out without even looking. With a wave of his wand, the doors vanished as he walked forward. He arrived to the young Hufflepuff being overwhelmed, and quickly took 4 of the attacked by surprise. The last one sent a cutting hex at him, which he destabilized with barely a thought before telekinetically disarming the men and pushing him towards the wall. Harry turned, still pushing the men to the wall, and looked at Susan worriedly. Are you all right? She groaned and nodded. Yes. Almost wasn't though. He looked at her shield and grinned when he saw the runes. Nice shield. I haven't seen this matrix before. Your own work. She returned his smile. You're a very good teacher. We'll chat later. We're all gathering to plan out a defense. He turned towards the levitated men. Did they say anything to you? No, just started attacking. It's weird. They didn't even try to use any serious curses. Harry walked towards the wizard and took off his hood. Who are you? I'm not talking, he yelled out. The last Potter nodded. That's very understandable. Being loyal is important and you're a very loyal man, aren't you? The men didn't say anything, but he visibly preened. Harry continued, it's a shame you're not really being trusted with anything. I don't think you can tell me anything important because you don't know anything important. The attacker got weirdly angry at this, and Harry decided to use his arcane hearing to put more pressure. When he did, the song felt more like a shell, a mask that was being presented to the world while the core was asleep. He stiffened. Oh, you poor man. Damn it. What is it, Harry? Daphne asked from behind him. The reason why they're not casting any powerful spells or curses is because they can't. They're under the Imperius. Harry stiffened at the 3 wizards he had sent flying into the sky when they attacked, but he suppressed the feeling. Now, it's not time to think back. He needed to make sure that everyone survived this mess. Hermione seemed to agree with his proclamation. Even if they were forced to do so, they wouldn't be capable of using magic that they haven't already mastered. It would make sense why they're all so mediocre. That doesn't mean that they're not dangerous. We need to get to the others. I think there's a big group of them near the front of the dragon, the last Potter proclaimed before making his way there, not leaving time for his companions to protest. It didn't take long to see most of the other students being huddled around in the main compartment, surrounded by wizards from all sides. They had conjured a large magical shield whose power was shared between them. He turned towards his classmates and spoke up, stay here. I'll be back in a minute. He also didn't give them time to protest and ran towards the main compartment. He immediately activated his invisibility cloak, phased through the wall and quickly stunned one of the attackers. Before the others could even react, he warped space around them and cast around a dozen stunners successfully, each one knocking out one of the attackers. Harry deactivated the cloak and walked back to his friends, ignoring the gaping looks of the other students. I knocked them all out. He immediately turned towards Diggory. Is there anyone missing? No, just a few stunned people. The last Potter nodded. They're under the Imperious curse. Conjure some bindings and make sure they're not too hurt. Harry heard a spike of malicious intent thanks to his arcane hearing. There are still a lot of them outside. Where's McGonagall? At the front. We were the last layer of defense. We think that they were trying to bring down the dragon from the inside, one of the Weasley twins answered. Harry nodded. All right, Diggory, make a head count of everyone. Try to see if anyone is missing. I'm going to try something, so give me a few seconds. He never expected to use this particular piece of magic when he read about it. It was mostly out of curiosity more than anything. Harry quickly raised his wands and glowing runes appeared in midair. It took a bit of concentration to make the necessary alteration, but not too much. Harry then condensed the runes into a ball which he pressed to the ground. Immediately, some kind of magical mist appeared around the room, and he nodded to himself. Angelina Johnson looked at him with a flabbergasted expression on her face. What the fuck is that? An age line. No one over the age of 19 will be able to enter this room without me removing the curse. I put some basic wards and shields to protect you from most spells. It should buy you some time if they get here again. Diggory, you finished the head count? Yes, we're missing 2. Harry nodded. All right, Diggory and Johnson, go look for them and be very careful. The rest of you stay here and try to keep down the vault. Granger, you're with me. The Weasley twins gave him an incredulous look. Where are you going? Outside. As long as they're still flying, then they'll have an advantage. There have to be a few people maintaining the Imperious curse on so many people. I'll bring the fight to them. With that said, Harry quickly waved his wand and a part of the ceiling disappeared. Harry sent a telekinetic push upward to send Hermione flying out and following up by jumping while warping space. Less than a second later, the hole had disappeared, and they landed on the surface of the metallic dragon. The Muggleborn gave him a sour look which he ignored. Cover me. We need to figure out who's responsible for this. She nodded and they walked forward, each at the other's back. They kept walking until they noticed a few wizards landing, only this time, they sent a killing curse at them. Harry quickly conjured an ice wall to intercept the spell and created small blades of ice that he banished at him. The wizard shielded himself and Harry barely had time to follow up since he felt another killing curse coming at him from the left. He dodged this one and sent a wind cutter in the direction of the spell. Slowly, over a dozen of wizards landed around them. They felt different. The malice in their songs was more pronounced and more natural, and Harry knew immediately that these were the instigators of the attack. The main attacker spoke up in an English accent. Harry Potter. I was told that you would be a problem. Tales of your talent were not overstated as I believed. You're exactly as impressive as I imagined. It's nice to have a fan and all, but why would anyone attack a school delegation of all things? My lord's plans are a mystery. I have learned a long time ago to never question his brilliance. Harry snorted. So, your lord, whoever that is, told you to put dozens maybe even hundreds of wizards under the Imperious, and then tell them to attack a bunch of students who happen to be backed up by a single teacher, who is too busy to stop this whole thing from collapsing. The fact that you're failing is a very bad idea. Am I failing? You're here, after all. McGonagall will soon be overwhelmed, and without any other obstacle, our objective will be complete. Perhaps should I present my lord with your head, I would be suitably rewarded. Harry snorted. Yeah, whatever. You know, you kept saying that you liked my skills and everything. Do you seriously think that you'll be able to beat me? Oh, I have no illusion that you'll probably find some trick that would knock us all out with our own spells or something, but what made you think that we're the only ones you're going to fight? Before Harry could process this, he heard hundreds of cracks arriving at once and hundreds of wizards atop brooms appeared. As bad as it was, that was when the roaring started. He turned around and 5 fucking flying dragons of all things, screeching at him in challenge. Well, fuck. Chapter 297, Budding Rolls. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Before Harry could process this, he heard hundreds of cracks arriving at once and hundreds of wizards atop brooms appeared. As bad as it was, that was when the roaring started. He turned around and 5 fucking flying dragons of all things, screeching at him in challenge. Well, fuck. He hadn't realized he had said this out loud, but Hermione gave him an annoyed look. Seriously, they were being attacked and she cared about his language of all things. That girl really was messed up in the head. Harry casually conjured a piece of ice to stop a killing curse by one of the attackers, while trying to create a semblance of a plan. Hermione was able to counterattack easily enough and stunned one of them. After this display, she spoke up. Their target is obviously McGonagall. They want to ground the dragon for some reason. We need to get back. Harry shook his head while dodging a beam of light. No, my wards and age line should stop most of the attack and Daphne will help organize the defense properly. We can't remain on the defensive, especially against these numbers and with hours left till we get to Demstrang. We don't have to wait hours. We just have to wait for the auras to come after detecting the mass apparition that just happened. I took a look at one of the detectors once. The enchantment only reveals the longitude and latitude, not the height. And considering the speed we're moving at, they won't be able to track anything for a while. I'm guessing at least an hour until someone knows that it happened in the air, and another hour to track us down. Do you think we'll be able to hold them off whilst on the defensive for that long? The Muggle-born muttered something. Fine. But what can we do about something like this? I have something in mind. We need to take care of these idiots first. I'll give you a few openings. Try to take them. He didn't even wait for her to respond as he conjured spikes of ice in the air above his enemies. The ones that were in the clear were able to see the spells and sent a few spells at them, trying to save their comrades. Hermione used this to knock them out. Harry followed up by casting a sticking charm at his and Hermione's feet, gluing them to the ground, before temporarily altering gravity around them to the left. The remaining attackers lost their footing, and which was enough for Hermione to tag a few of them. Right as he was going to finish them off, he felt a dragon leaping at him with a beam of fire. Harry was thankfully able to warp space enough to alter its trajectory, making the fire miss completely. Unfortunately, the distraction allowed the few remaining attackers on the metallic dragon to apparate away. A few wizards on brooms began to leap towards him and he growled, "Hermione, cover me. I'm powering up something." She nodded and he used his arcane hearing to analyze the enchantments of the dragon. He slowly crafted a big stunner modifying its layer to incorporate the counters to the dragon before sending it at the beast. The dragon had obviously not expected the spell to do anything, but it was frozen in mid-flight and started to fall down. The battle froze entirely. No one had expected the dragons to suffer any damage. He gave them all a bloodthirsty smile and waved his wand, conjuring a huge fog that hid the metallic dragon immediately. A few groups of wizards came at the fog, ignoring the fog entirely, only for Harry to wave his wand one more time, condensing the fog into a thick cloud that he electrified. Dozens of wizards were surprised by the attack and were electrocuted by the current going through the cloud, taking out a huge chunk of the coming forces. Finally, a few intelligent wizards worked together to create a giant gust of wind that blew the cloud away, and they flew in formation towards Harry and Hermione, casting a multitude of curses at them. Only for them to pass through them entirely. The metallic dragon melted away into nothing, revealing itself to be an illusion, one that Harry had crafted. Instead, there was some kind of glowing globe that kept spinning, until it exploded into a giant telekinetic wave to take out most of the close attackers. It took one of the other dragons screeching and falling back into the ground for the forces to realize that the metallic dragon was behind them. Harry winced as his magic circuits burned slightly and channeled it towards the resurrection stone to manage his casting better. That was a good chunk of the forces gone. Almost half of the wizards and 2 of the 3 dragons. He turned towards Hermione, hoping to ask her to take the lead on the flying wizards, only for the Muggle-born to stare at him with a dumbfounded expression on her face. "Hermione, I'm about to deal with the dragons. I need to keep the wizards off my tail." "What?" she stumbled. "How did you just?" "The illusion." "Enough, Hermione, can you do it or not?" The Muggle-born stiffened. "The dragons." "Sure. Try not to get yourself killed." Harry smirked as he used his arcane hearing to modify another spell. No 2 magical creatures were equal. Every spell to penetrate magical defenses had to be crafted uniquely. It was probably why no one had ever created a spell to generally take out magical creatures. It was also why he took more time to take out each dragon. Still, just as one of the dragons was trying to fly up towards him, trying to take him by surprise, Harry cast the spell right as he reared his head, knocking him out immediately. "Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself." That was what he said until he jumped out of the dragon. He conjured one of his magical circles behind him to propel him into the air, whilst warping space to appear right above one of the remaining dragons' heads. Honestly, before this confrontation, he didn't know dragons could be used for attacks like this. There were historical accounts of battles rumored to have had dragons fighting, but they stopped at Camlin at the latest. Then again, dragons could theoretically be tamed if they were raised from the moment they hatched. It was how dragon reserves were able to stop the beasts from flying off and killing off muggles at every opportunity. But that was it. This degree of control and coordination was completely unreasonable. There was a reason why the ICW invested so much when creating the Leviathans and similar flesh-crafted beasts instead of relying on dragons. Harry shook his head. This was not the time to make even more theories. He had to make sure that everyone was alright first. He cast another stunner at the dragon's head, knocking him out and warping space in front of him to get him to fall in the middle of the regrouping attacking forces. He conjured another magical circle to propel himself in the air once more before warping the space to be above the last dragon, which happened to have been heading towards Hermione. Instead of stunning it, he warped the space directly in front of it, making the wave of fire that the dragon breathed head towards its own allies instead. Harry followed up by stunning the dragon one more, taking out a few other flying wizards. Harry leapt away once more and jumped at one of the flying wizards, kicking him off his broom, and quickly carved a giant exploding runes on the broom, sending it towards the group. He created another magic circle to propel him back to the metallic dragon and warped space to make it more efficient. He gave Hermione a nod as she took out one of the wizards trying to take him by surprise. She was still shocked at his performance. "What the fuck, Harry?" He hummed. "What? The dragons are done. You did a good job covering me, by the way." Harry wasn't even lying. Hermione had done a good job at distracting the attackers before every jump. She was able to understand the rough outlines of the plans, which was to take out the dragons, and made herself a very dangerous distraction while he kept doing his thing. He noticed the final group of wizards, around 10 of them survived his onslaught, preparing a spell. Now, how should he handle it? Oh, he had almost forgotten the broom. Harry quickly activated the exploding rune which took out the remaining attackers. He turned towards Hermione who was still gaping at him. "Well, that was a thing. I'm more interested in knowing who is responsible for this." Harry's first instinct was to blame it on either Dumbledore or Grindelwald. These kinds of forces, especially 5 dragons, aren't easy to sneak past most countries. However, there was one small thing. Dumbledore was there in the schools. Someone attacking the Express mid-flight must have wanted to avoid the security that the ICW and the hosting schools would provide. Dumbledore had access to the schools and most of the ICW information. If he wanted to pull something, he would have done so without risking an aerial battle which was inherently risky since stunning anyone could easily kill them. Oh, he had forgotten about that. It was likely that everyone who he had defeated was dead. He knew that those were probably mercenaries of some sort, considering the arsenal of curses that were sent at him, but he had almost killed 100 people in minutes. He steeled himself. No, he would deal with that later. Now, he wanted to know who made him stain his hands so. Harry waved his hand towards one of the bound wizards on the plane. He remembered him being the main instigator. The man groaned as he woke up from his stunner before stiffening when he saw him. Harry ripped off his mask and he was slightly disappointed by what he saw. The man was just so ordinary. So normal. He wouldn't have picked this man out of the crowd as a murderer and yet, he was. Harry gave him a merciless stare. "Why were you attacking us?" The man was trembling, but Harry didn't care. "Don't look around, look at me. Your forces are gone, your dragons have fallen. There is no need for distractions. The only way you get out of this alive is if you talk." The man tried to lash out with his hand and Harry telekinetically blocked it and unraveled whatever magic the man was trying to make. He quickly noticed the glowing beneath his sleeve and pulled it back, to see the glowing form of a small dragon, a family crest. My guess would either be about dragon taming or dragon control. A very useful and deadly ability. But you haven't answered my questions. "Fuck you," the man rasped. Harry nodded. "All right, you're the one who made me do this." For the first time in a very long time, Harry met someone's eyes and entered their mind. It wouldn't be lying to say that legilimency was an art. There had to be for someone to tease certain ideas, certain mind links, to reveal hidden information. A simple stray thought could be the key to everything. Harry hadn't teased out anything, he demanded information, but there was something blocking him. Of course, there was. The man had a family crest, and it offered an inherent protection against mind attacks. But Harry kept pushing until his family crest was draining him dry to protect his own mind. And just like that Harry stopped, letting the man breathe, exhausted. Right as the man was relaxing, he used an imitation of the Vila lure, one that promised comfort and peace, having taken inspiration from his mother. "Why don't you tell me who sent you, dear?" And it all would go away. Just say their name. He wasn't really as good as his mother at it, having deceived Daphne without any trouble. But a tired mind, an exhausted body, did not have the instinctive resistance to this type of magic. This was proven to be correct when he mumbled, "Lord Voldemort." The moment he said this, Harry felt a curse take hold of the man and saw him convulse in pain. In mere seconds, the man's skin blackened and withered away until it turned into dust that flew in the wind. But Harry had barely processed what he said. Voldemort. Why would he attack them? The only reason would be Neville. He wanted Neville's blood to resuscitate himself. That was all of this was about. Hermione interrupted Harry's musing. "Harry." "Yes," he replied. "Look at them," she muttered. Harry followed Hermione's gaze and saw the stunned attackers also wither into dust. He really needed a shower and a nap. This really was a fucked up day. Chapter 298, Auburn Conjectures. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Hermione Granger watched as Harry Potter ran as quickly as he could and warped the exterior of McGonagall's metal dragon. He jumped in without even giving her a look and she had no choice but to follow him. As the walls morphed back into place, Hermione couldn't help herself to reassess her threat assessment of her former friend. Holy shit, this was insane. Nothing in the Department of Mysteries training remotely prepared her to deal with anything like this. Harry Potter had just literally taken out hundreds of attacking wizards, which was practically a small army, and 5 fucking dragons. Yes, 5 fucking dragons that some idiot tamed thanks to his family crest. It took half a dozen of mages trained specifically to handle dragons, to knock a single one of the beasts out, by attacking it at once. And he did it on his own. He somehow got past the creature's magical resistance with a single spell. It was fucking insane. Who did this? And he didn't even look winded while doing it. No wonder he didn't take the tournament seriously. Things would have been boring if he did. The tasks wouldn't have been more than 5 minutes long. It was a nice piece of the puzzle though. Harry didn't like monotony or boredom. He didn't steamroll them, but tried to trick them instead, get them to beat themselves instead of him being involved. She could understand that a bit. In a weird way, he liked the challenge, putting restrictions on himself to win without overwhelming the others. It was evident with the way he handled the second task. He could have easily just put a potion in the competitor's system, or even some kind of rune on their person, and he could have just taught Chong to activate it and that would have been it. A nice clean win. But he wanted to be clever, wanted Hogwarts to win without even knowing that they did it themselves. As far as anyone was concerned, they cast the spells that won them the second task, and that was because they actually did just that. They just didn't know it at the time. This was the first time Hermione had seen him fight without making some kind of quip or some long overcomplicated plan to defeat all enemies at once by tricking them into doing so. And it was fucking terrifying. He was like a storm, obliterating everyone around without even acknowledging them. He hid it underneath his mask of impudence, jokes, and absurd plans, but underneath it all, the storm was still there, waiting to be unleashed, and the Muggle-born shakily thought that she had barely seen a glimpse of what it was capable of. As they walked in silence, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Why did you ask me to come with you?" The last Potter snorted, "You're capable enough to have my back. So was Greengrass, and yet you left her safe inside." The boy didn't answer for a few seconds before finally saying, "It's not about capability. It's about the mentality. You've been so close to death, undergone training from the unspeakables. You can handle seeing death. I'm not willing to see if Daphne could do the same." Hermione hummed, "This is your first time killing someone, isn't it?" "No, it isn't. But it was the first time where I had a choice in the matter. The other time, it was purely for survival's sake, but here I actively didn't want them to be a threat. You could argue that their kill switches did the most damage and that killing them protected the rest of the students, but it was still my choice. I guess I'll have to live with that." "When was the first time you killed someone?" The young Slytherin chuckled, "Death is such a curious thing. For example, you were so close to it, and yet you keep skirting the line, courting it. It's a very dangerous way to live." "Not so much with the phylactery. It's one of the few upsides," she replied with a snarky tone. Harry turned towards her with a blank expression on his face. "Do you really think there are no ways of bypassing the diary? That no one could hurt you without access to your soul?" The hair on the back of her neck started to tingle. "Are you threatening me?" "No. Just giving you a word of caution. An illusion of invincibility is easily a door to one's downfall. I'm impressed with your work with Lily, by the way." Hermione stiffened. "I just wanted you and Neville to be safe." He shook his head while chuckling. "Perhaps it was a small part of it. Perhaps it's what you tell yourself at night. But the naked truth is that Lily Evans held the leash around your neck, and you didn't like having such a constant threat being around you. It was clever, telling Daphne, knowing that she would either tell me or stick with Lily. If she hadn't told me, you would have put the blame on them, forcing me to confront them. If she had told me, then someone would have arranged that our conversation be intercepted, forcing a confrontation that would inevitably end with Lily leaving, willingly or not. Either way, you got what you wanted, and Lily wouldn't be with the delegation. So, tell me, how right am I here?" Truth be told, he was very right. Hermione had followed Lily around like a hound for weeks to find anything condemning. She didn't like it, of course, hurting Harry the way she did, but she knew that Lily was probably up to something, and she could have used it. In the end, Lily was gone, and Harry and Neville were safe, which was a win all around. She did them a favor, really. Still, she had trouble formulating a response to Harry, who grinned. "Oh, I'm not complaining. You took me off guard. People rarely do that. Sure, Lily leaving the way she did means that I lost a very powerful ally, and you put me in a very vulnerable position, now that I don't appreciate." "Harry." She stammered. He gave her a serious look. "I pray that you're satisfied with your small victory and that you would not do this again. I cannot promise that I would react the same way." Hermione could barely breathe. It was like someone was pressing down on her chest and she was practically hyperventilating, trying to let some air in. She just nodded her head, shakily, and the pressure disappeared. Harry's jovial smile returned. "Now, was that so bad? With that out of the way, it better that we focus on the attack." The Muggle-born took the olive branch as quickly as she could. "Voldemort." Harry nodded. "Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it?" I think the last time you saw him was in our first year, outside the diary of course. But he was present during the World Cup finals, the attack, and he was still a shade. I don't think a few months would have changed that much. And if Voldemort is involved, then Neville is the target, she finished. This had to be one of Hermione's worst nightmares. An entire attack, an army of wizards, going after Neville. She wouldn't have been able to fight them off, especially the dragons. The plan was quickly coming together. Whoever planned this knew that McGonagall was the only professor in the dragon, but that wasn't supposed to be the standard. There were supposed to be at least 2, maybe even 3 staff members. After all, with McGonagall possibly occupied, someone needed to make sure that the students didn't hurt themselves. Someone had made sure that the staff members were all busy in Britain, and a small trip wasn't a big deal. Someone had planned this attack, knowing that McGonagall would be forced to actively control her construct, and had planned on downing it, taking her out while she was exhausted, and kidnap Neville. The sad thing was that it would have worked had Harry not been there. For all her skills, Hermione couldn't have done what he did, not even close. They walked towards the front compartment and quickly redirected the spells coming their way. Thank Merlin. Everyone was safe. Harry simply raised an eyebrow, seriously. We thought you were the attackers, Diggory answered seriously. Well, the attack is over. We just need to clear the rest of the ride and put the imperious attackers in another place. Greengrass ran towards Harry looking worried. Are you all right? We heard some weird sounds. Oh, that was just the dragons, the boy casually responded. Dragons, all of them seemed to utter at once. Don't worry about it, although, we might need to talk to the authorities to obliviate the muggles. Dragons falling out of the sky might keep them busy for a bit. The last Potter ignored their questions and turned. Where's Longbottom? I'm here, Potter, Neville answered from the back. Harry made his way to Neville and sighed in relief. Good. Were you hit by any spells, or hurt in any way? No, Hermione got us out without any problem, then we follow you and Greengrass. No cuts, bleeds, or anything like that. Neville gave him a weird look. No, nothing. Harry sighed in relief and Hermione couldn't help but ask, what is it? I needed to know if someone had taken his blood. Why is that? He simply shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm going to speak with McGonagall, and tell her about the attack and everything. She must be exhausted, keeping the dragon together like that. I'm kinda impressed, to be honest. And just like that, he walked out, with Greengrass following him. Hermione took Neville aside and put on some privacy charms. Neville spoke up first. What was that about? He was just worried about you. What happened out there? She sighed. There were a lot of attackers and 5 dragons. We think that they came here for you, Neville. For me? Why? Neville looked so vulnerable when asking this. It was hard to equate the person in front of her to the boy who fought a basilisk for her sake, who jumped into the forbidden corridor with barely a year of magical education to face a Dark Lord. It was ironic that these events didn't scar him, but it was the public's opinion of him, the way they targeted him, that truly sapped away from his enthusiasm. And now, it was up to Hermione to bring him back, to mold him into the child of the prophecy, make him become Britain's savior once more. Harry interrogated one of the attackers. They said that they were sent by Voldemort. And when Lord Voldemort is concerned, I'm also involved. He finished. Fuck. Why now? I thought he was gone. We haven't heard anything from him for years. Why is he back now? And why did Potter ask me about my blood? I don't know about the blood. He must know something that we don't. I almost got everyone here killed. I almost got you killed. Hermione shook her head vehemently. I'm here. And so is everyone. Because of Potter. It's always Potter this, Potter that. Look, the fact is that Harry Potter saved our asses this time. But that says nothing about you. I'm telling you this because I'm your friend, but ever since I came back, I've seen you wallowing in the background, almost as if you were afraid that someone would talk to you. You need to get over it and train. If Voldemort is out to get you, then be ready for him. I'm perfectly ready to train with you. But you need to stop hiding and go back to being Neville Longbottom. If you want people to talk about you the way they do him, then you'll have to prove yourself. If you want to regain your honor, show the world that you're not some joke, then act the part. You need to stop wallowing in pity all the time. Neville Longbottom's spine finally straightened, and he stopped hunching in defeat. There was a glint in his eyes that had been missing for months that just appeared to be back. You know what, you're right. If Voldemort is going to come after me, then I'll be ready. I'll show him and everyone else that I won't be so easily taken out, and I'll do that by winning the 3rd task of the tournament. This wasn't exactly what Hermione had been aiming for, but it was better than the blank expression that had been on his face for months. For the first time in a long time, it felt like Neville was finally back. And for a fraction of a second, Hermione started to feel a shade of happiness, before it faded away like most of her emotions, overwhelmed by the coldness of her logic. Chapter 299, of Change and Choices. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. He simply shrugged, "It doesn't matter. I'm going to speak with McGonagall and tell her about the attack and everything. She must be exhausted, keeping the dragon together like that. I'm kinda impressed, to be honest." Harry turned and walked away from Hermione. This was probably the most time they spoke to each other since her return, and it was very awkward, to say the least. He didn't know why he felt that way, but he always had trouble just treating Hermione like a stranger, as much as he would like to. It was probably a mixture of guilt at her current fate, a bit of nostalgia as one of his first friends, not that it lasted for very long. Nevertheless, despite her training with the unspeakables, Harry found himself disappointed with her performance. It wasn't that she was useless. She helped and did exactly what she should have, but there was no creativity, no ingenuity. She wasn't like him, not like he expected her to be, not like his mother acted. She reminded him of the perfectly trained Aurors who followed protocol to the letter, but would not have any sort of initiative. He had chosen her over everyone in the room because he expected more from her. Oh, she was miles better than having someone like Diggory or Johnson with him, but he would have probably worked better with Daphne, but that was mostly out of experience fighting together than anything else. Speaking of the blonde, she walked up to him right before he went to see McGonagall. "Harry. Hey, Daph. Did anything happen down here?" She shrugged, "Not much. A few attackers tried to get in, but your age line stopped them from entering and we stunned them. They were also under the Imperius. Good job. I'm going to see McGonagall, tell her what happened. Poor woman must be exhausted keeping this whole thing afloat." The blonde didn't dignify this as an answer and changed the subject entirely. "Why did you choose Granger?" "What do you mean? You went out and fought for us and you asked Granger to come with you instead of me. Do you not trust me?" Harry frowned. "Of course I trust you." "Then why?" "Well, it was the best strategic option. The truth is that this wasn't like our normal fights. My priority. Our priority was to keep the students safe, and to do that, I needed someone I could trust here. While my age line would have stopped anyone from stepping into the compartment, it didn't stop any magic from coming through. The ward I put up was basic at best and I only did it to give you enough time. I just didn't have time to power it and couldn't find anything to do it quickly enough. I needed someone capable of blocking the door. Your skill with ice magic and with your druid magic with your crest instantly made you the best choice. I didn't choose Hermione to go with me, I chose you to stay, because I trusted the fact that you could protect them when I wasn't there." Daphne blushed slightly. "So? You don't like Granger better?" "Of course not, why would you think that? I'll admit that she was somewhat helpful but not that much. She barely handled a dozen mages, while I probably took out over 100, and that's not mentioning the dragons." "Dragons," she exclaimed, "what dragons?" Oh, he really shouldn't have said that. He slowly walked away while she kept yelling out, "Harry Potter. Come back here this instant." Harry quickly conjured some smoke and activated his invisibility cloak. Hopefully, Daphne would have calmed down a bit when he came back. He really needed to talk to McGonagall. As the headmistress, she really should know what happened and she would be the one to speak to the authorities about what happened. Because there was definitely going to be an investigation, at the very least, and he didn't want anyone to try to pin something on him. He walked slowly to the control room and was met with the sorry sight of an exhausted Minerva McGonagall. Her usually sharp eyes, now shadowed with fatigue, bore the weight of the responsibility she had shouldered. Her hands, slightly trembling from exertion, clutched her wand with a determined grip. Despite her weariness, there was a steely resolve in her gaze as she turned and pointed her wand at Harry when he dropped the invisibility, before relaxing. "Oh, Potter. Thank Merlin it's you." Harry gave her a warm look. "The attack is over, Professor. You can rest now." It might have been imperceptible if someone wasn't looking for it, but the headmistress relaxed slightly. "What happened? Is anyone hurt?" "We were attacked by a few people. They blasted the outside of the dragon to get a few attackers in. We got all of the students to the front of the train and barricaded ourselves, as much as we could, at least. No one is hurt, just some broken bones, a few cuts, bruises and the like. Most of the attackers who broke in were stunned, but they were all under the Imperius. Granger and I went outside, hoping to reinforce the dragon or create some kind of ward to stop any more attackers from entering. We ended up having to fight off the rest of the attackers. There were a few of them on brooms, but they also had dragons on them. I took out the dragons and they went after the rest of the attackers. A lot of them operated away, but the dragons fell from the sky. We'll probably need a team of obliviators for that." Harry decided not to mention the curse that had obviously been activated when the leader revealed that Voldemort was responsible for the attack. It wouldn't be a good idea to invite anything that could incriminate him in any way. Having some dragons being responsible for any deaths would have been a far better idea. After all, dragons were unpredictable and known mage killers. They were also a great distraction, which was obvious when McGonagall gaped at him. "You fought dragons?" Harry simply shrugged. It wasn't like they would have left us alone. I just used the spells I used against the Leviathan during the first task. That did the trick and stunned them. It was the only reason I volunteered, after all. And what spell would that be? The Transfiguration Mistress asked with a curious look in her eyes. It's a family crest spell, I'm afraid. But we'll need to talk to the authorities about the dragons. I don't know if they survived their fall or not, but they most likely ended up in the Muggle world. I'm guessing that the Obliviators are going to have to talk for overtime. The Transfiguration Mistress nodded and cast a Patronus charm, which flew away to the distance before turning to Harry. The authorities have been alerted. I've already sent them a Patronus before when the attack started, but I received no word back. I have to admit that I am curious as to how 5 dragons appeared out of nowhere without anyone knowing about them, and how they were trained, for that matter. I know that the ICW has tried to do it before, and it was deemed to be a failure. I don't know if it's relevant, but one of the attackers who operated away had a family crest with the form of a dragon. The headmistress hummed. There were myths about dragon tamers, but they were hunted down before the statute of secrecy was even put in place. Never mind, it's not that important. I need to warn the other schools, their delegations might be attacked next as well. Harry shook his head. I don't think that's very likely. Why is that? They were going after Longbottom. McGonagall stayed silent at this. Are you sure about that? Yes, but there are no ways to prove it. It will be prudent that you warn the other schools, but what you make of this information will be your responsibility. The older witch shook her head. That is very troubling. I'll have to think about that. But the fact remains that you have probably saved my students and I am in your debt. If you need anything that is in my power to aid you, then I will. You have already done more than enough with the tournament even if your methods were unconventional. A tournament is for entertainment, Professor. Someone attacking my classmates is not. That's a very good attitude to have, Mr. Potter. I do apologize that you had to take matters into your own hands. That cursed unspeakable woman should have handled situations like this, but she disappeared a few days before we departed. I'll need to take more precautions during our next ride in the tournament. I'll definitely have another professor, maybe even a small Auror squad. I have been lax when it came to security. I never thought an attack like this would ever happen. Harry gave her a warm smile, and now you do. No one was hurt in the last attack and now you're aware of a threat. That's a win in my book, even if the paperwork is probably going to be very exhausting for you. Speaking of exhaustion, I think a small nap would be heavenly right about now. The older witch chuckled, and a well-deserved one, at that. Take some rest, Mr. Potter. We'll speak later. The last Potter nodded and left the room, returning quickly back to the compartment. Well, it would have been better to say that he snuck back in. He was in no mood to answer any questions. He noticed that Hermione was practically swarmed by people and almost groaned. Seriously, the moment the danger passed, they all stopped having any sense of self-preservation. Instead, he sat down on one of the couches and thought about the consequences of the attack. Lord Voldemort was trying to return and had decided that attacking the Express-Turn Dragon was a good idea. Where he found someone with a dragon-taming or dragon-controlling family crest, Harry didn't know. But he knew for a fact that the man was more than willing to slaughter their entire delegation for no reason. But why would he arrange an attack with Harry there? He had to have known that Harry would have defended himself without too much trouble. Perhaps he was hoping that the dragons would overwhelm him. To be fair, Harry hadn't shown that he was capable of handling such a threat in public. Still, it didn't matter. What did matter was that Voldemort was returning, and it was definitely not a good time for that to happen. To be perfectly honest, Harry had probably done more than anyone, other than maybe Frank and Alice Longbottom, to destroy Lord Voldemort. He had reduced the man's Horcruxes into just the cup of Hufflepuff, Neville Longbottom's Scar, and maybe Nagini. He didn't know if she was even a Horcrux. He couldn't exactly kill Longbottom without repercussion, nor did he want to, and he didn't even know if Nagini was turned to a Horcrux or not, but the cup. It was theoretically achievable. Arcturus Black had tried to gain access to the Lestrange vault, citing it holding a family heirloom that Bellatrix had stolen, but both the Ministry and Gringotts refused to even budge an inch, citing that only a Lestrange could claim the vault, nothing more. The Black Patriarch had theorized that they had made a deal to split the Lestrange fortune after a few decades of inactivity. It was a pretty shitty move, but it wasn't exactly a surprise. The Ministry needed the gold, and the goblins built their entire business model on reclaiming old fortunes. It was funny, by getting killed, Bellatrix Lestrange had probably helped her precious master the most. Previously, she was a vulnerability. She could have been impersonated, blackmailed into getting the cup, or even just betrayed him. By dying, she made accessing the Horcrux all that much more difficult. He couldn't exactly pretend to be her and try to access her vault. There was only one way to get the cup. His thoughts were interrupted by Daphne, who finally noticed that he was back. She gave him a worried look and asked him, "I said your name like 5 times. What's going on in that head of yours?" "Nothing much, just planning to break into Gringotts." She nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, what? Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Chapter 300, Lines in the Sand. November 29, 1994, Demstrang. This was a fucking mess. That was exactly what David Roche thought to himself as he watched the boy in front of him who had an unconcerned look in his eyes as if he didn't care that David's superiors wanted to screw the kid. He hadn't wanted to do it, but he couldn't exactly refuse, not without disappearing after being reassigned somewhere on the other side of the world. David was one of the ICW's main investigators. It had been a relatively easy job. He didn't have to risk his life on the front lines and just handled crime scenes and interviews, where he barely had to cast a few forensic spells to get the job done. Well, sometimes it was frustrating, especially the fact that he could get easily transferred to another branch of the ICW at a moment's notice, but he was comfortable, nonetheless. There were also gruesome affairs, like the ones in front of him. David had seen a lot of fucked up shit in his life, but this had to take the cake. The local authorities had received an alert from their Department of Magical Transportation about mass teleportation. They sent a handful of aurors to investigate, only to find nothing there. At least, that was until 5 fucking dragons fell from the sky in the next town over and hundreds of splattered dead bodies spread all over the town. They had to obliviate an entire traumatized Muggle village for that. That's not to mention the dragons. It was a miracle that they had survived their fall, but the ICW obliviators had worked overtime to cover that up. It was the first time he had to investigate a crime scene with dragons involved. He didn't think dragons could even be controlled as an attack force. The main question remained was that why anyone would try to use so many resources to attack a school delegation of all things. It wasn't hard to narrow down the list of targets. It had to be someone who couldn't be attacked easily elsewhere, so no easy access to their homes and the hosting schools. It had to be someone who warranted such a force. If he had to guess, there were 3 possibilities: Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, and Minerva McGonagall. The first 2 were evident. One was a celebrity who happened to be a symbol against Britain's traditionalist faction, and the other had pissed off a lot of people with his antics during the tournament and was an extremely talented mage, probably a powerhouse in the making. McGonagall was the more surprising option. Attacking Hogwarts Ride, especially with her being the only staff member, meant that she couldn't move well. She had to remain in her place trying to avoid their method of transportation from crashing and killing all of her students. She was some easy prey. And a good way to eliminate Hogwarts headmistress, whether wanting to give the position to someone else or wanting to hurt the institution for some other reason. It was also convoluted, and it didn't help that all the attackers were dead, something that David's superiors wanted to blame the Potter boy for. Speaking of the young Potter, he was giving him a very unimpressed look as he hummed some song, unconcerned with the allegations against him. They were sitting in a classroom in Demstrang, a particularly cold one at that, hoping to make the boy as uncomfortable as possible. It hadn't worked. The fortress was massive and daunting. Its stone walls seemed to swallow any bit of warmth, leaving the air always chilly. Heavy wooden beams crisscrossed the high ceilings, covered in ancient runes that whispered of the school's long and mysterious past. Despite the intimidating surroundings, Potter seemed completely unfazed, lounging in his chair with a relaxed air. His easygoing attitude was almost infuriating to those who had hoped to scare him, making the whole attempt feel like a pointless exercise. He would have rather done this in some office instead of Demstrang. Unfortunately, the school wasn't technically part of any country. He wasn't exactly an expert on the matter, but it somehow needed a certain path to get to the fortress, which changed up somewhere near the Baltic Sea. To be fair, most of the mages in Eastern Europe were invited to go to Demstrang, so it would be fair that the school not favor any country specifically. Still, it was a shame since that limited the number of businesses that could grow in their specific tasks in the tournament, but also the number of spectators. For some reason, Albus Dumbledore was working overtime, trying to get as many people as possible to watch the task. Considering that it was probably going to be one of the more dangerous ones, he wouldn't be surprised if this would have been the factor that would get most people to come spectate. Nevertheless, David had to return to the issue at hand: Harry Potter. The boy tilted his head. That's me. My name is David Roche and I work with the ICW. We're investigating the attack on your delegation, which happened this morning. Potter nodded. Sure, what do you want to know? What would you say, in your words, happened? Start from the beginning. All right. We were on our ride, as usual, but then it started shaking. People were blasting their way into the express. McGonagall must have held the entire animation, transfiguration, and air pressure regulation charms to avoid us getting sucked out. She probably handled the temperature difference as well, now that I think about it. It was very impressive. And what did you do to the attackers? Well, nothing really. We stunned them. Our main goal was to make sure that everyone was all right and to regroup, nothing more. We did just that. You only stunned them? Roche asked, with a questioning look. The boy shrugged. They were sending some pretty tame magic at us. So, stunning them was a safe bet, which was the right decision since I now know that they were under the Imperius curse. Your teammates told me that you made that connection. My question is how? Do you have any experience with such dark magic? Oh, Merlin, no. Of course, I don't practice dark magic. It's just that, if you're going to attack a place, you would not get people to cast common jinxes. You'd hire professionals. No matter how powerful the Imperious curse is, its victims' skills are their own. If someone was put under the Imperious and told to defeat Gellert Grindelwald, they would still die. That was actually a very good answer. It would have been far easier for the boy to slip up and get himself arrested for using dark magic. The night was still young, and the boy was surprisingly willing to talk. All right, tell me what happened next. Potter simply shrugged. We got to the front of the express, and I put down some wards to stop any hidden stragglers from getting there. After I made sure that everyone was there, I tasked them to protect themselves and I got out with Granger to see who was attacking. That's when the trouble really started. We knew that they were probably the people controlling the attackers and we fought them. They kept sending killing curses at us, but they ordered their forces to attack us instead and operate away. Did they say who they worked for or anything? Nothing really. Just that it was for their lord, whoever this is. I didn't really care, since, you know, the whole being attacked by over 100 wizards and 5 dragons. David pushed on that, so, 100 wizards, they must have looked terrifying. Did you think that they were also under the Imperious? I didn't really care about the mages. Reinforcing the wards and a few innovative runes could easily turn this into a siege, and since we only had to wait for reinforcements, it wasn't exactly a long time to hold on. No, my main issue was the dragons. Which you stunned. The last Potter looked unconcerned. Well, you saw what I did against the Leviathan. Why would a dragon be any different? Well, David had to admit that the boy had a point. He had been there when Potter somehow knocked a Leviathan unconscious with a single spell. The research and development department had worked for weeks, trying to see how that happened, only to find nothing. The boy's spell had somehow ignored the creature's magical resistance. Still, he had to pry, and how did you achieve that result, exactly? I'm afraid that it's to do with my family crest. Then again, you wouldn't have been here without having examined my wand. So, assuming that you'll have found nothing, you'll have no choice but to agree with me. And you know as much as anyone else on this continent that family crests are off limits. He wasn't exactly wrong with that statement, which was even more infuriating. He had analyzed Potter's last spells. They were just some banishing charms, a few stunners, and a couple of transfigurations, nothing really alarming. Unfortunately, everyone knew that the boy could easily kill people without casting a single spell, especially considering his skills with runes that he showcased in the first task. Unfortunately, there were no carved runes anywhere. David decided to change his angle once more. What about the 100 dead bodies that were found? Tell me how that happened. I only attacked the dragons, but they were in a formation with them. A falling dragon, especially an unexpected one, took a lot of wizards with them. The rest just operated away. For some reason, I don't believe you. You mean to tell me that by just stunning the dragons, they took the rest of the forces with them? The boy shook his head. Well, it wasn't exactly stunning. Dragons are a lot more magically resistant than expected. It was more like they were violently put to sleep. And since it wasn't immediate, they lashed out. Son, you know that if I have enough reason, I could make you drink Verita serum. He had wanted to scare the boy, but he just gave David a pitying glance. The use of Verita serum was banned by the ICW outside of war times, which can only be declared by a country explicitly. And even then, it could only be used on prisoners of war or suspicion of treason. The fact that you're threatening me with this, especially after having taken my wand, is very disturbing. I wonder what everyone else is going to say when they realize how the ICW handles the questioning of a minor. You're joking, right? You just killed 100 people and you're trying to take the high road. I didn't kill anyone, Mr. Roche. I just put 5 dragons to sleep, the rest was just an unfortunate consequence. Although I can't help but wonder why you care so much about the mercenaries' lives. You haven't even tried to ask who sent them. Unless you already know that. Perhaps it was the ICW that was responsible for the attack. It would explain why the ICW is actively trying to pin anything on me instead of looking for who is responsible. Now, wouldn't that be a bad look? You're either attacking children for no reason or you're protecting the attackers. Now, what would anyone who knew that the ICW doesn't like him do? Perhaps contact the press discreetly and tell them that they're being framed by the big bad evil ICW for winning their tournament, that they wanted him dead, especially the big bad investigator David Roche, who's targeting the poor miner instead of doing his job. Sure, the ICW would censor a lot, but eventually, someone is going to print it, and people do love their scandals. You little shit. The boy grinned. Now, Mr. Roche. There's no need for such hostility. I'm sure you didn't mean to accuse me of anything and that this is just a big misunderstanding. You could be bluffing, Roche commented. Sure, but we both know I'm not. I did prove to you again and again just how prepared I could be. I'm sure the Black Widow is a very good example of that. Now, think of it, Inspector, you're risking your entire career and your reputation to blame me for something that you know I didn't do. And all of it, for what? What has the ICW done for you recently? You didn't want to take this case, did you? And they want you to compromise your ethics for some nutjobs who tried to kill children, nutjobs who were probably not under the Imperius like the ones who broke in at first. How do you know that they weren't under the Imperius? David tried as a last measure. Admitting publicly that he knew more than he told would have been a good way to hold him. Still, he was right about this. Every single body that they found belonged to a mercenary, some of whom were wanted for several serious crimes, mostly murder and assassinations, all around Europe. They were scum and David did not mourn their deaths. Unfortunately, the presence of that many bodies was also very convenient to use against Potter. Because you didn't shout it at me when you accused me. Potter replied as if it was the most obvious thing. Anyway, you have two choices. Either try to pin anything on me, and you'll be crucified in public. You'll have condemned a minor to defend themselves without any proof and everyone will know it. Or you could focus on the most important part, trying to find out the people who escaped. The people who were willing to send killing curses at children. You'll be hailed a hero when you do, and you'll have my personal support during the investigation, and any expense you would need. There was still something niggling at the back of David's mind. Why do this? You could have just stayed silent and got your guardian to sort things out for you. It was actually part of his superior's plan. Arcturus Black would have needed at least a day to arrive, and considering that the boy's absence would be noticed, it would have been like an admission of guilt. Sure, it would have settled eventually, but it would have stopped the boy's momentum and stopped his rise of popularity in Europe, one that the ICW was very concerned about. Sure, I could have. Honestly, I could have just gotten someone to wear an illusion as me during the feast and wait for Arcturus to come. But then, you'd have been screwed with my guardian leading the charge and you'd have had nothing to show for it. Your superiors would have thrown you out to dry, and that would have been the end of your cozy career. So, why would I make an enemy of you, when you'd be such a useful friend instead? And I'm always willing to make new friends. Now, why don't we go to the feast? I know that it's still in progress, but I'm starving.